Federal agent. Federal agent, backbone of today's modern crusade against crime. Scotland Yard, French Sûreté, American Bureau of Investigation, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Federal agents from all countries join hands to blast criminal activity from the face of the earth. Federal agent, midnight in foggy London, and society is slumming in Limehouse, when suddenly one of its foremost members, young Tommy Fawcett, is shot down in cold blood. Before any policemen come to the scene, the assassin disappears, but Scotland Yard draws its net over dismal London. And all through the night, the police scrupulously comb every suspicious hideout for the criminal.
Say, you bloke there under the lamppost. What's your business?
Just passing away the time.
There's no lights in around here. Now get moving.
Where are you heading for, young fellow?
East End, sir.
Well, let's see your license. Oh, all right. Proceed.
Yes?
Seen any rough-looking characters around here, lady?
How can a person tell what another person looks like in all this fog?
Then early the next morning...
Who is it, please?
Scotland Yard.
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
You'll find Judge Fawcett in the study. Please, Inspector, he's mighty broken up.
I understand.
Come right this way, sir.
But don't you suspect any one particular person, Judge Fawcett?
Oh, how can I, Inspector? During this last month alone, I've sent 15 men to Dartmoor Prison, and everyone vowed to avenge himself on my family.
That place where it happened.
It might have been any place in Limehouse. Tommy and his gay friends frequented many clubs of that sort. Undoubtedly, he was followed there.
I see. Then our only hope is to weed out all of Limehouse.
Oh, but isn't that an endless task?
It might be, except for this one thread of evidence. Look.
A revolver? You mean...
No, Judge. I'm not sure that this is the murderer's revolver. We found it near the bar after the shooting, however. It might have been dropped there by any one of many people. And another thing, this is a very weak link.
Why, Inspector?
Because there were no bullets in the carriage when we picked it up, and only one shot had been fired.
Yes, only one shot.
Sit down, Harmon.
Thank you, Inspector.
Now, as your first assignment from Scotland Yard, you're to find the murderer of Tommy Fawcett.
Poor kid. Shot down in cold blood.
That's what makes this criminal so dangerous. He'd do it again.
I understand.
Now, one thing is sure. He hasn't been able to leave England. In fact, he's still in London.
Then the chances are that he's hiding out someplace in Limehouse.
That's the way we feel about it. However, we're not sending you out cold.
Oh, you have some kind of clue?
Yes. Here's a copy of the fingerprint taken from a revolver found at the scene of the crime. You see, in the first place, we're not sure it's the murderer's weapon.
I see.
So you have two jobs. One, to match this fingerprint.
And the other?
To draw out a confession if he is guilty.
All right, Inspector. I'm on my way.
Good luck, Harmon. But remember, it may take you a day, or a week, or a month.
Not 1 month, but 6 months later, Harmon is working in Limehouse as a piano player in Mully's where Tommy Fawcett had been murdered.
Beautiful music, Blondie. Do you know the old roast beef of England?
That reminds me, gorgeous. I have to wait on that table in the corner. I'll be back in a minute. There. What'll it be, mister?
Well, Mike, a whiskey and soda, and don't stop to play no tune on the way.
Oh, so you don't like my music, eh?
Sure, I likes music, but I like whiskey better.
Right here, boss. Coming right up. So, you like my music now, Doran?
Oh, sure, Blondie. After 3 whiskeys, anybody in Limehouse would like your music.
Well, as long as the whiskey holds out, I'm sure of my job.
For a guy who works for a living, you're pretty regular. How about Annie Laurie?
Right out. But it'll cost you another drink.
Aye, wise up. Bring over a couple of whiskeys.
Well, Inspector, it took more than half a year, but I've matched the fingerprints.
And who is it, Harmon?
His name is Dud Doran, a pickpocket.
Know anything about him?
Yes, his brother was sent up to Dartmoor 8 months ago for life.
By Judge Fawcett.
By Judge Fawcett.
The versatile Harmon now has his first job completed. By taking the fingerprints on each glass, as it was used in the cafe by his customers, he finally came to Doran. After reporting to his inspector, Harmon returns to Limehouse and to Doran.
Come on, Blondie. How's about sitting down here with me?
Sorry, Doran, you know what the boss says. No mixing with the customer.
All right, you fellow. Then I'll go up the piano with you, huh? Come on, let's go. Want another whiskey, Blondie?
Make this one on me. Hey, Krusty, a couple of straight.
Don't you ever get tired playing that thing?
Sure, I gets tired, but I like it.
You're a funny guy. What do you like about it?
Oh, makes me remember things.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Here are your drinks. 2 shillings, please.
Take it out in my pie, Krusty.
Well, here's to you, Blondie. Into your memories.
Drink her down, then. And here's to memorize.
Right. What's that there song you're playing?
Oh, it's just an old one. Name of it's A Long Way Back Home. You know, it reminds me of things.
Yeah? What kind of things?
Oh, just things. Old memories. You know.
You I don't know. What's it remind you of?
Oh, all right. Don't get excited. I'll tell you. It reminds me of me old man. It's a long way...
Back home?
No, to Dartmoor.
Dartmoor? What's that got to do with you?
Plenty.
Oh, wait a minute. Aye, why, sir? Couple more whiskey. Double whiskey. Now, look here. What's this here about Dartmoor?
Well, it's... my old man rooms there.
What's he up for?
Smuggling.
It's funny. So's my brother.
Well, sometimes I wish I was there, I do. At least he gets fed regular.
Oh, don't you believe it? It's rotten. When's your old man getting out?
He ain't. He's a lifer, he is.
Here you are. 2 doubles, like you said. And that makes 4 shillings. And listen, it's not out of your pay, Blondie. And the reason is you ain't got no more pay coming.
Shut up, you. Here's your money.
Oh, thanks, fella. Well, come on now. Let's drink to the relatives.
Right-o. To your old man and my kid brother.
You know, me old man would like a bit of this, he would.
Yeah, sure. It's a rotten place. They get style bread, that's all.
I wish I could get the old man out of here.
There ain't a chance. Too many guards.
Well, I'll make it up to him.
Yeah, that's what I did. I got even.
Yeah. Well, I'll get old Judge Fawcett.
I beat you on that one.
You're crazy. The judge is still sending them up there.
Yeah, but I fixed his son up. I mowed him down right here in front of this here cafe.
Oh, now, half a mile. You're kidding.
I ain't kidding. That's what made me think of it. Some guy was playing it right on the piano right here.
Playing? Playing what?
He was playing it. It's a long wire. Back home.
Michael Doran, you have heard the verdict of the jury. And so for the murder of Thomas Fawcett, I hereby sentence you to hang by the neck until you are dead. Dead. Dead.
Listen for our next presentation of thrilling stories related to this modern crusade as each nation calls upon its chief bulwark against crime. Federal agent. Federal agent. Federal agent, backbone of today's crusade against crime. Scotland Yard, French Sûreté, American Bureau of Investigation, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. These men are joined in a modern crusade against crime. one of the many alleys in San Francisco's Chinatown, there is a quaint old Mandarin restaurant. This one, however, differs from the others in a peculiar respect. It's closed to ordinary street business. Invitation is by membership card only. The government has had it under surveillance for a long time under suspicion of being the headquarters of the opium traffic for the Bay and Coast region. Directly across the street, in a vacant building, the Federals sit quietly watching day and night.
Oh, I wouldn't mind if I could see into that upstairs floor, but they never adjust those blinds so I can see in. Hey, there's one for you, Brady. Follow him.
The Chinese in the snap brim hat?
Yeah. And don't get into any jams now. And if you do... that rookie doesn't know the meaning of the word caution. Good thing I sent him off on a dud.
Oh, number one is very wise.
Yeah, very wise.
Indeed, we are already being followed.
And by only one officer and a boy?
We will treat him as a boy, then. I will lead him to the lost entrance alone.
And as he follows you, I will, in turn, follow him.
Yes, do not make mistake. We part here. Wait in this doorway until we are both out of sight.
The other one's gone now. Now, I'll follow this baby, then. Looks like a bum bet to me. If he was guilty, he should turn around at least once in a while. Ah, there he goes into that doorway, huh? Slippery as a nail. Well, I'll just slip in myself. Yeah. Sure dark in here. Better take it easy until my eyes get adjusted. Wonder if I should take a chance on my flashlight. I have overcome him.
Good work.
Assistance with body, please. Where do we take it?
You fool. You did not kill him?
Not sure.
Number one will be displeased if we cause a disappearance without first procuring information. Let us take him to lookout room of restaurant. Maybe not dead yet.
Where in the thunder am I? Oh.
So you decided to come too, huh?
Who are you?
Me, I'm Santa Claus. Now, I already know what you are.
That's convenient. Oh. Who am I?
You're a government flatfoot, that's what. You ain't it don't do no good reaching for your gun.
Yeah. See, it's been removed.
Our Chinese boys took care of that.
Say, look, partner.
Don't call me partner. See, I hate bull.
Oh, put the gun away. I couldn't jump you if I had to. I wanted to ask you, where am I?
What do you care where you are?
Plenty. I'm interested in my location at all times.
So's the number one.
Ah, number one, huh? I'd like to meet him.
You have that pleasure now?
Oh, there you are. Peekaboo.
This is no time for levity.
Well, what is the time, anyway?
To you, it will be eternal unless you comply with my very simple request.
Sure. At your service, number one.
I see we both know each other. And the same fool supplied both information.
I didn't tell him nothing, honest.
Silence, pig. Now, Brady, here is paper and pencil.
Gee, thanks.
You will suffer peculiar torture if the sheet is not filled out with interesting revelations.
You mean you want to know how many men you have on your tail, where the men are, how many we suspect, and stuff like that?
Exactly.
Oh, well, you will have to tell me about your secrets first.
The American sense of humor is very unwholesome to me. I give you exactly 1 hour. After that interval, I shall kill you if you have wasted your hour.
Think you'll kill me?
Kill you? He'll do everything, including that.
I suppose you've got a chamber of horrors for that purpose.
If I was you, I'd get busy. He ain't playing games.
Yeah. And who am I to give my life for a silly secret service? Listen, you mind lifting that blind a little bit?
Now, can't you see the right?
Well, not quite.
Okay. How's that?
Oh, haven't you got a light in this room?
Sure, but we don't turn it on. Even if you have to write in the dark, we don't. Anyway, you got a light now.
Well, take that left blind up, too, please.
Any whim to a dying man. Yeah, how's that?
Fine. Hey, it's too good. Glares on my paper. You mind putting it down that center one a bit?
Hey, don't get wise with me, wise guy.
I help it if my eyes are bad. Now, look, Punch Drunk. Look, if I don't get good service to write this paper, old Chop Suey is going to be mad at you. That's better. A little lower still.
All right.
Thanks.
Listen, if you think that someone can see in when I get the shade at a certain angle, you're crazy. That's what these things is for.
Don't be silly. Stop talking. I've got an hour to write. That ought to be time enough, huh?
Better be.
the darkening alleys of Chinatown, lights begin to twinkle on. But soon something goes wrong in the city's electrical plant. The lights along a certain Wong T alley suddenly go out.
Hello? Service department? Yes. I call again, stupid cow. This is 32 1/2 Wong T alley. We sit with only candles for light. I shall sue the company unless I have immediate service. Someone will come right away? Yes. Good. I wait with patience. Who is it?
It's me. I got the copy here.
Wuji, let him in.
But, Master, the officer will see where we hide drugs.
Indeed. But will he live to tell? Let him in.
Yes.
Gosh. Look at all the opium and stuff.
Silence until you are spoken to.
It will be unfortunate if the paper is bare.
Oh, I wrote on it. Here.
It is unfortunate for you in any case, however. Dear Chop Suey, foolish beginning, Brady. How are you? I am fine, although I hate being in the presence of a rattlesnake without my gun. Very interesting, policeman. I am a man of honor. You shall die.
What else would have happened to me?
A faster death. Now you shall know excruciating torture. Visitors. Look through the shaft, Wuji.
Wait. Two men, Master. Dressed in overalls.
Oh, the electricians.
Shall I admit them now? Or have them wait until we finish with this white pig?
Go to the entry and hold them there for a few moments. Ready? You are in great luck. I haven't time to personally amuse myself with your death, so you will die more suddenly. Let us see now. Tahoe! Jim Lee! Take this man and securely fasten him in the jade room. Then take some copper wire and bind his feet and hands in it.
And electrocution?
Yes.
Oh, now listen, number one. Can't I go along on that job? They might not ground him, and if they don't, he'll only get 110 instead of 220 votes.
Sure. Let him help. Chop Suey, old stick.
Indeed, Brady, it is a good idea. I admire your courage, but you are a fool.
You're a fool to mess around with my death.
I think not. Can you enjoy a bit of whimsy? A little joke?
Yeah, shoot.
The electricians are coming to repair the lights. But is it not amusing to know that you will be electrocuted in the same repair that gives me light? Take the wretch away.
You won't get away with this, Chop Suey.
You. Tell Wuji to admit the electricians now. Hurry, pigs. Get that last case out of here. And lock yourself in the basement with it. Make no sound. Is electric?
Yeah, is electric. What's the matter? Did you try to gyp the city out of a few ampere hours?
No, Savvy. No gyp city. Lights go out in humble restaurant. You fix it, Harry?
Yeah, sure. We'll fix it in a hurry. Come on with them tools, Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, you better set them down here, I guess. And we'll start tracing the conduit here.
Do I hear noises on the roof?
Yeah, we got a line crew up on the top of the building. I guess the whole joint must have burned out at once.
Yeah, the whole district went to Fluey.
Is it customary for linemen to have such nice fingernails? Stand where you are. Both of you. You are covered by my very excellent automatic. Oh.
How do you like this very excellent Stilson wrench in the jaw? Huh?
Good work. I thought Wuji quiet for a while, too.
Now, let him in, Jack. And shoot anybody that blocks your way to the door. Oh, Brady, where are you? Brady! Oh! Turn the joint inside out, boys. Brady's still alive.
Hey, don't shoot, boss. Don't shoot. I ain't done nothing.
I see. Hey, thank heavens. All right, boys. Take that gorilla down to the main room. The rest of the boys ought to have quite a crowd down there by now. Say, listen, Brady. How in thunder did you expect anyone to read those wigwag signals with the blinds?
You seem to have understood them all right.
Listen for our next presentation of thrilling stories related to this modern crusade as each nation calls upon its chief bulwark against crime. Federal agents.
Good evening. This is George Coulouris. All of us know by now that atomic energy can be a blessing or it can destroy everything we love. Those who know most about it say that ways must be worked out to control it. But time is running out. Fear and suspicion are growing. If we fail, every nation will be forced to take measures to protect itself. This is a story of what could happen to our way of life in an atomic arms race.
Horsemen. All horsemen rode across the land, and their names were...
War, pestilence, famine, death.
And to these now is added a fifth horseman, the threat of the atom.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Fifth Horseman, written and produced by Arnold Marquis. Here is an account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Starring George Coulouris, this is the fifth in the series titled 0-1.
Yes.
Everything seems to be so quiet.
We've only been gone 10 days, Allegra.
I know.
Seems a year.
This was not like coming home any other time. This was a reprieve. The streets were half deserted. There was a sort of hush. There were a few cars on the road, but no one hurrying. No one was sounding his horn. The people were just rolling back into the city, back to their homes. I could feel my nerves quiver, my scalp draw tight across my skull as I thought of what had happened. just 10 days ago.
It's a fact. Came straight from Washington. War is imminent. Atomic bombs will be falling all over the country any minute. Let me out of here. Get out of my way!
Hundreds of thousands of people in panic, pouring out of the city like rats leaving a sinking ship. And us with them, Martha and Allegra and I. We were lucky. At least we had friends in the country. 10 days of holding your breath, waiting beside the radio, ready to hear that atomic bombs were exploding in our cities.
Oh, Daddy, you missed our street.
Huh?
You went right past our street.
Oh, I missed it too.
Well, drive around the next block. The quietness of the street was frightening. People solemnly coming back to their homes. The same people whose eyes were blazing with fright 10 days ago, driving pell-mell out of the city, with their horns screaming. We've been waiting for this a long time. Ever since all attempts to put atomic bombs under international control came to naught 10 years ago, back in 1946. Yes, we knew that all the countries had been working on atomic bombs ever since. The world divided into armed camps, secrecy becoming deeper and deeper, suspicion growing, tension more and more unbearable.
Oh, there's our house. There's our house.
Oh, it never looked so good.
Oh, and there's Mr. Brother next door. He must have just got home, too.
Yes. Well, we're home.
Thank heavens. Allegra, will you take in these blankets?
Oh, yes.
I'll take the other things.
I'll bring in the grip.
Don't drop those things now, Allegra.
Oh, no, I won't.
Well, you're back, are you?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Oh, to friends, 100 miles up the country.
I went out to the lake. Heard drinking water might be poisoned. I figured it might be smart to be near the lake.
Yes?
If you ask me, running the risk of our cities being blown off the map just for the right to fly over a faraway country is foolishness. It's not worth it.
Yes.
As things are now, nobody's going to be sure from one minute to the next whether atomic bombs are going to fall on us. We'll be in bed
Hello there. Well, did you get over your fright?
Hello, Noble.
Hello.
Didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Well, I figured if they gave us a whole week to get out of the cities, they wouldn't do it this time.
Who's going to hit us? With the stock of atomic bombs we've got, who's going to pick a fight with us? I didn't run away.
Listen, Noble, there's not going to be any warning.
Well, if you want to let them stampede you into panic, that's your business. Government's been spending money on planning and talking about dispersal for 10 years now, and nothing happened.
Up and down the street, I could see other cars coming home. People piling out of them with armfuls of bedding and clothes and going back to their houses. We sat around for hours that night, talking. We didn't feel like going to bed, and we didn't make Allegra go to bed. We wondered if the security police really would come now, as the government had said, and if they really would disperse us and our factories.
This isn't the last time. It's only the first.
Will we have to leave town like this again, Daddy?
I don't know. The next morning it started.
I'll get it.
I went to the door, too.
Security police, madam.
Yes?
By order of the security department, all buildings in town are being searched. Don't get excited. Routine inspection.
Well?
Go ahead, Sergeant.
All right, now, so you take the case.
They went through every room in the house and down to the cellars. They spent quite a while there, knocking at all walls and handling queer-looking instruments. When they'd finished, they took Martha and Allegra and me back into the living room and checked every detail of our security records, which had been on file in the precinct headquarters of the security police for several years.
All of you report to the precinct headquarters for fingerprinting within 3 days.
All right,
Leather, next door, was over at our place the minute the security police were through with him.
Just what I said. The government's clamping down because they know the bombs might start exploding any minute. Mark my word. They're going to start clearing us out of the cities. Permanent. The security has information from our agents abroad. Of course, it's secret. They can't tell it even to the Congress. But they know what they're doing. They'll start with moving.
When I drove out to go to work, Noble stopped me on the street.
It's an invasion of privacy, invasion of our constitutional rights. And I, for one, don't propose to let the government push me around. It's time we, as citizens, direct our representatives to speak for us in Congress. Is the whole world going to be turned on its ear because somebody gets...
I drove out to the plant. I didn't know if I'd still have my job or not. A bunch of the men I work with were milling around outside. I parked the car. For Lawson, another fellow came over to me.
You might as well go home. The place is closed.
Closed?
Yeah, the government's moving the plant 2,000 miles away to a hole in the ground.
Our plant?
Yes. Try and get in.
They're dispersing it. And that's not all. 7 other plants in this town have got orders to move.
Well, what's going to happen to us?
I say we should strike. They just can't move our living out from under us like this.
The management's yelling, too. Putting the heat on the government to try to keep the shop here.
We got some rights.
And the government must think that war is certain to come. Martha and I talked it over.
But we can't take Allegra out into the wilderness like that. That's no place to bring up a young girl.
Where am I going to work?
I know, but leaving our home with every cent we have in it and moving out into the desert to some makeshift town.
I've heard that the factory's to be built right down into the rocks, and the houses and shops will be scattered over 100 square miles.
Well, you haven't been ordered to leave here.
Even with the 7 main factories out, this town will be one of the first targets for the atomic bombs. It's the communication hub for the whole region.
But we're not in trouble with anybody. The aviation dispute has been settled.
Now, the government apparently doesn't think so. They don't want to take chances. Then the strike was called. The workers in all the plants that had been ordered to move out west paraded through the streets. The streets were full of people, not only the workers, but businessmen, too. Everyone who would be affected by moving the plants out of the city.
I'm not going to move out of town, that's a sin.
And Noble was down there, like everyone else.
What's going to happen to business here in town when all the industry is gone? It'll be a ghost town, that's what it'll be.
Well, it's not only our town here, it's every town that has important concentrations of industry.
Yes, and the big cities, too. Look what they're doing to Chicago and New York.
But people can't stay in the cities if we're expecting atomic war.
There's not going to be any atomic war if we keep our heads, don't get into foolish disputes, and make other nations mad at us.
But all nations are mad at each other. Nobody trusts anybody else in the world. They don't trust us, and we don't trust them.
Listen, quit worrying about other countries. Thing for you and a lot of other people is to start thinking about what's happening right here in our country. Governments regimenting both labor and industry, moving people out of their homes into the desert. This is America. The government has no right to interfere in private affairs.
What was happening in our town was happening in almost 100 places all over the country. Afraid of atomic sabotage and spying, the government trebled the number of security police. They were everywhere. Relations with the rest of the world were almost at a standstill. Only very few people were permitted to leave the country or to come in from abroad.
The political fight is rolling up in the climax in Congress over the Emergency Power Act, which would empower the President and his advisors to act for the United States without consulting Congress. Defenders of civil liberties are fighting a losing battle against the argument that other nations, because of their form of government, can make instant decisions as to atomic warfare, while the U.S., because of its constitutional processes, can move only very slowly. The charge that the government is already...
We are at a disadvantage.
What are you talking about?
Don't talk to me like that, Noble. You were one of those that ridiculed the idea of international control of atomic weapons 10 years ago. Now look what we've got.
We don't have to be scared of anybody. The United States has got more atomic bombs and long-range rockets than any nation on Earth.
Let me tell you something, Noble. I heard on good authority that some foreign nations have bombs 10 times as terrible as ours, and that they've discovered a new kind of bacteria. And I heard
You heard?
Yes! When I was in Washington last month, I heard that rocket launching sites have been set up against us even right here in the Western Hemisphere. They say that some countries have leased islands in the Pacific to be used as rocket sites against us, so we'll never be sure where the rockets come from.
There was no work to do. The plant was still closed. The workers were still in town. I sat by the radio all day.
And so the battle was ended with the victory for the Emergency Power Act. Effective immediately, the President and his advisors are empowered to make any military or economic move they deem necessary. The Congress has retained the right to investigate the actions of the government after the emergency is over. But when will it be over, if at all? With this drastic move, some of the fundamental
That's
principles
dictatorship. That's military dictatorship.
Soon it started. A force of security police came into town. Armed with Tommy guns, they were deployed around the plant. The machinery was being moved out, and they didn't want to take chances of anybody interfering with the removal. All who worked at the plant came down to see it, but the security police kept us back a good distance.
They're doing the same thing at all 7 of the plants, moving them out bag and baggage.
They seem to be in a hurry, too.
Yeah, but who's going to run those machines for them out there?
We are.
Not me. I got my home here. I ain't moving out into any wilderness.
Bellows was determined. I stood there a long time, listening to the talk, watching the machinery being moved out. I tried to picture what the town would be like with all 7 plants closed down. Or where would I get a job? I went home.
Are we going to move away, Daddy?
I don't know.
There's just been an announcement on the radio. The trouble's broken out again in Asia.
Who made the announcement?
Came from Washington.
About that same thing, airplanes.
One of our planes has been shot down and 3 others forced to land.
Oh, that's why they're in such a hurry moving out the plant.
Are they going to bomb us, Daddy?
I went to the door. It was Blether.
Did you get the news?
Yeah, Martha just told me.
I don't see why they don't settle this thing. Are we going to get blown to pieces for the sake of aviation rights over someplace thousands of miles away? Why don't we fly around it or stay away from it completely? Do you know what I heard?
Oh, no, Blether, but I didn't want Allegra and Martha to hear any more of his rumors, whether he was right or wrong.
Shall I answer it, Daddy?
Yes.
What'll happen is that they'll just...
Security police.
Oh, security police.
They came in, asked for my identification card, and then asked Blether for his.
Oh, yes, Mr. Blether. We've just come from your house. Your wife told us you were here.
Yes.
Here are your evacuation orders. Here are yours.
He handed sealed envelopes to Blether and me.
You will make preparations to leave with the draft to the factory dispersal areas on Saturday.
Leave? What about my house? What about my family?
You can take your family along or leave it behind as you wish. You'll find instructions in the envelope.
I went out for a walk, alone. I tried to figure it out. First, I hardly noticed the people on the streets. And then I noticed there were more and more. Many had their orders to move. As I approached downtown, I could feel the excitement. Thousands of people, helpless, all facing the same thing, all bursting to talk about it. And there, ahead of me in the crowd, was Noble.
This is a violation of our constitutional rights. Are we going to stand by and let a dictatorship move us around like cattle?
He's right.
It was Fellows.
They're not going to move me out of town without binding me hand and
What
foot.
has become of the Bill of Rights? And what has become of
Demonstrations broke out all over the country. A couple of million people had been ordered to follow their factories to the dispersal areas. I had 2 days left. That night, the government put a general on the radio from Washington. He was put in charge of the whole relocation. Martha and Allegra and I sat home, listening to him.
The nations of the world have now been working on atomic bombs for 10 years. Our country did all we could to prevent this development by international agreement and to keep our atomic secrets. But others have refused our outstretched hand. We now have intelligence reports that atomic bombs more efficient than those dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the last war are being produced in several foreign lands. We have tried during these 10 years since 1946 to work out some means of defense against this danger. We have had some success with interception of rockets, but not enough for making our cities secure from attack. The greatest danger in the crisis which now confronts us is the possibility of surprise attack. Our only chance to escape sudden destruction is dispersal. We are late. Very late. Dispersal in some measure has been underway since 1946. Now we must proceed with it full speed. Many of you listening to me tonight have already received your dispersal orders. More of you will receive them soon. It is in your own interest to follow them. Your chances of surviving an atomic war are 10 times greater in a dispersal area than in a city. By dispersing the launching platforms for our atomic rockets, much of our capacity to strike back will withstand the first enemy blow. We shall then strike back. Millions of us will not live. But we can hope that our country will be saved. I ask you, in the name of the government, and in the hope you and yours may be among the survivors, that you obey your dispersal orders and cooperate in every way possible. May we have a better tomorrow.
We're going with you, Allegra and I.
Oh, good. I didn't want Daddy to leave us.
He took all we could carry, blankets, clothes, personal things. Reported as instructed at the railway station. He liked being exiled.
I'm glad to go. I'm really glad.
Leather took his family with him.
Only thing I'm worried about is my house. Who's going to buy it? Nobody's going to live in a city that's going to be...
Maybe the government will compensate you.
Come on, Allegra.
Are we going to get on now?
Fellows from the plant came up to me.
Look at the security police everywhere. Like we're being taken to a concentration camp.
Yes.
I'd like to know how long they're going to keep us out there.
We're going to live out there the rest of our lives, which may not be long.
Very little talk on the trip west. Most of the men had their families with them. Nearly everyone just looked out of the window. Every once in a while, leather came by.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to set up shadow factories, miles away from the operating plants like the one we're going to. So if the one we work in gets blown up, they'll have substitute factories already.
Allegra looked at Leather and then looked at me. Leather left. I walked into the next coach and sat down with Fellows.
You see this fellow coming down the aisle?
Yes.
He's the man that spoke on the radio that night, 2 days before we left.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. I'm going to ask him something. Pardon me, would you tell me something?
If I can.
Isn't it true that even though the first atomic attack may kill 20 or 30 million people and smash a good part of our production, that we'd do the same thing to the attacking nation? And after that, it'd just be a war of armies like it's always been.
Well, that's hard to say. After the atomic bombs explode, airborne troops may parachute out of the sky and try to use the confusion to seize strategic points all over the country.
You think all our cities will be hit at once?
Very likely. New rockets have been developed to reach any point on Earth. They may bring not only atomic bombs, but also germs to spread epidemics, kill crops.
The train stopped at a siding out in the country. They took us by trucks to the dispersal areas assigned our plant.
Where's the school, Daddy? Isn't there any school?
I don't know, Allegra.
Oh, there must be. There's so many children.
Maybe it's one of those barracks right down close to the ground.
The carpenters were working feverishly on emergency housing. The living quarters were dispersed over a wide area. No two houses were close together. The plant was a long distance away. A bus picked us all up every day.
Why hasn't there been any information about the trouble in Asia?
I don't know.
Maybe the whole thing is blown over.
I don't think so, Fellows. If it had, why are they working day and night on that deep shelter near the plant?
The general said on the radio before we left that they're going ahead with dispersal full speed even if the present crisis is solved. In case another comes.
But I can feel something's coming.
Who's going to attack us?
Well, I'll be glad when they get that shelter done. But I've heard that if they blow radioactive dust down into it, we'll die like rats down there. And if we don't, we won't be able to come out for days without being killed by the radioactivity all over the ground above.
There was no place to go in off hours. There were no theaters to go to. As long as the crisis lasted, they didn't want too many people together in any one place. So, we talked among ourselves. Allegra told us what was happening at school.
They call it general disaster training. All of us get it.
And what is this, Allegra?
Oh, all kinds of things. They give each one of us a place to go in case of alarm. They teach us how to handle instruments to measure radiation and how to clean contaminated things.
Oh.
And tomorrow we'll start getting first aid instruction. And then you know what?
What?
They're going to teach us how to fight fires.
Did you hear about Falaz?
Falaz, what do you mean?
He's been arrested. He's a saboteur.
Saboteur? Nonsense.
Yes, he is. The security police picked him up. They caught him with part of an atomic bomb.
Falaz? Oh, no, that can't be.
It's true. He was going to blow the plant up. You know, with an atomic bomb, you don't have to put it right under the thing you want to blow up. All you have to do is...
Within a matter of minutes after Blever left, the security police were at the door.
Your registration cards, please.
We gave them to them.
All buildings in the area are being searched. Hurry on, Sergeant.
They went over all the nooks and crannies of the house. From our place, we could see security police taking up positions at corners, and across the rough terrain, we could see them in squads moving in and out of houses. At last, they were through searching our place.
A curfew has been established. You will not leave your house until tomorrow noon unless you hear the warning siren. In that case, you will at once go to the nearest shelter.
Hope has not yet been abandoned that an agreement can be reached. But the President has now placed the entire nation on alert. The President asks that every man, every woman, and every child remain calm and stand by to carry out orders. Our forces are disposed and prepared to take whatever action necessary. We are now leaving the air, but leave your radios on to receive instructions.
Do we have to just wait now?
Yes. Just wait.
We waited. We talked about our home and people we knew. I wondered where they were. Outside it was getting dark. We stood at the window and looked out. Shadows were settling over everything. Gloom. After a while, we couldn't make out anything. Allegra asked me to tell her about when I was her age.
Listen, the siren. That's it.
Are the bombs going to come now?
That means we've got to go to the shelter, Allegra.
Oh.
Let's get some blankets and clothes to get them out. Or the bus should be here to pick us up any minute. Hurry. Everyone huddled together in the bomb shelter. Families, friends. All you could hear was the muttering and the praying.
Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done.
Martha held Allegra in her arms, and I just sat there on the stone floor beside them. The general went from one group to another, reassuring them. Blever spoke up, and everyone listened.
This is the 0 hour, isn't it?
Well, it may be a false alarm.
Then why are they sounding the siren?
Well, the men on the radar watch stations are new. They're nervous.
I think it is the 0 hour.
If it isn't, it's 0 minus 1.
Why didn't somebody do something to prevent this? Why didn't somebody do something?
I know now, sitting here, with my arm around Martha, and with Allegra looking up at me, that the life as we know and loved it is past, and there may never be a tomorrow. People are sitting like this, huddling in shelters all over the world, everywhere, waiting for disaster and death. And in other shelters, their sons, brothers, fathers are keeping their fingers on the switches to let this disaster loose. And none of them wants it. None. They all want to live in peace and be free and safe. Why can't they break out in the last moment before the first button is pushed? Why can't they?
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard George Coulouris, starring in the 5th program in NBC's new series, The Fifth Horseman, written and directed by Arnold Marquis. An account of the significance of atomic energy and the problems it poses to mankind. Next week at this time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present the 6th program in this series of 8, titled Doomsday, a story of what can happen to our land should control of atomic energy fail and war come. The music for The Fifth Horseman is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The Fifth Horseman came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Five bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll bring you the story of a rookie fireman's first fire and a thrill-packed ride on the giant aerial truck on Firefighters. But first, here's a message we hope you find exciting, too. Tim Collins, an ex-GI and the son of Ben Collins, firefighter hero, who years ago lost his life in the line of duty, had just completed the training course for rookies and has been assigned to the relief squad to await his first call. It's midwinter, and a snowstorm has been raging all day as Tim returns home. Hi, Mom. Is dinner ready? I'm starved.
Mercy, son, you want to freeze us? Brush the snow off and shut the door quick.
Okay, Mom. There.
Well, that's better. Goodness, it must be down to 0.
Oh, pretty near, Mother. It was 2 above an hour ago, and they say it's going to 5 below by morning.
Why?
Hey, but say, let's not talk about the weather. What I'm interested in is food and lots of it.
You're always interested in food and lots of it. You'll just have to wait a few minutes. Trudy and Jim aren't back from skating yet. We'll eat just as soon as they get in. Oh, hello, children.
Hi, Mom. When do we eat? I'm starved.
There's another one, Mom. Hi, Jimmy. Hello, Trudy.
Tim? Mother, can we eat early tonight? Marge and Betty want me to go to the show with them.
Yes, dear. Everything's ready to put on just as soon as you wash.
Oh, boy, I'll hurry. Come on, Trudy.
Coming.
Oh, Tim, dear, I almost forgot. There was a phone call for you a while ago.
Oh, I wonder who it was.
I don't know. But they said it was very urgent that you call Cody at this number.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I wrote it down for you.
Say, that's Chief Cody down at fire headquarters. I better call him right away.
I wonder what in the world he could want at this time of night.
I don't know, but I'll soon find out.
Hello, Chief Cody speaking.
Hello, Chief. This is Tim Collins of the relief squad. Did you call me, sir?
Oh, Collins, yes. It's this blizzard. I'm calling all department personnel out for 24-hour duty until the emergency is over. We can't take a chance on a bad fire in this kind of weather.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll be right down. Where do I report?
I'm assigning you to Aerial Truck Company number 1.
Yes, sir. I'll be there right away. Goodbye.
Well, what was it, son?
Oh, I got a report for duty at Truck Company number 1.
Oh, my goodness. Hope you don't have to make a run on a night like this.
Oh, got to, Mother. This is when I'm needed the most.
But, son, it's so dangerous. I just can't help but think how I used to worry about your dad when the weather was bad.
I know, Mother, but I'll be all right. Golly, it was a lot colder than this back there in Belgium during the Battle of the Bulge.
I know, son, but I just can't help worrying.
And it was a lot more dangerous, too, but I got along all right. Oh, so you just quit worrying. And who knows? This may be the chance I've been waiting for to show Chief Cody what I can do in action.
All right, son. Now I guess you'd better hurry and report for duty. I'll send Trudy over to the firehouse with a good warm dinner for you.
Oh, Mom, you're wonderful.
Don't forget to dress warm.
Chief Cody, Tim Collins reporting for duty.
Oh, yes, Colin. Sorry to have to start you out on a night like this. But I'm afraid if we have any trouble during this storm, we'll need every man on the force.
Yes, sir, I understand. I'm just glad of the chance.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear, Collins. You know, you remind me of your dad when he was a young fellow starting out with the department. A great fireman and a fine man, Ben was.
Thank you, sir. I only hope I can be as good a fireman.
You will, or I'm no judge of men. But now, you know your station?
Yes, sir.
I've put you with an experienced crew. You shouldn't have any trouble. Oh, here it comes. Looks like you're going to a fire, and soon.
Yes, sir. Well, that's what I'm here for. Stand by. 8th Street. 8th Street, corner of Maple.
All right, men. Let's roll.
You okay, Tim?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Hey, you better hook your arm over the bar. You can hold on better in case we skid, and your fingers will get the call.
Oh, thanks.
Your first fire?
Yeah. You suppose it's a big one?
Hey, you never can tell till you see him, Tim. We'll find out pretty quick. It's around this next corner. Then it's straight down Maple.
Oh.
Hey, watch out!
Gosh. He cut that one close, didn't he?
Yeah, a little. But you can count on Mac. He and Lambert, the tiller man, have been working together herding this apparatus through all kinds of weather for better than 10 years.
Oh.
Only thing I worry about is other drivers. They're what cause all the trouble.
Yeah. Hey, look.
Huh?
That car coming.
Oh, look at the fool right in the middle of the street. Hold on, kid. We're going to hit.
Nurse, I'm Chief Cody. I want to inquire about one of my boys they brought into the hospital here about an hour ago.
Oh, yes, Chief. You mean Collins in 508.
Yes, is he badly injured?
No. Luckily, he's going to be all right. A slight concussion and a broken arm, but otherwise he's in good shape. Would you like to see him?
Yes, please.
Very well. You just come with me, please.
When we picked him up, he was unconscious. I didn't know how badly he might be injured, but I couldn't wait. We had to go on to the alarm.
Here we are. This is his room, Chief Cody.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you have a visitor.
Hiya, Tim.
Oh, gosh, it's you, Chief. I didn't expect you to be coming down here.
Well, I got to check up on things, you know. Tell me, how are you, my boy?
Oh, gee, Chief, I'm all right, only... Well, this left wing of mine's kind of out of service for a while, I guess.
Well, I'm mighty thankful it wasn't any worse.
Say, how are the other fellas? Well, did they get hurt?
They're okay, Tim. See, the apparatus didn't turn over after the crash, just skidded into the curb.
Oh.
They hung on and came through with nothing more than a good shaking up.
Well, how about the driver in the car that hit us?
Well, he's all right, too. Only, well, I can't feel very concerned about careless drivers who fail to give the right of way to fire apparatus.
Yes, sir.
Thoughtless drivers are a greater hazard to us than the worst fires.
Yes, sir. Was it a bad alarm, Chief?
The very worst kind, son. A false alarm.
A false alarm?
Yes. It's criminal to call fire apparatus out in a blizzard like this Make men risk their lives, waste taxpayers' money, and endanger valuable equipment just to provide a little excitement for someone who likes to see the fire engine make a run.
Oh, gosh, I can't imagine anybody doing a thing like that.
Probably some kid. I picked up this red and green knit glove right under the box. Believe me, I'd like to get my hands on the kid who did it. I'd teach him a lesson and then turn him over to the police. You know, it's a civil offense to ring a false alarm.
Yes, sir, I know, but... Well, how do you know some kid didn't... Well, just happened to drop the glove there, while he was playing?
I'm afraid not, Tim. We've already had the arson squad working on the case, and they've pretty definitely tied the glove up to the false alarm.
Well, then all you have to do now is find the owner of the glove.
That's right. It won't be easy, but in a case as serious as this, we won't stop until we've got the guilty party.
I'm sorry, Chief Cody, but I'm afraid Mr. Collins has visited long enough for now.
Oh, of course, I'm leaving right now. Goodbye, Tim. Good luck.
Oh, good night, Chief, and thanks for coming in.
Oh, yes, I was about to forget something. Now, hurry up and get that arm in shape, because there's a regular job waiting for you with Aerial Truck Company #1 when you get well.
Hey, did somebody say something about a picture show? Can I go, too?
Me, too. I want to go.
It looks like you got a party on your hands, Tim.
Okay, we'll all go. Get your things on.
I won't be a minute.
Yeah, we can make the first show if we hurry.
Better put your gloves on, Jimmy. It's pretty cold.
He can't, Mommy. He lost them.
He lost them? You mean he lost those nice gloves Aunt Ellen sent him for Christmas?
I didn't either. I only lost one of them, see? Here's the other one right here in my pocket. So there.
Oh, dear, Jimmy, I declare you're always losing things.
Hey, let me see that glove, Jimmy.
What for? Come on, let's go or miss the first show.
Jim, let me see that glove.
What's the matter, son?
It's that glove of Jimmy's. Yeah, it's for the right hand. And the other one fitted the left hand.
The other one? Well, what other one are you talking about, son?
The glove Chief Cody found under the fire alarm box the night I was hurt. Whoever turned in that false alarm was wearing a red and green knit glove, exactly like the one Jimmy lost.
Well, it looks like Tim's own brother Jimmy may be responsible for the false alarm that almost cost him his life. We'll hear more about this when you listen next time to Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But first, here's a message of interest to all of you. And now, here is Fire Chief Bob Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. You know, veteran firemen will tell you that the best way to fight fires is to put them out before they start. And that's how you boys and girls can help us firefighters. Fire prevention starts in the home, and I'd like to give you a tip right now that'll prevent a lot of mighty bad fires. Well, here it is. Go down in the basement and up in the attic or third floor and see if there are any old newspapers or rags piled up in your home. Or if you find any, make it your #1 job to get them cleaned out. Waste paper is one of the most common fire hazards found in the average home. Well, that's all for now. I'll see you again tomorrow. And don't forget, I'm counting on you to help prevent fires. So long.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same station the next time you hear...
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go, Firefighters!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go. Firefighters! Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of America's unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll take you to the home of young Tim Collins, rookie fireman, at a moment when it looks as if he's about to lay hands on the culprit who rang in the false alarm that nearly cost Tim his life when, you remember, Tim was thrown from the ladder truck and sent to the hospital with a broken arm. Evidence has just turned up right in the Collins home. But first, here's something you'd like to know. Let's go, firefighters! Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has recovered from his broken arm and will soon be ready for service. Meanwhile, like every other man in the city fire department, he's looking for the owner of a certain red and green knit glove, the glove that was found under the firebox from which the mysterious culprit rang in the nearly fatal false alarm. To celebrate his recovery, Tim has invited his family, including brother Jimmy and sister Trudy, to go to the movies. As they prepare to leave the house, Mrs. Collins, Tim's mother, says to 14-year-old...
Better put your gloves on, Jimmy. It's pretty cold.
Oh, he can't, Mummy. He lost them.
I didn't either. Only lost one of them. See, here's the other one right here in my pocket.
Jim, let me see that glove.
What's the matter, son?
Well, this glove of Jimmy's. Yes, it's for the right hand. And the night of the blizzard, somebody dropped a glove, a red and green knitted glove for the left hand, under the box where he rang in that false alarm.
Jimmy, what does this mean?
Oh, Mom, I lost my glove. That's all it means.
You lost your glove? Where?
I know, Tim. I know, Mummy. Why, he lost it.
Don't you dare say a word. Keep still. They think I'd pull a false alarm. I don't care what they think.
Oh, now, Jimmy, wait a minute. This is serious business. We don't want to think anything like that, but there's the evidence. If you can clear yourself... Look, just tell us where you lost that other glove.
Oh, if I knew where it got lost, it wouldn't be lost, would it?
Let me, Tim. Now, Jimmy, look at me.
Yes, Mom.
Jimmy, you're a truthful, helpful, honest boy.
Oh.
Yes, you are. And I'm going to ask you just one question, Jimmy. Do you know anything at all about that false alarm the night of the blizzard?
No, Mom. Honest, I don't.
Well, then. Tim?
All right. I believe you, Jimmy. And, well, I won't even mention to Chief Cody that you have or had a glove like the one the arson squad is trying to trace. At least I won't mention it yet.
Glory be, that's over. And now, Tim Collins, you invited us all to the movies. Are you going to take us or are you not?
All right, you folks go on into the lobby, Mom. I'll get our tickets.
Come along, you two. We'll wait inside where it's warm.
4 seats, please, downstairs. Thank you, miss.
Evening, Collins.
Who's that? Oh, hello, Chief Cody.
You didn't recognize me, huh?
Oh, no, sir, not in civilian clothes. Well, say, if you're going inside, why don't you sit with us, Chief?
I'd like to, son, but I'm on duty. Just doing a little plain clothes work.
Oh, on that false alarm case?
That's it. We tipped off the men on duty in theaters and other public places to keep an eye out for the mate to that red and green glove.
You know, it doesn't seem likely the culprit would keep it when the pair's been broken.
No, it's a thin chance, Collins.
Yes, sir, unless... Chief Cody, if there's going to be a wave of false alarms...
Right. One glove is enough to prevent fingerprints when the rascal pulls another box.
Now, we'll wait right here till Tim gets the tickets. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Cassidy. There's Mrs. Cassidy. She has a recipe I want. Look, Jimmy, Trudy, you stand here and watch for Tim. Oh, Mrs. Cassidy, before you go in, I'd like to...
Jimmy.
Huh?
Jimmy, why don't you let me tell them where you lost your glove? So they can be sure you weren't mixed up in that false alarm.
Don't you dare. If anybody tells, it's got to be me. Besides, I don't know where I lost it. All I know is how. Besides, plenty of kids wear gloves just like mine. I bet they lose them all the time.
Huh? Where'd you ever see anybody wearing gloves like that?
I forget, but I did so see somebody. I bet I'll remember who in a minute.
Hey, look at Jimmy Collins. Look at Jimmy out with his kid sister. Yay, Jimmy's gonna take his kid sister to the movies.
You watch yourself, Droopy, and never mind that fresh talk about my sister.
Silly old thing. Always pushing in where you're not welcome.
Oh, hey, you don't have to get sore. Can't you take a joke?
All right, but watch yourself.
Hey, look, some movie tonight, huh?
Yep, there's a big fire in the main feature. That's why we came. It's all about firemen.
Me too. I've seen it twice before. Oh, boy, when the fire trucks come screeching up the street, clang, 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 and the people all screaming and yelling. That's what I like. When they're yelling for help and they got the livers and lights, get out of it.
Oh, hush, you're making so much noise. Everybody's looking at us.
Yeah, well, there'll be more noise than that when the special attraction begins. You'll be screaming and yelling same as the rest. Special attraction, that's good.
Oh, that droopy Dolan gives me the creeps.
Hey, kids, where's Mom? Oh, there she is with Mrs. Cassidy. Hello, Mrs. Cassidy. Come on, kids, let's pick up Mom and go get our seats. I was delayed talking to Chief Cody out at the ticket office.
Well, Motors, here's a special idea for you. Long-distance touring...
Jimmy, stop wiggling around.
Yes, Mom.
Travelers in strange cities...
Trudy, I just thought of something. I remember who had gloves just like mine. But if I tell Tim, maybe he'll think I'm making it up. Shh, don't say anything, but... maybe Chief Cody should know.
But Tim saw him at the ticket window just now.
Hey, what's the matter with you two? Can't you keep still and watch the picture?
I'm thirsty.
Well, go get a drink then. And you better hurry or you'll miss the part in the picture where the fire starts.
All right, then. Let me, excuse me, Mom.
And now here's a very special safety idea for you. Here's something that I know.
Chief Cody, could I see you a minute?
Well, Jimmy Collins.
Chief Cody, I knew somebody who had a pair of gloves like the ones you're looking for.
What's that? Who is it, son?
It's a fella that goes to Northside School with Trudy and me. Golly gosh, Chief Cody, I don't want to be a squealer.
I understand, Jimmy, but this isn't squealing. This is detective work.
Well, if somebody goes around pulling false alarms, he's got to be stopped. And if I know something about the case, I guess, maybe it's a kind of duty to tell.
It is your duty, son. It's your duty to help protect your neighbors and your own family, too. You understand what I mean?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, tonight, when Mom left Trudy and me waiting right over there, I was just trying to remember where I saw a pair of gloves like that, and... golly, what's that?
Oh, just the movie, son. That's the big fire scene in the picture. All right, go ahead now.
Oh, I'm gonna miss it. Oh, never mind. Well, the fellow I was trying to remember walked right up to Trudy and me, and he said...
Fire! Fire! Run for your lives!
That didn't sound like a movie, Chief Cody.
Hold it a minute, Jimmy.
Fire! The theater's burning! Run! Everybody run!
You're right, Jimmy. That's some maniac spreading a panic.
Everybody run!
Jimmy, there's the manager's office there behind that door. Now get inside that office and wait until I come for you. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Some fool back there is hysterical.
People, Tim, if they lose their heads and start rushing for the exit.
Yeah, someone's going to get hurt. Mom, you and Trudy stay here. Don't leave your seats until the aisles are clear.
All right.
Run, everybody run!
Here comes trouble, Mom. Let me out the aisle.
Run for your lives!
I got you.
Hey, let go! Run! Everybody run!
Stop that yelling. You're starting a panic. Lights! Turn on the house lights!
Let go! You let me go!
I'll let you go when I find it. Hey, come back here.
Let me through! Let me go!
I got you.
Ease
This
up
time
there.
you want...
Ease up. This is Chief Cody.
Oh, sorry, sir. I was trying to... Well, this is Tim Collins, Chief.
Oh, good. Just the man I want. We've got to calm these people down.
Where'd the fire start, Chief?
There's no fire at all.
What?
Just some lunatic driving the audience wild with fright.
Oh, Chief, I had my hands on him. He broke away.
Never mind that. We'll get him in time. Now, Collins, you get up on that stage. Tell these people there's no danger before they kill themselves jamming the exit.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way. All right, let me through. All right, fire department, mister. Let me by.
All right, now, take your seats. There's no danger. There's no fire. Now, take your seats, please. Oh, great Scott, another false alarm. That fiend has fouled up half the fire department with another false alarm.
Now there's a case of one person playing a cruel practical joke, threatening the lives of hundreds of innocent people in a theater audience. But Tim Collins and Chief Cody are on the spot. Jimmy Collins, Tim's younger brother, has remembered where he saw a pair of red and green knit gloves like the one the arson squad is trying to trace, and the case is rushing toward its climax. For what happens next, listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But first, here's a message you don't want to miss. And now, Chief Bob Cody, with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody calling you to attention for your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to take special precautions next time you go to the movies or any place where crowds assemble. Make special note of the emergency exits. Make a plan in your own mind of how you would walk to safety and lead others in case of fire. And boys and girls, promise me this. If you are ever in such a place when fire breaks out, keep your heads. Keep cool and walk. Do not run. I repeat, do not run. Walk to the nearest exit. That's all. Goodbye for now, and you'll be hearing from me soon.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, firefighters! Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Five bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, firefighters! Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll transfer you to the movie theater where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, finds himself in the midst of a panic, a wild stampede of terror-stricken men, women, and children toward the exits, driven mad by the fear of fire. And worst of all, there is no fire. This panic is the work of a ruthless practical joker spreading the false cry of fire, run for your lives. Chief Cody is on the spot to begin his investigation. But first, here's a matter you'll want to investigate for yourself. Let's go, firefighters! Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has just fought his way to the aisle in a panic-filled movie house and grappled with the mysterious culprit whose idea of fun is to spread the false cry of fire. As Tim's grasp closes on the unknown prankster, we hear...
Ease up there. This is Chief Cody.
Sorry, sir. I had my hands on that fellow. I was trying to see who he was.
Never mind that now, Collins. We've got to calm these people down.
Yes, sir.
Now get up on that stage. Tell them there's no danger before they hurt themselves jamming the exit.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way. All right, let me through there. This is the fire department.
Now take your seats, everybody. There's no danger. There's no fire. Take your seats, please. No, great Scott, another false alarm. That fiend has fouled up half the fire department with another false alarm.
All right, take your seats, everybody. This is a false alarm.
Oh, there's Tim. There's Tim on the stage, Mommy.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, sit down. There's no fire.
Glory be. It seems so much safer with the lights on. There now, people are going back to their seats.
Northside School. Who's here from Northside School? Raise your hands, please.
Well, that's you, Trudy.
Well, here I am. Oh, there's Sadie Kramer and Ben Lawrence.
Listen to your brother now.
All right, Northside School. Now, this is just like a fire drill. Now, keep cool. Keep quiet. Keep your head.
And keep your seats. They're all sitting down again.
Well, now, the children are setting their elders a good example.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, a word from Chief Cody. Chief Bob Cody of the Fire Department. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Bob Cody, your fire chief. Take the microphone, sir.
Oh, blast the microphone. I'm not one of those fellows with a pretty voice. Did they hear me? Well, never mind. I've got something to tell them. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no fire. There is no cause for alarm. You have been the victims of a practical joke. Now, as chief of your fire department, I guarantee I guarantee that we will track down and prosecute to the limit of the law the perpetrator of this wicked, cruel, practical joke. It's only luck that no one was killed or severely injured here tonight. Meanwhile, on with the show.
To think I had my hands on that rascal, Chief Cody. I had my hands on him, and he broke away.
Now, don't blame yourself, Collins. And don't worry. We'll get him soon. He's getting reckless.
Yes, sir, I see what you mean. He's getting careless, and maybe he'll take a chance that'll drop him right into our hands.
That's what I'm hoping. Well, I'm going out to the street. I've got to tell the boys from the fire companies that this is another false alarm.
Yes, sir.
You wait for me in there, Collins.
Here in the manager's office?
Yes, go on inside.
All right.
There's somebody in there we want to talk to. I'll be back as soon as I've ordered the recall.
Excuse me. Chief Cody said I was... Jimmy.
Hiya, Tim.
What are you doing here?
Just sitting here, that's all.
Who let you in here?
Chief Cody. He said I should stay here till he gets back.
So you're the somebody he wants to talk with. Well, I'll be...
What do you mean?
Jimmy, back there at the house, I thought you were out of this case. You told Mom you didn't have anything to do with these false alarms.
Gee, golly. I don't, only just sort of.
Yeah, only just sort of. The night of that first false alarm, you lose a red and green knitted glove. The left-hand glove from the pair Aunt Ellen gave you. And that same night, a glove is picked up under the box where the false alarm was pulled.
Well, I said I lost my glove somewhere, didn't I?
And tonight, Mom and Trudy and I are all sitting together watching the movie when somebody pulls a false alarm from the box here in the theater. But where were you?
Well, didn't I say I was thirsty?
Yes, you said you were going out to get a drink, Jimmy. All right, I'm asking you, did you get it or...
No, I didn't get a drink of water.
Well, then where were you when that false alarm was pulled tonight?
He was out in the lobby, Collins, talking to me. That's where he was. Right, Jimmy?
Oh, gee. Yes, Chief, and thanks. Golly, I thought Tim wanted to be a fireman. Now all he does is play detective.
Wait a minute, I don't get it. 1 minute all the evidence points one way, and before you know it's all
that's
pointing...
the trouble with detective work. You never know where you are until you look back at the case afterwards. Now then, let's get to work. Jimmy, you've got something to tell us, but I want to hear your brother's report first.
Mine, sir?
Yes. What about that fellow you grabbed in the dark?
Oh. Well, I never heard that voice before, sir, but for size... Well, I'd say about the size of Jimmy here.
So it's a boy about 14, more or less. And when we get him, we'll clear up both cases of false alarms.
You have proof he's the same fellow as last time?
Yes, sir. Plenty of proof. Here, look at this.
The other glove.
The mate to the glove we found the night of the blizzard.
Golly, gosh. Where'd you find it?
Out in the corridor behind the auditorium, Jimmy. Right under the alarm box where that maniac dropped it.
Jimmy, I think you'd better come clean.
Come clean about what?
Oh, gee, Chief, about my glove. I had a pair like that, only I lost one. And Tim keeps thinking maybe
Jimmy, where's that glove you showed us at home? I hope you've got it right there in your pocket. It'll look bad if you haven't.
Oh, all right. There it is.
Oh, Jimmy, you're in the clear. That proves it. Oh, excuse me, Chief Cody.
That's all right, Collins. I'm a little relieved myself. Though it would be hard to suspect Jimmy here, since he and I are working together on this case.
Working together?
Yes.
Well, that's why you had him wait here in the manager's office.
Collins, your brother has a line on another boy who owned a pair of gloves like this. He saw that boy here in the movie house tonight, before the panic broke out. He was just about to tell me the name when the false alarm was pulled.
Wait a minute, Trudy. Let me fix my hat in the mirror.
Thank goodness there's fresh air out here in the lobby. Mommy, I'm going over by the door and wait for you where the air is even fresher.
Wonder if I should change the ribbon on this hat. All right, Trudy, don't get cold.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's you, Doopy Dolan.
Hiya, Trudy. How'd you like the show? What did I tell you? Didn't I say something might happen?
With that scare about fire and people trying to run out of the theater and... Doopy, how did you know it was going to happen?
Oh, me? How could I know? I just had a hunch, that's all. Clang, 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 when them engines come roaring up the street and all the people were screaming and yelling in the movies here
And that's the most revolting thing I ever heard.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Gee, wasn't that awful? Well, I'd better be going, huh? Gosh, I'd have been home long ago. I did go home. Only my mother, she made me come back.
Your mother sent you back here to the theater, young man?
Oh, yes, she did. After the fire engines left, I went all the way home. All the way. And then she makes me come back just because I lost something. And how am I going to find anything when the theater's all full of people and dark and all?
The lost and found is in the manager's office, Droopy. Everybody knows that.
And here's the door of the manager's office.
Oh, well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe my mother won't be sore if I tell her I looked and it wasn't there.
You don't want to tell fibs to your mother, do you?
Oh, no, ma'am.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Hush, Trudy. Well, young man, you just knock on that door and tell the manager what you lost.
Well, if he's busy or...
Now, you're just bashful. Shall I knock on the door for you?
No, ma'am, Well, if I gotta do it, I guess I gotta. Oh, gosh, all the time there's somebody picking on you.
That's right. You knock until somebody answers.
Now, what do you suppose Droopy lost in the theater tonight that his mother sent him back to find and bring home? And what will happen when the door of the manager's office opens to his knock and Droopy Dolan is confronted with his schoolmate, Jimmy Collins? You'll hear the outcome in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But first, here's a message for you. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
This is Chief Cody, boys and girls, and here is your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to bear this in mind next time you see fire equipment passing along the streets. Don't chase the engines and trucks. Don't get in the way. Just stand still and use your eyes. Watch the drivers. I repeat, watch how the driver on each piece of equipment keeps his eyes on the road ahead, on the crossings he approaches, and at the same time how he watches both traffic and people on the sidewalks. Watch these men drive. And remember, they are specially trained to avoid accidents. This is all, firefighters. So long for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go, firefighters!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Five bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go! Firefighters! Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll move to the manager's office in the movie theater where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, is up against the hardest duty he has ever had to face. As you remember, all the evidence in the case of the dangerous false alarms appears to point to Tim's brother Jimmy as the guilty person. The investigation by Chief Cody of the fire department is coming to its climax. But before we bring you the details, here's something you'll want to hear. Let's go, firefighters! Droopy Dolan, standing in the lobby outside the manager's office at the movie theater, has just admitted to Mrs. Collins and Trudy that his mother has demanded he come back to the theater with strict orders to find a mysterious something he lost during the excitement that was caused by tonight's false alarm. Droopy hangs back, but Mrs. Collins insists that he knock on the door of the manager's office and claim his property. Meanwhile, inside that office, Tim Collins confronts Chief Cody and his own brother, Jimmy.
You see, Chief, I know one family with a boy in it who had a pair of red and green knitted gloves just like this one. Before the false alarm the night of the blizzard, he had a complete pair.
And afterwards, the left-hand glove was missing?
Oh, gosh, Tim, if you only let me tell what really happened.
Don't interrupt him, boy. Go on, Collins.
I don't want to go on, but... Well, Chief Cody, tonight this same boy had the right-hand glove before the false alarm was pulled here in the theater.
Yes, we've been over all that. We have both gloves. There's the one we found tonight, right there on the manager's desk. But now we've got to find the guilty boy.
Well, Chief, I'm afraid the culprit is right here in this room.
In here with us?
Jimmy, haven't you anything to say?
Oh, Tim, I don't know what to say now. You'd only let me tell you before when we were alone, but...
What is all this? Collins, you're not accusing Jimmy.
You better let me handle this, Chief. Jimmy, tonight before we left home, you had a red and green knitted glove for the right hand. The only one left of the pair Aunt Ellen ordered from the mail-order house and gave you for Christmas. Is that true or isn't it?
Oh, gosh, Tim, you know it's true.
All right. After we got the crowd calmed down, Chief Cody found a glove out in the passageway near the box where the false alarm was pulled. A red and green knitted glove for the right hand.
True. Here it is on the manager's desk.
Now, Jimmy, if you're not guilty, you still have your own glove in your possession. If you don't have that glove, well, you might as well throw yourself on the mercy of the chief.
Here, look at this.
Another glove.
It's mine. It's my glove. It's been in my pocket all the time.
Oh, Jimmy! Oh, even if you never forgive me for suspecting you, I'm the happiest man in the fire department tonight. Yo!
Oh, here now. Easy, Collins. We still haven't caught the real criminal, you know. Hold it. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, I'll answer it, Chief.
I gotta see the manager. Are you the manager, Mr.?
Well, no, the manager isn't here. Anything I can do?
Yeah,
Chief Cody, that's the kid I told you about. That's Droopy Dolan.
Oh, what a nickname.
It just fits him the way he is. But, Chief, don't you remember?
Oh, that's the boy who spoke to you in the lobby of the theater tonight?
The one who said something was going to happen, and then it did. The false alarm was rung in.
Well, maybe this is just the break we need in this case. Now, Jimmy, don't let him see you.
Where can I
Quick.
hide?
The manager's washroom. Get in there, Jimmy, and don't make a sound.
Okay.
Well, what's the trouble here? Somebody want to see me?
Here's a young man wants the lost and found. Mr. Cody.
Well, bring him in.
Yeah, says he lost something in the theater tonight during the panic. Chief, that's the fellow I grabbed in the dark, the one that was yelling fire. I know his voice.
Don't let on. Just follow my lead. Well, come on over here, son, and let's hear the story.
Oh, gosh, I don't want to make no trouble. I wouldn't have come, only my mother, she made me, and... Well, I guess I better go now, huh?
Oh, now, what's your hurry? What was it you lost in the theater tonight, huh?
Well, what's the use? I only had one. I lost the other a long time ago. Only my mother, she don't know I lost it. She thinks I still got the pair.
I see. She thinks you still have a pair. Mm-hmm.
I never told her, see. So when I come home and she wants to take and wash them, well...
I get it. What did you say it was you lost?
What's the odds? I'll tell the old lady I asked Mr. Cody, is it? And they wasn't found yet. And... Hey, what do you know? There it is.
What? Oh, this glove here on the desk?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Gee, what a break.
You said it. What a break for the fire department.
Hold it, Collins. Not yet.
What's that guy talking about?
Your glove. You say this is your glove?
Listen, it's the one my mother ordered from the mail-order house. She picked it out in the catalog her own self, and that's why she burns up when it gets lost.
Then you can identify this glove as your property, can you?
Well, I guess I can, all right. Mm-hmm. Look. Here, when I shake the glove, you see that dust?
Hey, a cloud of fine black dust. Mr. Cody. Say, smells like... Well, this glove is impregnated with soft coal dust.
Yeah, you said it, soft coal. My mother's always beefing about that coal dust. Well, what's the odds? She's always beefing about something. I don't pay her no mind.
Fine way to talk about your mother. You ought to
hold
have
it, Collins. Now, as far as I'm concerned, boy, you've practically proved ownership to this glove.
Okay, then I'll be going.
Just a moment. Jimmy!
Yes, sir?
Collins, what are you doing here? What are you snooping into my business for, Jimmy Collins?
Never mind that. Jimmy, you know this fellow. Have you ever seen him wearing gloves like this?
Yes, sir, I have. He wore those gloves to school right after Christmas.
Yeah, so what? It ain't any crime wearing gloves in cold weather.
No, but it's a crime to ring in false alarms, and it's a crime to spread panic by yelling fire in a public place like this movie theater.
What? I never done it. I don't admit nothing.
You've admitted enough. I charge you with maliciously and knowingly ringing in false alarms.
No, I never. I won't do it again, honest. Just give me a chance.
You will be handed over to the police for prosecution. My heart goes out to your father and mother, boy. The law must take its course. Well, all's well that ends well. Oh, by the way, can I drop you people anywhere, as long as I have my car?
Thank you. No, Chief Cody. We're almost home. I'm going to march my family off to bed before anything else happens.
Oh, there's just one point I don't understand about this case.
Oh, what's that, Chief?
Well, how did your brother Jimmy lose his glove the night of the blizzard?
How about it, Jimmy?
Oh, do I have to tell?
Jimmy's ashamed. Jimmy's ashamed.
Oh, I am not. It's just, well, that night, remember I went to the movies with Trudy, and she met some other girls, and
Jimmy was throwing snowballs at us, and we chased him and washed his face with snow.
Oh, I tripped, and then's when I lost my glove.
And we made him yell, Uncle. And, oh, Mommy, there were only 6 of us girls.
Oh. Well, now, don't laugh at Jimmy too hard. No, Jimmy was a big help in clearing up this case. You bet. And, I think we'll need him in the fire department one of these days.
Just like my Tim, following in his father's footsteps.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. Tim.
Yes, sir.
As you know, your class of probationers, that is, you fellows who went through training school together...
Yes, sir.
...are up for permanent appointment to the fire department.
Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for my notice in the mail, sir.
Yes. Well, I have nothing to do with that. But I understand those notices were mailed today.
What?
Oh, Tim, then you'll know tomorrow. You'll know for sure that you've been appointed as a fireman.
Well, it's never sure until you have your notice in your hand. But if you get it, son, come in and see me at headquarters, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Chief Cody.
Good night, Chief. Gee. If I get my appointment. Golly. If I get it. Oh, good grief. Now I won't sleep a wink all night.
Now, what do you suppose Chief Cody meant by that if? All along, Tim has counted on getting his permanent appointment on the fire department. And he was sure he was in line for it when Chief Cody called all available men to special duty the night of the blizzard a few weeks back. But now Chief Cody says if. Well, there's only one sure way to find out what happens next. Be sure to listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But first, here's a message. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody again. And here's your special assignment. Attention, please. You are to make yourselves familiar with the operation of the alarm box nearest your home. Study the directions on the box until you know just what to do in case of emergency when you must call the fire department. Now, here's the rest of your assignment. Do not touch. Don't touch the fire alarm box, except when you need to call for help. And if you know anybody who thinks it's fun to ring in false alarms, warn him to stop before he gets into serious trouble. Tell him how dangerous it is to us firefighters and to the whole neighborhood when some foolish person rings in a false alarm. Well, that is all, and thank you, firefighters.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back tomorrow at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll! Let's go!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
Five bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go! Firefighters! Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll visit the home of Tim Collins, rookie fireman, who is wondering if he will ever become a full-fledged member of the fire department. True, he has passed his probationary training. He has even made a special run on the aerial ladder truck in an emergency when all men available were called for special duty. But now, he is waiting for an important letter. The letter that will, or maybe will not, tell him he has won permanent appointment to the fire department. We'll find out what happens in just a moment. But first, here's something you'd like to know. Let's go, firefighters! Let's go to the home of Tim Collins, son of famous Ben Collins, fire department hero who lost his life in the line of duty when Tim was only a boy. Tim is at home today, waiting for official notice of his permanent appointment to the city fire department, and dreading that his appointment may not be confirmed. Before breakfast, we find him asking his mother.
Hey, Mom, what time does the mail get here?
Now, Tim, every day the mail gets here at the same time. That's the same time I told you 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, about 11, you said. I guess I'm a little jumpy today.
You're as jumpy as a cat in a hot oven, Tim.
Gee, nothing could go wrong, could it, Mom?
Now, what could go wrong? Didn't you do as well as the next one in your training course?
Well, you never know.
As if they'd failed to appoint Ben Collins' boy. Why, your father was the most looked up to, the most generous, the bravest. Well, you know what Bob Cody said.
Chief Cody? Well, all he said to me was I'd have a chance to make good if I've got the stuff. And if I get my appointment, I'm to go down and see him at headquarters.
Well, then stop fretting and wait for the mail. Call up the stairs for Jimmy and Trudy if you want something to do.
Oh, sure, Mom. I'll get them down for you.
They'd better get down if they want some breakfast before school.
Hey, first platoon, chow call. Hit that pole, you two.
Hit that pole, Trudy. First platoon reporting for chow call, sir.
Me too, sir.
Oh, hey, Fireman 4th Class Jimmy Collins. Secure that bell cord.
Yes, sir.
Ouch! Quit pinching.
Bell cord secured, sir. Ouch!
Now, that's enough. You two firemen stop pinching each other and sit down to breakfast. Glory be, you'll never get to school at this rate.
Timmy, did your letter come yet? Are you a real rookie fireman now instead of just a probationary?
Probationary, Trudy. And you know very well the mail doesn't come till 11.
Mom, can we stay and see what the letter says? Huh, Mom?
You'll hear all about it the minute you get home from school this afternoon, children.
Gee, Mom, we ought to celebrate.
Tim doesn't get to be a fireman every day, I guess, Mom.
Now, if you two don't stop talking with your mouths full, we'll celebrate, all right? You wait and see.
Yeah, if there's anything to celebrate.
Oh, hush, Tim.
Gee, with a cake, Mom? A big cake, 4 layers like you make with pink frosting, Mom?
And pork chops, Mom. I hate pork chops, but Timmy loves them, don't you, Timmy?
Yes. A pink layer cake with pink frosting and all the pork chops Tim can eat. But we'll have the chops first, if you don't mind, and the cake for dessert. And now, will you two finish your breakfast and be off to school?
Hey, was that the mail, Mom? It's time, and I thought I heard the bell.
Yes, it was the mail, son. See, he left these letters.
Ooh! Let me have my notice, Mom. No, you open it and you read it first. Huh?
Tim, there's nothing here from the fire department.
Oh, but my notice of appointment. Well, may I look for myself?
Yes, you'd better, son.
Oh. Nothing but bills and advertisements. Mom, you don't suppose I didn't get my appointment?
Oh, no, Tim. Why, your letter's in the afternoon mail, that's all. You'll see. You'll get your notice this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Mom. Well, I guess I'll finish cleaning the rooms upstairs.
Why don't you go for a walk, Tim? Get some good fresh air.
No, I'd rather help you with the housework, Mom. Besides, the first platoon always does the committee work. You know, cleans up around the station. Hello? Yeah, this is Tim Collins. Oh, hiya, Pete. What's on your mind? You did? Well, you got your appointment through the mail. Oh, say, that's fine. Congratulations. I'm glad you got... Huh? Well, no. I said no. I guess my notice didn't get into the mail in time. Yeah, well, at least I didn't get any notice that says I've been rejected, so... Yeah, maybe in the afternoon mail. Ought to be here any minute. That's what I'm counting on. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Well, there's life, there's hope. All right, goodbye, Pete. I'll be seeing you. Nothing, Mom. Just a fellow from my training class got his notice this morning.
Tim, I'm right here behind you. No need to shout.
Oh, I didn't hear you come in, Mom.
Son, the mailman just went by the house. I called out to him, but there's nothing for us.
Well, I guess that's that. I guess I just didn't make it, that's all.
Oh, no, Tim, not you. Not Ben Collins' boy. I'm going to call Bob Cody. Let me have that phone.
Call Chief Cody. Oh, Mom, you mustn't. These appointments, he hasn't anything to do with them.
I don't care. He was your father's best friend. He'll tell us.
No, please, Mom. I'd rather ask him myself. I will tomorrow.
I got here first. Me first. Let me see your letter first, Timmy.
Where is it, Timmy? Did Chief Cody sign it himself, Timmy?
Children. Jimmy, Trudy. There's been a delay. Now, don't ask questions, please.
My appointment didn't come through, kids.
Oh, Tim, what does that mean? You're not even a rookie?
Gee, Mom. No cake tonight? No celebration?
Cake? Well, yes, the cake's in the oven this minute. Trudy, you'll help me make the frosting. And, Jimmy, you can march right down to the store and get the pork chops. We'll celebrate, all right, just to show that the Collinses can hold their heads up whatever happens. Glory be, that's the biggest pan of chops I've ever had on this old stove, even in your father's time.
Oh, look at the juice. It's batted right into the gas flame.
Oh, we must be careful, Trudy. The fat could flare up in a minute and set fire to this. Oh, glory be, what's that at this time of day?
Somebody at the door, Mom. Shall I tend the chops while you answer it?
No, your brothers are out there. They'll answer the door. Oh, that sizzling fat's a nuisance. Trudy, get my pink frosting for the cake out of the refrigerator.
Okay.
I'll begin to fix it now.
Mom, you better come into the living room.
I'm busy, dear. Who was that at the door just now?
Mom, it's Chief Cody, the chief of the whole fire department himself.
Bob Cody.
Oh, Mom, can I go talk to him?
Talk to him? That's what I want to do this very minute. Jimmy, you stay here and help your sister.
Oh, Mom.
Not a word now, young man. Trudy, put my big apron on and stop frosting that cake.
Oh, boy, pink frosting.
And behave yourselves, both of you, until I get back.
You let that frosting alone, Jimmy Collins.
Mom said I should help, didn't she? I'm helping, aren't I? You watch the old pork chops while I frost the cake.
Jimmy Collins, you give me that mixing bowl.
Hey, let go. Ouch. You watch what you're doing, Trudy Collins.
No, sir, not a word all day. Oh, Mom, here's
Yes,
Chief...
I see him. And I'm glad to see you, Bob Cody, because I have a question to ask. And I hope you'll give me a straight answer.
Well, now, Mrs. Collins, when I know the answer...
Did or did not my boy pass his training course for the fire department? And if he did, why haven't we had so much as a postcard from the department to tell... What?
What's that?
Oh, the kids. Something's wrong in the kitchen.
Help! Fire! The stove's on fire!
Come on, this way, Chief.
Jimmy, help! Judy, take my hand. Judy, we've got to get out of here.
From the stove. Glory be, it blazed up. The whole kitchen's aflame.
Oh, get back, Mom. Give us some room.
Follow me, Collins.
Yes, sir. Jimmy, Trudy, it's all right now. We'll get you out.
Yes, it's all right now, with Tim Collins and Chief Cody coming to the rescue. But there's a dangerous fire blazing in the Collins kitchen where Trudy and Jimmy, struggling over the bowl of frosting for their mother's cake, have upset the fat from the frying pan on the stove. The fat has flared up with explosive fury, and Tim Collins has a hungry blaze to fight right in his own home. Hear how these trained firemen attack the fire in the Collins kitchen in our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's a message you'll find pretty interesting. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello there, boys and girls. This is your friend, Chief Cody. And here's your special assignment. I want you to do a little teaching for me, the kind we firefighters do all the time. You're to pass the word around to your friends. Tell them to show a proper respect for fire. That's right, respect for fire. Tell them how dangerous it is to take chances with fire, whether it's in a stove or a fireplace or an incinerator where folks burn papers, or still locked up in a match where some little fellow might let it out and set fire to his clothing or even burn down the house. So fight fire by teaching your friends to respect fire. And we firefighters will be grateful to you. Well, that is all, and goodbye for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back tomorrow at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, firefighters!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones and is a copyrighted feature of William F. Holland Productions.
The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspapers. Now through your loudspeakers every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Successful in defeating the armies of Morgat in a savage battle at the Hilltop Fortress, Flash Gordon has again been hailed Emperor of Atlantis. Dale and Dr. Zarkov have been saved, but a new and desperate peril menaces Flash, Grego, and Lieutenant Redna. The substrata forces with their devastating destructo cannon have returned to Atlantis, and Raoul Dufarge, arch enemy of Dr. Zarkov and Flash, has deceived them into believing that Grego and Flash are prisoners and that the Hilltop Fortress is filled with enemies. The substrata forces have opened fire with the destructo cannon. Does this mean that Flash and Grego must perish before the guns of their own soldiers? Is Dufarge to fulfill his vow to kill Flash, Dale, and Dr. Zarkov? Well, in a moment, we shall see. For any head cold or nose cold, you want to get Mother to let you try Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops. Then you'll get the relief you want, and you won't have to go through any suffering to get it. For Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops do not bite or sting, neither do they run out of your nose and down your face or throat. These nose drops stay put, and because they do, they exert a much more prolonged and soothing effect than ordinary oil drops. So aside from the matter of pleasantness, it's wise to use Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops. If Mother is interested in better ways of doing things, she'll be interested in Grove's Emulsified Nose Drops. They are on sale at all drugstores. Now back to Flash Gordon. As Grego's startling announcement brings every man in the room to his feet, there sounds again the distant thunder of the destructo cannon.
We've got to get the soldiers out of here. They'll blast the fortress to bits in another few moments. Lieutenant Redner, down to the barracks quickly. Marshal the troops of horse. General Carlock, your death's head hussars. Form lines. Instruct Captain Ludwig to have his black lancers ready for instant march. As soon as this has been done, notify me. We'll desert the fort before it's blasted sky high. Now get moving. There go the cannon again. They haven't got the range yet, Grego, but they'll have it in a minute. And they'll reduce this fortress to a sand pile.
It isn't that. There's no such thing as them missing range with the Destructo cannon.
What's that you say? Well, yes, that's right. Rangefinders on the Destructo are equipped with television lenses. They adjust the light beam to any object they desire to destroy and then press the lever.
Yes. They could have smashed the fortress with their first shot. There's something the matter. They're not trying to hit us.
I think I may know the answer. There might be an officer or two who's none too certain Dufarge is telling the truth. They may be trying to find out who is in the fortress. Drive us out by pretending to bombard us.
Yes, I think that's it. If it is, we can stop this nonsense in a moment. I'll communicate with the barracks by means of the television phone. One moment. Commander Grego speaking. Put me in communication with the quarters of Adjutant Drobner of the Substrata forces. Yes, at once.
This'll put a spoke in Dufarge's wheel?
Yes. Hello, Drobner. Commander Grego. Who's in command at the guns? Sergeant Nikor. Tell him to cease firing at once. Great Poseidon, man, that's where we are. In the fortress. Check your television controls, you'll see. That's right. Now listen. This man, Dufarge, the Earthman. Yes, I know it was all his fault. Place him under arrest. I want him heavily guarded. The Emperor and myself will be at the Royal Palace in 1 hour. Have him there then. And if he resists arrest, you know what to do. That's all. But convey my orders to Sergeant Nikor at once.
Well, that ought to do it. Let's get back to the city. I'm anxious to see Dale and Dr. Zarkov.
Well, Dale.
Oh, it's good to see you, Flash. So good to see you again.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, but was I frightened? When the battle was in progress up at the fort, I could see most of it from the roof of the Otis house. Flash, I was terrified. Stand back and let me look at you. Gee.
It sounds like a lot of other people are glad the trouble's over, too. Listen to them celebrating out there in the street.
Yes, they're having a real holiday. Music and dancing and feasting.
Which reminds me I could do with a little food myself. But it'll have to wait a while.
This business of being an emperor is no fun after all, is it?
Not always. I'm going to enjoy myself, though, in a moment.
Enjoy yourself? How do you mean?
They're bringing Dufarge here.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do with him?
I don't quite know.
Here's the problem, isn't it? The man's a murderer at heart. He's proved that over and over again. He'd kill any or all of us without so much as a buy or leave, and yet you...
And yet, we're civilized human beings, Dale. We can't execute him. It is a problem. That's probably the soldiers bringing Dufarge now. Do you want to leave?
No, I'll remain if you don't mind.
Not at all. Come in.
The soldiers with the prisoner, Your Majesty.
Tell the soldiers to bring him in.
At once, sire. Bring the prisoners to the royal presence.
Well, Captain, withdraw to the far wall, but remain in the room. And if this gentleman gets difficult, you have my permission to...
I understand, sir.
Well, Dufarge, we meet again.
Monsieur et mademoiselle, I salute you.
Never mind the nonsense, Dufarge. You tried to kill us.
Oui. I promised to obtain the throne for myself if I can. I try to keep the promise to myself. Voila. Who can say I am not true to myself, eh?
Dufarge, you're laughing at all this because you think I don't dare kill you.
That you do not dare? Très my friend. It is not that you do not dare. It is that you are too soft in the art, n'est-ce pas? Me? I have the art like the stone.
And so you could kill us without thinking twice. Dufarge, there's a limit to all things. This is one time you've tempted me too far.
I tempt you too far? What do you mean? I do not understand.
There's one thing you will understand, and that is death. Dufarge, I'm emperor here. My word is law. You think I'm too soft-hearted to deal with you as you deserve? All right, we'll see.
You do not mean...
Yes, I'm going to have you executed, Captain.
But you cannot do this. It is against all humanity.
Sire?
Take the prisoner back to the dungeons. An order as to his disposition will be sent to the jailer at once.
Your Majesty, come on.
You can't do this, please.
Come on.
So, you've done it. You've ordered him killed.
Not yet, Dale. I don't think I shall. But it won't do him any harm to think about it for a few days. Wonder just when the soldiers will come for him and lead him out to be killed. Oh, hang it all. If there were only some way of getting him back to the outer world.
But there isn't. And as long as he's here, he's a menace.
Yes. So what to do? I'm hanged if I see any solution. Well, I suppose there'll be other things to worry about. Yes, very well.
His Excellency Count Alexev is here for a conference.
Count Alexev?
The Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Tell him to come in.
At once. Your Excellency may enter.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
Your Imperial Majesty. May I add my congratulations to the others you have received upon your return to the throne?
Thank you. Your Excellency, this is Dale Arden.
Ah, Miss Arden. I have seen you many times from a distance. Yes, and admired you.
I thank you.
Not at all, my dear. But at the moment, there are distressing matters of state. I must discuss them with His Majesty.
Oh, well, then I'll...
No, stay here, Dale. Your Excellency, Miss Arden enjoys my full confidence. What you have to say, she may hear.
But, Your Majesty, a woman attending a conference of international importance...
It's my wish, Excellency.
As Your Majesty desires. I have here certain figures...
Yes?
...showing the truth of what I am about to say. Your Majesty, the progress of Atlantis has been a scientific one. Everything is based upon a constant increase in our scientific development.
Yes, that's quite true, I know. So...
Our development is threatened with an immediate curtailment. One which may mean the eventual end of scientific progress in Atlantis.
How's that?
As you know, Atlantis has developed electricity to its highest state of perfection. To do that has meant centuries upon centuries of experiment, of constant, never-ending work, and it has put a tremendous drain upon the natural resources of Atlantis.
Yes, I can easily understand that.
Our copper, for instance. The copper mines of Atlantis are nearly exhausted. In another few years, all available supplies will have been used. When that day comes, it means the end of our progress and the eventual decline and collapse of our civilization. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless a new source of copper is obtained.
Is such a source available? Can more copper fields be had?
From two sources. And that is what you must decide, Your Majesty. Manela, Emperor of the Fire Kingdom, controls vast copper mines which extend under nearly every acre of his kingdom. If we could obtain the output of those mines, the development of Atlantis would be assured.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Manela would never sell. And I don't care to engage in another war, especially in a war of conquest for gain.
Yes, I thought you would feel that way. And I'll be frank to say that the sentiment of the people is behind you. There is one other source of copper.
And that is?
Her Majesty, the Empress Luana, ruler of the land of Titans.
Luana? The land of Titans?
I know about them, Flash. Neota was telling me. The land of Titans is a savage empire. To the north and west of Atlantis, isn't it?
Precisely.
And the Titans are giants compared to ordinary men. Most of them stand 7 or more feet tall.
Quite right. The men of Titan are enormous brutes, powerful as a dozen ordinary men, tall, muscular, savage. But the Empress Luana is not above average height. And I am told that she is a gorgeously beautiful woman, and her empire produces nearly as much copper as the Fire Kingdom.
What are our relations with the land of the Titans? Is Atlantis on friendly terms with Luana?
Well, fairly so. We've never had a war with them, a couple of border skirmishes, but nothing serious. But Luana has one grievance against Atlantis that rankles in her heart.
What's that?
Since before anyone can remember, her empire has had to pay annual tribute to Atlantis. Not much, only a few $1,000s as money is measured on Earth, but she always pays under protest. And she's a proud woman. She doesn't like to pay tribute to anyone.
Then, suppose this annual tribute should be abolished. You think she'd be willing to sell the copper rights?
If the offer came from Your Majesty in person, I'm confident that she would come to a reasonable agreement. But Your Majesty would have to go to her in person, as an ambassador from your own court, unattended, save by 1 or 2 courtiers. And that might be dangerous.
Dangerous? How?
The men of Titan are jealous of Luana. They regard every man who crosses their borders as a possible suitor for her hand. And they have vowed to slay every foreigner who sets foot on Titan soil. They have sworn Luana shall not marry unless and until she marries a man of her own kingdom.
Then why doesn't she do it?
I said she was a proud woman. She will not be dictated to even by her own subjects. But Atlantis must have that copper. If Your Majesty could see your way clear...
Flash, I'll never consent to that. I'll not allow you to risk your life again. So soon after you've just escaped death.
Wait, Dale. I'm Emperor of Atlantis. The entire future of the Empire may be in my hands. Yes, I'll go, Count Alexev.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in conference.
I was just leaving, Commander Gregor.
I'm glad you came in. His Excellency, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, has just suggested that I visit the Empress Luana of the land of the Titans.
Merciful Poseidon.
And arrange a treaty whereby we can purchase the copper from their mines.
And you refused, of course?
No, I didn't. I said I'd go. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I want you to go with me.
You want me to go with you? Well, I've never refused you, have I? You'll need someone to be with you
When you die.
Upon what strange and desperate adventures are Flash Gordon and Grego to embark now? Can they do what no man has ever done and lived? Set foot upon the forbidden soil of Titans? Mother knows what a battle it is to get you to take nose drops. When she sees how willingly you stand for Grove's emulsified nose drops, she will feel a service has been done her. Mothers write and tell us every day how grateful they are for Grove's emulsified nose drops. They find them not only more acceptable, but more effective. Grove's nose drops are something new, a decided improvement on the old nose drops. They are made by the makers of Grove's bromoquinine. Mother knows that guarantees their quality. Maybe if you suggest it after this program, Mother will get a bottle in the house tonight to have them ready the next time a head cold shows. Suppose you talk to her. Come with us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon.
And that's Flash Gordon from 1935. The first episode ran on December the 18th, and then Son of a Gun, the next episode ran the next night. And that was requested by Mike Smith of Delta.
As was this one. More Flash Gordon, Lights Out, Rock 101.
The Amazing Adventures of Flash Gordon. Grove's emulsified nose drops bring to your radios the further interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. It is the same daring and resourceful Flash Gordon whose exploits have held you spellbound in the newspaper. Now through your loudspeaker every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time, travel with Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov to the lost continent of Atlantis on the ocean's floor. Yielding to the plea of Count Alexov, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, that Atlantis must have additional supplies of copper for its electrical machines, Flash Gordon, Emperor of Atlantis, agrees to visit the Empress Luana, ruler of the land of Titans, a savage race whose empire contains many copper mines. Although warned that this visit may mean death at the hands of the murderously jealous Titans, Flash refuses to be shaken from his determination and persuades Grego to accompany him. Will they be successful in obtaining from the Empress Luana the treaty which means progress or collapse for the civilization of Atlantis? Can they pass safely through the many strange and terrible dangers the journey must mean? Well, in a moment, we shall see. Will you boys and girls get a pleasant surprise when you try Grove's emulsified nose drops? They're entirely different from the nose drops you have been taking. These nose drops don't make your nose burn and smart. They don't run out of your nose either and make you all messy. No siree. Grove's emulsified nose drops are nice and mild, and they stay put in your nose. They look and feel like so much fresh cream rather than nose drops. Why, you never think of them as medicine at all. Yet they do a grand job in treating any head cold or nose cold. Suppose you ask Mother to let you try Grove's emulsified nose drops. You can get them at your drugstore. Now back to Flash Gordon. Although warning Flash that the visit to the land of Titans may mean death, Grego nevertheless goes bravely about the preparations for their departure.
Well, Grego, everything's in readiness, Flash. The court jewelers have packed the jewel casket with priceless gifts to the Empress Luana. The finest horses in the stables have been hitched to our chariots.
Chariots? We're going to ride in chariots?
Yes, for very good reasons. We could reach Luana's empire in a few hours in a rocket plane, but the civilization of the Titans is far behind that of Atlantis, and they're insanely jealous of it. To visit there in a rocket plane would mean to invite instant destruction.
I see. But by going in chariots, we make a friendly gesture to them. It may stand us in good stead. Yes, that's a good idea.
Flash, this is going to be dangerous. Desperately dangerous.
We've gone all over that before. My mind's made up, Grego. It may provide the means of saving the civilization of Atlantis.
Yes, if we are successful. If we are not, well...
Is it really so dangerous? Isn't a great deal of all this fear inspired by the fact that the men of Titan are so enormous?
No. Mere size wouldn't frighten the Atlanteans. But several times, peasants of Atlantis or a wandering soldier have strayed across the border. When they were found later, they weren't pleasant to look at. If we can get to the Empress, we'll be fairly safe. She's a proud woman, but just.
Couldn't we send word to her that we're coming? Inform her in advance that we want to sign a treaty, peaceably. Remove the necessity for her paying the annual tribute to Atlantis, which annoys us so.
If we could get the message to Luana, we'd be safe, yes. She'd do anything to avoid paying that tribute. But we can't reach her by television. They have no equipment. And a messenger wouldn't get 2 miles inside their borders without being killed.
It does look a little difficult. Have you any ideas?
No, none whatever.
Well, I have one. See what you think of this. They say the men of Titan are so dangerous because they're jealous of Luana.
Yes, that's right.
If we were accompanied by a girl, showing that we were not interested in their empress, would that help?
You're suggesting that Dale accompany us?
It's just a thought.
It might be just the solution we've been searching for. She wouldn't be in any danger. The Titans are proud of their chivalry to women. They might send her back across the border, but that's all. And it might help us.
Dale asked me for permission to accompany us. I wanted to consult with you before I granted it.
Yes, I think it's a good plan.
Fine. Then I'll tell her to get ready. We'll leave in an hour.
Is it much farther, Gregor? I'm getting awfully tired of this chariot.
No. The border's not far ahead.
I can understand how you feel, Dale. These chariots aren't as comfortable as limousines by a long shot.
Well, I'll say they're not. Say, isn't that a couple of soldiers ahead there in the road?
Yes, the last outpost of the Atlantean Army. The border guards. Nothing to worry about from them.
We'll stop and have a few words with them. Pull up here, Grego. You too, Dale.
All right.
Halt! You can go no further. It's all right, soldier. I'm Commander Grego. This is your Emperor. Your Majesty.
Tell me, does the Empress Luana maintain a border guard?
Yes. Their outpost is around that bend in the road yonder. There are 6 of them. They're certain to attack you.
Doesn't matter. Stand aside.
Yes, sire. As you wish. And Poseidon ride with you.
Come, Grego. Dale, we're going on.
It isn't far to that bend in the road.
No, just a few hundred yards.
Then we'll see what sort of reception we'll get from the soldiers of Luana.
There. We're rounding the bend in the road now. And there are the soldiers. Oh, good heavens, what monsters. They look as tall as trees.
Border guards are reported to be among the tallest and most powerful in the kingdom.
They're getting out into the road. Let me handle this. Everybody keep quiet now.
Halt where you are! No further! Who are you who dare to trespass on the land of the Titans? I'll give you Atlanteans a lesson. Oh, soldiers! Quickly!
One moment, soldier.
Hold your tongue. I'll teach
I'm
you.
the Emperor of Atlantis, and I command you to silence.
The Emperor of Atlantis? Ha! Why, you puny little upstart.
Emperor of Atlantis, I say. This man is Commander Grego of our substrata forces, and this girl is my friend Dale Arden.
I don't care who you are. Get down from those chariots and I'll...
Listen to me. If you harm any of us, your empire will be destroyed within 24 hours. I've left orders with my soldiers, but if we're interfered with in any way, our destructo cannon ought to be turned loose on the land of Titan.
The destructo cannon? By Luana, that would mean...
The instant destruction of every living thing in your empire. Now, if you dare to risk that, we'll get down. You can give us that lesson you promised.
Why do you cross the border? You know our soldiers have sworn to kill every man who sets foot on our land?
Yes, because you're jealous of your Empress Luana. If I had come here to ask her to marry me, to take her away from her subjects, would I have come accompanied by a beautiful girl?
Well...
I'll tell you why we're here. You know Luana hates to pay the annual tribute to Atlantis.
Yes, she does. And that's one reason your subjects fare so badly when they cross over the border.
I've come to your country to make her an offer of a treaty, so that she'll no longer have to pay tribute to Atlantis. I imagine Luana would be angry if she learned you'd interfered in that.
You're right. She'd be furious. But look here. How do I know you're not lying to me?
There's one way to find out. Take us to Luana at once, and let us present the gifts we brought, and place the plans for the treaty before her.
Very well. This is the first time in years that an Atlantean has come this far across the border and lived. If you're lying, if your errand does not please Luana, you'll die soon enough anyway. Soldiers, mount your horses. Release them to Luana. Peace to the night. This is the postern gate. Remain in your chariots until I speak to the palace guard.
Very well.
Ready, please.
Well, what did he say? May we proceed at once to our interview with Luana?
You may not.
But I insist that we...
Insist all you will. Luana has gone to the south of the kingdom to inspect some new mining developments.
Oh. When will she return?
Not for several days.
That's too bad. I suppose there's some place where we can put up, wait for her until she returns.
Oh, a place to stay. There is indeed. The prison. You'll wait there. Oh, soldiers! Kill them. Take them to the prison. If they resist, kill them. Remember, they're Atlanteans. Soldiers. Come on, inside there. Hurry.
You're going to be sorry for this, soldier, as soon as we've seen Luana.
Perhaps. I'll take the chance. Now hold your tongue and get in there. Now you can wait for Luana to return.
Wow. This is a reception.
Frankly, it's a better one than I'd hoped for. I thought we were done for when those soldiers stopped us at the border.
My heaven, weren't they monstrous, though? And so savage looking.
Well, it looks like we settled down to a nice quiet wait for the extremely hospitable Empress of the Titans.
I hope it's not a long wait. No telling when these guards may change their mind and decide to kill us.
If they do, there'll be trouble. I brought 2 DeSalvo pistols. I've them hidden beneath my armor.
Oh, good. That makes me feel a little safer.
Don't display them unless it's necessary to use them to save our lives. If the Titans suspected you were armed, our lives wouldn't be worth a thought.
No, I'll be careful. Just the same, if any of these Goliaths start trouble, I'm ready for them.
Be careful. The guard's returning.
Good. Luana may have returned to the city.
Well, has the Empress returned? Are you going to take us to her?
Luana? No, she has not returned. But her brother, Prince Nerod, has learned you're here.
And he wants to see us? Good.
See you? Not all of you. Just the girl.
Oh.
Come on. You'll accompany me.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Come with me, I say, or it'll be the worse for all of you.
Dale, you'd better go. Put your hands behind you. I'll give you a DeSalvo and you can hide it in your cloak. It'll protect you if you run into trouble.
All right, Flash.
Here, no whispering. Come along.
All right, I'm ready.
Poseidon, go with you.
Come in. Well, come in, my dear. Come in.
You're Prince Nerod?
Yes, of course, my dear child. So you are the young girl who came to our empire from Atlantis.
Why, yes. You see, the Emperor, I came with him. He wants to sign a treaty with your sister so that she'll no longer have to pay tribute to Atlantis.
A treaty, eh? End the tribute. And what does he want in return, eh? The rights to our copper mines, doesn't he? Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Well, don't you think Luana will sign? It means so much to Atlantis.
Sign away the rights to the copper? Give to Atlantis the means of advancing a civilization that already has been the cause of most of our trouble? Luana will not sign unless I tell her to.
But you will use your influence with her. You will, won't you?
I might. On certain conditions.
I don't understand what you mean.
You are a beautiful young girl. Wouldn't you like to be a princess? Wife of Prince Nerod of the land of Titan.
Oh.
Of course you would.
Oh, but I couldn't do that. Oh, no, I couldn't.
Oh, of course you can. Because, you see, if you refuse, I might take a notion to order your friends executed, you see.
No, you can't. You can't, I say. Don't come near me. Don't come near me, do you hear?
Oh, but you can't refuse a kiss to the man who's going to be your husband.
No, stop. Stop, I tell you. Don't come one step closer or I'll kill you.
Here, put down that gun. Drop that DeSalvo pistol. Do as I command. I'll have you killed for this.
Get back. Get back. Don't come near me.
Why, you?
I killed him. I killed him.
What will be the fate of Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Grego when the Titans discover that Dale has killed Prince Nerod? Can they hope for any mercy from the savage giants who have sworn to kill every Atlantean who sets foot on their land? You boys and girls are practical, aren't you? You know that you'll undoubtedly have to take nose drops several times this winter. So why shouldn't they be pleasant nose drops as long as you can get them? Grove's emulsified nose drops do not irritate you. They're nice to take. It's almost like Mother putting a little fresh cream up your nose, and you certainly wouldn't object to that, would you? Moreover, and this is what will interest Mother, Grove's emulsified nose drops quickly check head and nose colds. Results are much faster than with the old-type nose drops. But let a trial prove that to you. Ask Mother to get a bottle in the house today. us every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this same time for further interplanetary adventures with Flash Gordon.
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Well, I still don't understand it, Captain.
I don't imagine the War Department worries itself about what you and I think, Gorse.
What I mean is, it only makes plain sense that a troop of men ought to be called a troop, not a company.
What's wrong with company, Sergeant?
I don't know, Captain, but it kind of makes us out to be an infantry outfit, don't it?
That bothers you?
I joined the cavalry, not a bunch of road builders and day laborers.
I'm not sure Captain Lawson and his men would like to hear themselves called that.
Well, it didn't exactly mean any disrespect to him, sir. I know any frontier post ought to have some infantry stationed on it. But I just think somebody ought to get around to changing the designation company.
A good enough name during the Civil War.
I guess so.
Well, cheer up, Gorse. May take them 10 years, but sooner or later they'll change it. And I'll be commanding a troop instead of a company.
Yes, sir. I'll be a whole heap older by 85, and I'll sure feel better about it.
All right, Sergeant. Have Corporal Mercer make out some copies of this, then post one at the saddler shop, another at the AQM stores.
Yes, sir. Captain?
What is it?
Looks like Lieutenant Seibert's and the men coming through the main gate now, sir.
Yeah, they're about 7 hours late. Come on. We'll go meet them.
Platoon! Halt! Prepare to dismount! Dismount!
That's pretty ragged.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Glasser, take over. Dismiss the platoon.
Sergeant Gorse, have Lieutenant Seibert's report to the orderly room as soon as he's free.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Captain...
What is it, Gorse? Say it out.
Lieutenant Seibert's is awful young, and he come here straight from the point.
I know that, Sergeant. You want me to be patient with him, that it?
Something like that, sir.
This is Indian country, Gorse. There's not time for a man to be young. I've been patient with him for 3 months now.
Yes, sir. But there's something else this time.
What's that?
His column out there's one man short.
I can see the empty saddle, too, Sergeant. Just have the lieutenant report to me.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Seibert's reporting the captain as ordered.
Stand at ease, Mr. Seiberts. You've just completed a fairly routine mission, Mr. Seiberts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If I recall, your orders were simply to take a platoon from B Company, proceed along the wagon road to Fort Collins, accept delivery of 60 remounts from Garrison Quartermaster, and return to Fort Laramie.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You were to hold strictly to the route assigned, avoid all contact with Indian irregulars or any action which might provoke hostilities or reprisals. Were those your orders or not?
Yes, sir. They were.
Were they clear? Did you understand them?
Yes, sir, but...
Just ride to Fort Collins and bring back 60 horses. Those were your orders. Now, why didn't you carry them out?
I did, sir, until circumstances changed things.
Circumstances never change an order. The most it can do is alter the way you carry it out. All right, let's take a look at the way you carried out your orders.
Sir,
Up until last night when you bivouacked, everything had been normal. Then, during the night, a band of Indians jumped you and got away with 35 head of horses. Why? Because you'd already violated one order, a standing order applying to all night camps in Indian country, to use 4 sentries on the picket line and 4 more out in the points. You'd only posted 3 altogether.
We were only 4 hours from the fort, sir. I thought...
Then you violated 3 more orders. You sent a detail into the fort with the horses you had left, and you led the rest of the column in pursuit of the Indians.
But, sir,
In doing so, you left your assigned route, you made deliberate contact with the Indians, and you committed an act you knew would provoke hostilities. In fact, you did everything but tear up your orders and feed them to your mount.
But they'd stolen the horses, sir, and those horses had been placed in my charge. I couldn't let them get away with it.
Why couldn't you? You're an officer of the United States Cavalry, Mr. Seibert. You're not permitted the privilege of getting mad and hitting back. We've got a job to do out here, a tough one. To keep order over an area of 10,000 square miles, and to do it without men or the guns we need.
I know that, sir.
We're sitting on a powder keg, Lieutenant. Every minute of the day and night, and don't you ever forget it. Just because some Indian strikes a match, that gives you no excuse to light one in return. That clear?
Yes, sir.
You brought back an empty saddle. How did it happen?
We were ambushed, sir. Private Linley was killed in the first volley. Corporal Dean and Private Wagner were wounded. We killed 2 at the hospitals before withdrawing.
Did you bring in Linley's body?
I'm sorry, sir. We were unable to recover it.
All right, that's all, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Captain Quince, shall I expect a board of inquiry?
That's up to the Major.
Sir, won't he go by your recommendation?
I can't be expected to cover up for every green lieutenant who comes off the point. I'll give him the facts.
Without recommendation?
That'll be all, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir.
Now, just a minute, Captain. You can't expect to cover up for every green lieutenant who comes off the point.
And I wouldn't attempt it, Major, but I still accept full responsibility for Mr. Seibert's actions.
Actions? The way I hear it, unofficially, of course, he simply lost his head, violated his orders.
Maybe I didn't make the orders clear to him, sir.
Clear to him? How could he possibly misunderstand a simple mission like that?
He's young, Major. We do things different out here on the frontier. It takes a while to ease into it.
We haven't got a while.
He'll realize that, sir.
Left his route, attacked a band of Indians, and Lord knows what else.
Major Daggett, you asking me for a detailed report?
Yes, of course I'm asking for... Oh, no. No, by heaven, you've already accepted responsibility. I don't want to know the details, at least not officially.
Whatever you want, sir.
You mean whatever you want? Confounded Lee, you mother that troop of yours like an old hen with a flock of chicks.
Yes, sir.
You'll take them out in the woodshed and whale the daylights out of them yourself, but you'll be hanged if you'll ever let the neighbors find it.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've accepted responsibility, so I'll let it go at that.
Good.
Provided you also accept the responsibility for pulling us out of the fire. A band of renegades, whoever they were, have attacked a cavalry column, stolen 35 horses, and killed a trooper. If they get away with it, more Indians will jump reservation and join up with them.
I think we can prevent that, Major. With your permission, I'd like to have a try at it.
What'll you need?
40 picked men from B Company, a second in command, and half a dozen of the best Indian scouts at the fort. Quanto for one, Dancing Fox, and maybe Will Granby and Pete Hazen.
All right. Who'll you take as your second? Peterson?
No, sir. Lieutenant Seiberts.
You're handicapping yourself.
I'd like to move out by 1 o'clock. That way a forced march will put us at the site of the ambush before dark.
All right, Captain Quince. Make your arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and Captain.
Yes, sir?
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Gores? Yes, sir?
Just what do you find so funny?
What? Nothing, Captain. Nothing at all.
Prepare to dismount! Prepare to dismount! Dismount!
Lieutenant Seibert's reporting, sir. We're ready to move out on order.
Good. Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir?
What do the scouts say?
Quanto talked with the scouts that were with the lieutenant at the ambush, sir. He's pretty sure they're a bunch of Cheyenne. Bison clan, with Squaw Dog leading it.
Squaw Dog. How many braves?
Around 30, sir. And Quanto thinks they won't be very far away.
I agree with him. This time of year, they're not likely to go north of the Laramie Mountains or west of the Sweetwater Ridge. 10 to 1, they'll hole up somewhere in the Butte country this side of the Laramie foothills.
Well, that's what Quanto thinks, too, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Tell Quanto and the other scouts to move out. They can cut the sign at the side of the ambush before the column arrives. We'll be there at 5.
Yes, sir.
Quanto, you and Will Granby move out.
All right, Mr. Seiberts. Post.
Column! Column! Check! Prepare to mount! Prepare to mount! Mount! The guide is left, soldier.
Scouts have moved out, sir.
Right, Sergeant. You, get coffee this morning, Gorse?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad. I have a feeling that it might be a spell before you get any more. Mr. Seibert?
Yes, sir.
You will move out with a point. Once we clear the fort, you will deploy the men as skirmishers.
Yes, sir.
By the column of 2's left. On the guidon. Forward!
Forward! Forward!
Ho!
Captain?
What is it, Gorse?
I sure do like getting out in the open air now and then.
I just hope you feel that way 2 days from now.
I think I will, sir. I think I will. Lieutenant Seibert's reporting, sir.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I've checked over the mounts, sir. They're standing it well, all in good shape. Private Harrison's mount has a stone bruise, not serious.
Fine. You got a match, Seibert's?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Sit down. Rest your feet.
Thank you, sir. Captain, may I ask what the plans are?
We'll let the men rest here till midnight, then push on north following the river. Unless Quanto or one of the other scouts makes contact before then.
And after that, sir, when we find Squaw Dog and his men?
No plans. At least no detailed plans. As a matter of information, Lieutenant, or instruction, as you might say, I'm operating under one general order. To get the horses back, punish the Indians responsible for stealing them and for killing Private Linley, and do it without starting a blood feud.
You pardon my saying it, sir. It sounds like a difficult mission.
Most of the jobs the cavalry does out here are difficult, Lieutenant. In time you'll realize that.
I'm beginning to, sir.
Hope so.
Who goes there?
Advance and be recognized. 1, 2, go.
Captain Quince, it's Quanto, sir. Over here. Any luck, Quanto?
Much luck. Fine squaw dog.
Where?
Upriver at Ponowico Fork, 1 mile west. Camp in Buttes.
Ponowico Fork. And a forced march, we can make it before dawn. Corporal Mercer, get my horse.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts, I'm going to ride out with Quanto and get a look at him. You'll take command of the column.
Yes, sir.
Have the men tie down their bridle chains, muffle all equipment. Stay by the river, but keep moving. Wait at the fork if I haven't rejoined you. Sergeant Gorse knows where it is. That clear now?
Yes, sir.
All right, Quanto, lead out. Carry on, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Bugler, down boots and saddles.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, sir.
We'll move out in 10 minutes.
Go on.
Well, that's them, all right, Lieutenant. If it was anybody else, the point flanker would have stopped him.
Wonder what he plans to do.
I just wouldn't know, sir. I never try to outguess the captain.
Good officer, Sergeant Gorse.
You couldn't find any better, sir. When we got a little time, I want to tell you something else about him.
Made good time, Mr. Syberts.
Thank you, sir.
Be full dawn in about half an hour. Things are working out fine. There are about 30 of them camped in a narrow ravine between those 2 buttes there to the west.
Luck sure is with us, Captain.
The ravine's about 150 yards long. Only way out's at either end. Sides are too steep to climb. So here's what we'll do. Sergeant Gorse will send 4 men to each of those 2 buttes. They'll climb on foot, take positions on the rim of the ravine looking down on Squaw Dog's camp. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, you'll take 12 men and circle south to come up on the far side of the buttes. You'll approach on foot, establish a skirmish line to command the mouth of the ravine. It's all broken ground. There's plenty of cover. You'll have 20 minutes to get in position. That clear?
Yes, sir.
I'll move in, cover this end of the ravine. You'll fire at will on your own discretion as soon as you hear my guns open up. And with this point in mind, don't kill a single Indian unless you have to keep from being overrun.
But, sir...
That's an order, Lieutenant. This whole operation has just one purpose. I want Squaw Dog to realize one thing fast, that he's trapped, and that we can kill him and every one of his braves if we so choose. After that, we'll just see what happens. That clear to both of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, move out.
It's 20 minutes now, Captain.
Then we'll assume Syberts is in place. All right, Sergeant. Let's wake him up.
Yes, sir.
Prepare to fire. Ready? Fire!
Hit him again, Sergeant.
Ready? Fire! At the ready, hold!
Well, that ought to show him it'll be a little rough trying to come out this end.
He ain't even going to try it, sir. Not one brave has shown up at the end of that ravine. There go the boys up on the rim.
That'll give him something else to think about. Well, he ought to run into Syberts down there at the far end any second now.
There he goes now.
We've stopped firing. We've turned him back. Well, Gorse, I guess we can settle back now and wait.
What do you figure Squaw Dog's going to do, sir?
I know what I'd do. I'd hightail it out here and talk things over. You got a match, Sergeant?
No, Doc.
If Squaw Dog wishes to say something to the captain, let him get off his horse and speak the English he learned in mission school. And let him hand me his rifle.
Squaw Dog, ask why it is white man's soldier attack peaceful hunting party.
Is it possible Squaw Dog thinks I'm a fool?
All Cheyenne know. Captain is wiser of all men.
Then is it possible that Squaw Dog has lost his eyesight and gone blind?
Squaw Dog sees like the eagle.
Then why can't he see 35 horses in there, in that ravine, with the mark of the white man's government on their flanks? Or is it possible that some of the chief's braves have made a fool of him?
A fool?
Could it be that some of them have stolen horses and killed a soldier of the white man's army, and Squaw Dog knows nothing about it? Could it be that they've lied to you? Told you they traded for the horses? Are you a chief, Squaw Dog? Or a fool whose men laugh at him behind his back?
I am a chief.
Then why are you not able to control your men? Why are they able to fool you so easily? Have you lost your authority?
I am chief.
If you were chief, you would identify the guilty men and punish them yourself. Why is it necessary for the white man's army to do your job for you?
I do not know who does this thing.
Well, I'll give you 5 minutes to find out. And if you can't, then we'll look for the guilty men with bullets. And a bullet has no eyes, Squaw Dog. It can't tell the guilty from the innocent.
How many brave, you say, do this thing?
I don't know. But one trooper was killed. I'd say it would take about 4 braves to kill a trooper.
Squaw Dog, go now.
Just 5 minutes. And when you come out, leave the government horses in the ravine and leave your rifles there, too.
We do not keep rifle.
You do not. It may help remind you to supervise your braves more closely in the future. Now get going.
The 5 minutes are just about up, Captain.
Yeah. We may decide to fight, but I was hoping he'd take the bait.
He took the bait, Captain.
Yeah. Well, it's rough justice, but it's better than a blood feud and a punitive campaign by a full regiment.
There they come, sir. They're riding out.
All right. Let Mr. Syberts know he can follow them through.
Yes, sir. Bugler, sound recall. Well, they probably shot the 4 oldest.
Probably. Have Squaw Dog and his braves stand by till Lieutenant Syberts gets here. He took part in the action. He has a right to share the surrender.
Yes, sir.
Guilty braves are punished. Squaw Dog is free to go now.
Yes, you have my permission.
Now go.
Oh, just one more thing, Squaw Dog. Every chief should have a rifle, but you have none.
No.
I will permit you to have a rifle, Squaw Dog. Here, take this one. Now, go in peace.
Peace. Boy, yeah.
That bloody old reprobate.
Revenge is a luxury out here on the frontier, Sergeant. Better this way in the long run.
Captain, why'd you give him back his gun?
Because that gun will break his back, Lieutenant. He took that rifle off of Trooper Linley's dead body. I saw the serial number. I made him a big man with the clans. But then we outfoxed him, forced him into a spot where he had to execute his own braves to save his skin. And as a final gesture of contempt, I gave him back the gun. That'll break him. It'll save lives in the long run. They'll laugh him off the reservation before the month's out. And what's wrong, Lieutenant?
I caught a bullet, sir. One of the Indians at the other end of the ravine. It's not serious.
Why didn't you get attended to?
Well, I had direct orders to report to you at once.
A bullet wound's an exception, Lieutenant. Go find Corporal Grayley and get him to dress that.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
About that board of inquiry.
I heard about it, sir.
Who from?
Sergeant Gorse, sir.
Gorse?
Captain, he's going to do all right. He'll make a good soldier.
He'll do better than that, Sergeant. He'll make a good cavalryman.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Les Crutchfield, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jack Moyles, Joseph Cranston, and John Daner.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Now, a public service message from CBS Radio. In time of flood or fire or other disaster, feeling sorry for the victims is not enough in itself to help those victims resume their normal ways of life. When disaster strikes, someone must be on the spot and on the job to help. And with your support, the Red Cross will be on the job wherever and whenever emergencies arise. Join and serve your local Red Cross chapter now and enjoy knowing that your membership and your contributions are helping people when a need arises throughout the months ahead.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Silent Heart.
It was hot in New York. One of those summer days when the newspaper sent cameramen on the prowl for some citizen sufficiently touched with the sun to try frying an egg in the sidewalk. At the moment, I felt like the egg. But coming out of the furnace-blasted street into the air-cooled offices of Trans-Columbia Life Plan was like passing from this vale of tears into some unexpected Valhalla.
Oh, ain't this something? Say, are all offices like this, Race? No wonder secretaries look so fresh at 5 o'clock.
In the report, you look pretty fresh to secretaries, too, Mark. At all hours.
Stop with a clown. Look, who is this guy that you're going to see?
Fred Jeremy. There's his name right there in that door.
Well, why don't I go in with you? Maybe the guy's got something cool in a glass to go with the cool air.
He probably wants to send you alone, Mark.
Can I help you?
My name's Race. I'd like to see Mr. Jeremy.
Oh, go right in, Mr. Race. You're expected.
Race? I think I'll wait out here after all.
Mark, someday they'll pass a law making cab drivers wear blinkers. It'll be rough on you, boy. Rough.
Take your time in it.
I will. You take your time out here.
Yeah. Hey, look, baby. I know a place where there is a three-piece band at
I hate dancing.
Now, Mark.
Yeah?
You try not to freeze to death while I'm gone. Fred Jeremy. Thick-lensed glasses and a high forehead. He had the look of the kid who sat next to you in school, the one who turned in his arithmetic paper 20 minutes before you finished yours. At the moment, his eyes were glued on some charts hanging on the wall.
Know anything about graphs, Race? Take a look at these. Statistics on angina pectoris, heart disease. This one represents the national average of deaths due to heart ailments.
That's pretty high.
It is, Race. It's a big killer.
What's the other chart?
That represents one county in our New England district.
Same disease?
Yes, Race, the same disease. But notice the sharp upswing in deaths during the past year.
Almost doubles the national average.
Yes. Of course, it could be a coincidence.
But you don't think so?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't have sent for you. Race, I think there's a murder ring operating in that county.
Any special pattern that the claims follow?
Yes. The majority of the claims have been paid to business partners. Look at this latest one. The deceased, Richard Dodge, was insured for $50,000 by the financing partner, Arthur Becker.
Mm-hmm.
But Becker's original investment in the business was only $8,000.
I'd like to have a copy of that report.
There's one in this folder, along with a list of other cases that are suspiciously similar. Race, the town of Midville is situated on a lake right near the center of that county. It's rather popular as a vacation resort. You could use a vacation, couldn't you?
I'll leave tonight. I'll let you know where I'm staying.
Oh, brother, what a layout. Now, this is living, Race. And did you see those gorgeous chicks down by the lake? I am going to like you, these.
Yeah, be careful of your heart, Mark. This place is becoming noted for angina pectoris.
Yeah? You know anybody who can introduce us to the thing?
Now, this is one you wouldn't enjoy meeting. Come on, let's climb into some swim trunks. Huh?
That is exactly what I had in mind.
Come in.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
My name is Arthur Becker.
He's a fat man. But the way he carried himself told me that muscles were hidden under those layers of flesh. Muscles that would respond viciously if ever he was cornered. His eyes were those of a hunter. Light blue and cold. Very cold. Too cold for this to be a vacation.
My business partner, Richard Dodge, passed away a short time ago. I had him insured to protect my investment. I understand you're investigating a claim.
Who sells you your information, Becker?
This is a small town race. You sent a wire reporting your arrival to the insurance company. The boy who took the wire has rather a poor sense of ethics. He reads things.
What do you want, Becker?
What do you want, Race? I might help you to find it quickly and save us both a lot of time.
You insured Richard Dodge for $50,000, but you only invested $8,000 in the garage here. It doesn't add up.
I like Dodge. He was a competent mechanic with a good reputation.
And according to the medical report, when the insurance examination was made, he was a very healthy mechanic with a very good heart.
People have been known to take sick quite suddenly.
Well, this is a bit too convenient, especially with the money involved.
Well, I can see you haven't a very trusting nature, Race. I thought I might be helpful. After all, none of us know when the old pump might give out, Race. Could happen to anybody. It might even happen to you.
In checking around Midville, I found that Richard Dodge, the latest victim of the heart disease racket, had a mother. I went to see her.
I can't understand what happened to my boy, Mr. Race. He was so big and strong. He played football when he was in high school, you know.
Did he have any insurance? Any payable to you, I mean?
Well, he did before he went into the business with Mr. Becker. But then Richard increased his old policy and made it over to Becker so that the premiums wouldn't cost too much.
You mean Richard paid the premiums himself?
No, I paid them. I had a little money left over from my husband's pension.
I see.
I have some pictures of my son in his football uniform and when he was a soldier. Would you like to see them, Mr. Ray?
No, Yes. Yes, Mrs. Dodge. I'd like to see them. There are some pictures you can't erase from your mind. Richard Dodge had been tall and straight, clean-looking. Now there was nothing left for the little old lady who'd prayed him safely through a war, only to see him die without reason. I walked back to the hotel.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. But a dame looking for you. She said there was something you didn't know, and she thought might help you.
You must be this week's target for good deeds. Everybody wants to help me. She leave a name?
Yeah. She said she was Mrs. Dodge. Did it mean anything?
Mrs. Dodge? Well, I just left the old lady less than half an hour ago.
This dame was here a half hour ago. And, she ain't old. Not with that complexion. She said she'd go down and wait for you in a car. Parked at the end of the driveway. Blue convertible.
I better see her. Yeah, but I've got something for you to do, too. Here's a list of all the possible victims of the ring. They all died in this county. The county coroner's right here in Midville. Go over this list with him, will you, and find out if he performed an autopsy on any of them, and tell him I'd like a copy of his report in each case.
Oh, fine. I get all the nice jobs. All you gotta do is chase after the dolls, but lucky me. I draw the county coroner.
Now get going, boy. He may be beautiful. The blue convertible was at the end of the driveway, all right. The girl behind the wheel steered to the highway. I saw her face in the last glow of the sun. It was lovely. Lovely enough to make me forget for a moment why I was here. Finally, she turned into a small country lane and stopped.
Got a cigarette?
Here.
Thanks. You didn't know Richard Dodge was married, did you?
That's something I still don't know.
We were married secretly more than a year ago.
I don't want to sound like a house detective, but I suppose you have the license.
No. Richard kept it.
Well, that was an odd choice. Most men keep the bride. Especially when she looks like you, Mrs. Dodge.
Call me Rain.
Rain. That's an unusual name.
Not really. It stands for Lorraine. When I was a child, it was too much to handle all at once.
Why did you bring me out here? Not just to tell me that Richard Dodge had a wife.
Our marriage was secret. I didn't know what would come out in your investigation.
You're safe. His insurance wasn't made out to you.
Richard and I never announced our marriage because I was sorry I ever got into it. It wasn't until later that he told me about his heart.
Told you what about his heart?
He was sick. He was always afraid that he was going to die.
The insurance examiner doesn't agree with him. Neither did the doctors in the United States Army.
He could be wrong, couldn't he, Ray? You believe me, don't you?
She leaned toward me, and her eyes were blue in the dusk. Blue and smoky as a Harlem band at midnight. Her hair brushed the side of my face, and her arms went around my neck. A man who gets kissed like that needs a strong heart.
I could go very fond of you, Ray. If you'd let me.
I shouldn't object, should I? After all, you recovered quickly. The last man you were fond of's been dead almost 2 weeks.
I told you that Richard was a mistake.
Whoever killed him made a mistake, too.
You have no right to say he was killed, not unless you have some proof. Race.
All right, Race. Well, out of the car. Get your hands up.
Race, it's a holdup.
Save that for the Midville Little Theater, baby. You'll never make Broadway.
You keep your lip button, wise guy. Tell the dame to start the car and get out of here.
Why don't you tell her? You know her name as well as you knew mine.
Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
Light had fallen. She had to put her lights on to turn the car on the narrow road. My back was to her, and the lights hit the man with the gun square in the face. I dove at him. I'm turning this gun into your stomach. Why don't you pull the trigger now? Let me go, you. Sure, with pleasure.
Oh, Race, I was so frightened.
Yeah, you're so sincere. Come on, drive me back to my hotel.
Well, what about Carson? Oh.
So his name's Carson. Thanks. Let's leave him there. The duel will bring him around.
Brother, what happened to you? You got lipstick on your mouth with the rest of you. What did she do, kiss you and then push you into a concrete mixer?
Yeah, rival popped up. A fellow named Carson. How'd you make out with the car?
Fine. He'll kill the whole quart of elderberry wine. He makes it himself.
How about the death report?
He says they was all just plain hard failures. Said we was wasting our time.
You too, huh?
You know, some I think I'm going to turn in early. That wine has made me woozy. It'll probably have me a Technicolor hangover. A few minutes ago, everything looked blue, and now everything looks yellow. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Yellow. What looks yellow, Mark?
Everything. It's funny, everything.
Mark, light up, boy. You're right here in the couch.
Race. What's the matter with me?
Your order, please.
Tell room service to shoot up some ice and plenty of black coffee right away. And send the house doctor up. Hurry.
What is it? I feel...
Yeah, Mark, you gotta be quiet, boy. I'm afraid you're gonna have a heart attack. Got about a 50-50 chance to save your life.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I stayed at the hotel waiting for the doctor to get finished with Mark. It was touch and go. I knew he was having a rough time of it, but while he was conscious, he never lost that grin. Made me want to go out after Becker and his mom. You operate off cue when you get like that. I knew better. How is he, Doctor?
He's sleeping now. I think he'll come out of it all right. Coffee you poured into him probably saved his life.
I was right about the drug, then.
Yes, an overdose of digitalis. Administered orally. If he'd gotten a bit more of it, nothing would have helped. How did you spot it?
He had yellow vision. I know that color distortion's often the result of a heart depressant.
Yeah, it could be caused by something else. You made a good guess.
No, the nature of the case I'm working on eliminated guesswork in this instance.
I'll have to make out a report, naturally. Do you know who is responsible?
Not for sure, but I hope to before long. As soon as I've had a chance to sample some wine.
You'd better stick to water if the gentleman you have in mind spikes his wine with digitalis. Speaking of water, I think I'll try some.
Perhaps so. There's also some scotch over it.
Yeah, thanks. This will do.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Just water. I thought you said he was given the drug in wine.
You mean there's some in that water?
Enough to kill a mule, I'd say. I'd better have this analyzed.
Yes. I'd better start shopping around for a new suspect. The next 12 hours, Mark slept like a log. I stayed close to him. The stuff he'd swallowed had obviously been meant for me. Made a few long-distance calls, including one to Fred Jeremy. He came up by plane, loaded with information.
Well, I checked for the police, Race. There's a lot of stuff. I hope you can make it fit.
How about Becker?
Well, there's a prison record, all right. He also has an alias. Sometimes calls himself Benjamin Delaney.
Benjamin Delaney? Well, that's the name of another of the beneficiaries on a policy you paid off a couple months ago.
That's right.
How about Carson? You able to run down anything on him?
He served time with Delaney. He's also out on parole.
Good. Now, how about Richard Dodge? Any record of his marriage?
Yes. He married a girl named Lorraine Gregory. A civil ceremony performed in the next county.
Lorraine Gregory? The county coroner's name's Gregory.
That's right, Race. She's the coroner's daughter.
Well, what were Becker and Carson convicted for?
Armed robbery.
They picked a less spectacular game, but one that's all even more lethal.
Race, in view of what happened to your friend, I think we could get the police to make an arrest.
No, not yet, Fred. Couldn't make it stick.
Why not?
Because we can't prove access to the drug. It's hard to obtain. I've had every source checked and all prescriptions searched. There's no way they could have gotten their hands on the quantities used. None that we could prove.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Mark, come on, now get back in bed.
Not a chance. Don't you know more people die in bed than any place?
I'm sorry about what happened to you, Donovan. The company will try to make it up to you.
Oh, thanks. But I am interested in how you could have made it up to me if I drank just a little more of that stuff.
I guess you're getting better, all right.
I have been slipnickies before, you know. But this one was meant to be permanent. I would like to get my hands on the gent who's prepared it.
I hope you'll get that chance. I'm going out.
Bet there's another dame in this.
Yes and no. I'm in the mood for a little elderberry wine. I'm going to visit Coroner Gregory and his daughter.
Well, hello.
Hello yourself. Your father home?
Come to ask for my hand, please.
When I ask for your hand, baby, I'll be carrying handcuffs in mine.
Who's out there, Rain?
A man named Race. He wants to see Father.
Well, bring him in, girl.
And who, Mr. Race? Mother, Dad, this is Mr. Race.
I'd like to talk to the coroner officially and alone.
Well, I can always wash my hair. But you'll find that Mother and Dad are hard to separate.
You may leave us, Margaret.
I'll stay right here. You had too much wine to be left by yourself.
You mean he might say things I shouldn't hear?
What I mean is my business.
Gregory, you almost had another heart failure case in your hands. Friend of mine.
That's so.
If he had died, your report might have been interesting. I wonder what it would have said.
Since you ain't dead, there's no way of telling.
I think he'd have passed it off as a natural death, just as you have in so many other cases.
Heart trouble is a common disease.
Yes, but not when it's caused by digitalis. Why didn't you do an autopsy on Richard Dodge?
I know how to run my job.
It might not be a job for much longer. I'm going to ask the state's attorney to appoint a grand jury to investigate these deaths.
Go ahead. You ain't getting me out of this job. Margaret will see to that, won't you?
Shut up.
Why should I? These city fellas are so smart. We don't like outsiders around here, mister.
You can't like your own people too well, either. They're dying off too easily. On that cue, I left. I'd uncovered one small point. Wherever Gregory's local political strength came from, it came through his wife. I checked around and found that he'd held some minor political office or other for years. But the key was Margaret Gregory. It wasn't long before I could fit her into the jigsaw. I went back to Fred Jeremy and Mark.
What? What's the answer, Race? Who tried to do away with me?
Well, we're getting close.
The coroner?
Only part of a setup. I know now why Becker and Carson and probably quite a few others are wandering around loose.
They were paroled.
Yes, but they shouldn't have been. Not if the parole board had been given the full facts.
But who could hide the facts?
Only one person. The secretary who prepared the reports. And when they were released, that secretary happened to be the coroner's wife, Margaret Gregory.
Well, that ties it up, doesn't it, Race?
All but the digitalis. But I think that I know where that comes from.
Well, it must have come from someplace. They got gallons of it.
There was a third man in that holdup with Becker and Carson. A man named Otto Rodman.
Yes, but Rodman was never paroled. It was his third offense, and he got a stiff sentence. He has another 10 years to serve on a 15-year rap.
Yes, but he's behaved himself very well for the past 5 years. He's a trustee at the prison.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with the
Digitalis, Mark.
That's what I said.
I think Rodman supplies it. Because for the past 14 months, as a trustee, you've been assigned to the prison hospital.
Yeah, that's rough, Race. Things get around quick on a prison grapevine. If we went in to investigate, he'd know it before we got to him.
Well, not the way we're going to do it, Fred. I'm going to set it up with the state's attorney. Mark and I are going into that state prison as a pair of convicted hijackers.
All right, now, which two go to the infirmary?
We do.
Get in there. Here are two guys for sick call, Rodman. Probably faking. I'll see him on the way back after the doctor gets in.
Okay, Mr. Seward. What are you guys in for?
The cops say we hijacked a truck.
Yeah, but of course you didn't.
Of course not.
Yeah. Ain't it a shame the way we innocent guys keep getting thrown in here for nothing?
It was a frame-up. What are you in for?
I borrowed some money and forgot to give it back. You guys really sick of just stalling?
Yeah, my heart's been giving me a little trouble. I guess being in this place brings on heart attacks.
Nah, you get used to it. We ain't had more than 4 hot cases in a year I've been on this job.
How do you get an assignment like this?
Keeping my nose clean.
Is this better than the other spots?
Yeah, grub's better. Few special privileges. Private room visitors 3 days a week.
Does it work hard?
Nah. Guys gotta be pretty sick before they let him stay in here. Mostly it's the clerk's job. Keeping records, ordering supplies. Those books right there beside you.
That looks pretty simple. Aspirin, bandages, codeine, and digitalis. Quite a lot of digitalis. Large order every month, yet you've only had 4 heart cases in more than a year.
Well, the stuff spoils the stamp here. You gotta make sure it's fresh. Besides, you better put that book down before the doc gets here. Get over and sit on that bench.
Rodman, you've been slipping that digitalis out of here 100 grains a month. To Becker and Carson.
You're crazy. You're nuts, both of you.
Watch him, Race.
What are you, a couple of stool pigeons?
Rodman, you're an accessory to more than 20 murders, and you'll die for it unless you get smart.
Die? Will I?
Put on that scalpel, Rodman.
Put it in here.
Look out, Race.
Stay back, Mark. This thing is sharper than a razor. Can you take
I'll kill you and...
Drop it.
Drop it.
You lose, Rodman. There's an electric chair in this set up someplace. Who's going to sit in it? You, or Becker, and Carson, and the Gregories?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Save it. I'd like the warden and a couple other people to hear it. Open up, guard!
Hey, you know something, Race? I'll bet we're serving the shortest sentence anybody ever served here.
Well, Race, can you think of any reason why we should pay your fee after treating you to such a fine vacation?
A vacation? Are you kidding? I almost become a corpus delicious.
Mark, Latin and you do not make a team. Fred's kidding.
I certainly am. What a ring. The coroner and his wife and daughter and a pair of cutthroats.
Hey, you know something, Race? That Rain dame wasn't bad looking. I don't think she was so bad. Maybe her family just roped her into it. Huh?
She's working on your heart for the second time.
What do you mean the second time?
Who do you think poured that stuff into your drinking water?
You mean she did it? Why, that 2-time and no good thing.
That would have gone on if you hadn't stopped it, Race. You've saved the company a lot of money.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Fred. You never paid Becker for the death of Richard Dodge, did you?
No, and we won't have to now.
Now, those premiums were paid by Dodge's mother, Fred. Sweet old lady. She's the real victim of this.
Oh, I see what you're driving at, Race. I think I can arrange to have the claim paid to her.
Ah, thanks, Fred. You're a decent guy.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Ted Poneltz, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Present the exciting, unforgettable radio drama, Front Page Farrell. The story of a crack newspaper man and his wife. The story of David and Sally Farrell. Today, David is covering the story which he calls The Case of the Mysterious Killer. If you want to help prevent cavities in your teeth, do as your dentist tells you. Colonos Amazing New Anti-Decay Tooth Powder with ammonium ion actually helps prevent cavities. Yes, new Colonos Tooth Powder actually helps prevent cavities. No matter what dentifrice you're now using, you owe it to your health to use the new Colonos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder with ammonium ion. Greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush. Discovered by the University of Illinois Foundation. New Colonos is not a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colonos correctly used reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities in your teeth. Colonos also has amazing dental floss action. That is, it sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate deep between your teeth. Helps remove food particles that can cause unpleasing breath, lead to tooth decay. That means fewer fillings, less pain, healthier teeth, and sweeter breath for you. Do as your dentist tells you. Get new Colonos tooth powder. You'll like its cool minty flavor, its popular price. And now, Front Page Farrell and the story he's covering for his newspaper, the New York Daily Eagle. The story he calls The Case of the Mysterious Killer. Outside a locked door, Sally Farrell waits with Ben Turner, newspaper copyboy who's been helping her husband. Behind the door, David Farrell talks with Oliver Underhill, business manager of a murdered movie star. Suddenly...
Hey, Mrs. Farrell, somebody's shooting in there.
Ben, what was that?
Sounded like a man falling down.
While Eleanor Duval, wife of the murdered Godfrey Duval, remains the principal suspect in the case, David Farrell's investigations have made two enemies for him. One is Fred Fletcher, a young man who was in love with Eleanor before her marriage to the movie star. The other is Oliver Underhill, the late Godfrey Duval's business manager. Earlier today, a gangster who tried to shoot David Farrell admitted that Underhill had hired him. Taking Sally and Ben along, David Farrell went to Underhill's house to question him. But as he and Underhill were alone in the study, shots rang out. Now, Sally Farrell calls in terror.
David, answer me!
Watch out, Mrs. Farrell. I'll bust the door open. Golly, this door's pretty solid.
Ben, wait.
What? Wait for what?
We'll have to be calm about this. Suppose something has happened to David. That means Oliver Underhill is inside with a gun.
Oh, okay. You go get the police, Mrs. Farrell. I'll take care of Underhill.
No. Don't want you hurt, Ben. You go for the police.
Oh, nothing doing. Hey. He's opening the door now.
Run, Ben, run.
Not me.
Oh, David!
Oh, Mr. Farrell, golly, are you okay?
Yes. Don't Don't come in.
David, what happened? We heard shots and the sound like a body falling. We thought it was you.
It was Oliver Underhill, Sally. He's dead. Shot through the heart.
Oh, David.
Did you shoot him, Mr. Farrell?
No. No, Ben. The shots came through the window. There, you can see the broken glass.
Oh. You mean somebody was hanging around outside the house?
Yes. Underhill and I were standing by the desk. I was trying to make him tell me why he hired those gangsters. I think he was about to say something.
And the bullets came and closed his mouth.
I ran to the window, but all I could see was a car driving off.
Hey, maybe the same car I saw taking off from the place where Godfrey Duval was murdered.
Maybe. I didn't get much of a look at it.
But we had it all decided that Underhill killed Godfrey Duval, and now who killed Underhill?
Yes. Who and why? Of course, there's another angle.
What other angle, Mr. Farrell?
Underhill and I were standing close together. Maybe the bullets that killed him were aimed at me.
But I thought Underhill was the guy trying to kill you, Mr. Farrell.
One of the guys, Ben. Someone else who threatened me. Someone you haven't met yet. A young fellow named Fred Fletcher.
David, don't wait another second. For goodness sake, call the police.
Yes? Yes. Okay, Morris, I'm going to stay right here in Underhill's house while the boys make casts of the footprints outside. Call me when you get anything new.
Lieutenant Carpenter.
Yes, Farrell?
I don't mean to rush you, Lieutenant, but it's 3 hours since Underhill was shot, and I'd like to get the story ready in time for my first edition.
I don't doubt that.
Now, what about those reports? Are they in yet?
One of them, all about the business records Underhill was keeping for Godfrey Duval.
Yeah? Well, what about them?
They weren't in any safe deposit vault. They were in Underhill's office.
I thought as much.
And you were right about them, Farrell. There is something wrong with those records.
Like what, Lieutenant?
Oh, like Underhill was cheating Duval out of plenty of money.
You don't say.
We've got an accountant at headquarters who's a pretty smart boy with a column of figures. He says Underhill collected all of Duval's fees and held back a lot more than the 10% he was entitled to.
So that's why Underhill didn't want me to see the books. That's why he tried to have me killed. He was afraid I'd find out.
Yeah, it looks that way. Underhill didn't want to go to jail for theft. That's point one. Point two, if it came out he'd been stealing from Duval, it might look like he murdered Duval to cover up.
Maybe he did that, too.
Sure. But if Underhill killed Duval, who killed Underhill?
Maybe the same person who killed Underhill also killed Duval.
Okay. Who have we got to pin it on? Eleanor Duval? Fred Fletcher?
Either, neither, or both. Beats me, Lieutenant.
Uh-oh. Must be Morse down at headquarters. Wonder what he's got now. Hello, Carpenter speaking. Yes, Morse. Yes. Well, what did they have to say for themselves? Oh, fine. What's something else? Oh, that's nice. Huh? No, that's about all we'll get tonight. Go on home. Go to sleep.
Anything good, Lieutenant?
It depends on how you look at it. Eleanor Duval was out with Fred Fletcher tonight. They ducked the detectives I had trailing them and disappeared for a couple of hours.
About the time Underhill was murdered?
That's right. The boys picked them up again a little while ago.
Do they have an alibi?
Nothing like one. They claim they went to the movies, but they can't even say what the picture was all about. So they might have been right outside Underhill's window. Probably were.
That's bad. I mean for them. Was there something else, Lieutenant?
Yeah. A report from ballistics. Underhill was killed with the same gun that killed Duval.
The English pistol? The one that was stolen from Duval's dressing room?
Yeah. Now, if I could only prove Eleanor Duval stole it, what more would I need?
I don't know, Lieutenant. But as far as I'm concerned, I need a typewriter. I've got a newspaper story to write. Hello, Farrell speaking.
Farrell, this is Carpenter.
Well, good morning, Lieutenant.
That was some story of yours the Eagle carried this morning.
Praise from the police? I didn't know you enjoyed reading about your own murder cases, Lieutenant.
I don't. What I mean is that story's brought results. The fellow down here at headquarters says he's been holding out evidence on us, and your story convinced him to spill it.
You don't say. Who is this fellow?
Eddie Sloan. You met him. Electrician at the theater where Godfrey Duval's show was playing. Thought you'd like to come down and hear what he has to say.
You bet I do, Lieutenant. Hold him. I'll be right there.
What I should have said before, Mr. Farrell, is... Well, one time they sent me down to Mr. Duval's dressing room to fix the lights. And I seen this English pistol in a drawer in the dressing table.
But you've already told us that, Mr. Sloan. I thought you had something new.
Let him alone, Farrell. He's coming to it.
Oh. Well?
Here's what I didn't tell you. On the day Mr. Duval was murdered, it was in the morning, and there was nobody in the theater except me and a couple other electricians checking circuits. Well, I was back in a dark corner trying to make my flashlight work, and I seen somebody sneak into Mr. Duval's dressing room.
Yes?
Gosh, I didn't want it to look like I was snooping around, so I didn't say nothing, see? And in a minute or so, somebody come out again and looked around, real nervous and all, and went away.
And?
And that's all.
You mean, presumably, this somebody went to Duval's dressing room to steal his English pistol?
Presumably, Farrell. Why don't you ask Mr. Sloan who this somebody was?
I'm half afraid to. Well, Mr. Sloan, who was it?
It was Mrs. Duval.
Oh. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Farrell, I know you and your wife would like to find out that someone else is our murderer, that you'd better give up. Eleanor Duval must have known her husband kept a pistol in his dressing room. What else would she have sneaked in for? Put that together with all the other evidence against her, and you have the case pretty... Yes?
Oh, excuse me, Lieutenant, but I was told Mr. Farrell...
I'm right here, Ben.
Oh,
What's up?
This telegram just came to the newspaper for you, Mr. Farrell. It looked important, so I thought I'd better bring it over.
Oh, thanks, Ben. Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Carpenter, I know I should have told you about Mrs. Duval before, but see, I'm the kind of fellow that likes to stay out of trouble. I didn't want to put anybody else in either, and I kind of like Mrs. Duval. She was nice to me. I mean, as many times as I ever spoke to her.
Well, we should have known this before, Mr. Sloan. It might have saved another murder.
Sure, I realize that now. Gosh, what can I say except I'm sorry. Am I going to get myself in trouble over this?
Well, as long as you continue to cooperate with us, I don't think so, Mr. Sloan. I won't need you any more now, but I may ask you to come in again in a day or so.
Oh, fine. Sure. You bet, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'm glad to do anything I can. Goodbye.
Is the telegram important, Mr. Farrell?
Yes, Ben, it certainly is. Read this, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Read it.
Well, something I didn't know before, Farrell. But what does it mean to you?
Lieutenant Carpenter, it means that if you'll cooperate with me, I promise you this case can be sewed up inside of 24 hours.
What new evidence has the telegram brought to David Farrell? Be sure to listen again tomorrow for Front Page Farrell and the exciting newspaper story he's covering, which he calls The Case of the Mysterious Killer. It's high time for all housewives to realize they don't need to pay fancy prices for a good floor wax. Arrow Wax at only 29 cents a pint will leave a high glossy shine on your linoleum and hardwood floors that will delight even the most fastidious housekeeper. And you don't need to rub, you don't need to buff Arrow Wax. All you do is spread it on your floors or linoleum, and it will actually polish itself to a beautiful, long-lasting luster. The makers of Arrow Wax are so sure you'll like this fine product that they offer a guarantee of satisfaction or your money back. So, ladies, if you want a good wax, use Arrow Wax. If you want gleaming floors, use Arrow Wax. If you want to save money, use Arrow Wax. Pocket that 30-cent saving per pint. Get Arrow Wax at any leading store today and save. Front Page Farrell is on the air again at this same time tomorrow. Be sure to listen. This is Ed Fleming saying goodbye for the sponsors of Front Page Farrell. If you suffer from painful corns that make it agony for you to wear shoes, torture for you to walk, listen. There's an amazing liquid that's guaranteed to remove your corns or double your money back. It's Free-Zone Liquid Corn Remover, and it goes to work to cool and soothe the burning pain and starts to remove the corn the instant it's applied. Then, when continued to use as directed, this amazing liquid actually removes the corn. There's no muss, no fuss, no need to wear bulky, uncomfortable-feeling pads. Get Freezone, Free-Zone Liquid Corn Remover today, with this understanding. If Free-Zone doesn't remove your corn and give you blessed relief from pain while it's doing it, we will give you double your money back.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
We now present the exciting, unforgettable radio drama, Front Page Farrell, the story of a cracked newspaperman and his wife, the story of David and Sally Farrell. Today, David is covering the story which he calls High Explosive. If you want to help prevent cavities in your teeth, do as your dentist tells you. Colonos' amazing new anti-decay tooth powder with ammonium ion actually helps prevent cavities. Yes, new Colonos tooth powder actually helps prevent cavities. No matter what dentifrice you're now using, you owe it to your health to use the new Colonos anti-decay tooth powder with ammonium ion. Greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush. Discovered by the University of Illinois Foundation. New Colonos is not a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colonos, correctly used, reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities in your teeth. Colonos also has amazing dental floss action. That is, it sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate deep between your teeth. Helps remove food particles that can cause unpleasing breath, lead to tooth decay. That means fewer fillings, less pain, healthier teeth, and sweeter breath for you. Do as your dentist tells you. Get new Colonos tooth powder. You'll like its cool, minty flavor, its popular price. And now, Front Page Farrell, and the story he's covering for his newspaper, the story he calls High Explosive. In the office of the great metropolitan newspaper, the New York Daily Eagle, another working day is coming to an end. The rooms are filled with sound and the aisles with movement as reporters and clerical workers prepare to leave while their replacements come on for the next shift. But David Farrell is an oasis of calm in all the hustle and bustle, sitting patiently at his desk in a far corner. And then a stocky, well-dressed man approaches, and David Farrell looks up and says,
"Hi, Monroe. I've been waiting for you."
Sorry I'm late getting over to you, David.
It's all right. My wife hasn't come yet.
Well, here you are, David. 2 tickets for Love in the Springtime, just like Uncle Monroe promised.
Hey, 2 on the aisle, no less.
I hope your wife likes the show.
Oh, Sally will like it all right. Yeah, she's been after me to take her for 2 months now. They couldn't get tickets for Love or Money. It's a smash hit. Thanks a lot, Monroe.
Oh, don't mention it. I was stuck with him anyhow, David. I was supposed to take this advertising manager seeing, and at the last minute the guy calls up he's sick or something.
Are you sure you can't use him yourself?
Are you kidding? I've seen Love in Springtime 3 times already.
Tough lives you space salesmen lead. See all the shows, go to all the nightclubs, golf every weekend. And the newspaper pays for everything.
Oh, yeah? Well, suppose Mr. So-and-so, who buys 50,000 lines of advertising a year, wants to go to such and such a hot spot and you're not feeling so good that night. But you have to take him anyhow. You think you'd like that?
You're too sophisticated, Monroe. That's your trouble. Blasé and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, we should change jobs for a while. You wouldn't envy me mine.
Oh, boy. Now, there is something. An advertising salesman wants to change jobs with a humble reporter. That'll be the day.
Well, why not? Who leads a softer life than you do?
You do.
Like fun, I do. Listen, you know what I've got to go through to get business?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I got to break my head to go out and look for it, and that's only the beginning. Whereas you reporters...
Oh, we take it easy, don't we?
You bet you do. You don't have to go looking for news. It comes to you. It comes on the press service wires, or somebody calls up, or some big shot issues a statement to the press. All you've got to do is ask a few questions and put the answers in newspaper style. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, the news comes into us. Oh, yeah. Monroe, do you realize how far out I have to stick my neck to get tomorrow morning's headline?
Yeah, just far enough to reach the telephone. You should play golf sometime with some of my customers. You'd know what danger is.
All right. Ah, here comes Sally. We'll ask her.
Hello, David. Am I late, dear?
No, darling. Sorry.
Hello, Mr. Monroe.
How have you been, Mrs. Farrell?
Oh, fine, thank you. So excited ever since David told me you were giving us tickets for love in the springtime. It's awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Farrell.
Sally, I think Monroe's losing his mind. He wants to change jobs with me.
Oh, really?
Well, why not? Look at my gray hair. Don't you think your husband's job would be a vacation for me? Nothing to do but sit back, let the news come in.
Well, I don't know about that.
Aha, there you are.
Oh, never mind. She's biased.
David, do we have time for dinner before the show? I mean, a nice long one.
I guess so.
That's your phone, David.
I know. I just thought... Look, I'm gone. I left just a minute ago.
Come on, dear. Let me.
Wait a minute. No, maybe I'd better answers.
Hope nobody wants you.
Hello, Farrell speaking. Yes, Pete. Well, look, I was just leaving, but...
No buts, David. Tell him you're on your way.
Sally, be quiet. What is it, Pete? Who? King Kerr. Holy smoke.
David, no.
Wait a minute. Hold it while I get a pencil. Yeah. Okay, now where is he? Yeah? Yeah. All right, Pete, I'll get on it. That was the city desk.
Can't we go to the show now, David?
There you are, Monroe. Perfect chance to change jobs with me.
Yeah?
The police have King Kerr cornered in a tenement.
Who's King Kerr?
Sort of the dean of bank robbers, that's all. That's why they call him King. He held up a place right in Manhattan 3 days ago and got away with $178,000 in cold cash.
And now they've arrested him?
Arrested him by foot. They tracked him down in his tenement. He's shooting it out. The police have the whole block closed off and the bullets are flying. Now, what do you say, Monroe? You go get this story and I'll play golf for you next Sunday.
No, thanks, David. I never did like flying bullets. A man can get killed hanging around them.
Oh, it's a cinch. Nothing to it.
Well, my insurance company wouldn't like it. Neither would the front office. So long, David.
Change jobs with me, will he?
David, are we going to miss the show?
Oh, we'll see it some other time, honey. No, wait a minute. Look, you might as well go ahead and see it, Sally.
Oh, not without you.
Well, I can't take you on this assignment, though, honey.
If it's that dangerous, I don't want you to go either.
Oh, it's not really dangerous, dear.
Well, then why can't I come along? Maybe it'll be over soon, David, and maybe we'll be in time for the show, or at least for the second act.
Boy, Monroe gets gray hair from his job. If he had mine, he wouldn't have any hair at all. Darling, you stay here. You'll be safe behind this building. Don't move away until I come for you.
Where are you going, David?
Nowhere, don't you worry. Just over to speak to Captain Holland. He'll bring all the dope. Now, you stay right here now.
David, be careful.
Captain Holland.
Yes, what is it? Oh, it's you, Farrell. Take cover, man. Do you want to get your head shot off?
No, sir. All I want is a story for my newspaper.
Well, stay alive, and you'll have your story. Kerr isn't getting away from us this time. Becker. Hey, Becker. Where are those machine guns?
Coming right up, Captain Holland.
I don't see Kerr, Captain. Where is he?
He's up on the 5th floor, Farrell. Goes around to different windows and takes pot shots at us. Everybody else is out of the building.
Hey, there he is. I saw him that time.
Now, make sure he doesn't see you. He's a good shot.
What's the matter with him? Is he crazy? He can't win this fight.
Sure, he's crazy. Maybe he's thinking how long he'll go to jail for holding up that bank, and he doesn't care. All set, Becker?
All set, Captain.
What about tear gas, Captain Holland?
Can't reach him with it. I could send a squad of men into the building, but somebody might get hurt. I thought I'd try it this way first. Okay, Becker, now, when you see him... There, here, let him have it.
Did I get him, Captain?
There's your answer. You didn't.
Captain Holland, sir.
Yeah? What is it, Hardy?
Sir, I was in this tenement last year, and there's a back stairway maybe Kerr doesn't know about. Maybe I could sneak up that way all along so he wouldn't notice and get the drop on him.
Okay, Hardy. You want to try it?
Captain Holland, back along.
What's that, Farrell? Nothing doing.
Oh, why not, Captain? I wouldn't get in the way. Be a good fellow, will you? If the sergeant gets Kerr, I'll have a terrific eyewitness account. I'll scoop every other newspaper in town.
That's too risky.
No, Captain. I'll keep back. I know how to take care of myself.
What do you say, Hardy?
Whatever you say, Captain.
Okay, Farrell. It's your own funeral.
Well, King Kerr's somewhere on this floor, Sergeant Hardy. The question is where?
Except by the front windows, judging from the shots. I'm going after him, Farrell. You stay here.
Look, maybe I'd better come along.
No, you stay back here, understand? You said you wouldn't get in the way.
All right, Sergeant. I'll wait for you here. Good luck. Sergeant Hardy? You back?
Busters! You lousy copper!
Wait a minute, Kerr. Take it easy. Your gun is empty anyhow.
Yeah, but don't worry, copper. I'll get you just the same.
Captain Holland. Captain, have you seen my husband?
What do you want, lady? You've no business here.
He's David Farrell of the Daily Eagle. He said he was coming here.
Captain Holland! Captain, look at that. Up there.
Holy mackerel. Hold it! Hold your fire, everybody!
Who are they, Captain? Who are those two guys wrestling out on that ledge?
Kerr. One of them's Kerr.
It's David! David's wrestling with that man up there. Captain, he'll fall. Hurry, do something!
I can't do a thing, Mrs. Farrell. If we try to shoot Kerr now, we might hit your husband.
Oh! Saints in heaven, Captain. One of them fell.
A moment ago, David Farrell was locked in a deadly struggle with a desperate criminal high above the city streets. Now, which man is falling before Sally Farrell's horrified eyes? Be sure to listen again tomorrow for Front Page Farrell and the exciting newspaper story he's covering, which he calls High Explosive. Stop paying fancy prices for floor wax. Aerowax gives you all you want in a wax and saves you up to 30 cents on every pint. Yes, let's face the plain facts about floor wax prices. Aerowax at only 29 cents a pint will leave a high, glossy shine on your linoleum and hardwood floors that will delight even the most particular housekeeper. And you don't need to rub, you don't need to buff Aerowax. All you do is spread it on your floors. It polishes itself to a beautiful, long-lasting luster. Most important of all, when you pay 29 cents for a pint can of Aerowax, you pocket a 30-cent saving over the price of most other leading brands. It's like getting the second pint free. Join the millions of housewives who say Aerowax is the biggest floor wax bargain in the stores. You'll like Aerowax. Get a can today and save work. Save 30 cents. Save even more on the larger sizes. Front Page Farrell is from the original radio play by Frank and Ann Hummert and produced under their supervision. Dialogue by Harold Guest. Stotts Cotsworth plays David and Florence Williams is Sally. It will be on the air at the same time tomorrow. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for the sponsors of Front Page Farrell. If you suffer from painful corns that make it agony for you to wear shoes, torture for you to walk, listen. There's an amazing liquid that's guaranteed to remove your corns or double your money back. It's Free-Zone Liquid Corn Remover, and it goes to work to cool and soothe the burning pain. and starts to remove the corn the instant it's applied. Then, when continued to use as directed, this amazing liquid actually removes the corn. There's no muss, no fuss, no need to wear bulky, uncomfortable-feeling pads. Get FREEZONE, Free-Zone Liquid Corn Remover today, with this understanding. If Free-Zone doesn't remove your corn and give you blessed relief from pain while it's doing it, we will give you double your money back.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatically treading the wilderness paths of that deathless band of inspired pioneers who gave America an empire. One of the most noted of all frontiersmen was Christopher Carson, Kit Carson, wise of counsel, strong of arm, brave of heart, and gentle of nature. September 1826, Franklin, Missouri, on the western frontier. Beyond it lay the great plains of the savage redskin and the shaggy buffalo, a mysterious and uninhabited wilderness of prairie, desert, and forest into which brave men journeyed in search of adventure and fortune.
Kit Carson, you dreamy scamp. Now you quit watching them wagon trains and get to work.
Yes, sir, but Mr. Workman, I wasn't meant to be a harness maker.
You're only 16 years old, Kit, and you're my apprentice. Now you'll either stop dreaming about Scifi and be a harness maker, or I'll take this strap and larrup you good.
You don't have to do that, Mr. Workman. I'll work hard today, because those wagon trains out there badly need what we're making. But someday, I'll join one of those caravans and go to Santa Fe, too.
Just before dawn one autumn morning, Kit steals out of the little town of Franklin to the open prairie, where a caravan of covered wagons is waiting for the sunrise.
Here, lad, what are you up to?
I'm looking for the wagon master, sir.
Well, that's me. What do you want?
I want to go to Santa Fe.
Santa Fe. Why, lad, the Indians will eat you alive. Boots, pants, and buckskin shirt.
I can ride, sir, and shoot, too. And I'm not afraid of Indians, either.
Well, I could use a hand to keep the extra stock from straying. You know, horses, mules, and oxen. You think you could do it?
Shucks, sir, that'll be easy. And, sir, there'll be a bit of money for me when we get to Santa Fe.
Why, sure, lad. But you'll pay for every critter you lose. Now, there's the sun, and here's the horse you'll ride. Head westward. Catch up! Catch up! Forward! Ho!
Kit's long journey to Santa Fe was full of excitement. Marauding Indians in great herds of buffalo crossed the caravan's path daily. At night, wolves, desperately hungry, circled the wagons.
Oh, those wolves tired man crazy. Broadus. Broadus.
Yes, sir.
Broadus, take your rifle and kill a couple of those varmints. They'll give the rest of them something to eat.
Sure. Got my rifle right here, under my blanket.
What's happened, Broadus?
Oh, this dang rifle exploded. I think my arm's cracked a bit.
Here, let me see it. Oh, cracked a bit, eh? Broadus, you'll have to cut off that arm.
No, you won't. You ain't no doctor.
But it'll be weeks before we get to Santa Fe. Poison will set in for tomorrow.
You ain't going to take off my arm. Not you.
Hell, I got an idea. You know Kit Carson, that riding fool lad that's taking care of the extra stock?
Sure. Nice boy. Smart, too. Oh!
Well, this Kit Carson used to be a harness maker's apprentice. He's right handy with a sharp knife and a needle. Now, what say we ask him to amputate that busted arm?
Kit Carson? Sure. He's strong, but he's gentle-like. He can cut off my busted arm if he's willing, but not you.
Rude as it was, Kit Carson's operation was a complete success, and the boy became the hero of the covered wagons. Eventually, the caravan reached Santa Fe, where Carson joined mountaineer Kincaid and proceeded with him to Taos. From Taos, Kit roamed all over the West, trapping, hunting, blazing new wilderness trails. Kit was never quarrelsome. He never hunted trouble. But he met trouble bravely when it came. 1835, a trapper's rendezvous near Bonneville Fort in Green Valley.
Where's that Arapaho gal?
Right behind you, Bully Shumar, waiting for you to propose marriage to her.
Hiding away from Bully, eh? Here, take a drink of this liquor.
Singing grass does not like white man's fire water.
Been listening to Kit Carson again, huh? He don't like fire water either.
The brave paleface of whom you speak is good man. You are bad.
I see. In love with him, I suppose.
I will be his squaw, if he speaks.
When I get through with him, he'll be so full of holes he won't be able to speak. Get my horse, Pedro, and my rifle.
Use your horse, Bully. I'll use your gun.
Now then. Come on, any one of you. Frenchman, Spaniard, Dutchman, or American. I can lick any man who'll fight me.
Throw down that rifle, Bully, and get off that horse. You're drunk.
Let him stay on his horse. Bully, you mean me. I'm the worst American in this camp. If I hear any more of that talk, I'll rip you apart.
Go to it, Kit. Go to it.
So you'll fight, eh, Kit Carson? For the pretty Indian gal, maybe. Singing grass. But that won't do you no good. She's mine.
Somebody hold my horse while I load my pistol.
All right, Kit.
So, now, Bully, I'll fight you on your own terms. On horseback. Your rifle against my pistol. Start praying, Bully, for here I come.
Oh, my arm. It's broken. Keep away from me, Kit Carson. Keep away. You can have the Indian gal, Kit, but keep away from me, you hear? No, my arm.
Pull him off that horse. One of you men that picks up that arm, he'll bleed to death.
Take the gun. Easy now. Oh, this arm.
Shumar, you're a bully no longer. Just a bragging fool who don't know a better man when he sees one.
You will speak now to Singing Grass, Master Carson.
My heart's already spoken to you, Singing Grass. We marry tonight in the lodge of the Arapaho medicine man in yonder valley. Come. Singing Grass became Kit Carson's loyal companion and willing helper. During Kit's long and arduous wanderings, Singing Grass was always at her husband's side, devoted and unselfish. But Singing Grass passed away, leaving a pretty baby daughter, Adeline, for Kit Carson to raise. With an escort of rollicking, laughing mountain men, Kit started a long journey to Missouri to place his child in a white woman's home. One night, he and his cavalcade were ambushed by a band of hostile Blackfeet. After 2 hours of desperate fighting,
What happened, Kit? What happened to them engines?
I think we licked them. See, they're riding off of that hill yonder.
Maybe it's some sort of a trick.
I don't think so. They'd disappear altogether if it was a trick. Hold your fire, man. Now, let's see my baby. Yeah, sure you liked it. You were born in the West, little lady. Shooting's in your blood. I can't take no more risks like this, and you're going back to Missouri and be raised up like civilized folks.
Hey, Kit.
Huh?
Look, there's one of them engines riding towards us.
Don't shoot at that rider. Let's see what he's going to do.
White man chief.
I am.
Oh, you Kit Carson.
That's right.
My name Thunder Horse. Any of my braves gone to happy hunting grounds. No white braves are scalped. You brave man, we leave you now.
You raise your right hand in peace, Thunder Horse.
Always this happen. When Kit Carson leads his braves, pale-faced warriors always win. Now, we go north.
Well, there's another one under our belts. Well, let's get a riding. We got a long ways to go before we reach Missouri.
When Kit returned to the white man's country, he was amazed to discover that during his 16 years' absence, the frontier had been pushed westward many miles. Adeline, his daughter, was placed in a private St. Louis home. A few days in the sprawling Mississippi River metropolis, and Kit grew restless. His heart lay back in the snow-covered western mountains, where rested the remains of Singing Grass. It is May. On a small river steamboat en route back to Santa Fe, Kit Carson meets the brave man and gallant soldier who was destined to chart the course of Kit's entire future life.
You Mr. Christopher Carson, sir? That's me, soldier boy. Kit Carson. Lieutenant John Charles Fremont's compliments, sir. The lieutenant requests some conversation with you. Send him over. I'm always glad to talk to a gallant officer like Fremont. Very good, sir.
Kit Carson?
That's me. You're Fremont. Heard about you in St. Louis. Shake.
Mr. Carson, your fame as an explorer and trailblazer reached my ears while I was at the source of this very river.
Fame? It sounds like it's got something to do with harnesses. Fremont, I hate harnesses.
Kit, the Secretary of War has ordered me to make a map of the western country and to advise the government how to aid and protect the immigrants going to Oregon. I want you to go with me.
What can I do? I'm only a mountain man. Plain trapper. Beavers, mostly.
You know this country, Carson, this western country. Now, this is my first command. I need a man like you. Brave, resourceful, reliable. Give the matter some thought now before you say no.
I don't need to give the matter any thought. I'll go with you. But on one condition only.
What's the condition?
That you don't write a book about me. Seems like I can't ride a trail without somebody with learning wants to write something about me.
Well, Kit, I won't promise not to write that book, but I will promise to send one to your little girl.
Well, all right, then. Go ahead and write it. I don't know who in blazes will ever read it.
Fremont did write a book, a vigorous, truthful chronicle of Kit Carson's courageous but cautious pursuit of the ever-widening American frontier. A book which told the world of Christopher Carson's understanding of the deep mysteries of the mountains he so loved. Those mountains which, to the everlasting glory of the nation they both served, they conquered together. So we bid farewell to another of the great frontier fighters, Kit Carson, whose name will forever echo down the eternal corridors of time.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Heroic stories of those splendid wayfarers who trod the endless westward paths to everlasting fame and eternal glory. Pathetic, grim, tragic is the history of the ill-fated Donner Party. Nearly 100 pioneer men, women, and little children, martyrs to the Pacific colonization boom, which, in the Middle West, assumed gigantic proportions. It is spring, 1846, in Sangamon County, Illinois.
Attention. I want your attention. Now give me your attention, everybody, please. As I read the names from my muster roll, I want the head of every family to answer.
Ready, George.
All right. George Donner, his wife and 5 children.
That's us, George.
Jacob Donner, my elder brother, his wife and 7 children.
Here, George.
James Reed, his wife and 4 children.
Here, Donner.
Mrs. Sarah Keyes, mother of Mrs. James Reed.
Here, and don't you forget that I'm 90 years old.
The Graves family.
Here.
The Breen family.
Here.
The Murphys.
Sure, we're here.
The Pikes.
Here.
32 Teamsters and camp assistants.
I'm ready to go.
Emigrant wagons, yeah. Extra yokes of oxen, cows for milk, young beef cattle, saddle horses, and a dog.
I've got the dog, Daddy.
Implements for the new farms, school supplies for the children, trade goods for the Indians, and $10,000.
$10,000? Who's got it?
I've got the money, George. I stitched it between the covers of our quilt this afternoon.
You'll sleep well tonight, George, under $10,000.
I won't sleep a wink, folks. The responsibility of all that money.
On July 25th at Fort Bridger, Wyoming, the Donner Party received a letter from Lansford W. Hastings, an organizer of emigrant trains, advising its captain to take the shorter route west, known as the Cutoff, which led from Salt Lake to the Humboldt River.
Jim Reed, you've known me for a long time now, haven't you?
15 years, Climbing, man and boy in Illinois.
Then insist that your party take the regular wagon road.
Why?
Well, I took the Cutoff once, to my sorrow. It runs through the most desolate region in the whole world. It's sure death for a big party like this.
But the new road is 300 miles near our destination.
The Cutoff, Reed, crosses a great desert and traverses the worst part of the mountains. Short roads ain't always practical roads.
Talk to George Donner. He's captain, not me.
I have, but George is set on taking the Cutoff. I'd like to lay my hands on Hastings, that crazy adventurer.
You're too late, Climbing. Hastings is already on the way to the coast. He left word the Cutoff is perfectly safe and not difficult to travel over.
Blocked by blind canyons, dense forests, mountain pockets, the Donner Party finally reached Salt Lake. It had spent a month covering a distance which should have taken but 8 days. Food was running low. To escape starvation in the wilderness, the party pressed forward. Faster, faster, faster. Fearful desolation. Alkali and sand as far as the eye could see. Water casks were empty. The piercing rays of a pitiless sun beat down on human and beast alike. Then the Donner Party struck the Emigrant Trail along the dry bed of the Humboldt.
Jim Reed, you found water yesterday. It's in your powder horn.
You're a liar, Snyder.
I'll fight you, Reed. For just a drop of that water.
We'll fight tomorrow, Snyder, not now.
We'll fight now. Take that, you water thief.
Don't, John Snyder. Don't. My husband's your best friend.
He's a water thief. As for you interfering wench.
Oh.
Come, Snyder. You'll never strike another woman.
No.
Not in this life.
Oh, no, Jim. Jim, I didn't mean it. See? Not with that knife. Look, I'm sorry, Jim. Not with that knife.
Oh, Jim Reed, you've stabbed me to death. You've stabbed me to death.
Reed was voted out of the Donner Party, and his wife and family placed in charge of another group. Reed, banished, set out at once to secure aid for the party from the mountain settlements. One night, to add to the party's wretchedness...
George, wake up. Indians.
What? Indians? Why, they're among the cattle. It's a stampede. Where's my gun?
Here. Oh, look out, George. Don't get scared.
You and the children stay under cover.
Sure that a gun, Captain George, and so's most of our beef cattle.
Where's Jacob, my brother?
Here, George. But this looks like the end.
Oh, buck up, Jacob. Anyone hurt?
No, thank God. But those red devils got away with 20 head of cattle. All we had. George, we can't hold out much longer. Not much longer.
Tragedy struck again. Again. One man died of exhaustion. Murders by hunger-mad men occurred with increasing frequency. Accidental killings were numerous. Little children fell by the trail. From the base of the mountains, the party literally crawled up the steep, pathless slopes to the Truckee River, which the party crossed and recrossed 51 times in 80 miles. Sudden mountain storms shook the party into panic-stricken, desperate pandemonium.
I can't go on. My dear, brave husband.
Then we'll stay here and wait out the storm.
Oh, what, in this snow? No. We can't wait. I'll stay.
I'm in charge of this party now. We'll go on to the crest.
No, we won't. We'll stay here.
Where's George Donner? Sure, he's our rightful captain. We'll do as he says.
He's still at Process Creek, Broken Axle.
Oh, don't stand there talking. My children are freezing to death.
I'll take charge from now on. We'll put up a tent under those pine trees and crawl in. We'll keep warm that way. Everybody start digging a hole.
Cold October blended into a colder November. December snarled and bit like a mad white dog. The snow was 10 feet deep. Starvation and death stalked through the camp. Jacob Donner and his 3 sons died. The long storm over, the party resumed its march. On January 6th, 1847...
Mr. Eddie, are you strong enough to sight your gun?
Oh, sure, Mary. Just show me the animal.
Oh, but your hand shakes so.
Oh, shucks. That's just buck fever. I had it before.
Look, Mr. Eddie, about 90 yards to your left.
Oh, I see it. A deer. There's a broadside, too.
Oh, careful, Mr. Eddie. Now. Oh, try again. Be careful.
Once more.
Oh, you missed him. You missed him.
No, Mary, look. Look, he's wounded. He's staggering. He's falling. He's down. Quick, Mary. Hurry, Mary. He may get away. Oh, yeah. He may get away.
Rescue parties came and went, leaving brave men of their own groups to die with the split-up Donner Party. Draft animals gone, the starving victims ate their moccasins, harness leather, the strings from their snowshoes, the boots in which they stood. On February 27th, the starving survivors of 2 parties met in Bear Valley, brought together by Jim Reed, who had been banished for killing Snyder.
I'm Jim Reed. Where's my wife and my 4 children? Here's bread. Only a mouthful for each. Divide fairly now. A small morsel apiece.
Oh, Jim.
My darling.
Oh, you're here at last. Oh, Jim, we're so hungry. Bread, Jim, bread. Not for me, but for our children.
We started with 4 children. I see only 2. Where's the other 2? Don't tell me they're dead.
No, Jim, not yet. They're back in the mountains with some men.
Oh, we'll get 'em out, my darling. But it'll take time. It'll take time.
In the huts at Prosser Creek, only 9 persons remained alive. Among them were George Donner, dying from starvation, and his wife, Tamsin Donner.
Come, Mrs. Donner. There's nothing more you can do.
You want me to leave George, my husband?
Yes. George is dying, Mrs. Donner. So please come with us with your 3 remaining children.
No. Take the children. They're young. They'll recover. But I beg of you, let me stay here with George.
But you can't last here. The children will need you later.
When I married my George, I swore to God only death would part us. But death won't part us. Death will only bring us together again in another world where there's no hunger and no thirst. A place of brave men and loyal women. A heavenly refuge for exhausted bodies and tortured souls.
Of the 81 persons in the Donner Party, when it left Illinois, only 45 survived. Epic heroes all. Brave men, loyal women, and laughing little children. They mocked the desert and thrust the mountains aside. Courageous, patient, hopeful. They were Western America, triumphant, victorious, even over death. And so we lay a wreath on the unknown tombs of those frontier fighters who struggled ever westward to the eternal glory of their country.
I left Cheyenne without my luggage, and in company with a wild Irishman and his even wilder cargo of freight.
Frontier Gentlemen. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
Cheyenne, Wyoming Territory had been good to me. And when I decided to leave, I informed the people at my hotel, packed my little bag of belongings, and dropped by Carrie Chase's office to thank him for his kindnesses. From there, I went to the stage station and made arrangements for my departure. Having several hours' wait, I took a last turn around the town. I thought I had visited all of the saloons in search of people and stories for my column in the London Times. I was wrong. I had missed Dan's Bloody Bucket, a scant 4 blocks from the center of town. I shall never forget Dan, nor his bloody bucket.
Oh, so you want to play Jersey, do you? All right then, Mr. Dan.
The man shouting was small, wearing a derby hat pulled low over shaggy eyebrows. He was holding a gigantic cat in his left arm, while with his right hand he was tugging a length of chain from beneath the folds of a swallowtail coat. He was facing a great brute of a man who was waving a broken whiskey bottle at him. Behind him, out of sight, another man was approaching with pistol butt raised. The odds against the little man were more than I could stand. Look out behind you!
Oh, dear, save yourself! A saint has arrived. Oh, no, you don't drink. I'll get him. Oh, I'll get him right now. Oh, you've done it, Saint, you've done it. Now grab the cat. I'll swing me chain over these two. Grab her!
What?
The princess, the cat, grab her, lad.
Who?
She's going by, Clabberhead.
Oh, yes. Here you go, princess. She's not friendly. All right. Here now, cat princess.
Throttle her now and make friends later.
Stop it, I say, stop it. I've got her.
Now let's get out of here. They're beginning to come around. Run.
Where should we run?
Out the door to the wagon. They won't never come near me chain. Now watch the cat. Don't let him get away. Now run. It's straight on with you. Now the cat. The cat into the box. Hurry.
There you go, lovey.
Hey, you come on, you high-roaring humptail. Hey,
It's Dan. He's shooting.
It's never again you'll see me down at the bloody bucket. Never. And the same to all of you. Sons of corruption.
The little man drove at a most fantastic rate of speed. I sat in silence atop the wagon seat, holding my hat down with one hand, while the other clutched the side for support. Our exit was punctuated by the princess hurling herself at my bottom side in magnificent rages, and I was thankful for the barrier of wood between us. In the bed of the wagon were numerous large crates full of cats of all sizes and colors. There seemed to be no one in pursuit, and after some minutes the little man slowed the wagon, and without looking at me, he painfully lit a pipe. I presumed we were now somewhere in the barren area between Wyoming Territory and the Dakotas.
Perils of the trade, me boy.
I would say.
You've done a grand thing, lad. The princess there is the start of a whole new race, she is. I had to have her.
What? You mean the princess belonged to Dan?
And what did you think, huh?
Then I help you steal the cat?
Tut. You merely laid down a blow he'll not be forgetting.
But you said grab the cat. I thought she belonged to you.
Don't let the technicalities bother you. 'Tis a proper thing you've done.
I don't understand.
I supplied Cheyenne with her cats in the first place, and I reserve the right to have access, as it were, to their progeny.
I see. And if Dan pursues us, then what?
Well, if me luck holds, he won't find us.
And if it doesn't?
Never bother trouble, me lad. Look at me, lad.
Yes?
You have a bit of England in you.
Why, yes, as a matter of fact.
Me worst fears. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Kendall. J.B. Kendall.
And I thought the saints had smiled. My name is Kerrigan, Shane Kerrigan. And you might as well have it straight out. I'm an Irishman. What's your business, Kendall?
I write stories concerning the West for the London Times.
Oh, that is a good town, London. I was there once when I was a mere boy. Good town. Too bad it's so full of the English.
Mr. Kerrigan, I'd be indebted to you if you'd tell me something about yourself for my readers.
What did you want to know about?
Yes, this cat business of yours. I was going to ask, how does it work?
Oh, very simple. I'm on my way to save Deadwood at this time.
Save Deadwood?
I have 62 cats. 62 furry creatures in the proper positions, and the town will be rid of its varmints in a matter of hours.
And you intend to sell your cats?
That I do, at $10 a head.
$10? People pay $10 for them?
Now, where have you been, Mr. Kendall? Do you not know that civilization rises or falls according to the number of cats in the towns and villages?
And I just never thought of it.
The great break in Europe was due to the shortage of cats.
I suppose you're right.
Of course I'm right.
Well, when you get to Deadwood, just how do you plan to go about the sale of your cats?
I have a staunch friend there, dear Margaret. I shall make me headquarters with this lovely lady, and soon the word will spread that I have arrived with me cats.
And will this lady appreciate your coming in with all this baggage?
It'll take a bit of doing, me boy, I don't deny that. But Miss Margaret has had an eye for Jane Carrigan these many years. Before 'tis done, she'll embrace me and me cats.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That'll be Dan, the tenacious one. Hiya, girl, hiya! We'll give him a run for his dust.
I turned in my seat, and sure enough, it was Dan on horseback, accompanied by another rider. Mr. Kerrigan clamped his jaw on his pipe, leaned forward, and the wagon flew across the rocky ground.
Is he there, Kendall? Can you still see the Hayden?
Yes! He's closer! Jane! You might as well stop!
Now, are you daft? I wouldn't stop with the devil himself. Get along there. Hurry up!
Then it happened. A rock, half as big as a horse, loomed up in the road. Jane Kerrigan couldn't miss it.
Look out! We're going to hit!
Dan, do you ever see so many cats in the air at one time?
There's only one cat I'm looking for.
Oh, me heart, I've had it this time. Me heart can't take no more.
Are you all right, Mr. Kerrigan?
No, I'm dead and dying. The wagon's across my leg.
I came for my cat, you old goat. Where is she?
Kendall, how's me horse and cat?
The horse is all right, but the crates are broken and the cats are scattering.
Are you listening to me? I want that cat. She was the best mouser in Cheyenne.
Now, you see here, Dan, whatever your name is. Can't you see this old gentleman is hurt? Now, give me a hand. We'll get the wagon off him.
You ought to do it, Dan. Your cat ain't worth killing, old fella.
I ain't helping nothing. It's a cat I come for, and I'm going to get.
And I say you're going to help me. Here.
No, Kendall. Let him go. It's me dying wish he'd take the cat. Dan, you can see they've all scattered to the winds. Find yours and take her.
I'm going to do just that. Come on, Jake. Let's find her before she gets lost.
Wait! I'll need help moving this man.
Oh, no. Are you daft? What about the princess?
Well, the wagon box is still closed.
Oh, good.
What about you?
Well, the kind of help I need, the likes of them can't give. Now, come on, give me a hand here.
All right, I'll try. Now, when I lift it, you try to pull yourself out.
Oh, yes.
Now, up. How you doing? Howdy up there.
Oh, Kendall, she's bent. Oh, my leg is bad.
Yeah. Let me help you.
Oh, may I be forgiven, an Englishman keeping me. It is more important to get the cats back. Whew. Now, break out the tripe and liver. They can smell it for miles. Then whilst they're coming in, we can make our repairs and be off for Deadwood.
Let's pause here on KNX. The 60 Greatest Old-Time Radio Shows starring Frank Sinatra and Friends. Radio Spirits presents a collection of rare radio episodes guest starring Frank Sinatra. Here's Sinatra on Suspense, Jack Benny, Rocky Fortune, and the Lux Radio Theater, to name only a few. You'll also receive a 64-page booklet with photographs and show histories. Order now and save $20 off the $59.98 catalog price. Pay just $39.98 during this limited-time offer. Call now, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648. Or order online at MediaBay.com.
Now back to Frontier Gentlemen here on KNX.
It was true. The tripe and liver could be smelled upwind, downwind, probably in Deadwood itself. The cats came streaming in, and with each group I expected to see Dan and his friend, but we had seen the last of them. Mr. Kerrigan was considerably lamed by the accident, but managed to move about amazingly well. I made all the necessary repairs to the wagon and the crates, and by morning we were underway. We finally arrived at Deadwood, which had the look of all boom towns, a long, narrow street with wooden frame structures along the sides. The dwelling of Miss Margaret turned out to be a large saloon with upstairs lodging quarters. It was called simply Maggie's Place. You're certain this is it, Mr. Kerrigan?
Aye, this is it. You go tell Miss Margaret Jane Kerrigan is sick and wounded and needs lodging.
All right.
Lively with you now.
Howdy, mister. Can I help you?
I'm looking for Miss Margaret.
Miss Margaret? Sure you are. Hey, Maggie.
Yeah?
There's a fella here wants to see you.
Well, send him over.
Don't forget me. Charlene. Mr.
Kendall.
Kendall.
Yes.
That's Maggie over there. The big fat one at the end of the bar. I'll be around if you want to buy me a drink later on.
All right, Charlene. Thank you.
Max, you can change to the bad whiskey now. Nobody'll know the difference. Well, hello, stranger. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for lodging.
Not a chance, not a chance. We've been full up for weeks. Ain't you heard about the strike at Gold Run Gulch?
No, I just arrived. No, this was for a friend of mine. He's outside. You know him, Mr. Jane Kerrigan?
Jane? Well, why didn't you say so? Charlene! What? Fix up the good room for a friend of mine, and hurry it up!
Maggie almost cried at the sight of Jane cradled in my arms as I carried him up to the room prepared for him. There, lying back on the bed, he lifted a hand feebly toward me.
Oh, Kendall, good lad. Would you be about bringing up me luggage?
Oh, the poor man.
You mean you want all...
Yes, all of them. And don't forget the rations. It's most important, lad. Now go.
Why do you bother the poor ailing man with his trivialities now? Bring up his baggage, as he says. There's a back way, and it won't bother no one.
Oh, Margaret, come to me,
Yes, love. Now, what is it?
Are you sure I'm not imposing on you?
Well, now, what kind of a woman do you take me for?
Oh, Margaret, darling. It's worth the whole trip and trouble and the accident to my leg just to get back and look into your eyes.
Go to sleep, sweetheart. And you can have your friend Kendall right here with you.
Oh, no. I mean, it'll be rather crowded here. I can find a place.
Well, how can it be crowded? 2 men in a big room like this?
Well, maybe not. I just hate to,
That's the end of it right now. I'll have another bed set in for you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Look at him, Mr. Kendall. Poor man has fallen asleep. And we stand here, jawing in front of him. Come on.
Oh, before you go, darling, would you be sending up 4 fingers of your best whiskey for my leg?
Well, of course. I'll have Charlene bring it right away. You can see, Mr. Kendall, nobody understands Jane Kerrigan like I do. I guess he's told you, hasn't he? The reason he's come back to Deadwood is to marry me.
Nobody saw me staggering up the back steps with crate after crate of cats. As for Chain, he busied himself drinking the liquor provided for him and instructed me to release and feed the cats. Eventually it was over, and we finally got settled down, in a manner of speaking. But in the morning, the swarm had to be fed all over again. It's quite a job, isn't it?
That is a labor of love, my boy. Did Miss Margaret see you bringing our friends in last evening?
No, she didn't. But what do you plan to do about selling them now, crippled up the way you are?
I have a plan, Kendall, a wee bit of a plan.
Chain, love, it's Margaret with your breakfast. Can I come in?
Oh, please do, darling.
Well, did you sleep well? Oh! What goes on here? Get out! Get out!
Margaret, you've lost control of yourself.
So this is the way you thank me, Chain Kerrigan. Well, you can get out, too.
What?
I'll not have this kind of a mess. Go on!
Oh, Margaret, come to me, side love.
I'll come to your side. I'll take an axe to you.
But it's my business, love, selling cats. I told you that when I was here before.
Yes, you told me. But I don't expect you to let him a place with them.
Possibly I could help in some manner.
You can, Mr. Kendall. You can open the back door for Chain Kerrigan and his cat.
Have you been told last you're lovelier than ever when you're shouting like that?
Oh, get him out.
Margaret, now would you be allowing $620 to walk out the back way?
I don't care how much money you... What? How much did you say?
62 cats, not counting the princess, of course. I could never sell her. She's my breeding stock. 62 cats at $10 apiece. That's $620. Now, Mr. Kendall, a man with that much money could support himself and a loved one for a good long time now, could he not?
Why, yes. I suppose he could, Mr. Kerrigan.
Margaret, have you ever thought of marriage? A woman of your beauty and accomplishments.
Well, as a matter of fact, Chain, you're proposing to me, ain't you? I knew that's why you'd come back.
Now, when me leg heals and I'm able to get about and sell the cats, then I can make the plans closest to me heart.
Oh, Chain, I got an idea.
Oh, what is it, beauty?
I'll sell the cats for you.
No, you can't mean it. Now, how would you be doing that?
Why, they'll buy. They'll buy or else.
Who'll buy?
My clientele. I have a certain power here in Deadwood, as you know, Chain, and they'll buy from me.
But if it wasn't for my leg, I wouldn't let you do it.
Oh, don't worry about your leg. By tomorrow, you'll have $620, and I'll have the preacher come by in the afternoon. Now, what do you say to that, Chain? Huh?
One thing at a time, Margaret. One thing at a time. Now, how would you be going about selling those cats?
That was the last I saw of Chain Kerrigan. I found a room for myself in town, lay on the bed for a moment, and, well, it was the next morning before I awoke. I rushed over to Maggie's place. Above her own sign, there was another one. It said, "Cat Sale. Get yours now." On the door of the saloon itself, there was another sign saying, "Closed." I knocked, and Charlene, the girl I had first met at Maggie's, came to the door.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kendall. I'm sure glad to see you this morning. But y'all better not come in.
What? Why? What happened?
Come on. Let's walk down the street. It's about Mr. Kerrigan.
Was he died or something?
Worse. He's lived.
Oh, well, then, that's good.
Oh, no, it ain't. He didn't wait for the wedding and say goodbye to Maggie or nothing. Just got his wagon and left.
What about his cats?
She sold them all. Last night. Gave him over $600. Why, you never seen so many men buying cats in all your life.
How's she taking it?
Oh, all right. Every time she feels bad, she counts her money again.
Her money?
Sure. She sold those cats for $15 apiece. Made over $300 for herself.
What? Why, that's marvelous. Charlene.
What?
You come on with me. I'll buy you that drink I promised you.
Why, Mr. Kendall.
Frontier Gentleman was produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Tom Hanley and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell.
Mikey, it's time to listen to Future Tense.
Entertainment for the entire family produced right here in Kalamazoo.
Join us now for a voyage into another dimension. A journey into a realm as infinite and limitless as time itself. Our destination, the farthest reaches of the imagination. WMUK Special Projects presents Future Tense.
The Martian Death March by Ernest Kinoy.
Maybe you've been over the route of the march. The Cross-Mars Highway runs that way now, from the Calmac Canal on the equator north to the highlands, with a water station every 20 miles and a radar pickup and towing service running 24 hours a day. But there wasn't any highway 30 years ago, in 97. There was desert, hot, burning desert, sand shifting and blowing, piling up around the empty shells of the ruined cities, ancient when man on Earth was living in caves. I lived at the edge of the Calmac Canal then with my father. He was a prospector, searching the surrounding desert with sonar probe and Geiger counter, scratching just enough ore from under the Martian sands to pay for our grub stake the next year. I remember he was in the Adamson digger in the North Quadrant when I came running out that
day. There's somebody coming, Dad, across the desert.
Are you sure?
I saw them. They were a couple of miles out.
How many cars?
They're on foot.
On foot? Across the desert?
Honest, Dad, I saw them.
Now, you're sure it wasn't a light reflection off the canal?
No, it was dark against the sand.
I don't like that. Hey, you run back and get the rifles out. I gotta pull a digger into the shed.
Is there gonna be fighting, Dad?
I don't know. I got a whole year's ore piled out back of the bins. Ain't gonna lose it to no claim jumpers. Now, you get back in the shack and break out those rifles. See if they're loaded, you hear? And jump!
Dad had 3 surplus Army rifles and a couple of homemade grenades made out of ore cans stuffed with Adamson A explosives. We crouched inside the shack, waiting. The shadow of the water tower in the doorway grew longer as the quick Martian dusk settled down over the desert.
There they come, Al. There's 2 of them.
Something's funny about that second one. He's all spindly and his head's funny.
Yeah, his head's funny, all right. Al, that's a Martian.
I never saw them off the reservation before.
Well, there hasn't been one. Not in 10 years. I don't like this.
Here they come. Into the dooryard.
Now, you remember what I told you. Line up those sights and just squeeze the trigger.
Hello? Hello there.
Now, Dad?
Hello?
Now, wait a minute. Now, what do you want?
Water.
What are you going to do, Dad?
Where do you come from?
Both will.
Yeah, you're lying. That's 100 miles across the desert.
I know. That's where I came from. My tank is empty. I need water.
Now, drop your gear and come up here slow. And tell that Martian to stay where he is. All right now. Who are you?
My name is John.
John, huh? Well, what you doing with that spider?
His name is Kantal Kar.
I don't care what his name is.
What's a human doing with a Martian?
I found him in the dry bed of Calmac Canal, nearly dead of thirst.
He probably ran off the reservation.
When our brothers are caged, they seek freedom.
Brothers? Those spiders?
All living creatures are our brothers, on Mars as on Earth.
Oh, wait a minute. Bert Ahlstrom at False Wells told me there's a screwball hedge preacher over there hollering about letting the spiders loose off the reservation.
Let no man call his life his own. No man, nor tribe, nor nation.
I guess that's you, all right. Oh, boy. Yeah, Bert told me. They call you Crazy John. Oh, well, I don't suppose there's any harm in you. Go on. Fill up your tank at the air still. You can even have supper with us.
We would be happy to.
We? What do you mean, we?
Contal Carr and myself.
That spider? Oh, no. I ain't having any Martian sitting down and eating with me. But you come on, though.
Thank you, sir, no. Where my brother is not welcome, I cannot go.
Well, suit yourself. Al, get the key to the water tower and come out here. And put away the guns. We won't have any trouble from these two.
The old man filled his tank at the air-still tower, and the Martian went through the ash pile for half-burned fuel brick. When we went into the house for supper, I could see them silhouetted against the fire. The old man with his wild hair and beard, and the thin, spidery arms and legs of the Martian.
Dad?
What now?
Were the Martians always on the reservation?
Since the Outpost 3 massacre, they have been.
What was that?
Well, back before you were born, they lived wild in the mountains up north.
Were they fierce?
Fierce enough. There's only one place for those spiders. Behind wire.
Yeah, it sure is.
Out in the dooryard, the campfire flickered at the base of the water tower. The first of the Martian moons had set. The other wouldn't rise for several hours. I could hear the sandpeepers out in the desert as I stood there. The old man and the Martian were sitting on the ground, huddled close to the fire. It gets cold fast on the desert when the sun goes down.
Is that you, boy? You can come up to the fire if you like.
My dad wouldn't like it.
All right.
But I'm not afraid of no spider.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of.
How come his arms are all skinny?
Ask him.
Does he talk?
Yes. His name is Contal Carr.
It is, huh? Hello.
Hello, boy.
He talks funny.
It is not my language.
Why isn't he on the reservation? You can get in trouble helping spiders to escape.
He's my brother. He was caged. When my brothers were in bondage, I came to them and said, "Lo, the time has come for deliverance."
You talk funny, too. Is it true that you want to let all the spiders off the reservation?
No man has the right to imprison the innocent.
My dad says that spiders are treacherous, cowardly, murdering savages. That's what he says.
Boy, there was a time on this world when there were no Earthmen, when the ships and machinery of Earth were unknown. Then the people of the highland lived in peace.
They who bring not peace but the sword will perish by the sword.
Then the ships came down with the machines for digging inside of the ground. Then the highlands people were as numerous as the grass. Today they're a handful, starving, dying behind the wire.
But the reservation isn't so bad.
Our home is in the mountains in the north, not in the desert.
I heard a voice which cried out to me in the desert, "Go to your brothers."
Do they really call you Crazy John?
I have been called many things.
You really think we ought to let all those old spiders off the reservation?
Boy, we die here in the desert. We die in the sun and of the sickness you have brought from Earth.
That's 'cause Martians are just weak. I bet I could knock you down myself.
You could. We are a different people. We have not the strength and muscle of Earthmen, but we will not stay here to die.
You won't get off the reservation. The patrol takes care of that all right. They won't let any stinking old spiders out.
Even in the minds of children is planted the poison of evil. How long? How long?
That night, through the window, I could see the flicker of the old man's campfire. He was walking up and down now, shouting, singing hymns, verse after verse, his white beard catching the light as he passed behind the fire. The Martian sat slumped over, his thin, spindly arms folded across the huge barrel chest that had developed over the centuries as the air of Mars thinned and escaped into space. In the morning, I looked out and they were gone. Looking back now, we wonder how they did it. The high-voltage wire around the reservation carried a fatal charge. The patrolmen in the tower had 50-caliber machine guns. The desert around the camp was mined heavily. And yet at dawn, August 7, 1997, they broke out. I was down at the dried-up canal bed hunting sandpeepers when my father came running after me.
Al! Al! Al!
Here I am.
Come on back to the house.
What's the matter, Dad?
Now shut up and run.
What is it?
Spiders busted loose. Bert Ahlstrom radioed in.
They coming here?
They're headed this way. They're murdering devils.
Did they kill anybody?
6 patrolmen when they busted through the wires. All right, get inside.
What are you going to do, Dad?
I'll wire a keg of Adamson A across the gate. Now, you get in there and get the guns out.
I got the rifles and shoved a full clip in each one. Then I slipped the primer fuse in the homemade grenades and led them out on the porch. Dad was running lead wires back to the detonator from a half keg of Adamson A he'd set across the gate.
There. That's it. Give me one of those rifles.
Will they be here soon?
Well, I can see the dust over the rise. Murdering spiders.
What'll they do?
I don't know. Now make sure you get a good sight, Al. And don't waste any bullets.
There they are, Dad. Here they come.
Now, wait a minute. Hold up. I want to get a good shot. Let them get closer.
Dad, that's Crazy John up in front. There. He's taller than the spiders. You can see his beard.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, that renegade rat. He probably helped them break out of the reservation. Now listen, Al. If anything happens to me, you light on out to the shed and hide out in that empty ore bin till they go away. You got that?
All right, Dad. The spider's shouting something, Dad.
That's probably a trick. Now, get down, Al. You're in the way. I got him clear now. Right in the head. No. Up a little. I got him.
Dad, look out. They've got guns.
Down, get down.
Dad!
I ran back through the house to the shed, and behind me I could hear the Martians sweeping up to the dooryard. Then, suddenly the ground shook, and I could feel the dull concussion waves hit my ears as the Adamson A exploded. I could hear the high-whispered screams of the Martians and the rattles of fragments on the metal roof of the shed. I dived into the empty ore bin and slammed the hatch almost shut. I crouched there, watching the thin edge of light that filtered through, listening to the brittle tramping of Martian feet on the board floor of our house. The shooting had stopped, and the shouts had died away. I sat there, waiting. And then suddenly a shadow fell across the edge of light, and the hatch slid open.
You leave me alone, I'll kill you.
Boy, I've been looking for you.
Where's my dad? What did you do to my dad?
He's dead.
You killed him, you and those spiders. You killed my father.
Get out of there, boy.
Let go of me, you murderer.
Come on out.
I'll kill you. I'll kill all those stinking murdering spiders.
They are our brothers, boy. Your father shot without warning, and the fire was returned. Against my orders. Before he died, he set off the explosive.
I hope it killed them all.
It killed many. You did not have to shoot. We came to get water for the journey.
You mean you weren't going to attack us?
Our brothers came in peace. They're going home to their mountains.
You mean you just wanted water? You mean they had...
John. The Earth Patrol will be following us soon.
We must go.
And the boy?
We'll have to leave him here with water and supplies.
No. The Earth Patrol would question him. We need the time. He goes with us.
He can't. It's straight across the desert to the mountains. He'll die.
John, since the Earthmen came to Mars, the Highlanders have died like the grass in the hot sun. We're going home. One life cannot stop us.
They tore the Adamson air still from the tower and mounted it on poles. They piled our supplies in the yard and loaded them on their backs. And then they started. I marched with the old man at the head, and the columns stretched out behind us on the desert. Women, children, the sick and the dying, some showing the signs of the diseases that were trivial to Earthmen, but deadly to Martians. Chickenpox, German measles, and the bronchial infections that raced through the vast areas of Martian lungs, eating away the tissue till death came in a last spasm of coughing. I turned to look back at our house, but the sun was behind it, blinding red. And the old man pulled me around as he marched, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where far to the north rose the cool mountains that were the ancient home of the Highlanders. 14 of the Martians died the first day. They dropped to the side of the column when they could go no further and died. The march went on. The sun burned down in the day. The air shimmered with the heat. And at night, under the cold racing light of the twin moons, the winds cut at tattered clothing and scattered the feeble fires that dotted the campsites. On the fifth day, we swung wide to avoid a mining settlement, but not wide enough. They were in ambush behind a pile of rocks.
Down, boy.
Why aren't the spiders fighting back?
Go on back, all of you. We're giving you your last chance to get back to the reservation, or we'll shoot the whole lot of you.
Let us go in peace.
Who's that? You. What are you doing with them spiders?
That's Crazy John. A voice cries out in the universe, your brothers must have justice.
We'll give them justice.
I shall lead them home. Home to the promised rest. Home to the mountains. March forth! March forth!
Past the rocks they marched, and the Earthmen fired as fast as they could reload. A Martian would spin and drop as the heavy-caliber bullets shook his bones to brittle fragments. But the march went on. We wound across the desert in wild zigzags, following the paths the old man had traveled through the years. Only once, a patrol plane hovered on the horizon and then shot away. The days went on, the weeks, and the Martians died. They died of exhaustion. They died of the diseases we had given them. And they died of thirst. The Adamson still could produce 27 units of water an hour, no more. And on that, they died of thirst.
Here, boy, here's your water.
That's more than the others got.
Take it.
But it's yours. You're giving me your water.
It will be provided to me. He that brings justice to his brothers will drink deep of the water of righteousness. He that leads his brothers to the promised rest. Drink your water, boy.
Across the desert, from the Calmac Canal to Fever Dip, past the towering mesas of the Higgins Badlands, across the dry sea bottoms they marched. On the 54th day of the march, we halted at evening. The air was thinner and cooler now. The rations had long since been exhausted. And around the campfires, they cooked the hard, bitter kernels of the dogbush nut that grew on spiny stalks like earth cactus. I lay down to sleep, wrapped in the old man's coat. Early in the morning, before sunrise, I woke suddenly. The ground mist that had covered the desert the night before was lifting slowly, and I saw the old man standing by the burned-out fire, the vapor swirling around his legs and the cold light of the false dawn edging his wild beard.
Go back to sleep, boy.
I can't.
The end is near. I've led them through the wilderness, dry-shod across the seas. And before us lie the mountains.
You mean we're almost there?
When the mist is taken from the eyes of man, the place of refuge can be seen.
You mean the mountains? It's over. We're there.
I have led them to their home, and I must go back to the desert.
You mean alone?
No. Even now I hear a voice in the wind. Carry the message to the men of Earth. Bring to this new world the message of the old. All beings created in the universe are my brothers, and he that harms my brother harms me. Goodbye, boy. You'll be safe now.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
The Martians found him 500 yards from the camp, dead. He had given me his water. He had divided his ration among the sick. And yet his gaunt, tall body had lasted until the march was done, till the mountains were in sight. For now the mist rose, and before us towered the highlands, the tall green mountains and the cool sky. The march was over. Of the 7,000 Martians who started, 900 were alive. They gathered now on the rise of ground and faced the hills. Their thin bodies wavered as they stood, and some dropped to the ground as they stood there. But there was a light of hope in their large, staring eyes. Most of them had died, but they had died on the way home. And now the march was over. Then the patrol planes were spotted on the horizon, and within 10 minutes they had landed. The Martians stood silently as the squads pulled out and set up the 50 caliber machine guns and petroleum gel flamethrower.
All right, you spiders. Hands up. Stay together. Gather in a bunch and don't try anything. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Shoot the first spider that moves and shoot to kill.
All right. Come on now.
Where's the boy? There was a boy reported.
Here I am.
You all right, kid? They didn't hurt you.
No, I'm all right. John gave me his water ration.
Oh, the leader, huh? I've got a warrant for him. Where is he?
There. He's dead.
Oh, well, just as well. I'd hate to be him in front of a settler's jury.
What are you going to do to them?
The spiders? You see those transport planes coming in? We're going to ship them all back to the reservation, where they belong.
You mean take them all back?
Lock, stock, and barrel. They'll be back behind wire before tonight. Hey, Sergeant, get them loaded up in groups of 50. The first transports are coming in.
You can't. You can't do that.
What are you talking about, kid?
You can't take them back. They're home. John said they were home. You don't understand. You didn't see them.
Now, what's the matter with you, son? Desert got you? What do you care what happens to the spiders? Bunch of murdering cowards anyway.
No, they're not cowards. They couldn't be. I saw them marching until they couldn't walk. And they aren't even as strong as I am.
Take it easy, kid. You're all right now. We've rescued you. You don't have to worry about these spiders anymore.
You can't take them back. It isn't fair. I won't let you. I won't let you.
Hey,
I won't let you.
Let go of me. Sergeant.
I won't let you.
Yes, sir. Feel this crazy kid off me.
They're home. Can't you understand? You can't take them back.
All right, now, take it easy. Take it easy. Must be the shock of finally being safe now.
Yeah, I guess that's it. All right, you spiders, step it up. Move along. Those transport planes, go on now. You're headed right back to the reservation.
They separated them in groups of 50 and loaded them in the planes. 900 out of 7,000. And soon the first big-bellied ships waddled out on the hard sands and lifted slowly into the air, headed back to the south, flying over the trail of dead and dying, who started on the march to the highlands, the march to home.
Come on now, kid. You'll feel better as soon as you get back to civilization. Don't worry about those spiders. They're taken care of now.
Before the plane took off, I looked once more at the green mountains towering through the mist. And then just before the motor raced, I saw John. Crazy John. He was propped up against a dognut bush where the Martians had placed him. The wind from the south gave the wild hair and beard a rippling life. He faced the hills, the home, and the rest he had promised his brothers as he led them through the wilderness of Mars.
WMUK Special Projects has presented A Martian Death March, an original radio drama by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in our cast were Mark and Brent Spink as father and son, Arnold Nelson as the not-so-crazy John, Doug Norton as the Martian, and Jerry Rattle as the General. Our narrator was Bob Erickson. Future Tense is produced and directed by Ellie Siegel. Next on Future Tense.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You couldn't do that.
That's how it has to be.
Well, that's crazy. I haven't done anything. I haven't hurt anybody.
I'm sorry. I should have told you before, but I wanted to make sure that there was no other way.
You mean it? You're going to make me leave this
Well, that's
ship?
how it is.
Oh, but I'll die. I'll explode. I'll be like those horrible pictures.
Now, try to understand.
I do understand. You're going to kill me, and I didn't do anything.
I know you didn't. I know.
This is Gerard McLeod reminding you and your entire family to join us every Monday through Thursday at this same time for Future Tense. Stay tuned now for adventure and excitement in the world of the future. It's entertainment for the entire family, produced right here in Kalamazoo.
Join us now for a voyage into another dimension. A journey into a realm as infinite and limitless as time itself. Our destination, the farthest reaches of the imagination. WMUK Special Projects presents Future Tense.
Saucer of Loneliness by Theodore Sturgeon.
My name is Jason Beniades. I'm a newspaper reporter, 35 years old. I write poetry, but I don't show it to anybody because they might laugh, and the things I write about are very important to me. I was an only child. I never went with girls much because I'm too ugly and too sensitive, and they used to hurt me. I live alone. It isn't much fun. Now, I'm I'm not painting this picture of myself to get sympathy. I don't need it. But it's important that you should know the kind of person I am. Otherwise, you won't understand what I'm going to tell you. It happened tonight, the thing I'm going to tell you about. Tonight, the 25th of June, 1982. I was down on the beach.
Hey, mister! Hey, mister!
What is it, kid?
You seen a cop around any place?
On this beach?
I found this pile of clothes down near the rock. A lady's dress and shoes.
Oh, did you see anybody? A girl?
Well, I think so, but she was running along the sand in the moonlight. I yelled to her, but she just kept running, and then I found these.
Oh, look, kid, you go try to find a cop someplace, and I'll see if I can find the girl.
Okay.
I thought to myself, she's dead. I'll never find her now, in this white flood of moonlight with the surf seething in over the pale sand. I ran and ran until my knees buckled and went down in the swirl of it. The sea on my lips with the taste of tears, and the whole white night shouted and wept. And then I saw her, waist deep, walking into the surf. Stop! Stop it! Come back! Come on, come out!
Let go! Let me go!
Don't do it! Please don't!
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
I'm going to have to hit you. Forgive me!
Oh, no!
I hit her in the neck with the edge of my hand, and she slumped over. I brought her ashore and carried her to where a dune was between us and the water. And then I rubbed her wrists. She had a pale, beautiful face with ancient, bottomless blue eyes. She opened them and looked at me after a moment. It's all right. Here, put my coat on, will you?
Why couldn't you leave me alone?
I couldn't.
Why?
Because it's important to me.
Suppose you want to know why I did it.
If I told you I understand, would you believe me?
How could you understand?
Maybe I know what it means to be lonely. That's it, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm so terribly tired.
Put your head against my arm and just stay. Don't be afraid. I've been looking for you for a long time.
Looking? For me?
All my life.
How did you know? I don't believe you.
Well, it's true. I found your message.
Oh.
So you see, there's nothing to be afraid of. Not anymore. Just rest. The moonlight is terribly white.
Yes. I'd like to rest for a while.
She didn't remember it, of course, but I was one of the reporters who had covered the story when it first happened 5 years ago. I'll never forget that day. I was working the police blotter. It was a quiet summer afternoon when they brought her in. 2 big cops in blue uniforms.
Come on now, girlie, come on.
Let go. I haven't done anything.
Take it easy now.
What's the trouble, Connolly?
Disturbing the peace, Sergeant.
Is this that Central Park call?
Aye, this is it.
I thought you radioed that there was a near riot up there.
You should have seen the place.
All right, give me the report.
Well, me and Bennett got up there, and there was a mob of people all surrounding this girl, see? So we bust through, and there in the middle of maybe 600 people, she's lying there, sort of in a faint. I asked a couple of people what the difficulty was. They told me it's the flying saucer.
The what?
The flying saucer.
What flying saucer?
Let me finish, Sergeant. What flying saucer, I asked. And then they says that this girl was standing on the green, and suddenly this saucer comes down and starts whirling over her head like a halo.
What is this, miss, a gag?
It happened.
It did, huh? Well, now suppose you tell me your version.
I was standing in the park, and I looked up, and there it was.
Describe it.
It was beautiful. It was golden with a dusty finish, like an unripe Concord grape. It made a faint sound, a chord of 2 tones, and it circled over my head like some great round hummingbird.
Go on.
Other people must have seen it because they were all looking at me and pointing. I saw one man cross himself. And then it came down and touched me and spoke to me.
This flying saucer spoke to you?
Yes.
And just what did it say to you? I said, what did it say?
I can't tell you.
Secret, ma'am?
Yes.
I see. Connolly, this girl is for Bellevue.
Well, Sergeant, the plain fact is that it happened just like that. And 10 witnesses all agree it did.
Are you trying to tell me that there was such a thing as this whirring hummingbird of a saucer?
Aye, there was that, Sergeant.
And just how do you know, Connolly?
Well, we've got the thing out in the squad car.
You what?
Bennett's bringing it in now. See? About 36 inches across it is, and covered with strange markings.
Great mother... What did you call the bomb squad?
I didn't think of it.
Well, think of it, man. This may be some kind of atomic weapon.
I'll turn it over to ballistics.
Never mind about ballistics. Call the FBI. Tell them we've got this thing.
Yeah, that's right. What about the girl?
Well, we'll book her on disturbing the peace. I got a feeling the government men may want a word with her. What is it, Benaides?
I'd like to do a story on this for my paper. Could I have a look at the saucer?
We'd better clear it first.
Oh, could I talk to the girl?
After she's been booked?
Connolly, is the crowd still up at the park?
Very likely.
Well, I'll run up there and get some eyewitnesses. Then I'd like to come back and talk to the girl. Up at the park, they were still buzzing about it. Some said she was a communist agitator. Some said it was a flying saucer from Mars and she'd stepped out of it. Others said she was a saint and it was her halo. I took some notes for the paper and went back downtown to talk to her. But there were a couple of agents with her and they wouldn't let me in.
And now then, miss, you told the sergeant this saucer spoke to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did it speak to you in English?
I don't know.
You did understand it, though?
Yes.
Do you speak any other languages?
No.
Tell me, what message did you receive from this instrument?
It wasn't anything, really.
Suppose you tell me.
I'd rather not.
Miss, let me be very frank. I'm not a policeman. I'm a security agent. That means I deal with problems that affect the security of our country. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, we've examined this flying saucer enough to know that it is not of American manufacture. It also possesses an extremely high radioactive count, and now that means it was made in an area where radioactive materials are in great abundance, such as an area where atom bombs are made. And that's why we want to know the message you received from the saucer.
There was no message.
You just made it up.
Yes.
I'm afraid you're lying. Suppose we have some soldiers bring the saucer in here and hold it over your head. Would you object?
I don't care what you do.
All right, boys, bring it in.
All right, come on. Come on.
Swing your end around here. Now, when I tell the men to hold it over your head, you try to recall what it said.
I don't know what it said.
Lift it up, boys. Hold it right over your head. I got this. It's talking to you now, isn't it?
Yes.
What is it saying? What did it say? All right, boys, crate it up and send it down to the National Research Laboratories.
Right. What about the girl, sir?
We'll get nothing out of her. I don't believe she really knows what that humming noise is. Better have a psychiatrist examine her.
They took her to the city hospital, and she had a room to herself. Whenever the door opened, she could see the policeman outside. The door opened quite often. There were a lot of important people, some in Army uniforms, who came up from Washington just to see her and talk to her. Apparently, they had analyzed the flying saucer and discovered something that made this girl about the most important person in the country. I used to stand outside. I could identify the heads of certain security agencies, but nobody would answer the questions that the reporter shot at. Sir, excuse me.
Yes?
I'm Jason Beniades from the Trib. I've been assigned to this flying saucer story. As chief of the security section...
Sorry, I have no comment.
Well, can you tell me how long the girl will be held?
That's a matter for the civil authorities.
Well, have the psychiatrist determine exactly...
Excuse me, Mr. Beniades. My car is waiting.
A few days later, she was released from the hospital and returned to the court to be tried on the disorderly conduct charge. They found her guilty and fined her $15 and turned her loose. When she walked out of the courtroom, she was handed a subpoena to appear before a congressional committee in private session. She answered all their questions except one. My paper sent me over to cover the hearing.
Now, young lady, I want to remind you that I'm a senator of the United States and empowered by the people of this country to ask questions relating to matters of security. You understand?
Yes.
Your name is Janet Boyce, is it not?
I told you that.
Now, at an earlier session, you testified that as a young girl, you were a member of a certain organization in your neighborhood. Would you name it?
We didn't have a name. It was just a bunch of girls who got together to go bike riding and listen to recordings.
Any particular recordings?
Mostly Donny Osmond.
I see. Now, this flying saucer, you said it talked to you. You did say that, didn't you?
Yes.
And then you denied it?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was tired of answering questions.
Young woman, let me put something to you squarely. By the way, I think if there are members of the press here, I can divulge a rather spectacular piece of information to you. This flying saucer has been thoroughly examined and analyzed. And I wish to inform the people of this great nation that it definitely, I repeat, it definitely did not originate on this planet. And now then, Miss Boyce, consider that it is possible that our Earth might be attacked from outer space by beings much more clever and stronger than we are. And consider that perhaps you have the key to our defense against these beings. Don't you owe it to the world?
I don't think I owe anything to anybody.
Even if the Earth was not attacked, just think what an advantage it would give this country over its enemies. Young woman, I ask you, what did that flying saucer say to you? You know that what you're doing is tantamount to working for the enemies of your country? I will give you one more chance. What was the message?
It was personal.
Gentlemen, I move that Miss Janet Boyce be cited for contempt.
The furor was fantastic. The chief of security blasted the senator for divulging secret information about the origins of the flying saucer, and the senator said the people had a right to know, and besides, he was just guessing anyway and happened to guess right. And meanwhile, the press printed the girl's picture all over the front page and ran banner headlines like, "Girl refuses to betray Martian secrets. Flying saucer girl won't talk, cited for contempt." The contempt trial was equally spectacular. She didn't plead any amendment or anything. She just said the saucer was talking to her, and it was nobody else's business. She was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Beniades. Yes, Chief. For the Sunday supplement? Yeah, good. Well, do you think there's anything in it? Well, okay. Whatever you say. Mike, get me everything you can on that flying saucer girl, will you? Yeah, the one that was sent to jail about 4 years ago. Now, see if you can find out what she's doing now. She was released about 6 months ago, I think. Yeah. The boss wants a feature for the Sunday supplement. Okay. I found out she'd gotten a job cleaning at night in offices and stores down near the beachfront. There weren't many to clean, but that meant there weren't many people to remember her face from the newspapers. I tracked her down and caught up with her in a one-armed coffee joint about 4 a.m. Excuse me, miss. You mind if I sit here?
No.
It's a nice night, isn't it? Moonlight and everything.
Which are you? Security? Newspapers? Or just somebody out for a good time?
You're pretty bitter, aren't you?
Shouldn't I be?
Yeah, I guess you should. My name is Jason Beniades. I'm with the newspaper.
It's been nice meeting you. I have to go now.
No, just a minute.
Please.
I can't blame you, but...
How did you find me?
One of the legmen had located your mother. I talked to her earlier tonight.
Oh. How is she?
Still hitting the bottle. The way she knew where you were, you sent her some flowers on her birthday, remember?
Yes. She wouldn't talk to me. Said she didn't want a daughter who was a jailbird.
Tell me how it's been.
So you can write about it?
I promise you I won't write anything you don't want me to write.
Okay. You want to know how it's been? Right after I got out of jail, I met a man at a restaurant. Nice man. Asked me for a date. I spent every cent I had on a red handbag to go with my red shoes. They weren't the same shade, but anyway, they were both red. I was very excited about the date. We went to a movie. Afterward, he didn't even try to kiss me or anything. He just wanted to know what the flying saucer had told me. I didn't say anything. I just went home, cried all night.
And that was it?
No, I had another date. I get pretty lonely. This time they arrested the man I was with. He was a Russian agent. On Christmas Eve, 4 men called me up and sang me a song. Would you like to hear the words?
It doesn't matter.
They go, the flying saucer came down one day and taught her a brand new way to play. And what it was, she will not say, but she takes me out of this world.
I'm sorry.
Now you go away and leave me alone.
Yes.
Aren't you going to ask me the big question?
No.
Everybody does.
Yeah, well, not me.
You will. Sooner or later.
Maybe. Look, can I take you home?
No.
Can I see you again? Please.
No, I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself like anyone.
Trust me, will you?
I'm not sure.
Maybe?
Maybe.
I'll wait here for you tomorrow night.
All right.
The next night, I went back to the coffee joint to wait for her. I knew she got through about 4 a.m. I got there about 15 minutes early.
Mr. Beniades?
Yes. Oh, say, you're the chief of the security section, aren't you? You used to work
out... You have a good memory. Mind if I sit down?
Well, I'm expecting someone.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I see.
I'd like to talk with you.
Go ahead.
You probably know that we've been trying to gain the confidence of this girl for some years now.
Yes.
And, apparently you succeeded where we failed.
Well, not really.
In any event, you seem to be making some progress.
She may not even show up.
I think she will. Now, I'm going to ask you to help us.
Help? In what way can I help?
We have reason to believe that this girl is a courier for some alien power.
On what do you base that?
Well, There was the incident of the saucer, of course. We've definitely established that it came from some other planet. And recently, she's been throwing messages inside bottles into the ocean.
What sort of messages?
They're always the same. And now I have one right here. You're welcome to read it and see if it makes any sense. We've had every decoding expert in the service trying to break it, but we can't seem to find the key.
I see.
She's thrown literally hundreds of these messages in bottles into the sea. And we've got many of them, but not all, naturally. Now, what we're most interested in is locating the content.
Natural.
And that's where you fit in. We'd like you to gain this girl's confidence even further. Try to find out just what these messages mean, and beyond that, what the saucer said to her. You'll be doing us a favor and your country a great service.
You're certain this is some subversive activity on her part?
How else can you explain the fact that she won't tell us her secret?
Maybe because it's hers, and everybody has a right to have something of his own.
Are you, trying to tell me that you won't cooperate?
I didn't say that.
I'd like to remind you, Mr. Beniades, that you have a duty to us.
I know that. I also have a duty to myself and to God. Now, if you'll excuse me. I folded the bottle message and put it in my pocket. I waited for her to show up. The minutes went by, and the hours, and I knew she wasn't coming, or she had come and seen me with the chief and changed her mind. And that's when I left the cafe and walked down to the beach. That's when I dragged her out of the surf before she could follow one of her bottles into the water. How do you feel now? Are you cold?
Why should you care?
I do.
Is that why you were sitting with the security chief in the cafe?
I didn't arrange that meeting. He asked me to spy on you.
I suppose he told you about the bottles.
Yes.
Wonder how much of the taxpayers' money they spent gathering them up. You'd think they'd get tired of it. All the writing in the bottles is the same.
Maybe you could have saved a lot of trouble.
Do you think so? All of them. Judges, jailers, jukeboxes, people. Do you really think it would have saved me a minute's trouble if I told them the whole truth at the very beginning?
Wouldn't it?
No. They wouldn't have believed me. What they wanted was a new weapon. Some super scientific super science from some alien super race. Science. That's all they think about.
Well, it is pretty important.
Would it ever have occurred to them that this super race from another planet might have super feelings? Or super longings? Or a super loneliness? No. All they think about is weapons. Isn't it time you asked me what the saucer said?
No.
They all ask me.
I don't have to ask you. I know.
You know?
Let me read it to you. There is, in certain living souls, a quality of loneliness unspeakable. So great it must be shared as company is shared by lesser beings. Such a loneliness is mine. So know by this, that in immensity there is one lonelier than you.
How did you know?
It's the message you put in the bottles. The same message that some lonely, strange being in some other world put into a bottle. Only his bottle was a flying saucer and sent across space to you.
You knew.
I'm lonely, too. Look at me. I've never had the love of a woman. They think I'm pretty ugly.
You're not ugly.
No. I don't feel ugly right now.
Say it again. The message from the saucer.
Know by this, that in immensity, there is one lonelier than you.
I wonder if whoever first wrote it has found someone.
I think perhaps he has. She looked at me and said nothing. But it was as if a light came from her. More light than even the practiced moon could cast. Among the many things it meant was the fact that even to loneliness, there is an end for those who are lonely enough, long enough.
WMUK Special Projects has presented Saucer of Loneliness, written by Theodore Sturgeon and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Mark Spink was featured as Benaides, and Peg Small played Janet Boyce. Our cast included Tom Small as the security chief, Richard Niesink as the senator, Martin Gingrich as the cop, John Scott as the sergeant, Rock Bartley as the boy, and Ico Generator as the saucer. Future Tense is produced and directed by Ellie Siegel. This is Gerard McLeod inviting you and your entire family to join us every Monday through Thursday at the same time for Future Tense. Be sure.
You're listening to WROC Radio in Rochester, New York. 11 degrees outside. Next, CBS.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome to a wonderful world of your own making. I'm Tom Bosley. Come with me to the world of radio drama. A theater whose stage has no limits but your imagination. Where adventure is yours for the listening. Where you can be anything you dream. Armored knight or lovely princess. Magician or monster. Hero or even villain. Sail seas. Scale mountains. Explore galaxies. All in your own minds. Do anything, anywhere, anywhen, on the wonderful stage of your own imagination.
Let me in! Open the door! Open it! Who's that? It's your nephew. Get him out. Open up! My nephew! Hey, my nephew is dead! Open up and see for yourself! You're a ghost! Go away! No, I'm no ghost. Davy, I thought you were dead.
You hoped I was dead, Uncle.
You planned for me to die.
Our adventure today is Robert Louis Stevenson's Kidnapped, adapted especially for General Mills Adventure Theater by Paul Tripp and stars Christopher Tabori. We'll be back shortly with Act One. Robert Louis Stevenson, who wrote Kidnapped and so many other great stories, was a sick man all of his life. With his perpetual poor health, he could never have actively participated in the adventures he so vividly created. But though his footsteps were slow, his imagination soared higher than the sky and flew faster than an eagle. Only an imagination as powerful as his could have carried David Balfour to the lowlands and highlands of romantic Scotland.
My father died. I was all alone in the world and as poor as a church mouse. The only inheritance my father had left me was a mysterious piece of paper.
There you are, Davy. I looked for you in the house, but you weren't there.
It's not mine anymore, Mr. Campbell. It's been sold for my father's debts. All I have left is this rock to sit on.
Aye, this is sad, sad world. Will you stay here or go elsewhere to seek your fortune?
Elsewhere, I guess. But exactly where, I haven't the faintest notion.
Well, then perhaps this letter will send you off in the proper direction. When your father was dying, he gave me this, saying, "Tell Davy to deliver this to the address I have written on the envelope. Tell him he will find his good fortune there. Take it, lad."
It says here, this letter is to be delivered to Mr. Ebenezer Balfour of the House of Shaws, outside the town of Queensferry. Do you know who this man is, Mr. Campbell? We have the same name, but I've never heard of him.
Nor have I, lad. But from speaking to your father, I learned that the Balfour family was a respectable one and very rich.
Of which my father had none.
Now, don't be bitter, David. It ill becomes you. Perhaps this Ebenezer Balfour is the rich one in the family. That's why your father wanted you to deliver this letter. He told me he was certain you would be well received.
And so I went. It was a 3-day journey on foot. Shoe leather was all I could afford. So I walked. On the 3rd day, when I could see the church steeples of Queensferry in the distance, I began to inquire as to the whereabouts of the mysterious Ebenezer Balfour. Everywhere I inquired, the name of Ebenezer Balfour brought an unfriendly response. It was growing dark when I finally came to a rusty, weather-beaten sign dangling from one nail. The sign read, "House of Shaws, no trespassing." A bolt of lightning lighted up the sky, and now I saw the house where I had hoped to find a friendly welcome. It was the dreariest place I had ever seen. It stood like a threatening claw against the sky. Oh, a ruin of a house. No answer. I was of a mind to give it up as a bad job. Then I got angry. I hadn't come this far for nothing.
You down there! Who comes to disturb the sleep of an honest man? What do you want?
I'm here with a letter for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour of Shaws.
Well, slip it under the door and be off with you.
I'll do no such thing. Nobody treats David Balfour like that.
Is your name David Balfour?
Aye, that's what they call me.
Is your father dead then?
How knew you that?
He must be dead to be sure. And that's what brings you here. Well then, wait there and I'll let you in. Now give me Alexander's letter.
You know my father's name?
It would be strange if I didn't, for wasn't he my own brother?
You're my uncle.
Aye, your loving Uncle Ebenezer. Welcome to the House of Shaws, nephew. Now give me that letter. My brother always had a good hand. Do you know what he's written, boy? Is that what's brought you here?
I only came to deliver the letter. That's all I know.
But you have high hopes I'll take you in and share my fortune with you, boy.
I confess I did hope you might help me out. But I'm no beggar. I'm willing to work for my keep.
Oh, I'll do right by you, Davy. Have no fear. And to prove it to you as a sign of good faith, I'll give you the gold coins I promised at your birth, and I'll do it now.
That's very kind of you, sir.
And to show how much I trust you now, you'll fetch me my money chest your own self.
Oh, now, Uncle, there's really no hurry.
There is. The money was coming to you when you were born. It's high time you got what was coming to you. You know, go through this door.
Then you'll climb to the top of those steps, and under the roof at the top you'll find the money chest.
It's very dark up there. May I have a candle to show me the way?
Oh, tut, lad. You young eyes that can see in the dark. Besides, candles are very expensive. We'll not waste our money, will we, Davy? Well, what are you waiting for? Your good fortune waits for you at the top of the stairs.
It was so dark on that circular stone stairway, I could scarce see my hand before me. I huddled against the wall and groped my way upward like a blind man. I thought the steps would never end. Then a blast of wind told me I was reaching the top. I was about to climb another step when a flash of lightning lit up the sky, and I saw I was standing on the last step. Beyond, there was nothing but emptiness. Another step, and I would have gone crashing down to the cruel stones waiting below. My uncle had tricked me. He had sent me to my death. Yes, Uncle. I'm alive. No thanks to you. You sought to cheat me out of my inheritance by killing me.
Oh, you've misjudged me. I'm a lonely old man, oh cruel boy, to think such evil thoughts. I had it in mind to leave you all my wealth when I died.
And while you lived, what then?
What then? Why, to share with you, of course. What's mine is yours. Can you not believe that?
No, Uncle, I cannot. I would rather believe the devil himself.
Would you believe Mr. Rankin, then?
Rankin? Who's he?
Lawyer Rankin, the man who knew your father and loved him.
If there's any truth left in you, then, yes, I would believe him. Where shall we find him?
He practices the law in Queensferry. We'll go to him first thing in the morning. He'll hear the truth from his very own mouth.
Is this the way to Mr. Rankin's office, Uncle? I thought this place was in the center of town.
And so it is, lad.
But then why are we heading towards the docks? What about seeing Lawyer Rankin as you promised last night?
Oh, he can wait a little while. What's a few more moments in a young lad's life? Do you see that brig out there in the harbor? It's called the Covenant. I've half a share in it. It's about to weigh anchor. I would speak to my partner, Captain Hoseason, before he sails. Oh, there he is. Oh, there, Captain. A word with you. Wait here, lad. I'll be but a moment.
Good morning, Mr. Balfour. What brings you here?
I've a new bit of business to transact with you, Captain.
Well, be quick. I'll sail within 2 hours.
It'll be to your advantage. Do you see that lad standing over there? He's my nephew David.
Fine-looking lad. What about him?
I want you to take him along with you and never to bring him back.
Never bring him back?
Aye. He's never to see Scotland again.
What do you want done with him?
At your first port of call in the American colonies, sell him as a servant. You can keep the price of his purchase for yourself. But the trick will be to get him aboard the ship.
Trust me.
Good. Oh, Davy, lad. Come and meet the captain.
Good day to you, Captain. You have a fine ship out there.
That I have. How'd you like to come aboard before we sail and see what a fine vessel it is?
No, thank you, sir. My uncle and I have some business with a lawyer.
Oh, lad. Mr. Rankin can wait a little while longer. The day is young yet.
Well, come along, young Balfour, and have a look-see. That ship will be yours someday, from what your uncle tells me.
Well, all right. But, Uncle, you'll come along with me where I can keep my eyes on you.
Of course, laddie. Oh, you still don't trust me?
No, Uncle. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Well, what do you think of her, boy?
Oh, she's a fine ship, Captain. But hadn't we better go up on deck now? I've taken enough of your time. What's that?
We'll weigh at anchor. We're sailing, boy.
Where's my uncle?
Out there, being rowed back to the docks.
What does this mean, Captain? Why are you kidnapping me?
No, young man. Say rather, I'm taking you on a voyage.
No. Help! Help!
Out, blast you! I'm being kidnapped!
What drives men like Captain Hoseason and Ebenezer Balfour to do the things they do? Is it greed? Probably. But how do they get away with it? They're wily men who talk so much about their honesty that pretty soon their victims begin to believe them. Just like David Balfour, who lies unconscious. We'll rejoin David shortly with Act 2. General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Millions of people have come to America in the past 200 years, but none have gone as unwillingly as David Balfour. David is a prisoner on a ship that would someday be his, if his Uncle Ebenezer is to be believed, which I doubt. Well, live and learn. I imagine that when young David wakes up, he'll be an older and wiser boy. At least I hope so.
I lay unconscious for 2 days. On the second day, a kick in the ribs awakened me. Oh, my head.
I warned you. I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Captain Hoseason, where am I?
Aboard the good ship Covenant. Where else? We're turning now for the open sea. Come along on deck, and you can bid a last fond farewell to Scotland.
Through the fog rolling in, I saw the dim outline of the coast of Scotland fast fading away. I felt tears sting my eyes.
Cry if you want to, boy, but it's the last you'll ever see of Scotland. What was that, Mr. Carr? What's happening?
Look, Captain. A rowboat. Captain, too.
Throw that man down there alive. Somebody move. Hurry.
Is the captain of this ship blind? Has he no eyes?
In the fog, sir, no one has eyes. My apologies.
Well, accepted. And now, in return, you will oblige me by sailing me to the place I was bound for. You've made me miss the ship that would have taken me there.
And where might that be?
The coast of France.
Did you hear that, man? Our friend wants us to take him to France.
No one laughs at Alan Breck. And you'll find there's a sharp sting at the tip of this sword.
Oh, cool off, man. You expect me to turn the ship around for one little bedraggled rooster? Hey, what's it? You almost nicked me.
And the next time I'll draw blood. Is it France, or is it not?
We can't, man. We're bound for America.
Correction, you're bound for France.
You're out of your mind.
Oh, aye, that I am. But I'm also in the money. Will you feel the heft of this money belt, Captain? That's the sound of gold you're hearing. Take me to France, and half the gold is yours.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I'll take my payment now.
Not so fast. Payment on arrival.
Don't you trust me?
In a word, no.
Neither do I. Now you'll want to dry your clothes. You can use that cabin yonder. I'll change our course to France.
Much obliged, Captain.
Bosun, come here. A word with you.
Yes, Captain?
Did you see that fat money belt?
That I did. Half of it is yours if you land that fool in France.
And if I get rid of him altogether?
Then all of it is yours.
Gather up 5 of the crew, and within an hour at 6 bells sharp, we'll pay a visit to our friend, Mr. Breck.
Captain, you sent him to the cabin where we keep our weapons. If he catches on to us, we're in a pickle. He could hold us at bay for days.
Well, then we'll just have to get him out of the cabin.
All this time, I stood there unnoticed in the fog, listening to the murderous scoundrels. My blood ran cold. Alan Breck must be warned. Not only because I wanted to save the man's life. I hardly knew him. But I also had a debt I wanted to pay back to Captain HORSEMAN for kidnapping me. Mr. Breck.
And don't you knock when you visit a gentleman?
I've come to warn you. The captain's planning to murder you.
Do you call that news, laddie?
You knew?
I can read faces. The moment I stepped on board, I could spell out the word villainy written on the captain's face. Well, what's your name?
David Balfour.
Balfour? Sounds like a name from the lowlands, and I can't stand people from the lowlands. I come from the highlands myself. So I'll call you plain David. And you may call me Alan.
I don't care what you call me. They're coming to kill you. Doesn't that worry you?
Not a whit. Not if you stand by me. Will you stand by me, David?
I will. Now, for heaven's sake, will you tell me what your plan is? They'll be here in an hour.
My plan? Simple. To fight, of course. Are you armed, David?
No, but there are plenty of weapons in that cupboard over there.
Well, then let's break it open. How kind of the captain to supply us with arms. Can you use a sword, David?
No. I never learned. But I know how to shoot a gun.
What's to worry about, then? We're an army now. All right, General David. Let's load the guns.
Alan, mind if I ask you a personal question?
Oh, no secrets between friends. Ask.
Why do you wish to go to France? You're a Scotsman. Why not stay in your own country?
Oh, and find myself with a noose around my neck? No, thank you. There's a price on my head.
But why? You don't look like a murderer or a thief to me.
Why, David, you're beginning to like me. No, my young friend. I am worse than a murderer or a thief. I'm a rebel. And that's why I go to France. To rejoin my leader, Bonnie Prince Charlie, and make him King of Scotland.
That traitor!
Watch it, David. Say another word about that blessed man and I'll slit your gizzard and fight the ship's crew by myself.
But he rebelled against King George, the rightful ruler of England.
Yes, David, King of England, but not King of Scotland. Ah, David, if only you knew how your cruel king's men act in Scotland, oppressing and stealing from our poor innocent people. And there's that traitor Scotsman, Colin Roy, the one they call the Red Fox. The horrible things he does in your dear King George's name. If ever you meet him, David, don't stop to say good morning to him. Aim between his eyes and shoot him dead.
Alan, the time's come.
Mr. Breck, I was thinking you might be famished. Will you dine with me in my cabin?
Well, what a noble thought, Captain. I'll be out in a moment.
No, you're not going out there. There are too many of them.
Aye, but there's more swinging room for my sword. Stand behind me with your guns in hand. Don't shoot until I tell you. And mind your aim, David. I've no taste for a bullet in my back. Well, here I am, Captain dear, as the fly said to the spider. How doth the little busy bee improve his shining hour by stinging with his sharp little sword? Now, David, shoot.
Captain, he hit the helmsman.
David, I thought you were a good shot.
I hit something, didn't I?
Captain, we've hit the reef.
The ship's sinking. Make all aboard.
Well, David, it was a good shot after all. When you hit the helmsman, you sank the ship. Good lad.
You can congratulate me later. Right now, we better save ourselves. When we landed in the water, I lost sight of Alan Breck. Had he drowned? Well, there was no time to think about that. I headed for land. Finally, I made shore. A desolate place. Not a living soul to be seen, except for a flock of gulls. Alan! Alan! Where are you, Alan? I sat down and wanted to cry. Alan was dead. The first friend I ever made was dead.
Ahoy there! You there, ahoy!
A human voice that seemed to come from the sea. I ran toward the voice. A man was rowing a boat toward me.
Ahoy there! What's your name?
David Balfour!
David Balfour, did you say? Then you're the one I'm looking for. Well, lad. I've searched for you the whole day long.
How did you know I was missing? How did you know my name?
A little bird told me.
What? Oh, will you stop speaking in riddles?
A little bird with a tall, proud feather in his hat.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Do you mean Alan Breck? He's alive. He didn't drown.
Oh, I'm not mentioning any names. Now, will you hop into the boat so as I can take you to the man who told me to find you?
I'm much obliged to you, mister. You've saved my life. For how you find me, I'll always wonder.
Well, you can stop your wondering now, lad. Haven't I the sharpest eyes in the Highlands? Now, why don't you take a little snooze? You must be that tired. I'll wake you when we get to Torresay.
Torresay? What's that? Where is it?
It's a town where the sea shakes hands with the Highlands. Now, will you sleep and stop your jabbering?
Oh, I will. I am tired. Oh, Alan's alive, isn't he? Alive.
Wake up, lad. Wake up.
What? Oh, are we there? Torresay?
Aye, Torresay. Now give me your hand, and you'll set your first step in the Highlands, the glory of Scotland.
I thank you, mister. Now, where is he? Where is Alan?
Shut your mouth, lad.
Oh, what's all the mystery? All I ask
Don't get it through your head. There's no Alan Breck.
Well, I know there's a price on his head.
Oh, you know that, do you? Then he's probably told you about the cursed man they call Red Fox.
Yes, but what about this man, the Red Fox?
He's here. He's come to Torresay. If he hears that our friend is not in France, then he'll hunt him down and hang him. Oh, indeed. Now listen and do as I tell you. You'll walk to the end of the high street. Then you'll turn left into the main road and walk a mile. When you come to a signpost that says 1 mile to Torresay, turn right and walk 30 paces. Whistle 3 times, then once, like this. And then maybe, mind you, you'll find your friend. The little bird with the tail feather in his cap. Now go along with you. Mind your step. And above all, mind your tongue. There's a life at stake.
Well, I minded my step, but alas, I didn't mind my tongue. I had just reached the signpost when a group of horsemen almost ran me down.
You idiot! Mind where you're going! You almost ran me down! Oh, there! Who calls me an idiot?
I do, and proud. Oh, you're the Red Fox.
I am that. But who told you? We've never met.
Alan
Did you say Alan Breck?
No. I said not.
You said Alan Breck. Is that rebel back in Scotland?
No, he's in France.
The devil he is. He's in Torresay. And you're his accomplice. Well, now we'll have a double hanging party. Seize him, man. I've been shot. Don't let that boy escape. That devil Alan Breck has killed me.
I ran as if the devil were after me. It sounded like the whole British Army was trying to fill me with bullet holes.
David, it's Alan. They're after me, and you as well.
What should I do?
Do? What kind of a question is that, boy? We run for our lives. That's what we do.
Through a lifetime, we meet all kinds of people. The good, the cruel, the generous, the greedy. But I doubt if any of us have met such a variety of strange characters in as short a time as David Balfour. A conniving uncle, a murderous sea captain, a short-tempered adventurer, and now the whole British Army. David seems to have a talent for trouble. We'll rejoin him shortly. Wow. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Oh, what?
A wise man once said, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Well, evidently, both David Balfour and Alan Breck agree completely with this sentiment. How else can we explain their strange friendship? A loyal subject of King George teamed up with a soldier of Bonnie Prince Charlie? How else do you figure it out? Well, don't ask David. He's too busy running for his life.
All right, David. We can take a breather now. We've lost the King's men. For a while, anyway. What happened to Captain HORSEMAN and his crew?
Oh, they took to the boats and left me hanging onto an oar.
Well, good riddance to them, one way or the other. Now, are we going to sit here all day and gab while we wait for the soldiers to catch up with us?
No, we'll not stay here like sitting ducks. But 100 yards from here, beyond those trees, there's a house where a friend lives. I'll pay him a little visit, get the news, and ask his advice.
Oh, can't I come with you?
Nay, nay, lad. My friend's a fierce enemy of your king. He would think you a spy.
Well, now, that's what I call a pretty kettle of fish. The King's soldiers are against me. Your friends are against me. Is there anyone for me?
I am, David, me bonny lad. And that's the best side of the world to be on. Now, I'll not be long.
I waited and waited. It felt like forever. I wished I was back at my father's house. Alan, is that you?
He's one of them. Put your hand up or I'll put a bullet through you.
No, don't shoot. I'm a loyal subject of His Majesty King George.
You're lying, puppy. I know your face. You're the boy that stopped us on the road when Red Fox was killed. You were the decoy. Now, where's the other one?
What other one?
The killer. The man known as Alan Breck.
Well, he didn't kick. I mean, who's Alan Breck? I never heard that name before.
You didn't, eh? You're a liar, boy. Private, keep your musket trained on him, and I'll stand behind this tree and wait for the other to come along. And when he comes, I'll give him a couple of feet of cold steel. That must be the other one now. Run, Alan! Run! Why, you I'll kill you for that! You'll have to beat me first! Run, Alan! Run! Alan Breck, you're under arrest!
Oh, am I now? Have you said your bedtime prayers recently, Sergeant? For you're about to take a long sleep.
We'd best be on the run. The other soldiers will be on our necks any moment now. But where do we run?
And I was told there's a deep river not too far from here. It separates the highlands from the lowlands. There'll be a ferry waiting for us. Once we cross, we'll be safe. Come on, let's go, laddie. David, do you see the reflection yonder? Behind those trees? That's the river, and we're almost there. They've spotted us. Do you see the ferry, lad?
Not a sign. We can't wait, Alan. We'll have to swim for it.
Well, you swim for it, Davy. I'll stay here and make a stand.
You're gone daft, Alan. They'll kill you.
I know, but one way or the other, I'm a dead man. For the truth is, Davy, I swim like a stone.
I'm a strong swimmer. I'll help you.
Nay, lad, I'll stay here. You go.
Are you afraid of the water, then? Fine Highlander you are.
Nobody calls Alan Breck a coward. Oh, land under my feet. At last. Land.
We're safe now. That's all that counts. We're near Queensferry. We'll go there. We'll find you a ship and the money to sail on her.
Isn't that where your Uncle Ebenezer lives?
It is.
And are you expecting that he'll give the money? He who had you kidnapped to steal your inheritance?
No, I'll not go to my loving uncle. I'll go to Lawyer Rankin. He was a friend of my father's. I was told.
What can I do for you, young man?
I wish to speak to Mr. Rankin.
I am Mr. Rankin. And what might your name be?
David Balfour, sir.
David Balfour, do you say? Well, come in. Come in. We have much to speak of. Now, what might your business be?
I have reason to believe that I may have rights to the estate of Shaw's, which is now in possession of Ebenezer Balfour.
Right to the point, eh? Your uncle told me he'd given you a great sum of money and sent you off to Germany to get a fine education.
He's a liar.
No. We'll call no names. From what Ebenezer Balfour told me, your ship had been wrecked.
Yes, that's true.
And you had been drowned on June 27th. It is now August 24th. An empty space of 2 months unaccounted for. Fill in that empty hole and you'll convince me.
I'll do better than that. I'll produce a witness.
Ah, that's better. When can I speak to him?
Now, sir.
My name is Alan Brick.
You're placing yourself in great danger, mister. You are aware of that.
I am. But David is my friend, and I'll risk as much for him as he's risked for me these past 2 months.
Tell me your story, and let me judge the truth of the matter. A wilder tale I've never heard, but it rings true. David Balfour, I'm convinced you are who you say you are. The estate of Shaws rightfully belongs to you. Your father and uncle were both in love with the same young woman when they were young. Your mother, David. And when she married your father, your Uncle Ebenezer was heartbroken. To ease the pain, your father, who was the elder, signed over his entire fortune to Ebenezer.
Then the fortune does belong to him, after all.
And to you as well. Your father provided that upon his death, half of the fortune would go to you. Though I'm sure your uncle would argue otherwise.
Supposing I wangled it out of him unbeknownst to him.
He'd need a witness, and you would not dare show your face on the stand.
But would you consider yourself a good witness, Mr. Rankin?
Well, that I would, if you'll forgive my modesty.
Then it's as good as done. We three will now pay a visit to our dear old Uncle Ebenezer. Now hide behind this tree, you two, and not a sound out of you. And now, David, I'll have a cozy little chat with your loving uncle. Open up there. I've news for you.
Who's that breaking my door down this time of night?
Open the door and see for yourself.
Who are you, man? I don't know you. And mind the blunderbuss I'm aiming at you.
Aye, I'm minding.
What do you want?
A bit of information. Do you know a lad named David?
What David? I know no David.
Shall I give you the rest of the name, then?
No. State your business and be off with you.
I'm here on a matter of ransom money.
Ransom money? For whom?
Why, for your dear nephew David, of course.
He's been kidnapped. I'd heard he was drowned.
Nay, he's alive and well. Tell me, good sir, do you know a man called Captain Hoseason?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of your own partner who once owned a ship with you?
You know that, do you? Well, what of it?
He told me many things about you. Things that would interest a judge and send you to jail.
Lies, all lies. Oh, come now, man. Why should we argue? Tell me what price he'll take as ransom.
Now you're talking sense. I'll take the same price you paid Captain Hoseason for kidnapping David.
It's a lie. I never had David kidnapped. I swear it. Did the captain tell you that?
Oh, aye, he did. And he also told me you gave him 10 gold pieces for the deed.
He lies. I gave him 20. Oh, what have I said? Enough to send you to prison for life, Ebenezer Balfour.
Good morning, Uncle.
David! You're alive! It was a trap!
And well sprung, if I do say so myself. Well, David, it's off to France I'm leaving, thanks to you.
I see you bought yourself a new feather for your hat. It's almost as long as your sword.
And it's a grand new suit of clothes you're wearing yourself. You look like a fine peacock, Mr. David Balfour. Well, Davy, we meet again. Bless you, lad. And the next time you're born, do it in the Highlands. For in my heart, you'll always be the grandest Highlander of them all.
Throughout history, there have been famous examples of great friendships. But the things that happen between man and boy can be especially wonderful. Even though Alan and David were apart in ages, they admired each other and were true to each other, each holding fast to his own belief, each respecting the other's belief. That's the stuff that genuine friendships are made of. I'll be back shortly. It's an old bromide that history repeats itself. 200 years ago, Scotland fought to win its independence from England and failed. Today, according to the news, Scotland is again demanding some measure of independence from England. Nothing seems to change except the costumes. History does keep repeating itself, but it never gets boring, does it? Cast included Christopher Tabori, Robert Dryden, Ian Martin, Bill Griffiths, and Paul Tripp. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Big difference.
Theater. This is Tom Bosley, welcoming you again to the magic world of radio, where your imagination can take you anywhere you like, to thrilling adventures in the air, on land, or on the sea. Today, it's a sea adventure written by that master sailor and writer, Jack London. It's called The Sea Wolf. So put on your oilskins, your sea legs, and brace yourself. There's a big wave of adventure heading right your way. Our adventure story, The Sea Wolf, was written by Jack London and adapted especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by James Agate, Jr. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Jack London, who wrote The Sea Wolf, was born in San Francisco, was very poor, and escaped his unhappiness suddenly one day when he was 10 years old by discovering the public library and started to read of far-off places. At 17, he shipped out on a schooner to the Pacific to find those places. His own adventures were the background for this story, an account of one Humphrey Van Wyden. Humphrey had tasted adventure and mystery only in books and found out when his life was at stake, he was a real man. But since this is his story, let him tell it.
5 minutes ago, I was on the ferry from Sausalito, heading for San Francisco. Fog everywhere. 4 minutes ago, we were hit by a steamer. The ferry I was on heeled over, sinking fast, and I was thrown into the water. I couldn't see anybody or hear anybody, the fog getting worse all the time. I was hanging onto a piece of wood, as if my life depended on it, which it did because I cannot swim. Then I must have passed out. No, it couldn't have been 4 minutes ago. More likely an hour and 4 minutes since the ferry boat sank. Oh, the water is so cold. If I don't drown, I'll freeze. Oh, still nothing but fog. Oh, Lord. There's a big three-master heading right for me. Help! Help! Here! I'm here in the water! Hey, look out up there! Help! Hey, stop it! Stop it, that hurts.
All right, Johansson. He's come to.
Yeah, where am I? Good Lord, I'm all wet.
Oh, we dragged this skinny scarecrow out of the water, and this is the thanks we get, Captain.
Johansson, you think we should throw him back?
I don't know. Not much meat on him.
How are you feeling now, sir?
Who are you?
I'm the cook, Mugridge. Thomas Mugridge. Here, have this tea. Do you good.
I'm all right. Let me...
Here, get this man some dry clothes. Cookie, find him something.
Yes, Captain.
You're a preacher? You got a dead man need some last rites before we sling him into the sea.
No, I'm not a preacher. I'm a gentleman.
Oh, a gentleman. Is that what you do for a living, be gentle? Who feeds you?
I have an income. Captain, I don't see what this has to do with you. I wish to be put ashore.
Who earned the money you live off, huh? I thought so. Your father, eh?
He's deceased.
What's your name?
Humphrey Van Wyden.
Let me see your hands. I thought so. Soft. Good for little else than dishwashing.
I wish to be put ashore. I'll pay you whatever you judge your delay and trouble to be worth.
I have a counter proposition to make you, for the good of your soul. My first mate just died. That's why I asked if we pulled a preacher out of the water. So we moved the men up. You take the cabin boy's place, sign the articles for the cruise. $20 a month. What do you say? What are you? 20?
19.
Mind you, it's for your own soul's sake. It'll be the making of you.
I'll give you $1,000.
Stow that. To take up your duties as cabin boy? Or do I have to take you in hand? Well?
Yes.
Say yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You'll make some money and something for yourself. We hunt seals off the coast of Japan. Ever killed a seal?
No, no, sir.
Well, you may have to learn. Your name Humphrey, huh?
Yes, sir.
Cookie, take him in hand. Teach him his duties.
And mind you, Humphrey, the shipmates may call me Cookie, but to you, I'm Mr. Mugridge. You get that?
Yes, sir. I mean, Mr. Mugridge. Sir, where are my clothes?
I got them drying out. What I give you may be a little big for you, but it'll keep you warm. Now, carry this bread aft. Go now. Hold on there, Humphrey. Take the teapot. What are they drinking? Seawater, you think? Look sharp, or you'll get doused. Here she comes.
Hold us under, Humphrey.
What are you doing on deck? Taking a bath?
That wave it bowled me over.
What are you limping for?
My knee. I smashed into something when the wave hit.
Why didn't you hold on, stupid?
Well, I don't know anything about the sea. I've been shanghaied aboard this tub, and I want to get off it and I'll stay on.
This tub, as you call it, is all there is between you and heaven. You think you could manage out there by yourself?
I don't want to be out there or here either.
Then why did you sign on? Where's the teapot? Oh, you hung on to it. With all the good bread gone. Can't even carry a bit of tea aft without losing it. Now, what are you sniffling about? Because you hurt your poor little leg? Now, while I'm boiling up some more tea, you better wash the dishes. Now, look sharp now. I see the old man bearing down on the galley.
Well, Humphrey, you're lucky you weren't swept overboard.
Lucky is my middle name. Getting picked up by you and breaking my leg. Nothing but luck.
I suppose you know a bit about literary things, eh?
I like to read, sir.
Good. Good. I'll have some talks with you sometime.
So, there was more to Captain Wolf Larsen than a fierce brute who cowed his crewmen with a fist, a kick, and a snarl. One day, I was sent to his cabin to put it to the rights. make the bed, and so forth. And there against the wall was a rack of books. Tennyson, Shakespeare, scientific books like Darwin, and one... I had to laugh. The King's English. Under the bed, I found Browning's poems, open where he'd been reading it. I didn't see the captain come in.
You're familiar with Browning, Humphrey?
Oh, you startled me, sir.
Oh, what startled you? Me or my reading?
Well, sir, it is a bit of a...
No reason if a man's at sea, his mind has to become waterlogged, eh? So, how are you and Mr. Mugridge getting on?
Oh, if you don't mind, Captain Larson, I'd like you to know I've been robbed.
Well, how did it happen?
When you picked me up, I gave my clothes to Mr. Mugridge to dry off. When I got them back, all my money had disappeared out of my pockets.
As cookies pickings. Consider it a lesson. Any man who leaves money lying around deserves to lose it. You sinned, Humphrey.
I did?
You've no right to put temptation in his way. You tempted Cook, and he fell.
Oh, it's my fault.
No, you've been lucky so far. The men seem to have accepted you. But you're worth no more than they are. In the past, you've eaten better, maybe, slept in softer beds, worn finer clothes. Who made those clothes, those beds, and those meals, huh? Not you. You never made anything.
What have I ever done to you, Captain Larson, that you
You'd like to go back to land where the odds are with you, right? Well, it's a whim of mine to keep you aboard this ship, and keep you I will. I may make you or break you. I could kill you now with a blow of my fist.
I don't...
No, you don't now. But you will. By the way, how much was it that Cookie got away with?
$185, sir.
That much.
I learned today the name of the ship is Ghost. The men are a tough, angry lot, but like lions backing away from a trainer's whip, they obey Wolf Larson without a murmur. There's one green hand in the crew besides myself. His name is Harrison, a clumsy country boy. Captain Larson had him sent aloft to ship the foregaff topsail, but it jammed. That day I was on deck with Johansen.
Go out the halyards, Harrison!
How high is it up there, Johansen?
80 feet or so. That canvas is flapping to beat all.
That Harrison boy's scared to death. Captain, the halyards are slacking and then jerking tight. He could be snapped off like a fly.
Good for him.
Look, he's lost hold.
No, he is all right. Hooked himself by his feet.
But there's nothing for him to grab with but his hands. Wait, he's hanging upside down.
He'll move when he thaws out.
But, Captain, it's inhuman to leave him up there like that.
He's no use to anybody if he's afraid.
But that is no reason to... Look at him. The boy is too terrified to go up or to go down.
I've told you what's what, and that's it. The man's mine, and I'll make soup of him and eat him if I want to.
Humphrey looked at the sailors standing around on deck. No one besides Johansen cared one way or another. They stared up at the boy hanging by his feet, a human life grappling with death, as though they were gazing at a bird or a cloud. Humphrey could not understand the callousness of these men. In his world, people behaved so differently. Life was sacred. But here, it counted for nothing. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Life. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Jack London writes these thoughts for Humphrey. Sometimes I think Wolf Larson mad, of strange moods and vagaries. Other times I take him for a great man, a genius who's never arrived. I'm convinced he's the perfect primitive man born 1,000 years too late. To him, the men on board are like children. He plays with them like puppies, sometimes cruelly.
Get the cards, Humphrey. Cookie here tells me he'd like a game.
Yeah, only if you wish to, Captain.
No. It was your idea. Oh, and Humphrey, bring out the cigars and whiskey you'll find in my berth.
I don't know whether you know it, Captain Larson, but I'm a gentleman's son.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I was paid handsomely to stay away from my ancestral home.
I set the glasses and bottle right here, Humphrey. Yeah, I'll shuffle and deal. Humphrey, pour 2 glasses. Well, shall we have one more hand? Humphrey, I think there are 2 more drinks left in that bottle. Empty it for Mr. Mugridge and myself. Come on, Cookie. Or do you prefer to be called Mr. Mugridge? What are you upset about? A game is only a game.
It's my losing streak, sir.
Oh, that does happen. Your hands appear to be a little shaky. I think I'd better do the honors, wouldn't you say?
Well, it'd be only fair if I dealt just once.
How could you deal? Look at your hands shaking. I'm doing you the favor. Here, finish your drink like a man. Pick up your cards. Cookie, I do not believe it.
It's true. I'm cleaned out. All my savings. Cleaned out. Don't have another penny.
Humphrey, kindly take Mr. Mugridge's arm and help him on deck. He's not feeling very well.
No. I've got some honor left. I can leave a game on my own feet. Good day, Captain.
Well, now, that didn't take long, did it, Humphrey? How much did he leave me? $100, $60, $70, $85 even, just as I thought. The beggar came aboard without a cent.
And what you have won is mine, sir.
Humphrey, I've studied some grammar in my time, and I think your tenses are tangled. Was mine, you should have said. Not is mine.
It's not a question of grammar, but of ethics.
It is not a question of grammar or ethics, but of fact.
I understand. The fact is you have the money. But that's avoiding the real question, which is one of right.
Oh, you still believe in such things, huh? Right, wrong?
Yeah, don't you at all?
Not the least bit. Might is right, and that is all there is to it. Weakness is wrong.
Have you no weakness, then?
Oh, yes. My head. My eyes. It's blinding sometimes. Sometimes I feel I'm dying. But in the meantime, it is the survival of the fittest.
The instinct of the caveman. So you are utterly without morals.
That's right.
A man of whom to always be afraid.
That's the way to put it.
As one is afraid of a snake or a tiger or a shark.
Now you know me. And you know me as I'm generally known. Other men call me Wolf.
My friendship with Wolf Larson still puzzles me. It's more like the relationship of king and jester. 2 months aboard the Ghost, and my muscles are hardening. I don't recognize the Humphrey Van Wyden who was fished out of the San Francisco Bay. But Johansen, the first mate, warns me to watch out.
You watch out, because the captain is as contrary as currents of air or water. Just as you're thinking you know him and are making a favorable slant, he whirls around, dead ahead, and comes howling down upon you.
You have to recognize Johansen. The man is a beast. Keep him at bay. Make him know you're his intellectual superior, and he's yours.
Oh, Humphrey, you...
What is he really but an animal with big ideas about life and death? And so far as books go, does he really know what the words mean he's been reading?
Humphrey, look out.
My dear Humphrey, tell me what your opinion of life and death is.
Your hand, my throat, please.
Now, what if I should press the life out of you? Like so, Do you know more of life and death than I?
Let him go, Captain. He didn't mean
your
harm.
puny strength is struggling to live. To live, You're crying. There, you kick. You kick with your legs, Your chest heaves, strains. To live. To live. There. Let him lie there. Don't talk about the meaning of life and death. Become a man, and then your voice will be heard. Don't help him up, Johansen. He can get up by himself.
Yes. With your strength, you are master here.
I was coming to tell you, Humphrey. We're short a mate. Hereafter, you shall stand watches, receive $75 a month, and be addressed fore and aft as Mr. Van Wyden.
I don't understand navigation.
To begin, it's not necessary. You'll pick it up. I know you.
I really do not care to sit in high places. I find life precarious enough, and I've no experience.
Listen to him, Johansson. Was ever such a contrary man?
I will not be mate on this hell ship.
It's all settled, then. You better get in those topsails, Mr. Van Weyden.
The Ghost is nearing where the seals are. The seal hunters have practiced with their rifles, the boat pullers binding the oarlocks and oars in leather so they'll make no noise in creeping up on the seals. Harrison, the green sailor who had hung by his heels 80 feet over the deck, came to me one evening when I was standing watch.
Mr. Van Weyden, how far are we off the coast, and what are the bearings of Yokohama?
West-northwest, Harrison. For Yokohama, I'd estimate it's 500 miles away.
Thank you, sir.
Harrison.
Yes, sir?
You're not thinking of going it alone, are you?
Oh, no, sir. Johansson and I, we're going to make a run for it together.
The very best of luck to you both.
Humphrey! Help me on deck!
Where are you, Captain?
Over the side. Help me up. Over the rail.
Good Lord, sir. Where have you come from?
The sea, Humphrey.
You have? You're wringing wet.
I'm more than that.
Oh, my God, you're bleeding. That's a terrible cut on your head.
I must have tripped on something and fallen overboard, Humphrey?
Well, what do you say?
No, I don't suppose it was you who clobbered me.
You think that someone...
Where's the mate? Huh? Johansson? Where is he?
I haven't seen him, sir. I've been at my watch. Shall I look for him in the steerage, sir?
Follow me. We'll have a look together.
Shouldn't we do something about that cut on your head?
I shan't bleed to death, my boy. Come along. See, I was forward. I was attacked by... How many, I don't know. At least 2. They tossed me overboard. I don't relish going over the side with my scalp blade open. Here. Follow me to the forecastle scuttle. Take the sea lamp from the hook and stand by me.
What are you going to do, sir?
There's one certain test whether a man sleeping is really sleeping. If he's not sleeping, but pretending to sleep, why, perhaps he was on deck just now. Perhaps even behind me with a belaying pin.
What sure way is that, sir?
Feeling his pulse. So here we have 8 men down here, all apparently asleep. Fast asleep. Here, hold that light here. No, not Kanaka. Over to Benson's bunk. Hold it there. Benson's in the clear. Pull the light higher. Who's this? Harris.
Smash the light.
Humphrey, over here.
Pound him on the head. Get the captain.
I can't see that.
Knife somebody. Can't hold him. Mash his brains out.
We've got him. We've got the bloody captain. He's broken my leg. Where is he?
The captain's gone. Where'd he get to?
No question. It was an attempt at murder. And if not murder, mutiny. But fate had other plans for Wolf Larsen. He was able to crawl away all in one piece. In his cabin, I bound up his wounds. Since the seals had to be hunted, there was nothing Wolf Larsen could do right now. The would-be mutineers also put away their anger. There would be a time later. Then, fate played another hand, a trick. We fished out of the sea, 4 men and a woman, survivors of a shipwreck.
Mr. Van Weyden, you take the lady below and see to her comfort. Make up that spare port cabin. Put Cook to work on it. See what you can do for the lady's face. Reading that open boat, the sun has burned her face badly.
Let me take your arm down these companion stairs, miss.
No need to go to any trouble for me.
I know what it's like to be rescued at sea.
Did that happen to you?
It certainly did. Here's your cabin. You sit yourself on the bunk, and I'll go to get some ointment for your face.
To be so near Japan and have this happen.
Where did your boat sink?
2 nights ago. In the fog, we struck something. I was lucky. Those 4 crewmen picked me up.
Here. Put this gently on your face.
Oh, would you do it? I'm afraid my hand shakes so.
Gladly.
Just an hour ago, the men rowing were looking for land, so we should be in port in a few hours, don't you think?
If it were any other captain but ours, I'd say you'd be ashore tomorrow. But our captain is a strange man, and I beg you, be prepared for anything. Here, how does your face feel now? Better?
Oh, yes, thank you.
May I come in? Oh, how do you feel, ma'am?
Oh, much better, thank you.
We'll have you out of these clothes and into some dry things in no time. This port cabin will be yours. The crewman of your ship tell me your name is Miss Brewster, is that right?
Yes, Maud Brewster.
Welcome to the Ghost. My name is Wolf Larson. This is Mr. Van Wyden, Humphrey. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Humphrey, please go on deck and see 2 of the crewmen are given quarters.
Oh, I shall. But I thought that first perhaps...
Do it now. Worry about Miss Brewster. I shall take care she has everything she needs.
Rescuing the shipwrecked was a sideline the Ghost could not avoid. But hunting sealskins was the main purpose of its journey, and now that began in earnest. For days on end, the decks were covered with seal hides. The scuppers ran red as the sailors peeled the skins, Humphrey counting the pelts, keeping score. It did not take him long to realize the overly protected life he had led was no more. He would never be the same again. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Deborah?
An unexpected woman aboard under the best of circumstances is a problem. Not that Wolf Larson was at all ashamed of the way he made his living, but just the same, he did all he could to keep Maud Brewster from seeing the slaughter on deck. He did what he could to see she ate her food below and kept to her cabin.
Who is it?
Me, Captain Larson. May I come in?
Oh, yes?
Well, good morning, Miss Brewster. I stopped by to find if you had a good night.
Oh, yes, thank you. Captain, when shall we be arriving in Yokohama?
Oh, 4 months, possibly 3 if the season closes early.
Well, I was given to understand Yokohama was only a day's sail away.
Oh, were you?
What you're doing, it's not right. You're virtually kidnapping me.
No. We're very hospitable aboard the Ghost. Mr. Van Wyden discovered that. You just ask him. We do everything to make our guests feel at home.
You must try to understand, Miss Brewster. The laws which operate here are not the laws of the land that you and I have lived by.
But 4 whole months on this ship with these ugly creatures? Well, I feel as if I've been thrown into a lion cage, and the only question is who will attack me first.
What would you advise me to do? Kill Captain Larson?
No, not that.
Then what? Man has no conscience. Nothing is sacred to him. His whim, pure and simple, that he kept me aboard the Ghost.
But there must be a way.
I can do nothing, because I am a slave to this monster, as you are now a slave to him. Haven't the strength to fight him.
The whole idea of remaining on this ship turns my stomach. Oh, please. You must do something, otherwise I can't be responsible.
If you think of what I'm saying, you'll realize there's nothing else for you to do but act a part if you want to live. A few nights later, something awoke me. I moved down the corridor to Miss Brewster's cabin. I threw open her door. The cabin light was burning low. I saw her straining against the crushing embrace of Wolf Larson standing by the door. I tried to pull him from her. He shook me off like a fly. Then, suddenly...
My eyes! My eyes!
Maud, are you all right?
Yes, Him? What did you do to him?
Nothing. It's an attack against them, he told me.
Van Weyden! Where are you?
Here I am. What's the matter?
I must get into my bunk. Lend me a hand. I'll be all right.
Here you go.
These unholy headaches. I was afraid of them. I had a feeling when she came on board. No, that's crazy. It's all right. I can manage, Humphrey. It's crazy. Crazy, isn't it? How a woman...
I'm afraid. Oh, Humphrey, I'm so afraid.
No, don't be. It's funny. He's saying the headaches. His eyes going bad on him, a woman.
I thought he meant me.
I think he meant you may have awakened an old memory, opened an old wound. He's never talked to me about a woman in his life. Maud, listen. Would you trust yourself to me for a journey of 600 miles?
You mean
There's nothing left for us but the open boat.
When?
Now. Tonight. Dress as warmly as you can and gather whatever you wish in a bundle. I'll take care of the supplies in the boat.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm laughing out of relief.
I can see it very clearly now. Death is certain if we stay here.
Yes.
If we go out in a boat and try for a land, at least we have a chance. The days were gray and chill. Our boat, so small on the vast Pacific Ocean, was close hauled on a fresh breeze, and the compass indicated we were right on course for Japan. I took the tiller day and night, but I couldn't go without sleep indefinitely. I had to teach Maud how to handle the sail and the steering oar. She was a good pupil, and soon learned to keep the course. Days passed, a week, and finally land. An island, not even on the charts. The first night we slept, exhausted, on the beach. The next morning...
I think we've unloaded all our supplies. Oh, you marvelous man. You brought cans of coffee.
No, I'm a fool, an idiot. No matches. Not one single match did I bring. No coffee, no tea, no soup, anything.
Wait a minute. Didn't Robinson Crusoe rub two sticks together?
No, it can't be done. Well, not by me.
But didn't you bring ammunition for the guns?
Yes. Why?
Well, I'll show you something my father taught me. Take out your knife. Shave off some of that wood. Go on. Now, here's a piece of paper from my diary. We'll put that over the shavings. Now, take a shotgun shell. Right. Now, pull out the wads and the empty powder. Put that under the paper. Pry off the primer.
I do believe you know what you're doing.
Lay that down. Now, hand me that big flat rock. Now, watch this.
Rub. I'll get more wood. We'll keep this going day and night.
Oh, you take it so for granted.
Well, I'm half ashamed and half delighted.
I may make the fires around here, but I'm counting on you to find out where we are and to get us back to real land.
I'll do my best. We've come this far. There's no stopping us now. Winter was coming on, and that meant high seas we could never overcome in our small boat. We decided to wait until spring and made our home a cave not far from the water's edge. We sailed around the island, often looking for signs of human life, but no one had ever been here before. One night, the first violent storm broke. We huddled in our cave, and the next morning I went to the beach to make sure our boat was safe, and I saw a ghost. Not 50 feet away, half beached, half in the water, lay the black-hulled boat we had escaped from. The ghost. A tangle of masts and booms, shrouds and sheets and rent canvas. I ran back for my gun and climbed aboard.
Good morning, Mr. Van Weyden. I cannot see you very well. Something is wrong with my eyes. Oh, you have a gun. I can hear you with it. Why don't you shoot, huh? I'm quite alone, my boy. They all jumped ship. By all means, shoot me.
Stay away from me.
Humphrey, you can't fire that pistol. Your conventional morality is stronger than you are. In spite of what I've taught you, you cannot kill an unarmed man. Show me. What island is this? What's its bearing?
Haven't any idea. You ought to know, Wolf. What are your last observations?
My most recent observation is you are calling me by my first name. Good beginning, Humphrey. So far as latitudes, I had no instruments. They robbed me of sextants, everything.
Where are all hands? How is it you're alone?
Another ship passed by, and those mutinous dogs, they went over the side to her. There I was, marooned on my own vessel.
How did you lose the masts?
Walk over and examine those lanyards. They're almost cut. Just enough left to hold the shrouds. Could have been any one of them. Leaving me to die. Storm last night ripped the ship apart and brought me here. Oh!
What is it?
The old head again. Just like a vice. Squeezing my brain. I've got to lie down.
You just stay your distance, Wolf.
Still don't trust me, huh? Can't say as I blame you. I'm just going to lie down on the deck here. Now's your chance, Humphrey. You have me exactly where you want me.
Oh, no, I haven't. Where I want you is 1,000 miles away from here.
Where is he? Did he hide while we're working on the boat?
He must be. Since we started putting the ghost back in shape to sail, he's disappeared.
Do you think he knows what we're doing?
Of course he knows. But it suits him. 2 able-bodied people making the ghost sailable.
But you're sure he can't see at all?
Yes. I'd say he's totally blind. It's some disease, something to do with his head. But he won't let go. He has to prove he's still the master, even if it means killing us. But there was always a craziness about him. Now I'm convinced he's quite mad.
Humphrey, do you think we can repair all that has to be done to sail her?
I'm sure of it. I'm going to go below for a long crowbar. You keep giving that rope a steady pull until the spar is out of the water, you understand?
Yes.
And here, just in case he shows up, take the gun.
Oh, I don't know as I could use it.
I thought you were an outdoors girl, taught by your father.
Oh, I can fire a gun. But at Wolf Larsen, a blind man?
All you have to do is cock the trigger. He'll be warned. He hears very well. It won't be far. Shout, and I'll come running.
Good day, Miss Brewster.
Oh.
Mr. Van Wyden is correct. I do hear exceedingly well. You seem to be busy.
Hello, Captain. How are you feeling today?
The better for knowing you're aboard.
Captain Larsen, please don't come any closer or I shall have to shoot you.
You little thing. You can't even hold the gun steady.
No.
Here.
Humphrey.
Give me that.
Oh,
give it to me. Give it here.
Let
go, huh? Let go.
What'd you hit him with?
Oh, that's incredible. He's still breathing. I've never used a SEAL club before. You all right?
Oh, yes. He's got the gun, Humphrey.
This vessel is my property. My property, understand? I forbid you to repair her.
Wolf, nothing is going to stop us from making the ghost seaworthy. Nothing.
You better run and hide. Even if I can't see you, I can shoot at the sound of your voice.
Wide of the mark, Wolf. Once you were able to eat me, as you like to call it. But those days are over.
I can't hear anything. I pulled the trigger, but I can't hear the shots.
Wolf. He's dead.
Are you sure?
Yes. Must have had a stroke. Massive stroke. In a matter of days, we had launched the Ghost and headed out to the open sea. We buried Wolf Larsen, the sea wolf, where sailors wish to be interred, the ocean. The only part of the service I remembered was, and a body shall be cast into the sea.
Humphrey Van Wyden and Maud Brewster, 2 ordinary people tossed up by the sea onto the deck of a schooner, found in themselves strengths they hardly knew they possessed. What happened to them, I'll tell you when I return in a moment. Buried in the sea or not, the spirit of Wolf Larsen stood beside Humphrey at the wheel as he steered the Ghost mile after mile. For had it not been for Wolf Larsen's insistence that Humphrey make a man of himself, could he ever have sailed that ship alone? They'd made some 200 miles when a small steamship, rolling and pitching, came into view. A United States revenue cutter, looking for ships, hunting for seals. But the only contraband they found on the Ghost were two very grateful people, a skipper and his mate.
Monkey out of me.
Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Marion Seldes, Joe Silva, Ian Martin, and Joe DeSantis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, there was a crooked man. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Aboard the eastbound transport plane.
I hope the next time they hold a newspaper convention, it'll be a little nearer home.
At any rate, Britt, we're lucky to have been on the same plane.
Hope you got as much out of your convention as I got out of my trip to Chicago.
All of which reminds me, Conway, why did you go to Chicago?
Why?
Well, when James Conway, a one-man grand jury investigating graft, leaves for an airplane trip, that's news.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'd as soon rather not have it known that I went to Chicago.
Oh?
Hope you won't publicize it.
The simplest way to keep things out of the paper, Conway, is to confide in a newspaper man. If he thinks you're trying to hide something and put one over on him, you'll get answers and publish them.
Frankly, then, I went there in connection with the graft problem.
I assumed as much.
There were a couple of men doing a term in Joliet. I had enough on them to make sure of another rap when they finished this one. So they were glad to talk to me.
You wouldn't resort to blackmail to get facts, would you?
Britt, in smashing this graft ring, I'd resort to practically anything.
Bad as that?
Worse than anyone realizes. Right here in this briefcase, I hold the data that will smash this ring.
How about some advance information?
Well, I might make a deal with you. You want information to get what you call a scoop for your paper.
I'd like to have the Daily Sentinel be the first to announce what you will reveal.
And you'll have your scoop. If.
What's the if, Conway?
If you let me have everything in your possession pertaining to the Green Hornet.
What?
The Green Hornet.
But, Conway, what makes you think the Daily Sentinel has anything about him?
Perhaps you haven't. In that case, I'll get the worst of the bargain. On the other hand, perhaps you have. I'll have to rely entirely on your word of honor.
I see.
I'll promise you a scoop on my expose when I'm ready to break it, provided you give me your word of honor to tell me all you know about the Green Hornet.
Well, my word of honor.
Precisely.
Let me think this proposition over, Conway.
What? Think it over? Then you do know more about it than the police have announced.
I'm not committing myself just yet. Oh, by the way, I must send a radiogram to the paper to have my valet meet me at the field.
Well, that won't be necessary. My daughter Polly will be there.
Oh, but I don't want...
She'll have her car to meet me. We can drop you any place you say.
Well, if it won't put you out, you can drop me at my office.
Not at all, Reed. Glad to.
Meanwhile, at the airport, Ed Lowry of the Sentinel approached a sport roadster.
Say, you're Polly Conway, right?
What? Why, yes.
My name's Lowry of the Sentinel. Waiting for the Chicago plane?
Yes.
By any chance, are you waiting for your father?
How did you know who I was?
Those low license plates are a dead giveaway, Miss Conway.
Oh.
Heard your father was digging up some facts in the Midwest.
I'm sure I wouldn't know. How soon is the plane due to land?
Half hour.
Are you here to meet Father, too?
Me? No, I'm just here scouting for news. You know, sometimes big names come in on the planes.
Oh.
My boss was in Chicago, too. Wonder if you met your father there.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, know him?
Indeed, yes, very well.
Say, that's one nasty mess we're having in this town, isn't it, Miss Conway? I wonder how your father's investigation is going.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lowry,
If anyone can smash this graft ring, he's the man to do it.
You really think so?
He's told you about it, of course.
Well,
A couple dozen gambling houses running wide open with all kinds of protection. Cheap joints where they let a sucker play for a nickel and others where they let them do anything to the limit, win or lose.
No, really,
Oh, Miss Conway, he must have mentioned them to you.
Well, if he has, I've paid little attention.
The sheriff of the county attempts a raid once in a while, but there's always a tip-off.
Is there?
Yes. Yet the same sheriff completely smashes the joints that try to open in competition to Deke Slotkin. Say, what's your father said about Deke Slotkin? Now, there's a crook who's in solid. Wonder how much he pays for protection.
If you're trying to get information out of
me... No, where'd you get that idea? I'll bet Deke Slotkin has tried to approach your father, hasn't he?
Miss Conway?
Yes?
Wire just came to the office for you.
Thank you.
From your father?
Oh, really, Mr. Lowry, it's none of your business. Darn.
Bad news?
We missed the plane and we'll have to come by rail. I'm to meet up at the station later.
I'll go with you.
Oh, no, you won't.
Wait, I'll tell you what. Let me check at the office and see the passenger list of that plane.
Goodbye, Mr. Lowry. It's nice to have met you.
Now, lady, wait. Gosh, what a girl.
Why do people have to turn right in the middle of the road? Can't you pull to the side and let me pass?
Just a minute, lady.
Oh, I didn't see. Put that gun down. What does this mean?
Just keep your hands on the steering wheel, Miss Conway. I'm riding with you, and you go where I tell you.
How dare you? Get out of my car. What's the
Now,
meaning?
take it easy, and you won't be hurt.
Okay, boys. Pull the sign and let us by.
You can't get away with this.
Turn left at the next side road.
Why, you...
Do as I say.
The next morning in the office of the Daily Sentinel.
Holy mackerel, if this don't beat the Chinese. Hey, where's Gunnigan? What? Lunch. I thought a city editor lived on ink and paper. Lunch. With a story like this, he's eating. Gangway, I gotta see the boss.
What's the matter with you, Lowry?
Deke Slotkin smacked the homer with the bases loaded.
Good grief, Lowry. Easy on that door.
Where's the boss? Where's Reed?
What do you want him for? He's busy.
Yeah? Well, tell him that Deke Slotkin's finally found enough cash to bribe James Conway.
Watch yourself, Lowry. That's one of those things that calls for lots of proof.
You said it, Casey, and what I'd give to be the guy to prove it.
What's the matter, Lowry?
Get a load of this, boss. Conway reports that he couldn't find a thing against Deke Slotkin, the sheriff, or anyone else in the gambling ring.
What?
Here's his statement. It just came in.
Oh, but that's impossible.
It's a lot of bunk. He had plenty of stuff before he went to Chicago.
How do you know he went to Chicago?
Don't ask me. I know, that's all.
That trip was kept secret.
A guy in Conway's spot conducting a grand jury investigation don't have any secrets. Besides, I was at the airport yesterday. His daughter Polly was there.
Oh, she was?
Yeah, I tried to get some information from her, but she was too smart.
She wasn't there when the plane landed.
No, her father didn't come by plane. She got a wire to meet him at the Central Station. He came by train.
Hey, wait a minute, Lowry. Let's get this straight. You say Conway wired that he'd not be on that plane?
Sure, then his daughter drove away.
And you say that he did have enough charges against the Slotkin crowd before he went to Chicago?
Yeah, and he must have got something in Chicago. Now he comes back and says he has no evidence. Hands in a report that the sheriff and his stooges are perfectly okay. Says Deke Slotkin is on the level. And we know darn well this county reeks with graft.
But Lowry.
Yeah?
James Conway was on that plane.
He was?
Certainly. I talked with him all the way from Chicago.
Then why did he send that wire?
Why didn't he have his daughter stay there?
Miss Case, get Conway on the phone.
Very well.
If he isn't at his office, try his home. If he's not there, try the Civic Club.
Right.
Lowry, you get on the trail of Deke Slotkin.
Me?
Right.
Yeah, James
have
Conway's
Slade cover the
office.
sheriff's office. Get Parker and Milray and have them cover some of Slotkin's joints tonight and see how they're doing. They'll know whether or not the gambling is running full blast.
And if it is?
We'll know Slotkin's mob feels perfectly safe.
I get it. The last 2 weeks they've had a soft pedal on.
Get going.
Don't worry, I'm on my way. Oh, sorry, buddy. I didn't see you come. James Conway.
Conway, the very man I want to see. Come in.
I was just calling
Say,
you.
Mr. Conway, I want to talk to you.
On your way, Lowry. This doesn't change instructions as far as you're concerned.
Oh, how do you...
Britt, I want to speak to you.
There's no one I'd sooner see.
Privately, if you please.
Oh, come on in my office. Miss Case, if those other men Lowry's going to call for me should come in for orders, have them wait.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
There we are. Sit down, Conway. One of my reporters brought in some news about you.
Yes, I know they did. All the papers have it. I couldn't do anything else. I had to issue that statement.
That you made no findings whatever against the gambling graft?
Yes, Reed, I had no choice.
What's behind this, Conway?
Reed, there's just one man who knows I did have information.
I knew it. You told me as much on the plane yesterday.
That's why I'm here today. To beg you, Reed, to forget everything I said yesterday.
Why?
Please don't ask any questions. Will you do as I ask?
That's a large order, Conway.
I know.
You told me yesterday you were ready to smash the gambling ring in this county. You said you got enough information in Chicago to expose the sheriff and his crooked deputies. You guaranteed to prove that Deke Slotkin could run his gambling houses wide open because he was paying plenty for protection.
I know. I wish I'd bitten my tongue off before I said that.
What's happened since then?
I can't tell you. I can't tell anyone.
Conway, I told you yesterday that you could trust a newspaper man.
This is different.
I also told you that if you tried to put one over on a newspaper man, he'd go a long way to get to the bottom of things.
I know, Reed. But this, well, you can't get to the bottom of this.
Where's your daughter, Conway?
What?
You heard me. Where's your daughter, Polly?
Why, she's out of town.
Are you sure she's out of town?
What are you driving at, Reed?
Just this, Conway. Your daughter went to meet you at the airport yesterday. Someone sent her a telegram. She drove away from the airport. Has anyone seen her since then?
Good Lord, how do you know these things?
Has she been taken by Slotkin's mob?
Reed,
Are they holding her? Do they demand that you surrender all the evidence against them as the price for her safety?
You seem to know.
Conway, what are you going to do about it?
I have no choice, Reed.
Are you going to let a gang of crooks get away with?
Reed, for 20 years I've served the public. Worked for the interests of the people. When Matterling ran for the office of sheriff, I fought against his election. He was elected through no fault of mine. Well, you needn't tell me, Conway. I fought with you.
As soon as Maeterlinck took office, he started this tie-up with Slotkin. To correct the mistake the voters made, I kept after him. I did have a case against him. I meant to expose him. But now I can't read. I'll give everything I've got in public service, except my daughter. No matter how much I may want to expose this gambling ring, my daughter's safety comes first.
Even though you know who captured her, you can't do anything about it.
How can I? Any one of dozens of underworld rats could have handled this abduction.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right.
And there's no way to force those behind it to admit their connections.
How are you advised what to do?
They called me on the phone.
Have you destroyed the evidence?
No.
Handed it over to them?
I will do so.
But you haven't done it yet.
I can't say any more, Britt. I came here simply to ask you to forget what I said yesterday.
Where is that evidence now?
Britt, I can't say any more. Will you do what I've asked?
You may count on me, Conway.
I knew I could.
Later, in Britt Reed's apartment, the young publisher spoke to Cato, his faithful valet, and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato, we're going out tonight. We're going to see what we can do.
Very well, Mr. Britt.
I wondered, Cato, just how I could give Conway all the information I had about the Green Hornet.
No, you'll not have to.
No, Cato, I won't have to. His daughter's disappearance makes it unnecessary to keep that bargain with Conway. Still, I'd almost prefer telling him the whole story if it were the only way to smash this gambling ring.
Mr. Conway's a smart man.
Conway's very smart, Cato. He's told no one else about his daughter's abduction. I'm the only one.
Then you must be careful, sir.
You're right. If the Hornet should show a knowledge of his daughter's abduction, Conway will know Britt Reed is the Green Hornet. Unless
what, Mr. Britt?
Unless Conway is made to believe that the Green Hornet is one of the abductors. Come, Cato. The mask and the weapon. Tonight, Conway is going to meet the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The only way Britt Reed could offer aid as the Green Hornet without making James Conway suspect his true identity was to pose as a member of the gang that had kidnapped Conway's daughter. With this as his plan, he guided the sleek black beauty to the court outside Conway's study.
Wait here in the car, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll go through that French window. Conway's in his study.
Very well.
Who's there?
What are you doing in
Back
here?
inside.
Man.
In, Conway. We'll talk inside the study.
The Green Hornet.
I guess you know why I'm here, don't you?
I can imagine.
Why?
You and those other rats are after the portfolio.
Well, where is it?
I thought there'd be a phone call. I've been waiting for it.
I'm here. There's no need for the phone call.
But if I give you what you want, how do I know my daughter will return safely?
You'll have to take your chances on that.
If she's seen any of you
You might not let her go free to testify.
She certainly won't go free if you don't stop stalling. Hand over those affidavits.
But
Be quick about it.
Yes, I have them. I'll get them. Now you, put your hands up.
Who are you?
Hurry. Raise your hands or I'll blast you into eternity.
More nerve than I gave you credit for, Conway.
Take off that mask.
Conway, do you know what this will mean to your daughter?
I know that I'm about to learn the identity of the Green Hornet. After that, I'll dictate the terms. You send my daughter back, not to save the gambling ring, but to protect yourself. My silence in exchange for my daughter's life.
Don't be a fool, Conway. You can't help your daughter this way.
Take off that mask. Something's wrong. My throat.
Too bad, Conway. You forgot I might have an assistant.
I saw him.
Shot gas from the window just in time. Now get in here quickly. We've got to find those papers. They must be in here somewhere. He was waiting for a phone call from the gang.
We'd better hurry.
He started for this drawer. Perhaps... Yeah, here's a portfolio.
Is that the one?
Yes. Well, this evidence is enough to send Sheriff Marteling, 3 of his deputies, and the entire gambling ring to jail for life.
He had them, eh?
And on top of that, they have a kidnapping charge to face. Conway said he was waiting for a phone call.
Yes, sir?
It was to tell him how to go about exchanging these papers for his daughter. Well, we'll stay right here and take that call.
In a large suburban home where Polly Conway was held captive, Deke Slotkin made his phone call.
The girl? Well, Conway, you'll just have to take our word for it that she's safe. Yes, of course you can talk to her. Bring the dame over here.
Go ahead, sister. Talk into that phone.
Oh, you cowardly...
Never mind the names. Your father's on the other end of this phone. Say something.
Dad, don't pay any attention to them.
That's enough.
Don't listen to them, Dad.
Come on, you heard the boss.
Hello, Conway. Don't try to trace this call because we ain't calling from the place you'll find us at when you bring the stuff, see? Matter of fact, I'll tell you where we're calling from. It's your own house in the country. All right, you mugs. Take the girl out to the car. Get her to the next place. I told Conway to meet us there.
You think he'll bring the stuff with him?
Sure he will. Sure.
Don't be sorry for this. My father won't let you get away with it.
Take her out and get started. We'll come in the car.
Come on, let's get going.
Deke.
Yes, Steve?
The dame's seen us all. We don't dare let her go.
No?
She'll squawk. She'll send us all to the gaol for life.
Who said anything about letting her go?
On the other hand, if we don't let her go, Conway knows who'll be doing her in.
It's all worked out, Steve. We got the girl's car parked at the 7-Eleven Club.
Yeah?
Conway comes there with the evidence and leaves with the girl.
Sure, but...
On the way back to town, they cross the Battlestone Bridge. And that's where they have an accident. And get this, Steve. You know how it's going to look like this accident happened?
I'm listening.
It's going to look like you come out here with his daughter. They had a couple of drinks. A couple too many, get it? And Conway's too tight to drive his car, so he goes off the bridge.
Boy, that's a Lulu.
Yeah, and 6 of you guys will swear the girl was at the club. Come on now, we got to get to the 7-Eleven Club before Conway does. Tell the boys to watch for his car in the parking lot.
Right.
Conway is one guy that couldn't be reached with cash. Well, we'll reach him this way. Permanently, Steve. Permanently.
When James Conway recovered consciousness...
What? Hornet. The Green Hornet. Gas. I remember. Gas. Knocked me out. Weak as a kitten. Here, the desk drawer. The papers gone. The Hornet. The phone. I'll show him. He can't bluff me. Hello. Give me police headquarters. What's this? Dropped something. Address. Good Lord. Hello. Police headquarters. James Conway speaking. I just found a clue to the Green Hornet. Yes. Send Sergeant Doyle here with men he can pick out and trust. I know he's on the level. Warrant nothing. We're going to raid the 7-Eleven and do it without a tip-off. We don't need warrants where the Green Hornet is concerned.
Cato, these papers tell all about the 7-Eleven Club. Now, there's a secret entrance to Deke Slotkin's office. How much is required for protection?
That is good.
If only Conway is the fighter he proved to be when I was in his home.
If he is not, Mr. Bed.
If he isn't, Cato, I don't know what will happen. It might mean the end of the Green Hornet. Our luck must make James Conway realize what the note I dropped in his office meant. It must give him added courage enough to act on it.
More, Mr. Bed.
More? What do you mean more?
You must get out of the club.
Yes, that's a problem, Cato. Once inside the 7-Eleven Club, how am I going to get out? There's the club just ahead. Now to find that secret entrance. According to the information in the portfolio, that entrance to Deke Slotkin's office must be through that little woodshed.
Yes, Mr. Bed.
Well, that's the way I'm going in. Take the car, Cato, and leave me here.
But, Mr. Bed, how do you get away?
I don't know yet, Cato, but don't bother about me. You get this car back to the hiding place. There's nothing more you can do.
Polly Conway, her hands still tied, was in Slotkin's office.
Better put a gag on her, too, Steve.
Okay, boss. Whatever you say.
Yes, you'd better, you pack of yellow rats. 4 of you here, and you're afraid of one girl.
Shut up. Take it easy. Get a gag in her mouth and get outside. Watch for Conway's car. Who's that?
I wouldn't know, boss.
Who knows about the secret door to this place?
You got me, Deke. Must be one of the bunch.
The only one of the bunch that knows about that isn't here. He's in stir in Chicago.
Maybe he's out.
No, he isn't out. If he was, we'd have heard of it before this.
Say, do you suppose Conway knows about that?
Maybe he does.
Should I open it?
Yeah, open it up.
All of you, stand where you are.
Hey, what's that? A hornet.
What the Samuel?
Move back in there. Hey, what's all that smoke behind you?
That tunnel behind me's been filled with gas. You better close that panel if you don't want it to come into this office.
I'll close it.
What's the big idea? Who sent you?
I'm here representing Conway. Close that panel. That means no one will leave by this exit, Slotkin.
Did Conway send you here?
What do you think? I'm here to take the girl and leave these papers.
Hold on. That stuff don't go, understand?
Oh, you figure on stopping me, Slotkin?
Now, Hornet, put down the rod. We can get together.
Untie that girl. Hurry it up. I'm taking her out of here with me.
And just how do you figure on getting her out, Hornet? You think you can walk right through that crowd in the gambling rooms here with a Hornet mask gun without nobody stopping you?
I said untie her.
Guess again, fellow. I'll shake it down.
Gas, you fool. If anyone else wants some gas, just make a play for a gun. You're going to untie that girl, and we'll have to gas the bunch of you and do it myself.
Take the ropes off her, Steve. He can't get out of here.
Okay.
Conway thought you wouldn't be depended on to keep your word. He kept his. You see, here are the papers, all the evidence he got against you.
Yeah, let me look at them.
Now remove that gag.
All right. I'm doing it.
I suppose you think you're smart finding that secret entrance. Well, let me tell you, Hornet, you haven't a chance in the world of getting out of here.
That's the cops. The signal. It's a raid.
We didn't get a tip.
Don't try to rush that door.
We gotta scram.
Help!
Boss the dame. Them papers, if they catch us...
Then we'll find you here. See how you like this gas. There's enough in that bomb to fill the room, and here's some more. Now to get out of here. Across the corridor. There's that room there.
Come on, men. Slotkin's private office is this way. I'm right with you, Conway. Get back there. Here's one raid you want kicked off. Here's the office.
The door's open. Conway, why didn't you tell me you were going to raid tonight?
Reed, you here?
It looks that way, huh?
Holy smoke, boss. You can't be here planning a raid.
I was after information.
Stay with us, Reed. My daughter is here somewhere. The Hornet's here, too.
The Hornet?
Yeah, he tried to threaten Conway. He's in with the gang. You stick with us, boss. Make out you made the raid along with us. Oh, there's my daughter. Polly. Polly, are you all right?
This room's filled with gas.
Careful how you enter it.
What's this stuff? My evidence. The things the Hornet stole.
Here's Ferber, Slotkin, and a couple of others. They're out cold.
Polly, speak to me. Are you all right?
I'm sure she's not harmed, Mr. Conway. The gas the Hornet uses is not dangerous.
Mr. Reed, this'll smash the ring. Look at the stuff that's here.
I know.
You know?
Well, Conway told me about it. I think, Conway, that now the Sentinel has a story.
The Sentinel has. I wonder which of these 4 men is the Green Hornet.
I doubt if any of them is.
You seem to know a lot about the Green Hornet. You said the gas was not dangerous. You claim none of these is the Hornet.
I happen to know quite a bit about the Green Hornet. In my position with the Sentinel, I've been well informed about him.
That's right, Conway. There's only one guy that knows more about the Green Hornet than Britt Reed does. And that's the Green Hornet himself.
Green Hornet gang broken. Sheriff indicted. Gambling ring exposed by grand jury. Green Hornet still alive. Shut the The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
I love a mystery. The $1 Million Curse, a new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. $6 in the evening in an undistinguished hotel on a side street somewhere in San Diego, California. Jack, Doc, and Reggie have too much adventure in their souls to sit quietly. To add zest to their love for excitement, they recently acquired a $25,000 reward. And this is why they're in San Diego. They have determined to buy an airplane. In fact, they have already bought an airplane. But they can't hope for delivery for at least another 2 weeks. That is why, at 6 this evening, Jack and Doc are fussing and fidgeting in their hotel room, talking each other into a fine case of irritability.
So that's all you're doing, just asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing, just asking. When you found out we couldn't get delivery on that plane for 2 weeks, why'd you go ahead and order it?
Because we want an airplane.
But there's other airplanes in the world. Why don't you tell them to go jump in the lake?
Because this is the plane we want.
Just the same, it looks like to me...
Oh, forget it, will you? If we've been over this once, we've been over it a dozen times.
Well, I still would like to know what we're going to do in San Diego for 2 whole weeks.
Sit here and like it. Besides, supposing we had the plane. We haven't any plans. What would we do with it?
Well, I could think of something, I bet you.
Such as what?
Well, how about flying to the Hawaiian Islands?
And what would we do after we got to Hawaii?
You never heard of the hula girls in Hawaii?
Oh, nuts.
They ain't nothing like an activated grass skirt to make a man forget what his mama told him.
I'm fascinated.
Okay, then, how about an island-hopping flight from here to Singapore?
Yeah, or Timbuktu.
Don't like that neither, huh?
No, I don't like that either.
Well, we ain't been to Central America for quite a spell. No?
Well, that's some better.
Kind of like that, huh?
I don't know. What will they do when they got there?
How do we know? There's always something interesting in Central America. Somebody's always organizing an army to get somebody into office or kick somebody out.
Uh-huh. That's not a bad idea.
I'll say it ain't. And there's a lot of hot stuff done yonder besides food, and I don't mean the weather.
I wonder what Reggie'd say.
Oh, what the heck? Reggie don't care. If me and you say Central America, then Reggie says Central America.
We'll have to steer clear of Santiago.
Oh, they probably forgot all about us by this time.
Don't you think they have? And there's one thing I don't want to do, spend the rest of my life in a Central American jail.
Yeah, boy, do they have filthy who's-gows down there. Then in Central America, sure enough, huh?
Well, let's sleep on it, but it sounds good.
Yeah, and here we gotta wait 2 weeks before we can get started.
Don't start that again. Oh, where'd Reggie go anyway?
He said he was going over and sit in the lobby of one of them big hotels and look at the pretty women.
Reggie said that?
Well, I said it, but he didn't deny it.
Well, not Reggie.
No, I reckon he's over at the airplane plant, keeping an eye on our ship.
That's more like it.
Yeah, he was saying this morning he was going to see that every bolt and wire that went into our plane was going to be right.
Well, he's the boy who can tell.
I bet he's about as popular as a mad dog over there.
You won't let that worry him. What's the idea? What are you calling now?
The same place. Hello, give me room service.
Hey, you're not going to eat again.
Well, what else is there to do?
What, that's the fourth time?
Hello, room service? Well, looky, send up a half dozen fried ham and egg sandwiches. Yeah, half a dozen. And a quart of milk. Uh-huh, that's... wait a minute. You want any, Jack?
No, I don't want any.
Okay, then, that's all. And don't take all day.
Doc, don't you realize it's 6 o'clock? We'll get down to dinner as soon as Reggie gets here.
What the heck? 6 sandwiches ain't going to spoil nobody's appetite?
Well, not yours, anyway.
Hey, Jack.
No?
You done any thinking about the maestro and Nasha lately?
No? Why?
I don't know. I keep feeling kind of bad. Maestro went and got himself sent up for life.
He was lucky not to get the gas chamber.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I keep seeing his big fat carcass sitting on a stone bench in one of them little old cells. He wasn't made for that sort of thing.
Pretty tough, all right.
It sure was swell of you to get Nasha that job.
Well, why not? She'd have starved to death without the maestro if somebody hadn't done something for her.
Yeah, she sure did depend on him a lot.
Dancing in a nightclub up in Hollywood isn't much of a job.
Just the same, the crowd sure do go for her.
Well, it's a meal ticket anyway. If she's as good as they seem to think she is, maybe she'll get something better.
Poor old Maestro. I wonder if he'll try any of his magic tricks up in the big house. Well, open the door and come on in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Hey, Jack, open the door for the waiter, will you?
Certainly not. They're your sandwiches.
Well, of all the two-tailed stiffy cats.
Hey, you gonna open this door, ain't you?
Well, ain't you got a key?
No, I ain't got no key.
Okay. I'll get up. Just plain accommodating, ain't you?
Not my sandwiches.
Yeah, don't you ask for one, neither.
Don't worry.
Hey, you guys in there.
Oh, I'm a-coming. Keep your britches on.
Ah, thanks, pal.
Hey, where's the sandwiches? I said, where's the sandwiches?
What sandwiches?
Well, ain't you the waiter?
No, I ain't the waiter.
Oh, you ain't, huh?
That's right, buddy. I ain't the waiter.
You don't say.
Sure, I say, and don't neither of you boys bat an eye on account of I'm a torpedo and I'm hot.
Uh-huh. That's what the man said. A torpedo and very hot. Just a moment, and we'll see how this develops. Now, let's see. What did the man say?
You heard me. I'm a gun, so don't even blink.
You hear that, Jack? This boy says he's got a dangerous weapon.
Yeah.
I don't see no shooting pistol.
What you think this bulge in me coat pocket is, a birthday present?
So you're a torpedo, huh? And you got the drop on. So now what?
You got cash?
What about it, Jack? We got any cash?
A little.
Yeah. We got a Little cash, son.
And how about shelling out?
Oh, I get you now.
What you mean, you get me?
You're one of these people who advocates the redivision of wealth.
I don't get you. No, don't move your hands.
I mean, you want half of everything we've got.
Wrong.
Am I?
You bet. I want all of everything you got.
Just a dadgum hog.
All right, come on. Cut the gab. I'm passing the collection plate. Now shell out.
Well, no, fella, when you put it like that, I don't know much.
Hey, who's that?
Probably the waiter with dark sandwiches.
Waiter, huh? All right, now you let me handle this. And the first mug that speaks out of turn gets hot lead in his sandwiches.
You ordered sandwiches?
That's right. Bring 'em in and set 'em down.
Sure.
What kind of sandwiches are they?
Fried ham and egg.
Yeah? The eggs fried soft?
How can you eat a soft egg in a sandwich?
What you standing there for?
I usually get a tip.
Oh, so you want a tip?
Yeah.
Well, take a tip from me, buddy. Do something about that sore throat.
That ain't no sore throat.
It ain't?
No. I had my tonsils cut out and some of my vocal cords come out with them.
Get out. Get out of here.
No tip?
No tip.
Now, I am glad I spilled them sandwiches on the floor.
Spill them on the floor, huh? Don't look spilled to me.
Hey, let them sandwiches alone. They're mine.
Quiet, buddy. Ham and egg sandwiches is my favorite fruit.
Well, bless your ornery hide.
Good, too. Hey, what's that stuff in the bottle?
It's milk, and you leave it be.
You drink it?
Of course I drink it.
I ain't had no cow juice since I cut me milk teeth. Almost forgot how it tastes.
Jack, we gonna just sit here and let him eat my sandwiches and drink my milk?
I am.
Well, I ain't, Dad blaming.
Sit down.
Sit down,
Sit
nothing.
down, or would you rather have a hole in your middle?
Doc, don't be a fool.
Well, that makes me just plain mad.
That's better. Hey, that milk ain't such bad stuff. No wonder babies cry for it. Sure goes swell with sandwiches.
Hey, you gonna eat them all?
Thanks, pal. Don't mind if I do. And say, how's about ringing downstairs and have them send up some chocolate cake?
I'll be doggone if I will.
You don't like chocolate cake?
No, I don't.
Well, I ain't adverse to a slug of coconut cake. You like coconut cake?
No, and I don't like banana cake.
You don't like banana cake?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, hold it, you guys. I'm going to have me another slug of milk.
Get him, Doc.
You! Hey, look out!
Get his gun, Jack.
Got it.
Now then, get up on your face.
You cut out the rough stuff. No!
My sandwiches, will you?
Hey, you shouldn't have knocked him out, Doc.
Why not?
Because now we got a body on our hands.
Oh, yeah? You just open that door.
Huh? What for?
Just open it. I'll show you. Kind of hefty at that.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with him?
You see that linen closet across the hall?
I see. You want some help?
Nope. Just open that closet door. There. Let him sleep off my sandwiches in there.
I wonder what gave him the idea he could come into our room and hold us up.
Oh, probably just one of them smart operators.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get back into our room and clean up a bit, Reggie ought to be there.
Yeah, come on. I'm hungry.
Hey, Doc. Listen.
Doggone, will you listen to that little old girl cry?
Coming from the room right next to ours.
Yeah, you think we ought to do something?
No.
Oh, Jack, come on. It ain't right to let a girl cry like that.
No, it's none of our business.
Well, it won't hurt just to rap on the door.
Oh, have it your way. But you're asking for it.
You doggone right. Us Texas boys don't never let a little female down. Try the knob.
Oh.
Unlock?
Yeah.
Open it a crack. Let's see what's going on.
Probably got our heads knocked off with this.
Hey, look. All alone. Just laying there on the bed sobbing her heart out.
The girl's got a right to cry if she wants to.
Why, Jack, that ain't human. I'm ashamed of you.
Doc, shut the door.
I ain't gonna do it. Come on in.
Oh, nuts.
Who's there?
Hello, sugar.
Who are you?
From next door. We heard you crying. Is there anything we can do?
Oh, no. No, go away.
Doc, what'd I tell you?
Hey, we can't leave you here crying like that.
Go away. If you know what's good for you, go away.
All we want to do...
If you know what's good for you, stay away from me.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's true. Something horrible happens to every man who knows me.
Yeah? What sort of something?
Death. Horrible things.
I want to die. I want to die.
That's silly.
I'm an enemy of society. Killing the things I love. Bringing death to those who try to help me.
You do all that?
Yes. It's the Richard curse. I'm evil. Don't touch me.
The further developments of the $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Herb Vigran, Paige Gilman, and Mary Lou Harrington. This is the CBS Radio. I Love a Mystery. The $1 Million Curse. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. O'clock in the evening in a backstreet hotel somewhere in San Diego. A few minutes ago, Jack Packard and Doc Long, hearing a girl crying in the next room, investigated and found her lying on her bed, head buried in her arms. She wasn't upset by their unexpected appearance, but warned them away from her. She babbled that she was possessed of the Richards curse and that she brought death and disaster to any and all who would help her. Jack and Doc finally have calmed her to some degree of coherence.
No use. This is the end.
You mean you came to this hotel with the intent of taking your own life?
Yes.
But you're young and beautiful.
And evil.
Hey, what kind of talk is that?
There's no other answer. Everywhere I go, I spread death and destruction.
You haven't told us your name yet.
Sonny Richards. Sonia, but they call me Sonny.
Yeah, I like that. Sonny. You wipe them tears away and Sonny fits you like paper on the wall.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're beautifully dressed. That bracelet on your wrist must have cost a lot of money. Everything about you says money. What about your family?
There is no family. Just me.
I see. Then you're wealthy in your own right.
Money. What good is it? What good when...
When what?
When everything I touch turns to dust and ashes under my fingers.
Could we have an explanation of that?
Why should you? Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
Oh, well, I'm Jack Packard. This is Doc Long.
I still don't know who you are or what you're doing here.
Look, sugar, there's three of us. Reggie's out just at the moment. Three men eager and willing, looking for trouble. So if you got problems...
You mean your confidence men?
Well, not exactly. We just like excitement. When we find something that interests us, we go after it.
And hearing me crying in my room interested you?
Oh, honey, if there's one thing we can't stomach, it's hearing a girl cry.
No, you can't help me. Nothing will help but to put an end to my miserable life.
Hey, you stop it talking like that.
It's true.
Would you mind letting us decide that?
Letting you decide?
Yes. Tell us what's wrong, and let us decide whether or not we can help you.
But it's hopeless.
Tell us. If we think it's hopeless, we'll walk out of here and let you go ahead with what you intended to do.
You mean that?
I promise. Now then, what is it?
It's the Richards curse.
Now, you said that before. What do you mean?
Every other generation, it falls on some member of the family. 4 generations ago, it was my great-aunt 4 times removed. 2 generations ago, it was my grandmother. It always falls on one of the women. This generation, it's me.
Well, what is this Richard's curse?
The great aunt caused the death of her husband, and then she caused the death of her 4 children.
You mean she murdered him?
Oh, no, she loved them dearly. It was accidental. She was cleaning her husband's gun. It went off and killed him. The children were burned to death in their home. She locked them in while she was away from the house. They were so little. When she came back, the house was burned down.
Oh, but accidents...
It's the curse. It's been in the family for generations.
What about your grandmother?
Grandmother, she was kind and gentle. She wore a little knitted shawl around her shoulders, and she spent all her spare time reading her Bible. But she was cursed. When she was a girl, the first man she loved was thrown from a horse and killed.
But that wasn't her fault.
Oh, wait. The next man who loved her fell off a cliff to his death.
Was she there at the time?
No.
Well, then, don't you see how silly that...
And then she married my grandfather. And after my father and my uncle were born, he was drowned. And then when my uncle was 15, she shut him up in a closet to punish him, and he was suffocated.
Hey.
It's always been that way. One of the women in every other generation.
And now, what about you?
I'm worse than any of them.
You are? For sure?
Yes, I am. I killed my own father and mother.
Hey,
My own father and mother.
The rest of Sonny Richards' confession of guilt in just a moment. And as Sonny Richards was saying to Jack and Doc...
Yes, I am. The worst of all the Richards women in all history.
Maybe. Let's hear it.
First it was my mother and father.
You was the cause of their death?
Yes. I wanted to be a flyer. I learned to pilot a plane, and one day I got them to go up with me.
The plane fell?
Yes. They were both killed.
Oh, please, try not to cry.
It's all right. I haven't much cry left in me.
Yeah, here's my handkerchief.
Thank you.
You were an only child?
Yes. And then a year ago, I became engaged to Phil. We'd only been engaged 3 months when his car went over a cliff and...
Dead, huh?
No. But he was so badly hurt, he'll always be a bedridden cripple.
Oh, that's too bad.
He would have been better off if he had been killed.
But it wasn't your fault.
Wait. About 6 months ago, I began letting Roger come and see me. I was still in love with Phil, but I thought I should go out a little. And one night, just as Roger was leaving my house, he was held up and shot.
Did they catch the gunman?
No.
Any more?
Yes. There was an old friend of Father's. He used to visit me sometimes. About 4 months ago, he fell down the front steps at my house. He was hurt so badly, he never recovered.
Hey, I'm beginning to think you got something with that curse.
I knew you'd believe me.
Oh, rubbish.
But there's no other explanation. Things like that don't happen to other people.
You weren't connected in any way with any of these things. They're unfortunate, but they've nothing to do with you. You've let them prey on your mind until you've become morbid.
Morbid?
Yes, you've developed a guilt complex. If that's all.
It isn't. Yesterday, it happened again.
You mean somebody else died because of you?
Yes. I was to have had lunch yesterday with Freddie. I'd only met him a week ago. He didn't keep the engagement, and I rang up his home. And you know what they told me? You know what had happened?
What?
Suicide. He'd killed himself with a gun in his bathroom.
Stop it.
Funny, isn't it? You struck me.
Then get hold of yourself. That's it. Cry. It'll do you lots more good.
Oh, I wish I were dead. I wish I were dead.
Hey, Jack, this is awful.
Now go away. Go away and let me do what I've got to do.
We're not going anywhere.
But you promised.
I said we'd go if there wasn't anything we could do.
But you can't.
We'd like to try.
Oh, you fools, get out of here. Don't you understand it'll happen to you, too?
If we're willing to take the risk, what's it to you?
But I don't want any more blood on my hands. I can't stand it. Don't you understand? I can't stand it.
You can stand it for 2 weeks, can't you?
2 weeks?
You say the Richards curse is on you. All right. Give us 2 weeks to lay that curse.
You can't cure a curse.
I'll bet money we can.
But your lives are in danger.
We'll take that chance.
But you mustn't. I'm nothing to you.
Hey, wait a minute, Sugar. Of course you're something to us.
I am?
Darn right you are. This here world needs all the pretty little old female girls it can get.
I don't understand.
That means you're beautiful. That it's always an unforgivable crime to destroy beauty.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I didn't say it was pretty, but that's the idea.
Well, put it this way. From the beginning of time, men have fought and died for beauty. It's one of the few things in the world worth fighting for. You're a beauty. You're worth saving. We think you're enough worth saving to fight for you. It's our right. You can't stop us.
No one ever said anything like that to me before.
Then you agree?
Yes.
Under no circumstances, no matter what happens, you won't try to harm yourself for 2 weeks.
Yes, I promise.
Good. Now get up and go in the bathroom and wash the tears off your face.
I know I shouldn't hope, but I do.
Go on. Make yourself more beautiful than you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you asked for it, fella.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know as well as I do that you can't cure curses. What do you think you are, a witch doctor?
Curse, huh?
Yeah, a curse.
In the vernacular of Archimedes, nuts.
Now look at Jack. 6 people connected with Sonny's been killed.
5 killed, 1 hurt.
Yeah, but hurt so bad he might as well be dead. What was his name?
Phil.
Yeah, well, you can't tell me all them folks just happened to die and all within a year.
That does sound fishy. Must be a reason for it.
The Richards curse.
Now, look, Doc, I want you to stop mentioning that curse business.
Yeah, but Jack...
Especially in front of her. Never mention it.
What's the idea?
I want her to forget it. Get it out of her mind. It's unhealthy.
Well, son, all I got to say to you is... Well, visitors.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You were looking for something?
Yes, Sonny Richards.
Sonny?
Just a minute, Doc. Who are you?
My name is Marks. Leslie Marks. I'm Miss Richards' attorney.
Attorney, huh?
And the executor of the Richards estate.
I see.
Now then, what right have you to be questioning me? Who are you? What are you doing in Sonny's room?
We're friends of Miss Richards.
Friends?
That's what I said.
Friends. How long has this been going on?
Long enough.
Sonny hasn't been having many friends lately.
Why not?
Apparently you haven't been friends long enough to hear of the Richards curse.
Are you the one who's been filling her mind with that sort of nonsense?
Pretty serious nonsense. 5 people killed, 1 injured for life.
I know all about that. Doc.
Yeah?
Tell Sonny to come out of the bathroom.
Sure. I'll get her.
How long have you known Sonny was in this hotel?
I found out 15 minutes ago. I've had private operatives out looking for her ever since she disappeared from home this morning.
You know why she came here? So you do know.
Well, I suspected. That's why I was so frantic to find her.
Yeah, some fellow named Marks. There. That's him and Jack.
Well, Sonny.
Hello, Leslie.
I've come to take you home.
All right.
We're going with you, you know.
What's that?
Why not? I've got the house all to myself.
But these men, who are they? What right have they...
We're taking the right. We're Sonny's bodyguard.
Ridiculous. Sonny, as your attorney...
As Sonny's attorney, you can go take a jump at yourself.
So, you won't be warned.
About what?
The Richards curse.
Please, Leslie, please.
Listen, you...
Get your hand off
If I ever hear you mention that curse again in the presence of Sonny, I'll tear you limb from limb. Now, get out.
Now, look here.
Get out. Now, get your things together, Sonny. We're going home with you.
You shouldn't have done that. He won't take that.
Oh, shucks, honey, this is only the beginning. Oh, only the beginning.
The further developments of the $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Mary Lou Harrington and Emerson Tracy. This is the CBS Radio Network. I Love a Mystery. The $1 Million Curse. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller with Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. O'clock at night in the stately old home of Sonny Richard, somewhere in San Diego's better residential area. Jack, Doc, and Reggie discovered Sonny, heiress to the Richards' fortune, in a backstreet hotel room on the point of doing away with herself. Her reason? Because she had also inherited the Richards' curse, bringing violent death and disaster to those whom she loved most. Jack persuaded her to give them 2 weeks to lay the curse. She agreed, providing Jack, Doc, and Reggie would stay with her in the old Richards home. And now, at 9 o'clock in the library...
Now then, Sonny, if you're ready, we're going to start taking you apart.
Taking me apart?
Yes, you will meet your clique.
This sounds very desperate.
Pull down that other blind over there, Reggie.
Oh, quite. Joe, what a beautiful old home.
Once it was. It's only evil now.
Never mind that. What I mean is, I want to know everything you can tell us about yourself. And don't skip the intimate details. They may be important.
Important for what?
In finding the source of this unwholesome influence that seems to have surrounded you.
You mean the Richard curse?
Well, I refuse to recognize any such thing as a curse.
Then what do you call it?
Let's leave it at unwholesome influence.
It means the same thing.
Now then, let's get started.
Just a minute before you get too serious.
Well?
I just want to mention that I think Sonny's just about the cutest little old 1954 jet-propelled power-steering female model we ever did know.
Why, Doc.
What is it you got, honey, that other girls just ain't got?
Oh, Doc, you're swell.
No, honestly, when you come downstairs in them lounging pajamas, my heart done a flip-flap. A flip-flop. Flip-flop, Doc, not flip-flap. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Sonny, if you ever feel in the mood for some real Southern-type sparking, I'm the red-headed boy that can fix you up and no holds barred.
Thank you, Doc. I'll remember.
You watch out for Doc, Miss Richards. He thinks he's terrific with women.
And I am, too, Dad Bernie.
Okay, Doc, if you've got romance off your chest, let's get down to business. Reggie.
Yes?
I want you to take down names and dates as we count them.
Righto.
All right. Now, first, Sonny, I want the names of all the people in any way associated with you. Is that a big order?
No, not very. I'm pretty much let alone now.
All right. Let's begin right here in your own house. Who takes care of you here?
Jackson.
Is the Negro butler?
Yes, his wife is in the kitchen, and I have a Negro chambermaid for the upstairs work.
They've been with you a long time?
Jackson and his wife have been here ever since I was a little girl. They're very devoted. The upstairs girl's been here about 2 years.
Now then, what about that attorney fellow who came up to your hotel room?
Leslie Mark?
Yes, Mark.
Well, he and my father were close friends. He's been the family attorney as long as I can remember. That's why Father named him executor of his estate until I reached the age of 25.
How old are you now?
24.
You're fond of him?
Well, he's been very kind, but he is dominating. He has a violent temper, and, well, lately I'm afraid we've quarreled quite a lot.
About the estate?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it was about?
I needed extra money over my regular allowance. Quite a lot of extra money.
Why?
On account of Phil.
Phil? Oh, yes, Phil Terry was the man you were engaged to and was injured in the automobile accident.
Yes. You see, Phil hasn't any money of his own. He was the pro at the golf club. That's how I met him. He taught me to play golf.
I see. So when he was injured, you took it on yourself to pay his hospital expenses?
Yes, everything.
And Leslie Marks objected?
Yes. He said I wasn't obligated to take care of Phil, and that as my trustee, he wasn't in a position to give me the extra money. So we quarreled.
He didn't give you any extra money then?
Yes, some, but mostly I had to skimp on my allowance to take care of Phil.
Hey, but look, honey, what does this Phil fella have to say about you paying his way?
Well, at first he was too ill to realize. And then when he did find out, he made a fuss, but now he just seems to be resigned to it.
Doesn't Phil have any folks?
Only a younger brother, Arthur. He's just past 18. I'm awfully worried about him.
Why?
Well, since Phil's been hurt, Arthur's had no steadying influence. I've tried to do what I could, but he won't have anything to do with me. He blames Phil's accident on me, and, well, of course, he's right.
You mean the boy actually blames the Richards curse for his brother's auto accident?
Yes.
Oh, I'd like very much to talk to Arthur. Where can I find him?
He lives in a boarding house at 69 Jameson Street.
You got that, Reggie?
Yes. Arthur Terry, 69 Jameson Street.
Who pays his room and board?
I do.
Hey, he don't like you, but he'll take money from you.
Yes.
Yeah, well, great kid, little Arthur.
All right. Now then, what other business or social contacts have you?
No one that's close. Acquaintances at the golf club, and that's about all.
But that isn't natural. What about men?
No, not now.
What, a beautiful young woman like you with a fortune in your lap?
The curse has scared them away.
The story of this Richards curse actually is as widespread as that?
Everyone knows.
I say. And everyone believes?
What would you believe under the circumstances? Within 1 year, my mother and father killed. My fiancé crippled for life. One suitor shot outside my door by robbers, and then an old family friend falls down my front steps and dies. And yet still another friend shoots himself to death. Wouldn't that drive you off?
By Jove, and all within 1 year.
The police investigated each of these deaths, of course.
Naturally.
No results?
No.
I think I'll go down and have a look at some of their records tomorrow.
You won't find anything?
Well, maybe not. Now then, Sonny, I'm going to make a peculiar request of you.
Yes?
Are you any sort of an actress?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, could you pretend to be more than a little fond of me?
I don't understand.
Well, you don't have to. But for the next 2 weeks, I want you to show a lot of interest in me when we're around people. I want us to be seen together. I want you happy and smiling. I want you to be very much in love.
Oh, I don't know.
You'll try?
It's important?
Very important. Will you?
Yes. With one exception.
No exceptions.
One exception, and you can take it or leave it, Mr. Packard.
And we'll be back in 1 moment to see just what Jack can take or leave. And now, back to that one exception of Sonny Richards.
Do you mind saying who that one exception is?
Of course not. I can't pretend to be in love in the presence of Phil.
Oh, yes, Phil.
Yes, it would hurt him, and I couldn't bear that.
All right, I'll take care of that. Naturally, you'd be reserved around him, but there's no reason why I can't show my affection.
But that would hurt him, too.
Well, it's only for 2 weeks. After that, you can explain to him that there was nothing behind it.
Well, all right, I'll try.
Good. Now,
it's the phone. Shall I?
No, I'll get it. It's probably Leslie.
The attorney?
Yes. Wondering if I got home all right. Hello? Oh, Phil. Well, why aren't you asleep? What? Come to the hospital at this time of night? What? Well, yes, of course, if it's important. I see. Hold the wire just a minute. It's Phil at the hospital. He wants me to come right over.
How far is the hospital?
It's just 2 blocks across the park.
All right. Tell him you have company, and you'll have to bring us along.
But
Go ahead and tell him. See what he says, anyway.
Hello, Phil? Oh, listen, dear, I have company. If I come, I'll have to bring them along. No, it's no one you know, but I'd like you to know them. All right, we'll come right away. Bye.
Well, what'd he say?
He said it was all right.
All right. Go get something on.
I'll just slip on a fur coat. It isn't far.
Hey, Jack,
Well,
what the heck you taking us over to the hospital for?
one reason I don't want to leave Sonny alone. The other, I want to meet all of Sonny's acquaintances as fast as possible. This is a good chance to meet Phil.
Hey, but, Jack, what's this business about making love to Sonny?
Yeah, that there's my department.
Not this time it isn't.
Oh, I get it. When a really pretty girl comes along, me and Reggie's supposed to take a back seat.
Well, it's all right with me.
Well, it sure ain't with me.
All right, I'm ready.
Come on, let's go.
I had Phil put in his hospital because it was so near. Oh, I must remember to give you all the keys to the front door when we get back.
Yes, we may need them. Now, which way?
Here, we can cross the street and right through the park. That's the hospital over there with the lights in the windows.
Well, the top's lost in the fog.
Yes. Another hour or two and the fog will settle down on us like a blanket.
Park's not too well lighted.
Oh, I know the way. Oh, here, this past the shortcut.
Sonny and I'll lead. Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind.
Right up. Reggie, you and Doc fall in behind. Who's the ladies' man in this outfit anyhow?
Oh, don't let it break your heart, old boy.
Fall in behind. Couple of old cow's tails. Look at Jack up front, hanging on to Sonny's arm like a drowned.
I just remembered I should know something about you three. Phil will be sure to ask me.
All right. We're civilian flyers. We're in San Diego now, waiting for a plane to be put in condition for us.
Is that true?
Yes, I'll give him the name of the airplane's factory to check on us if he seems curious. If he wants to know any more, let me do the talking.
This is all so strange. I met you less than 3 hours ago, and here you are closer to me than...
Hey, that was a gunshot. I know it. The bullet knocked my hat off.
Oh, no.
Doc, Reggie, go after him. That way.
Hey, but Jack...
Don't argue. I'm taking Sonny to the hospital.
Come on, Doc. Come on.
Done two-tailed stick.
You see, it's begun already.
Not okay. Come on, run.
But you mustn't. I can't let you.
You can't stop me. Here, cross the street.
If you're killed, I
Save
don't
your
know...
breath. Now, up the steps. And get inside. There, now, we're all right. Which way's the elevator?
That way.
Come on. Yeah, now, stop there.
I can't stand anymore.
What floor is still on?
4th floor.
All right. Get in the elevator. 4th floor, please. You all right now?
Yes.
Good.
What about Doc and Reggie?
They can take care of themselves. Out with you. Now, which way?
The room right down there at the end of the hall.
Uh-huh.
Don't say anything about the shooting to Phil.
Why not?
Oh, I haven't told him about any of my troubles. It might upset him to know that all that's been going on.
All right. Listen?
Yeah, just walk right in.
Is that you, nurse?
No, Phil, darling. It's me, Sonny.
Sonny, what the deuce are you doing here at this time of night?
But, Phil...
And who's this fellow?
Oh, this is Jack Packard. Phil Terry, Jack.
How do you do, Terry?
He's the one I said was with me when you called.
When I called? What are you talking about?
But, Phil, you did call. I talked to you.
You're crazy. I haven't called anybody tonight.
But your voice, I
said
know...
I haven't called anybody tonight.
Then you must have been mistaken, dear.
Dear? What are you calling dear?
Well, Sonny, I'm very fond of her.
Oh, you are? Well, I'll have you know Sonny belongs to me. To me, you hear?
Oh, Phil, don't get so angry.
Trying to steal my girl, are you? Just because I'm a cripple.
I'm sorry, Terry.
Well, did you ever hear of the Richards curse?
Phil.
Well, it got me. It got me, see? And it'll get you just the same way.
Oh, Phil, please.
And if the curse doesn't, I will.
The further developments of the $1 Million Curse will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, for 16 years, a Carlton E. Morse creation, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Parley Bear as Doc Long, and Ben Wright as Reggie York, with Mary Lou Harrington and Sam Edwards. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Presenting the world's greatest mysteries. And now, your host.
This is Basil Rathbone. The subject of our play today is intrigue. To me, that word conjures up the excitement of a train journey by night, of luxurious hotels and of lovely women. As you will hear, our story concerns neither train journeys by night nor luxurious hotels, but, yes, you've guessed. You've guessed it, that there's a woman in the case. And what a woman. Attractive, mysterious, and certainly intriguing. She reminds me of a certain lady I met once. Being something of a connoisseur in detective mystery, I immediately recognized her as an international spy. In my imagination, I could see her selling the world's highest-priced secrets. Yes, I was right in a way. She wasn't actually selling secrets. It was vacuum cleaners. But don't let me mislead you. Today, you're going to meet the real MCCOY.
Presenting Intrigue.
Senor Parsons?
That's right.
A routine check, senor, by the Department of the Interior. Your passport.
Now,
please.
what's this routine check stuff?
Oh, it happens so often. Just show the office of your passport.
Like fun, I will. Here, scram, out. I'm showing no passports today. You want to see my passport? We'll come round to the British Embassy tomorrow.
Perhaps I will not need to wait till tomorrow, senor. Perhaps...
Now, look out now. Stand back. I'm calling room service.
In a moment, we bring you another exciting story, starring today Marius Goring in our series, Intrigue.
I'm a practical, unimaginative man in a practical and unimaginative business. This business has brought me to Italy, to Milan, then to Turin, now to Rome. To be precise, to room 514 of the Hotel Excelsior, where a few minutes past 10 in the morning... 12 minutes past 10, yes. Well, at this moment, I'm unpacking my socks and handkerchiefs and putting them in the top drawer of the practical, unimaginative wardrobe. Come in! Entree, Adelante, or whatever you say.
Mr. Parsons? Mr. Mark Parsons?
Yes?
Representing Wilcom Iron and Steel Products Incorporated.
That's right.
Mr. Parsons, how long do you plan to stay in Rome?
Oh, less than a week, I hope. Why, are you a reporter?
Mr. Parsons, I am Constantia Torletta, representing Torletta Secretarial Service. Your arrival was reported in the Corriere, and I have...
Now, look, I don't need any secretarial service, Mr.
Torletta. My secretarial service has been of help to many businessmen who find difficulties with the local...
Really? Oh, well, thanks, but I'm sorry.
You probably have appointments in the Bureau of Heavy Industry,
Yes.
perhaps at the Ministry of Defense. I am very well acquainted with a number of the officials of these departments.
Yes.
Mr. Parsons, I can save you any
Now,
amount
look,
of
please,
time...
I'm very sorry, but I am in a hurry. I've got appointments. Look, you wouldn't even know what a flange housing is, Miss
Torletta.
Torletta.
Here, my card. Oh, that is what you sell, flange housings. As a bearing for a shaft, axle, spindle journal, gudgeon, or pivot.
Hey, well, now, where did you pick all that up?
Oh, my secretarial service has been used by many businessmen in Rome, Mr.
I'm
Parsons,
very sorry, but I do not have any need for a secretary. None at all. Thank you.
But I should...
Sorry. Good morning. What a persistent girl. I hurried on out and down the steps of the hotel, and as if I weren't flustered enough already, all of a sudden a man...
Frankie, when'd you have your moustache? Oh, I'm sorry. I must have got you mixed up with...
Not at all.
I'm sorry.
Quite all right. Business appointments all the morning and all the afternoon. Well, I felt quite good when I went to the hotel's cafe late that afternoon to relax. Dry martini, please.
Martini secche, si, senor. Hey, English, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right.
Oh, well, I spent a lot of time in England myself. People often size me up as an Englishman, you know. But you know better, don't you? Hey, how about having a drink together?
You're not English.
Oh, no, not me. I got the papers to prove it. No, sir, I'm Italian, all right. I'm just about as Italian as I can.
I must say you don't have much accent.
Pal. That's where you're 1,000% wrong if you think I'm English. Now, let me try and size you up, huh? You're a businessman. You come over here to sell some of your English products. Huh?
That's right, yes.
Now, let me guess. Engineer? You're selling a machinery, eh?
You're warm. Machine parts for steel fabrication.
You don't tell me. Machine parts for steel fabrication. Well, what do you know?
Martini secche. Grazie.
On my bill, Pascal.
Oh, no, please.
So you're selling machine parts for steel fabrication. Well, pal, you're just the man I need to run into. You know that?
Tell me, how long since you were in England?
Oh, maybe 6 months, but... hey, don't distract me. I gotta introduce you to this man I'm trying to tell you about. He's maybe the biggest buyer of fabrication parts for machine steel you can find anywhere.
Of what?
Well, of what you're talking about, what you sell. Parts for fabricating steel machines, like you said, huh? Oh, well, I don't talk the language so good I get a bit confused, but I know my friend. He wants to buy what you gotta sell. You want a big order or not?
Oh, that's why I came to Italy, to see that my products were sold.
So, all right. So here's my card. Here, grab your hat. I'll take you right there to him.
I don't know. For one thing, it had all gone so fast that I was half sure this man, Enrico Lini, exports and imports, his card said, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Still, I hadn't placed any orders that day, and the way I was feeling... What had I got to lose?
Well, what's the matter? You don't think my friend wants to buy what you got? Look, he's the biggest capitalist in the whole of the city, my friend is. What can you lose? Spend 10 minutes with him, huh?
What could I lose? Lini paid for my drink and guided me outside into his big Italian car.
Come in, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Parsons, meet Mr. Ruggieri.
How do you do, Mr. Parsons? Let me take your coat.
Oh, thanks. I say, this is a nice place you've got here.
How nice of you to say so. The view down to the city is thought to be quite interesting. Please feel free to look around.
Thank you, I will, if I may.
Well, Frankie, how about it? Was I right?
Yes, you were, Rico.
I say, that's a fine view. Say, you know, Mr. Ruggieri, you look somehow, familiar.
Huh?
You weren't up in Milan or Turin last week, were you?
I'm quite sure we have never met before, Mr. Parsons. I am certain I should have remembered your face.
Oh, well, your friend tells me you're interested in buying machine parts. Are you involved with rolling mill or structural steel?
You are so impetuous to discuss your business, you English. Come, let us have a drink first. Some wine or a cocktail or perhaps a whiskey.
Oh, whatever you're drinking.
Whiskey, huh? Tell me, Mr. Parsons, you have enjoyed your visit to Italy?
Oh, fine. Business hasn't been quite as good as I might have hoped, but if, for example, I find that you want to buy as big an order of machine tools as your friend indicated you did...
I'm sure we can come to some arrangement, you and I.
That's what I told him, Frankie.
The reason I asked, Mr. Parsons, you'll be surprised how many possibilities for petty annoyances there can be to the traveler in a strange country.
Huh?
For example, your taxi driver is involved in a traffic accident. The police arrive. Nothing is your fault. You are completely innocent. If they ask for your papers, and if by some mischance you have left them in your other suit, prison. How primitive we are, really. Another lump of ice?
Oh, no, thanks. Well, I managed to keep out of trouble pretty well. Never been involved in anything like that.
I'm sure you do, Mr. Parsons. I imagine you are a very careful traveler and always carry your passport with you.
You got it on you, Mr. Parsons, huh?
As a matter of fact, no.
Huh?
Well, look, it's late. Can't we get down to whatever business we may be able to do, Mr. Ruggieri?
We are down to business, Mr. P.
Quiet, Rico. Mr. Parsons, you are a businessman. A good profit on a business deal should appeal to you.
Why, yes.
How long do you plan to be in Rome?
Well, you're the second person today who's asked me that about a week. Why?
Fine. A week. A whole week. Mr. Parsons, a proposition. I will give you 10,000 American dollars. You give me your passport for not even 1 week. For just 6 days.
Hello, what is all this?
And as I was just going to say, no questions asked. Is it a fair proposition?
Well, $10,000 would certainly have made my trip a profitable one. Still, I'd like to know a little bit more about why I wanted it. Then Rico made up my mind for me.
While you're thinking it over, Mr. Parsons, just remember, you could end up not looking like your passport picture if your answer's no.
Rico.
No deal. Got to get back to the hotel. I'll find a taxi.
Now, wait a minute.
My apologies, Mr. Parsons. Rico doesn't understand that you and I can surely come to terms.
No deal.
Hey, Frankie, you crazy? What you let it go for?
Out of that front door, alone. They hadn't come after me yet. Down the street and around the corner. Where had I seen that man Ruggieri before? Now, I was sure I'd seen him, but I just couldn't remember where. Lini's big Italian car. Searchlight on, trailed along the pavement. Then it gathered speed, went on ahead towards the town. After 6 when I got back to the hotel, tired, angry, perplexed, and very scared. And half expecting to find Rico Lini sitting in the armchair of my hotel room with a gun in his hand. Nobody there. Nobody, so far as I could tell, had ever been there. I looked in the bureau drawer where I'd left my passport. Yes, still there. All present. And accounted for. Lini. What did I have to protect myself with? No gun, nothing. A shoe tree. That's it. I picked up a shoe tree, gripped it, moved over to the door so that it should hide me when it opened. Come in, entre adelante.
Mr. Parsons?
Oh, my God.
Oh, you frightened me.
Oh. Now what?
Oh, you look so funny standing there with your passport in one hand and a boot tree in the other.
This is a shoe tree. Come in, shut the door.
Oh, yes, sir. You have changed your mind.
About what?
About needing a secretary? Quite often I find that after a long, hard, disappointing day making the rounds of the various government departments, businessmen realize that the Tolletta secretarial service can be more valuable than they had thought.
Sit down.
Is this for the...
Sit down!
Oh, yes, sir.
Now then, what's your racket?
Oh, but sure.
And don't give me that secretarial service stuff again. There are too many coincidences going on around here. What are you? Are you after my passport, too? And if so, would you mind telling me why? Why a passport? And just who is this fellow, anyway? Hey, where are you going?
I think you are mad.
Well, you haven't been behaving a very sane way. Come in. I mean, what? Oh.
Senor Parsons?
That's right.
A routine check, Senor, by the Department of the Interior. Your passport, please.
What's all this routine check stuff?
Oh, it happens so often. Just show the officer your
Ooh,
passport.
like fun I will. Now, come on, blow. I'm showing no passports today. You want to see my passport? We'll come round to the British Embassy tomorrow.
Perhaps I will not need to wait till tomorrow, Senor. Perhaps I will...
Look out. Stand back. I'm calling room service. Hello, room service. This is room 514. Send...
Mr. Parsons, are you crazy? This man is from the Department of...
Never mind, Senor. I will take care of it.
Aha, that coward. He couldn't fool me.
You must have gone right out of your head. He was from the security department. Don't you understand?
I understand, all right.
Now what?
I'm calling the British Embassy.
You can't.
What do you mean I can't? I'm a British citizen and
It's closed. 6 o'clock. I know. All a part of the Toiletta Secretarial Service to know that sort of
I don't believe you. British Embassy, please. You're in league with them.
With whom?
Can't be closed. You're sure?
In league with whom? Look, Mr. Parsons, if you are in trouble, you need some help.
No, my lovely one. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw my paternal grandfather, and he weighed 272 pounds stripped. Now, come on, out.
But
out.
don't you think that...
All I think is how I want to get away from you and all the rest of your bright pals. Now, I'm going to a big, crowded restaurant and have dinner, and I'm going to take a policeman by the hand to lead me home. So tell him it won't do any good, any more of the rough stuff. All right?
Mad.
That's as maybe. Now, goodbye, Miss Turois.
Corletta!
I put her into the lift. I was furious. And then I took the next lift down. She wasn't in sight. Neither Bellini or Ruggieri. Good. I walked out of the hotel. I knew of a big restaurant just down the road. Too crowded for any of their funny business. And the next morning, tomorrow morning, I would call the embassy first thing and...
Not a fountain pen sticking in your back ribs, Mr. Parsons, so keep walking.
I tried to convince you to make a deal, Mr. Parsons, but you are so headstrong.
Just a minute. You can't...
Don't make any fuss, Parsons. Don't be a jerk. Now, into this car.
You might as well, Mr. Parsons, and I thought you were...
But you can't help!
And the guy walked in. Good.
Oh. Hey, where? Oh, my head. Oh, hey. What? Suddenly I was conscious. It took me time to work it all out. I tried to get up. I was almost sick. My head was splitting. And there I was in a little alley. Hey, police! Help! No good. Every time I yelled, my head shot out like a firebomb. I remembered getting into the car. I sat back. Somebody's hand went over my mouth. I tried to yell. Then Harry reached inside. My passport. Oh, my head. But they stole my passport. Police! Help! I could see. The street, down there. Lights. Try and stumble down. My watch. Let's see. Ooh, it's blood all over me. Oh, did they kill me? No, they can't have done. 10:30. It's 10:30. Hey, police! Help! Help! Help!
All right.
There I was in the street, a whole crowd pointing at me, blood all over me. I'm British, I tell you. British, comprenez. Get it, British.
You're British? Your passport, please.
Now, look here, I've got a complaint. I've been robbed. Some man. Their names...
Your passport, please.
I'm trying to tell you I haven't got it. Don't you understand? That's what they stole when they...
No passport. That is very serious, senor. Please to come with me.
Now, look here, you silly twerp. I've been robbed. Hit on the head. They try to kill me. I'm trying to tell you about my passport.
Yes. No. No passport. That is a misdemeanor. Please to come with me. He called me, and I quote from my notes, dope, boob, jack-in-office, clothead, ass, idiot.
What is that, the clothead?
Look at him. He's one.
Imbecile, officious, clown, and bureaucrat. The charge is resisting an officer, traveling around abroad without his passport, being contumelious with an officer...
All right, that's enough. Lock him up.
But listen, Sergeant, please. The British Embassy.
In the morning, lock him up.
But you don't understand. 2 men have stolen my passport. Idiots! Fools! Both of you, clotheads! Both of you!
Is this the man?
Yes, that's the man.
Oh, no, not you again. Am I free?
Just one of the services of the Toiletta Secretarial Service.
coffee, nothing like it.
That is espresso.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind. Do you realize that a bullet has creased your skull?
Yes.
That somebody tried to kill you?
Yes.
Aren't you a businessman after all? Are you perhaps a gangster?
What?
Don't try to answer. Just drink your coffee.
How did you get me out?
I told you, just one of the services.
Now, wait, never mind. Answer this. How did you know I was in jail?
After you had refused to show your passport to the agent from the Internal Security Agency? Oh, but jail is automatic for someone
All
who
right, all right. Never mind. What time is it?
11:30.
He must be trying to catch a plane to England using my passport.
Who? What plane to England? No plane to England leaves until 3 this morning.
Are you sure? When did the last one leave?
At 3 this afternoon.
You're sure of that? How do you know so quickly?
It is one of the services of the Toiletta Secretarial Service to know the time
of the plane's
departing
for London. I should have known. Then we still have time.
For what?
To catch him.
Who?
The man who stole my passport, Ruggieri.
Ruggieri?
Well, you know him. Can you tell me why he wants my passport?
Wait, let me look. Oh, but of course.
What?
Here, sit still. Now, mascara, so on your upper lip. Now, wait. These sunglasses. Knock the dark glass out.
Oh, what is all this?
So, now, put them on. No, my mirror. Look, now, who do you see?
Ruggieri. No wonder he looks familiar. Now I know what I saw him before.
Where?
In my mirror when I shaved my moustache off 4 years ago. Who is Ruggieri?
You don't know Ruggieri? You have heard of Frankie Rogers.
Frankie Rogers? What? He's an American gangster who was booted out of America about 2 months ago. Oh, no, you... Oh, my...
Wait, don't faint, Mr. Parsons. Here, sniff this.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right, thanks. Oh, Frankie Rogers.
You are better?
There's still just one little thing.
Yes, but, Mr. Parsons, if he's got your passport, hadn't you...
Now, in a minute. First tell me, why are you so persistent? Why do you insist on my using the Tutelar Secretarial Service? Is it because I'm so handsome?
Mr. Parsons, at the moment you are the only British businessman in Rome who is without a secretary.
Oh, I see. Well, I just thought I'd ask.
Of course, sir.
Yes?
I could think of other reasons.
Yes?
After we have your passport back.
Oh. Yeah, what's going on?
51739, please. Do you have a reservation on the 3 o'clock plane for Signor Mark Parsons? Thank you. All right, come on.
Where?
But where else but to the house where this Ruggieri lives? He has the reservation on the plane. We must hope to find him still at home.
Do you know where to go?
Of course. All efficient secretaries know the addresses of well-known Roman citizens. It is one of the most routine of the services of the Toiletta Secretarial Service. You recognize the villa? You see? His lights are still on.
But listen, Frankie Rogers. I mean, well, he may have a dozen gunmen in there. May have. He probably has.
But think how surprised he will be to see you, whom he thinks he has killed. But go on, ring the bell.
You think it's safe?
Go on.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, well, all right.
Yes? Oh, don't move. All right, hands on your head, both of you. In, quick. Mr. Parsons, you were killed a few hours ago, and now I must do the job all over again. How regrettable. Both of you, in. Sit. Who is the pretty girl, Mr. Parsons?
The Toiletta Secretarial Service.
And all that mascara over your upper lip. What is that, a game? To see how much you look like me?
You look better now that you've shaved yours off, Signor Ruggieri.
I like to look at pretty girls, not to listen to them.
I want my passport back, Mr. Ruggieri, or Rogers, or whatever you call yourself.
Do you? And you walk in here and expect me to give it to you? Do you know how very much I need your passport and your good name, Mr. Parsons? They will help me to take into Britain enough uncut heroin to net myself more than £1 million, and all in less than a week. I think I will never have made so much money in so short a time. The fact that I tell you this, Mr. Parsons, ensures that I will now have to kill you.
Take your glasses off, Signor Ruggieri. I want to see if the likeness is perfect.
I think I will shoot you first, Miss Secretary. You talk too much.
May I say one more thing?
One more, yes.
It is this. If the hand holding your gun moves so much as the fraction of an inch... Oh, don't faint, Mr. Parsons. Quick, sniff this. It's all right.
Frankie Rogers.
Oh, he won't move.
Your gun?
Yes, it has wrecked a perfectly good black velvet handbag. I will put it on my expense account and charge it to you.
Tell me, was this just another routine service of the Toiletta Secretarial Service?
Oh, here, your passport. We've got to hurry. I'm getting scared.
You're getting scared.
Quick. Oh, now I need a sniff. My smelling salts. Oh, can't we call the police from the hotel to tell them about all that uncut heroin? Mr. Parsons, please.
You know, it's kind of funny, but I'm afraid I've smeared mascara all over you. Well, at least you're getting paid double for overtime.
You have been listening to another exciting story starring today Marius Goring in our series Intrigue.
This is Basil Rathbone again. I told you the lady you were going to meet was the real McCoy. Although McCoy was not her name, she was genuine in all conscience. The only trouble was she didn't have a conscience. Well, goodbye till we meet again to listen to another of the world's greatest mysteries.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm in the middle of a hot deal. Some boys I know are interested in the big money, and they figure if we put all our capital in a gun, we ought to make a killing.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the quarrelsome quartet. Before the Falcon starts on tonight's case, I'd like to say just a word about something extra delicious. Kraft mayonnaise. Here's really true mayonnaise at its finest. One taste will tell you that. Just one taste of delicate, exquisitely flavored Kraft mayonnaise will tell you that here is mayonnaise to delight even the fussiest cook. Try it. Try it and see for yourself. Tomorrow when you shop, get a jar of wonderful tasting Kraft mayonnaise. And now, the case of the Quarrelsome Quartet. It's late evening in New York, and in a shabby apartment on Manhattan's West Side, a short, heavy-set boy named Dixie Taylor watches his companion Georgie Reynolds attack an age-old problem: how to dispose of an empty bottle. But George is equal to the occasion, for, spying the fireplace, he comes up with a practical solution.
Well, I guess that's one way to get rid of your empty.
Anybody ask you, Taylor?
No.
All right, then shut your face. Hazel? Hey!
You want me, George?
No, I was just rehearsing. I'm going in for hard calling.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I was busy.
Well, I hope I wasn't interrupting anything important.
No, honey.
Give me another bottle.
Well, darling, don't you
Didn't
think...
I tell you something?
All right, George.
There's one in my bedroom closet. Well, what are you staring at, Dixie?
I was just wondering about Hazel.
Well, don't. If you're going to do any wondering, think about Martinez.
Although he'll be here.
Yeah, when? He was due an hour ago.
Or maybe he had some trouble finding Saunders.
Oh, that's just ducky. What goes on with you guys anyway? Do I have to tell you?
That's probably Martinez and Saunders now.
Hazel?
Yes, George?
Didn't you hear that?
Well, I was trying to get...
Never mind the alibis. Answer it.
Yeah, just a second.
Hello, Hazel.
Hello, Mr. Martinez.
Your boyfriend here?
Yeah, we're in the kitchen. Come on in. Bring your friend with you.
Hi, Georgie. Hello, Taylor.
Hello, Louis.
Well, you took your own sweet time getting here, Martinez.
Well, I have a little bit trouble finding Mr. Saunders here.
Gentlemen? Bring in a couple of chairs, Hazel.
Yes, dear.
All right, now go on, beat it.
But, darling...
I said beat it. These fellas and I have some business to discuss. Well, Martinez, did you tell Saunders what I lined up?
No, I think was maybe better I leave that for you.
It's a snatch, Saunders.
A what?
A snatch.
That's what I thought you said. Well, it's been nice knowing you, gentlemen.
Sit down, Saunders.
No, thanks, I'm not interested.
Cost you something to listen?
All right.
Ever hear of Big Joe Gallagher?
Well, enough to know that if he's the party you got in mind, you can include me out, as the saying goes.
Now, don't be a jerk, Saunders. Sure, Gallagher's a big rackets boy, but that's just why we can get away with this.
You're crazy. Now, look, Martinez, why didn't you tell me
Let
that...
Georgie finish.
Dixie and I used to work for Gallagher. We know what makes him tick. A guy in his position would never yell copper.
Yes, but there's one thing you're overlooking. From what I know of Mr. Gallagher, he never goes anywhere without 2 or 3 of his boys. How are you going to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I got it all figured out. Gallagher's a ladies' man, see? Now, if a babe were to call him up and arrange a blind date, it's dollars to donuts he'd go for it.
I doubt it.
Don't tell me. I've seen it work a dozen times.
You got the girl?
Yeah, Hazel, the one who let you in.
I suppose she talks.
She wouldn't dare. Besides, she doesn't have to know what's going on. I'll tell her the whole thing's a gag.
Where do I come in?
Hazel will arrange to meet Gallagher at the 49 Club. You and Martinez will pick him up.
What about you and Taylor?
Now, we can't take a chance. He knows us. Well, what do you say, Saunders?
You think this will work, Martinez?
Why not? Georgie's got all the angles figured out.
So it would seem. Okay, gentlemen. Deal me in.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Gallagher, please.
Who wants him?
Well, he wouldn't know me, but you can tell him I'm a friend of Gloria Wilson.
I never heard of her.
Are you Mr. Gallagher?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Gloria made me promise to look you up when I got to New York.
I'm sorry, sister. I don't know anybody by that handle.
She was a chorus girl at Pirandello's.
Hey, wait a minute, baby. What's your name?
Hazel Wolf.
You look anything like you sound, Hazel?
Oh, now, really, Mr.
No,
Gallagher?
kidding, because if you do, I'd like to see you.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, Mr. Gallagher. I'm flying to the coast tonight.
What time?
1:15.
Well, that still gives us 3 hours to get acquainted. What do you say, baby?
All right. But you'll have to meet me here. You see, I'm expecting friends.
Oh, that's okay. Where are you?
It's a little place called the 49 Club. Do you know it?
No, but I'll manage. What color dress you wearing?
Blue.
My favorite color. Okay, Hazel. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Say, buddy.
Who, me?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have seen a blonde around, huh?
Blue dress?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Gallagher.
Oh, who are you?
Hazel's cousin. Didn't she tell you we're having a little farewell party in her honor?
Well, she said something about friends.
Oh, now don't get frightened. We'll be pushing off in a few minutes, and that'll give you enough time to talk to Hazel alone.
Where is she?
She's in the back room with the rest of the family.
Well, let's go.
Right down here.
By the way, fella, I don't believe I caught your name.
Well, it's the same as Hazel's.
Related on your father's side.
Yes, that's right. Oh, here we are.
Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Louis. This is Hazel's friend.
Pleasure to know you, Mr. Gallagher.
Where's Hazel?
Oh, she just stepped out for a minute.
Well, where's the rest of the crowd?
Crowd?
Yeah, her cousin told me she had a flock of relatives down here.
Never believe Saunders. He's a big joker.
Saunders? I thought his name was Walsh. What goes on here anyway?
Watch him, Saunders.
Just keep those hands where they are, Mr. Gallagher. Frisk him, Martinez.
Get your hands off me.
Don't get excited, Mr. Gallagher. He's bad for your blood pressure.
Is he clean?
He is now.
Good. Would you be kind enough to accompany us, Mr. Gallagher?
Oh, no, you're not getting me to walk out of here.
Well, as long as you feel that way. I have to hand it to him, Martinez. He said he wasn't walking out of here, and he was right.
Those guys anyway. Got the time, Dixie?
You asked me that just 5 minutes ago, George.
Now, don't get smart. Think anything could have gone wrong?
Not a chance.
What'd you tell Gallagher's wife?
Just what you told me. I said we had a husband, and if she wanted them back, she was to dig up $100,000.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone for it myself instead of sending Saunders and Martinez.
What are you worried about, Georgie? They managed the snatch all right.
Yeah, but how do I know that they're able...
George.
I'll get it.
Hello, George.
You got it, Saunders?
What does this bag look like?
All right, let me have it. How'd it go off?
Oh, like clockworks. As soon as Mrs. Gallagher gives us the money, I give her the key and tell her where to find her husband.
Oh, nice work, Louis.
Yes, I guess congratulations are in order all around. $100,000. Just think of it.
You think of it, Saunders, because that's as close as you're getting to it.
What do you mean, George?
Well, I tell you, friend, it's like this. The boys and I had a little talk.
And you decided why split 4 ways, huh?
Why, you catch on fast.
But didn't you think I'd have anything to say about that?
All right, put away that gun, Saunders.
Yeah, Georgie was only clowning.
Yes, I'll bet. You know, I'm a little surprised at you, Dixie.
Look, if we were going to double-cross you think we'd send you for the dough?
Sure, that doesn't make sense, does it? No, don't move, Parsi. Just drop the gun.
Nice going, Martinez. Well, Mr. Smart Guy, what do you say now?
That's enough, Georgie.
Go on, Saunders. Beat it.
All right. Gentlemen, if this little get-together hasn't been pleasant, it has been informative. Well, I'll be very glad to show you what I learned next time we meet.
Hello?
I'm looking for a Michael Waring, private detective called the Falcon.
Well, you picked the right place.
Oh, are you...
Mm-hmm. Come on in, Angel.
Thank you.
Sit down.
I suppose I should introduce myself.
It's customary.
Well, my name is Hazel Walsh.
Hazel Walsh?
That's right.
Who recommended me?
Well, I remembered hearing about the Falcon years ago.
And you filed the information away for this more convenient date, hmm?
Yes. Are you available for a case?
At $50 a day in expenses, I am. What's your problem?
Well, it's really not my problem, Mr. Waring. A girlfriend of mine is engaged to some man, and she believes that he's done something...
Crooked?
Of course not.
All right, let's call it unethical. Go on.
Well, if the man ever was caught, Could they force my friend to be a witness against him?
They certainly could.
Even though she found out about it by accident?
Doesn't make any difference, Miss Walsh.
Well, isn't there anything she can do?
Nope. Only if she were married to him could she refuse to testify.
Well, if we got married... if they got married, I'd...
Let's use the first example, Hazel. It'll be easier on us both.
Now, look here, Mr. Waring.
No, you look, Angel. You're obviously in some sort of a jam. Now, what is it?
I tell you, you're wrong.
What did your boyfriend do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
All right. I suppose you tell me his name.
It's... Harry Prescott.
Come on, Hazel. What's his name?
Well, you have no right to question me like this.
No, but the police have.
But you're not going to call him.
No?
Well, it's George Reynolds.
You the same Georgie Reynolds who used to run with the Gallagher mob?
No. No, it's not that one at all.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose you introduce us and let me see for myself. I'm an easy man to convince.
Well, sounds as though Mike follows that good old theory that seeing is believing. Of course, that's a pretty smart idea, I think. And it's a good one for everyone to follow when it comes to food. For example, I can tell you how satiny smooth Kraft mayonnaise is. What an amazing, creamy, rich texture it has because of the special way Kraft blends it. But to really appreciate just how smooth Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise is, get a jar and see for yourself. That way you can taste for yourself, too. You won't have to take my word for it that Kraft mayonnaise is especially good. With a delicate, delightful flavor, the result of careful blending of only the finest oils and eggs, the most fragrant vinegars and spices. Yes, the best way to tell is to taste Kraft mayonnaise yourself. Try it on a cool and colorful salad of hollowed-out tomatoes topped with spicy deviled eggs and garnished with fresh and tangy watercress. It's really delicious. So tomorrow when you shop, get a jar of Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise. Whether you're serving a simple, everyday kind of salad or a fancy company special, you'll enjoy it more with true mayonnaise at its finest. Kraft mayonnaise. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Hazel Walsh introduced herself to Mike Waring, and now the two are on their way to Georgie Reynolds' apartment. And strangely enough, Miss Walsh doesn't seem too delighted by the trip.
I don't know why I let you talk me into this, Mr. Waring.
It's simple, Hazel. You're the kind of girl who's taken such a licking you could be talked into anything.
That's a lie.
All right, then why did you bring me here?
Because I thought you could help George.
Well, if it's the same George I think it is, you'll have to get yourself another boy. Whatever made you tie up with a guy like that?
I don't think that concerns you.
This the place?
Yes.
Can I help?
No, thanks.
Where's the light switch?
A little over to your right. Have you got it?
Yep.
George!
Stop that. I saw him. Now you stay where you are.
Is he?
Yes, he's nothing else but.
Oh, no.
Someone gave it to him right through the temple.
George!
Look, you get a grip on yourself.
How can you talk to me like that when my fiancé's been murdered?
I can talk to you like that because it's not your fiancé.
What?
This is a boy named Dixie Taylor. Now will you behave?
Believe it, Mr. Waring. There must be some mistake.
What's the matter, Hazel? You disappointed it isn't George?
Of course not.
Did you know Taylor?
Well, he was a friend of George's. I saw him around here once or twice.
Who else was a member of this fraternity?
Just a man named Louis Martinez.
Oh, well, that's some select group. I've heard of all of them. Did they blackball anyone recently?
I don't know what you mean.
Did your boyfriend and Martinez cross anyone lately?
I don't think so.
Hazel, you better stop lying. You don't do it very well.
Well, there was a Nick Saunders.
Good-looking boy? Around 35?
Yes.
What did they fight about?
I don't know.
You think Saunders might have killed Dixie?
I suppose so.
How about George?
No.
Oh, Hazel, don't be a sucker. You think he'll appreciate your loyalty?
Why don't you ask him, Waring?
Georgie.
All right, I will. Isn't it nice of her not to suspect you, George?
Not to suspect me of what?
Take a look under that blanket.
Oh. Who did it?
That's just what I was asking. You got any suggestions?
Nary a one. Say, who invited you here anyway?
She didn't.
Oh, is that so?
Darling, I was only thinking of you.
Now, that's the truth, George. Never have I seen a woman show so much concern.
All right, Waring, beat it. I don't need you.
How about Hazel?
She don't need you either. Go on, Hazel. Tell him.
I made a mistake, Mr. Waring. I'm sorry.
You mean that?
Yes.
Okay, so be it. Oh, when the police show up, tell them I had to leave.
It'll be a pleasure.
Listen, Georgie, I know what you're going to say.
Do you?
Oh, darling, I was only thinking of you. I know what you, Dixie Martinez, did to Saunders. That's why I went to Waring.
Well, that was smart.
But I was worried about Saunders.
And I'm worried about you, Hazel. You think you'll ever learn to keep your mouth shut? Or do I have to teach you?
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
What's on your mind, Mike?
Listen, what kind of caper has Georgie Reynolds pulled recently?
Well, there's some talk going around that Big Joe Gallagher was snatched last week.
Oh, that's crazy, Sergeant. I saw him on 48th Street yesterday.
I know, but that's the story we got. According to one of my pet stoolies, his missus laid out $100,000 to get him back.
You think Georgie Reynolds was behind it?
Wouldn't be at all surprised.
Well, can't you do anything?
You tell me how when we got no proof, and Mrs. Gallagher hasn't seen fit to make a complaint.
Was Nick Saunders in on it?
You seem to know more about it than I do. What do you know about Saunders?
Not quite enough, Sergeant. I'll let you know the minute I learn more. Oh, by the way, there is a body over at Georgie Reynolds' apartment. Go over and pick it up like a good fellow, will you?
Yes?
Hello, Saunders. Remember me?
Oh, sure. You're the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Can I come in?
Why not? Sorry, I can't offer you anything.
Well, you never know unless you try.
All right, Waring, what's on your mind?
Well, I heard you and George Reynolds had a little trouble last night.
You must be thinking of two other guys.
Well, what gets me is why you took it out on Taylor.
Taylor?
Yeah, haven't you heard? He's dead.
Not my old pal, Dixie. Well, what do you know?
I know you better have a pretty good alibi handy. Come on, Saunders, get your coat. We're going to headquarters.
Just brief me on one thing, Waring. You're a private detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Now, where do you get off pushing people around?
It's my hobby. You going to get your coat, or will you go like that?
Oh, act your age.
Put away the gun, Saunders. Put it away before I...
Cut it out.
Go on, drop it.
No, drop it.
All right, now what do you say, friend? Do we take that little ride I mentioned?
Okay, Waring. But don't be surprised if someday I return the favor.
Is there a guy named Mike Waring here?
That's me, Inspector.
Come in here. I want to talk to you.
Okay. See you later, Sergeant.
You bet. Sit down, Waring.
Oh, thanks.
Sergeant Corbett tells me you're the boy who brought in Saunders.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Well, I'm glad you got a kick out of it, because I just talked to headquarters about you.
What for?
To see how they feel about attempted blackmail.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you try to shake down Saunders?
Is that what he claimed?
No, I can put two and two together myself.
And you ought to go back to school, Inspector. There's something wrong with your arithmetic.
I doubt it. When you start shoving a guy around just because he's got a record, there's only one answer.
Oh, you're crazy. I tell you, Saunders killed Dixie Taylor.
How?
He shot him, that's how.
From Philadelphia?
Oh, what are you talking about?
According to the coroner, Dixie Taylor died at 8:30 p.m.
So what?
Well, at 8:25, Saunders was picked up by the Pennsylvania State Police for carrying a rod without a license. And he wasn't released until 2 hours later. Now, who doesn't know his arithmetic?
Hello, Mike.
What? Hazel. How did you get in here?
The superintendent let me in. I've got to talk to you.
Now, that makes us even, Angel, because I want to talk to you.
Look, you've got to drop the case.
Now, that raises a problem. How can I drop something I've never been paid for in the first place?
I don't understand.
I mean, if I'm going to work for free, I might as well do it for myself.
You can't do that.
Well, I'd like to see someone stop me. What's Georgie's phone number?
Why?
Because I want to talk to him.
What about?
The murder of Dixie Taylor.
He doesn't know anything about it.
Are you kidding? Now, what's the number? Come on, Hazel, I'm not clowning.
It's Raleigh 4099.
Now, cheer up, baby. When I get through with Mr. Reynolds, he won't ever lay a hand on you again.
You don't hear me complain.
Next, you'll be telling me you love the guy.
I do.
Hello?
Is that you, Reynolds?
No, this is Luis Martinez. Who are you?
Mike Waring. Let me talk to George.
I'm afraid that is out of the question.
Listen, Martinez, if I have to come over there...
It still won't do you any good. He's dead.
He's what?
Yeah. Someone fed him a dose of strychnine about an hour ago. And somehow we didn't seem to agree with him.
It's not true, Mike. I don't believe it. Martinez was lying.
I suppose we go over and check.
But George, it's this.
Oh, come on, Hazel. Get a grip on yourself. You're better off without him.
Oh, how can you talk that way?
Because it's the truth. He was no good.
That's a lie.
Oh, don't give me that. You knew he was the brain behind the big Joe Gallagher snatch.
No, you're wrong.
Who are you kidding? Oh, so incidentally, what happened to the loot?
The loot?
The ransom money Mrs. Gallagher paid off.
How would I know?
Well, you would if anybody would. You can't keep it, Angel.
I didn't intend to.
Then where is it?
Well, they didn't tell me, but I watched them through the keyhole.
Where did they put it?
Under the middle cushion of the sofa in George's apartment.
Okay, let's get it before someone else gets the same idea. I wouldn't be surprised if we're a little late now.
You know what Mike said just now about getting there first? Sounds like the race that usually goes on at my house for the last piece of cold chicken in the refrigerator. But a chicken sandwich sure makes a swell snack, especially when you put lots of Kraft mayonnaise on the bread. The delicate flavor of Kraft mayonnaise is just exactly what you want. And Kraft mayonnaise is so creamy, rich, and smooth. Just try it. For a grand sandwich spread, as well as for fine salads, there's nothing like true mayonnaise at its finest. Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that with the recent death of Georgie Reynolds and the earlier demise of Dixie Taylor, the original quartet was now working as a duo on $100,000 worth of loose notes. And now as we rejoin the team of Mark and Hazel, they're making their entrance at Georgie Reynolds' apartment. But Hazel seems to be suffering with a bad case of stage fright.
What's the matter, Angel? Having trouble?
Guess I'm a little nervous.
Here, let me try.
Come in, folks.
Louis.
What do you expect? Shut the door, Waring.
Look, Martinez.
I said shut the door. I'll raise them high.
All right, you don't have to worry. I'm clean.
I don't believe in taking chances.
What's the matter? No sporting blood?
Yeah, I guess I'm yellow. Too bad Georgie didn't have as much sense.
Where is he?
Move the club chair.
What?
Yeah, go on. He's behind it.
George!
That won't bring him back.
You killed him?
Well, while we're on this subject, where were you at 11:30?
She was waiting for me in my apartment.
Nice.
Look, you better watch that mouth.
And you better watch yours. All right, Hazel, where is it?
Where is what?
The dough we got from Gallagher.
I don't know.
Don't give me that. I want it, honey bunch, and nothing's going to keep me from it, understand?
I wouldn't count on that, Louis.
What?
No. Don't bother turning around, Martinez. It's only me.
Listen, Saunders.
Don't mind if I do, Martinez, but first drop the gun. That's a sweetheart.
You want me to pick it up?
No. Don't trouble yourself, Waring. I can manage. Oh, what happened to Georgie?
The same thing that happened to Dixie Taylor.
He was such a sweet guy, wasn't he? Oh, by the way, when I walked in here, Martinez was asking you a question. I don't remember your answering it. Would you like to now?
You'll never see a penny of that money.
Come on, Hazel. We're wasting time. Where is it?
You better tell him, Angel. I think he means business.
I do, and make no mistake about it.
It's under the middle cushion of the sofa.
What? Stay where you are, Martinez. I'll do my own checking. Oh, now, isn't that pretty?
Listen, Saunders.
I'm afraid I haven't the time, Louis.
We'll have to find it, Saunders.
What?
Get down, Hazel!
Oh, hey. Had enough, Saunders? Guess he has.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Hiya, Mike. The inspector sent me around to apologize.
Oh, what happened?
20 minutes ago, a call came through from Philly that Saunders they picked up there was this guy's cousin.
I thought there was something screwy playing.
Well, if you fellas don't mind.
Just a minute. Where are you going, Martinez?
Well, I just figure there's no point in my hanging around just now.
Well, you better get used to it, Louis. You're going to do quite a bit of it from now on.
What are you talking about?
You killed Dixie Taylor and George Reynolds.
You're crazy.
Well, maybe you're right. Here I've got you hanging when any kid knows that in New York they burn you. All right, Sergeant, prove it to him.
Mike.
Oh, don't say it, Angel.
But I was just going to ask...
Ask me to explain things,
Well, yes.
Well, I guess you're entitled to it. You see, this was a modern version of thieves falling out. When Louis Martinez saw how George double-crossed Saunders, it didn't take him long to figure that he was next. So he decided to beat your boyfriend to the punch. First he killed Dixie, which made it look bad for Saunders. And then to ensure his bet, he killed George.
Then why did he wait at the house for us?
Well, he had to. You were the only one who knew where the money was stashed. And until he got it, he committed 2 murders for nothing.
Well, couldn't Saunders have done that?
I knew Martinez was the killer long before Saunders ever showed up.
How?
Well, Martinez told us he hadn't called the police, so obviously there was no autopsy performed. Yet he knew exactly what poison killed George and the time he got it. Remember he told me over the phone that George had been fed a dose of strychnine an hour before I called?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, how would he know that unless he was right there feeding it to him?
Shall I tell you something?
I wish you would.
I lied to you about loving George, you see. Otherwise, I was afraid you might suspect me.
Oh, I couldn't afford to, Angel.
Why not?
Well, you're much prettier than Martinez and Saunders.
Oh, I don't understand.
Well, you see, I figured to wrap up this case around midnight. And if you were guilty, what would I do for a date?
Folks, here's sure, pure enjoyment for the whole family. Real, honest-to-goodness malteds made with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Easy to fix, too. You just make a tasty paste of Kraft malted milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Then fill the glass brimful of milk and stir it. Enjoy the best malted you ever put to your lips. Include Kraft malted milk on your shopping list for Tuesday. Enjoy a Kraft malted for snacks, with meals, or before bedtime. But be sure it's Kraft malted milk. At your food store now. The Case of the Worried Champion. The Case of the Worried Champion. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a boxing title is something a number of people are willing to shoot for. So be sure to listen next week at this same time to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with M.Z. Strickland as Hazel. This is Jay Jackson speaking. This is NBC.
The FBI in Peace and War. Another great story based on Frederick L. Collins' copyrighted book, The FBI in Peace and War. Drama, thrills, action. Tonight's story, The Fixer.
All right, mister, do what you're told. Open that cash box. All right, now put the money in this bag. Now close the bag. Shove it over here. Now you stay right there, your face to the wall, understand? If you don't, you won't live to tell your grandchildren about this. I told you to stay. I told you. What happened, Fred? Get going. The minute this alley will be crawling with cops. Well, what happened? You heard me, Wally. Get going.
From time to time, the Bureau had come across the name and activities of one Fred Dunkirk, a 3-time loser. He was brought to our attention for the last time following a daring daylight robbery of an Akron, Ohio supermarket on April 14, 1955. The manager of the market, who was shot in the shoulder, identified the criminal as Dunkirk. Under the provisions of the National Stolen Properties Act, the Bureau was called in. Agent Reynolds and I were assigned and left for Akron to cooperate with the local police in the search for Dunkirk.
FBI. It says right here in the paper the FBI is cooperating. Fred, what are we going to do?
Oh, stop the ball, and that's what I get taking on a kid like you. Still green behind the ears.
If you didn't shoot that man...
I should have killed him. Identifying me. I should have shut his mouth for good.
We got to get out. We can't stay here.
We're staying.
But Fred...
You heard what I said before, Wally. We're staying until Dolan gets here.
But he can't do us any good now.
Oh, no. Charlie, Dolan's got ways of fixing things. So we'll wait and see.
Fix like this, you're asking the impossible, Fred.
Well, you told me to come to you any time, didn't you, Mr. Dolan?
Yes.
You said with your connections, you could fix anything.
I said practically anything, but you're in the worst kind of a jam. Positive identification has been made. You, a 3-time loser, shooting the man.
I didn't ask you to come over here to give me a rundown. I asked for help.
You have to look at the picture from a practical standpoint.
Fred, we better get going.
Shut up, Wally.
But he said...
I said shut up. Then the answer is no, Mr. Dolan?
I didn't say that, Fred. I just said you're asking...
For the impossible, I know. But do you really think it's impossible?
Well, it'll be very difficult.
That's different.
And very expensive.
I didn't expect it to be free.
$10,000.
What?
You said you didn't expect it to be free, didn't you?
$10,000?
Papers said your take from the robbery was $20,000. All I want is half.
Half?
That's all.
Half? How do you like the nerve of this guy, Wally?
Well, what's the difference how much it is as long as we get off?
Who's asking you? $10,000 after all the trouble.
3-time losers can't be choosers.
Don't try to be funny.
I'm not. Just looking at the practical side again.
Freddie's right.
I'd listen to Wally if I were you, Fred.
I don't need advice from a kid like him.
I'm only thinking of you.
I'll think for myself.
All right, Fred, you think it over.
Fred, there isn't time.
Wait.
10,000?
All right. All right, but a positive fix.
Don't worry, you'll get your money's worth.
But just to be sure, you get paid after I'm in the clear.
Fair enough.
All right. What's the setup?
I have a friend, a nice old lady named Ma Fergus, who runs a chicken farm outside Glenview. She's boarded clients of mine before. You'll stay with Ma until I say it's safe enough for you to come back to town.
Which will be when?
Just as soon as I fix you up with an airtight alibi.
Okay. Wally, get ready.
Yeah, sure, Fred.
Wait, Wally. You're not going with him.
What?
What do you mean he's not going with me?
Wally's staying in town.
Why?
No one knows he's involved. He's in the clear.
I still want him with me.
He stays here in town.
Now listen.
You listen. You're in a jam up to your ears. You want me to get you out of it? All right, I'll do just that. But only on one condition. What I say goes. No ifs, ands, or buts. Exactly the way I want it, straight down the line. To get a line on Fred Dunkirk, Agent Reynolds and I began with the usual routine legwork. Checking all places he had been known to frequent, questioning all persons with whom he had been known to consort. In the meantime, Dunkirk was hiding out at a small chicken farm less than 20 miles from Akron.
Don't those chickens ever stop that racket?
Oh, you'll get used to it in time, Fred.
I won't be around here long enough to get used to it, Mrs. Fergus.
Call me Ma. That's what all my boys call me.
I'm not one of your boys.
Oh, sure you are. Every one of you who stays with me I consider like a son of my own. I lost my own boy 10 years ago this week. He died in the electric chair.
Too bad.
Albert was a good son. He never held out on his ma. He brought me home every penny he ever stole. Would you like to see his picture?
No.
Oh, you remind me so much of him.
All right, so I remind you of him. Let me alone.
Can I get you something to drink, Fred?
No.
You got some nice elderberry wine. I made it myself.
I don't want any.
Oh, you're all upset, aren't you? Oh, that's a pity. Albert used to be the same way. And he'd frown just the way you do, too.
Look, will you get away and let me alone?
I want to help you, boy. That's why we're here on Earth, to help each other. Mothers especially. Now, you just tell your troubles to Ma Fergus. She'll understand. Now, what's wrong, Fred?
Now, look. Sitting here for a week twiddling my thumbs listening to those stinking chickens. That's what's wrong, if you want to know.
No. If you just relaxed and considered your stay here a vacation, it'd do your world a good.
Nothing's going to do me any good until I hear from Dolan that everything is all right.
You just leave it to Mr. Dolan. He's a fine man. He'll fix everything.
Week today. Haven't heard from him in a week. What's taking so long?
No. Don't getting yourself upset more. Just you remember, son, what I used to tell my Albert. Rome or an airtight alibi wasn't built in a day.
Where are you calling from?
Ma Fergus' place.
At least you had the good sense to stay there. Didn't I tell you not to phone me? Didn't I say I'd get in touch with you when I'm ready?
Well, it's been over a week.
It may be another week, even two. You're sitting high and dry.
I want to know what's going on. What about Wally?
He's all right.
Well, I want to talk to him. Send him out here.
Hey, you crazy?
Then tell him to phone me. It's important.
Right now, the only important thing is doing this my way. But you've got to say to Wally can wait. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life in prison.
How much longer, Mr. Dolan?
Well, like I told Fred, another week, maybe two.
Can't see him before?
What do you want to see him about?
Well, just talk.
About what?
Nothing special.
Then it can wait. Anybody ask you questions yet?
No, not yet.
The FBI is asking about Fred all around, I understand.
FBI?
And they may get around to you.
FBI?
Don't let it throw you. I told you what to answer in case, didn't I?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, don't think. Be sure. The alibi for you was all set. Her name?
Claire Wallace.
And you were where with Miss Wallace all that afternoon?
The movies.
She'll bear that out, so there's nothing for you to worry about, okay?
Yeah, okay, Mr. Dolan. Oh, what about the alibi for Fred?
Well, that's a tougher job. I told you it'll take another week or two. Wally.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk to Fred about?
I told you.
Yeah, nothing special, but it is something special, isn't it?
No.
Look, if I'm going to help you and Fred, you've got to take me into your confidence. You've got to trust me.
It's nothing important, honest.
Wally.
Honest.
It's about the money, isn't it?
What?
The $20,000, it's about that.
No.
Oh, come on, Wally.
No, it's not about that.
You know where it is.
Please, huh?
You're the only one outside of Fred who knows where that money is hidden.
Mr. Dolan, please, I don't want to talk about it.
All right, Wally, if you don't want to talk about it, all right. We won't. For 10 days, we continued the legwork, questioning anybody and everybody who had had any connection with Fred Dunkirk. One fruitless interview led to another. We were finally down to rock bottom, which in this case was the Acme Billiard Parlor.
9 ball in the corner pocket.
Mr. Gregg?
Yeah?
Wally Gregg?
That's right.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What?
We'd like to talk to you.
Talk. Oh, talk. Yeah, sure. It will be with you in a minute, Harry. Somebody wants to talk to me. What's it about?
Dunkirk.
What?
Fred Dunkirk.
Oh, him.
What can you tell us about him?
Fred Dunkirk? Well, all I can tell you is what I've been reading in the papers about him.
Nothing more?
What more should I know?
You tell us.
I don't know anymore. Why ask me?
We found out only this morning that you and Dunkirk were friends.
Well, I wouldn't say friends.
What would you say?
Well, just acquaintances.
We were told more.
No more, just acquaintances.
Where and when have you seen him since the 14th?
14th?
The day of the robbery.
I haven't seen him since then.
When before the 14th?
I don't know. How am I supposed to remember?
We'll help you. You saw him here in this billiard parlor the day before the 14th. You played with him. Remember now?
No. But if you say so, I guess it's true.
Where were you with him on the 14th?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Who said I was with him that day?
We didn't say. We're just asking.
Well, you got a funny way of asking. I wasn't with him that day.
How come you remember that?
Because I happen to remember I had a date.
What kind of a date?
The usual kind with a girl. You want a name?
You seem very anxious to give it.
Look, you can ask me anything you want about that day. I'll tell you who I was with, where I was, anything you want to know. I got nothing to hide, so go ahead and ask.
Back to The Fixer in just a moment.
Friends, this is Jimmy Wallington. You know, many great men have attained the highest office in our land, the presidency of the United States. Can you guess the name of this man? He was born in New Hampshire in 1804, and in his early teens he was an associate of Nathaniel Hawthorne and William Wadsworth Longfellow. After serving in the state legislature, he was offered a cabinet position under President James K. Polk. This he declined, preferring to volunteer for military service in the Mexican War. He served with distinction and bravery, and his war record was a decisive factor in making him a presidential candidate. Elected in 1852, his administration was marked by the growth of the slavery controversy and the signing of the treaty with Japan. Now, you should have his name by now, but in case you don't, here's one more important clue. Many important men were competitors for his nomination, including Stephen Douglas and James Buchanan. It was not until the 49th ballot that his party nominated him as its candidate. Yes, he was Franklin Pierce, 14th President of the United States. His life is part of your American heritage.
And now, Act Two of tonight's story, The Fixer.
From what we had gathered, Wally Gregg was our one possible link with Fred Dunkirk. We had him go over his story several times, recounting his activities of the 14th.
It's like I told you before. My date and I were in the movies all that afternoon. You don't have to believe me. Ask her.
He named a Claire Wallace as his date. Agent Reynolds checked out on Miss Wallace.
Steve, she confirms Wally Gregg's story, every detail of it.
At that moment, things looked dismal for us. As we were to learn later, they didn't seem any brighter to Dunkirk.
I don't like the way things look, Dolan.
Now, how do they look?
It's taking too long.
Let me worry about that.
Sure, let you while I'm sitting here going nuts listening to those chickens and that crazy old dame cackling. I don't know which is worse.
I know what's worse than all this put together.
Oh, don't give me that again.
You don't want to face the truth.
I want to get out of here now.
Nobody's stopping you. Go ahead, leave. How far do you think you'll get? Your face is on every post office bulletin board. Go ahead.
All right. But I want to talk to Wally. And soon.
That can wait with everything else.
It can't.
Look, when are you going to stop arguing, wasting your breath? I told you Wally was questioned by the FBI.
And you said he came out okay.
That doesn't mean they're through with him. If he makes one slip, if he gives them a chance to tie him to you, that's the finish. Everything's going along fine so far. Don't spoil it. I'll be back to see you in a couple of days.
The next time, Dolan, just be sure you come back with good news.
Don't worry. The next time, everything will be different.
Oh, you're leaving so soon, Mr. Dolan?
I'll have to get back to town.
Oh, why don't you stay for supper? Chicken and dumplings.
Yeah, thanks, but I gotta go. He been giving you any trouble?
He's upset. I understand. My Albert used to be the same way when he was in trouble. Then I used to comfort him and protect him. That's what mothers are for, Mr. Dolan. Oh, by the way, his second week's board is due. And not that I'm rushing you, I understand.
Yeah. But the 100.
Thank you. It's a labor of love taking care of these boys you send me, Mr. Dolan. It's uplifting. I'll miss Fred when you have that alibi all set up, when you bring him back to town.
There's not going to be any alibi.
Oh?
And he'll never get back to town alive.
Well, isn't that a pity?
I don't call $20,000 a pity, do you?
No. Not if I was to get my share.
Now, you're a money-loving old biddy.
Well, maybe I am, Mr. Dolan, but who's going to look after me in my old age if I don't?
Go ahead, Wally. Have another drink.
Well, thanks. I had enough, Mr. Dolan.
You got something on your mind?
So have you.
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, you didn't ask me up here just to give me a couple of drinks.
Wally, you're a smart young fella, but I don't understand one thing.
What's that?
How you got mixed up with a lug like Fred Dunkirk?
Now, what kind of talk is that?
It's the truth, and you know it. Dunkirk is a two-bit penny anti-lug.
Now, wait a minute. He's a friend of mine.
Friend? He'd sell you down the river just as soon as look at you.
I'm going.
Hey, you can go after I tell you a few things if you want.
I don't want to hear anything about Fred from you.
All right, then listen to what I have to say about you.
What?
About what'll happen to you when Dunkirk's caught.
Caught?
You don't think he can get away with this, do you?
But you're supposed
to... Set up an alibi for him? Be easier to find a needle in a haystack. There is no such alibi.
And this was all a front. You're not going to help him.
Even a miracle couldn't help him. It's different with you, Wally.
We're not talking about me.
You want to talk sense? We are. Dollars and cents.
What?
With Dunkirk along, what chance do you think you'd have to spend that money? With him along, you get picked up so fast, make your head swim.
What are you trying to say?
That Dunkirk is cooked no matter what you do.
What I do?
You know where the money is hidden, don't you?
Well,
You know where we can lay our hands on it.
If you think...
I don't think you want to spend the next 10 years in prison.
Maybe not, but I'm not double-crossing a friend.
He'd do the same to you without batting an eyelash. I said you're a smart young fellow. Start using your brains. Give yourself a chance. You're in the clear now. You can stay in the clear. And have $10,000 in your pocket.
You mean split with you?
I mean a safe and sound business proposition. No one will know where the money came from.
Fred will.
Don't worry about him. He won't be around to mention it. So you see, you'll be safe all around. What do you say, Wally?
I knew you were after something, but I didn't expect anything like this. I don't know what to say. I'll have to think about it.
Oh, sure, Wally. I understand. You think about it and let me know.
1 weak link in Wally Gregg's alibi was the girl, Claire Wallace. After we had questioned her closely for several days, she came to an important decision.
I figured I'd better tell the FBI the truth before I got into it too deep.
And the story you told me, all a lie?
Yeah. Honest, I haven't slept since then. I kept thinking about it and worrying until I almost went crazy.
You weren't with Wally Gregg that day.
Or any other day.
Why did you lie?
I was paid. Things have been tough. I thought it was some easy money. It was the hardest of my life. I didn't spend a cent of it. It's still home in my drawer. I'm going to put it in an envelope and mail it back.
To Gregg?
No, he didn't give it to me.
What?
I never even met him. He was just described to me.
Who paid you?
I'd rather not tell. As long as you know the true story, does it make any difference?
It makes a great deal of difference, Miss Wallace.
You're afraid to tell, is that it?
Yeah. I heard what happens to people who talk too much. I heard about this girl last year who had acid thrown in her face.
We'll do everything to protect you.
Acid in her face?
I promise you'll never be revealed as our source.
Gee, I don't know.
What makes you think they won't cause you trouble anyway? Maybe they feel you know too much already.
I thought of that.
Well, then you're much better off telling us, aren't you? Miss Wallace?
His name is Dolan.
Dolan?
Charlie Dolan. He's the boss down in the 5th Ward. He's always making deals, fixing things.
Charlie Dolan.
Whenever anybody's in trouble or needs a special favor, they go to Charlie Dolan. He'll fix anything for a price. He's the one who paid me to lie, to alibi for Wally Gregg.
Did he tell you why he wanted an alibi for Gregg?
No, and I didn't ask. You're not supposed to ask Charlie Dolan questions.
Well, we will, when the time comes round. We still kept our aim on our prime target, Fred Dunkirk. Questioning Dolan could wait. Having no other course, we hoped he would eventually lead us to Dunkirk, so we kept him under constant surveillance.
Hello?
Wally, Mr. Dolan.
Oh, Wally, how are you?
Much better now.
I take that to mean you came around to my way of thinking.
That's right.
Good, then let's get it finished as soon as possible.
Fine with me. Tonight?
All right, you'll have the money.
You'll be here at my place at 10. I'll have it.
Come in, Mr. Dolan. You're right on time.
It's a habit of mine. Money, you have it here.
I said I would, didn't I?
Just wanted to be sure.
Can I fix you a drink?
Later, business first.
That's the way I feel about it.
What?
Business first. Always.
Fred.
I know it isn't polite to point, especially with a gun.
Now look, Fred.
Wally, I think he's curious about how I happen to be invited to this party. You're the host. You tell him. I invited him, Mr. Dolan. Ma Fergus couldn't make it. She's with her chickens in one of the coops.
Look, Fred, I don't know what he told you.
He told me everything. That's what friends are for. Help each other.
Why don't you listen to my side of the story before you do anything hasty?
What I'm going to do isn't hasty. I gave it a lot of thought on the way into town. You and I, Dolan, are going for a ride in the country. Only one of us isn't coming back. Guess which one? Okay, Wally, open the door.
Dunkirk and Dolan didn't get much farther than the door. Agent Reynolds and I were waiting just a few feet down the hall. Ma Fergus was found later unconscious in one of her chicken coops. She was tried separately for knowingly harboring a criminal. Because of his past record, Fred Dunkirk's punishment was a foregone conclusion. He is now serving a life sentence. Wally Gregg and Charlie Dolan were given sentences in proportion to their part in the crime, which attempted to dodge justice by using the fixer.
Tonight's story, Bill Zucker played the part of Fred Dunkirk. Harold Huber was Charlie Dolan. This radio dramatization for the FBI in Peace and War was written by Ed Adamson. These programs are produced and directed by Betty Mandeville. All names and characters used on the program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This program is based upon Frederick L. Collins' copyrighted book, The FBI in Peace and War, and the broadcast does not imply endorsement, authorization, or approval by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The FBI in Peace and War has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum invite you to listen to another story in the island venture of Gil Perry, modern pioneer, ex-Navy hero, who has gone back to the islands of the Central Pacific to start an air service. Gil and his friend Trigger Brett are typical of the men of the Navy who fought through victory and now are bringing their courage, their dauntless spirit, and their sound Navy training with them into peacetime enterprises. So now, in tribute to our Navy and for your entertainment, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture.
Friends, maybe you're wondering why we keep on advertising Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum when there is no Wrigley's Spearmint on the market. Well, there are really two reasons. First of all, frankly, we're hoping that a lot of you will be enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum again someday. And then, too, we feel we can be of service to you by reminding you of the value of chewing gum. Not just ours, but any gum. Now, we realize that chewing gum doesn't work any miracles. But there are times, like after a meal, when a stick of good gum does serve a useful purpose. The minute you put it into your mouth, it starts to freshen up your taste and sweeten your breath. And the chewing itself just naturally helps to cleanse your teeth and aid your digestion. You know, there are many good chewing gums in the market, folks, and we want to add Wrigley's Spearmint to this number just as soon as possible. But we're still waiting for a more normal sugar supply. Now, maybe we're wrong in keeping this good old favorite off the market so long, but we feel that those of you who want Wrigley's Spearmint want it enough and want it badly enough to go around fairly and equally. So, that's what we're waiting for.
Are you the proprietor of this hotel?
Si, senor. Sure, absolutamente. Your eyes, they look now on Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, proprietor and owner of this so very grand Empire Hotel. You wish for the room, huh? For perhaps the royal suite? It has a practically private bath, senor. Only 3 doors down the hall.
We'll talk about a room later.
Oh, sure, senor. Later is always soon enough on Hilo Pan. You wish for something else, I think, huh? Breakfast, lunch, dinner?
My name is Thompson. I just came in on the Clipper, and I want to see a man named Gilbert Perry. Do you know him?
Know him? Oh, senor, he's my very best friend. Why, the Senor Gil and I, we're just like this. Perhaps even closer.
Well, then take me to him, will you? I'd like very much to have a talk with him.
Oh, come with me, senor, this way. Where we're going to find the Senor Gil is from here only a very short walk.
Hilo Pan, the soft rustle of wind-stirred palm leaves, dazzling white clouds that seem to hang against a distant sky, blue-green seas that wash, white-lipped along the coral sands, where little groups of beach birds scurry like froth blown about by the wind, a cluster of thatch-roofed houses, a long, low hangar with inter-island air service painted over its wide doors, 2 young men, suntanned and dressed in faded navy khaki, standing beside a silver-winged plane.
Hey, Gil, have a look coming toward us at what Pop's got in tow.
I saw him before, Trigger, when he got off the Clipper. Kind of big, isn't he?
If he had numbers on him, he'd look like a boxcar. What's he doing way out here? There ain't many jobs for wrestlers on these islands.
Does he have to be a wrestler?
He reminds me of a guy who was in the Wasp with me. One Swing O'Connor. Ever hear of him?
Nope.
He was a wrestler. Could have been the fleet champion. Only we never get that dumb lug to train. We tried to get him to go on a diet. But the only thing that big ape wouldn't eat was truffles, plovers, eggs, and hay.
Maybe he was fussy.
And the only reason he wouldn't eat those things was account he'd never heard of truffles or plovers' eggs, and he was pretty sure hay was for horses.
You feel good this morning, don't you?
I feel all right. Hey, Pop, you looking for us?
Buenos dias, senors. This is Senor Thompson, who's come on the Clipper to have a talk with you. Senor Thompson, this is Senor Gil Perry, and this one with the so dirty face is Senor Trigger Brett.
Hi. Way off the cracks, Pop.
Hiya, Mr. Thompson. What can we do for you?
I'm a direct man, Perry. I don't believe in beating around the bush. I want your airline.
Want it? Well, what do you mean, want it?
My words possibly were ill-chosen, Perry. What I meant to say was I want to buy your airline.
I'm a direct man, too, Mr. Thompson. It isn't for sale.
Perhaps you'd better hear the price I'm prepared to offer. I'll pay you $20,000.
Cash? There's a catch in this, Gil.
If for some reason we seem to be getting off on the wrong foot, it's undoubtedly my fault for being so abrupt, but as I told you, I'm a direct man. There is no catch, Perry. I want to buy your airline.
Why?
For the same reason that you became interested in it, Mr. Brett, to make money. How about it, Perry? Is my $20,000 interest you?
Not any.
$22,500. Does that ring the bell, Perry?
Not even a faint chime, Mr. Thompson.
$25,000.
Oh, that's a lot of dough, Gil, even when you say it fast.
What have I told you about these planes, Senor Gil? Have I not said I sold them to you for a very cheap price?
Then $25,000 does it. Right, Perry?
Still no chimes, Mr. Thompson. You're just making me like this airline better and better.
You're making a mistake, I think. But maybe you'll change your mind.
I doubt it. And I'm sorry you had this long trip for nothing.
It wasn't for nothing, Perry. Frankly, I didn't think you would sell. So I came prepared to make you another proposition. How'd you like to carry freight for me?
Well, that's our business. We'd be glad to take any job that's on the level and pays us a profit.
What kind of stuff you want lugged and where from?
From Panapee to here, Mr. Brett.
Panapee is sort of off our usual run, Mr. Thompson. We've never been down that way at all. I don't even know if there's a landing field.
There is one. I've checked on it through my representative there.
Yeah, but if we cart stuff from Panapee, we won't be able to pick up anything from the other islands where we make our stops.
I realize that, and I neglected to say that I wanted you to fly exclusively for me. You see, I've contracted for some very valuable cargo on Panapee that I must have brought here to Ilopan for transshipment. I've estimated that it will take about a week to complete my contract, making one round trip a day. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, we can do it, but
you want to know how much I'll pay you. Well, how does $100 a day sound, plus the cost of your gas and oil?
It sounds as if we're going to work for you, Mr. Thompson.
That's great. Do you think it'll be possible to make your first trip today?
Well, we plan to make a stop at Telezozo today.
I'll pay you an extra $50 if you'll cancel that trip. I'll make it $75.
What time is it now?
When you hear the musical note, it will be practically 10 o'clock. Hey, Trigger, you like, yes?
Huh?
I like no.
It's about a 3-hour run to Panapee, Mr. Thompson. We can make it if we start pretty soon. And if we won't have to waste too much time getting your stuff aboard.
My shipment will be ready for you. It's just one wooden box about 5 feet by 2. Now, if you have some letter paper around here, I'll write a little note for you to give to my representative. His name is Arndt, Carl Arndt.
Take Mr. Thompson into the office, will you, Pop?
Sure.
Trigger and I'll get the engines warmed up. We'll be ready to leave in 10 minutes.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. Oh, it's a nice day, ain't it?
Yeah, it was.
You mean you don't like my singing?
You catch on quick.
I was just thinking.
Well, think without what you call singing, huh?
$100 a day's a lot of dough. You know what? If we make 7 trips, it'll mean $700.
Your arithmetic's improving.
Yeah, I add money real good. Yeah, that was a whole lot of dough Thompson offered for this airline. Maybe you should have grabbed it.
Yeah, if it's worth that much to him, it ought to be worth that much to us.
Yeah. What do you think he's got over there on Panapee? Gold?
In a box 5 foot by 2? Boy, that'd be a pile of gold.
Oh, I wish I knew what it was.
Why?
Well, maybe we could get in on it. Instead of just lugging it for somebody else. I head there, ain't that Panapee?
Yeah. Keep your eyes open for that airstrip Thompson said was
they're
there.
open. We knew what that guy was getting over there.
We'd leave it alone. We're in the air freight business, remember? We're not going to try and chisel in on somebody else's business.
Okay, but oh, there's your airstrip.
Yeah.
Off the left, just beyond that clump of palms.
Mm-hmm. Looks like a new one. Well, here we go. Hang on to your hat.
There's a guy over there at the edge of the field, Gil. See him?
Huh?
Maybe he's that, what's his...
Arndt. Yeah, I'll taxi over. This'll do. Kill the engines, will you? Are you Carl Arndt?
That's my name. There's that wooden box, too. Maybe it's got tortoise shell in it.
Will you quit worrying about what's in that box? Come on. Mr. Arndt, my name's Perry, and this is Trigger Brett.
How'd you do, gentlemen?
We have a letter to you from Mr. Thompson.
Of course. Could I have it, please?
I think he instructs you to let us have a box.
That is quite correct. This is the box right here. I've been expecting Thompson to send someone for it.
Thompson told us there was a valuable cargo in that box. Maybe if it got jounced around, the stuff might get busted, huh?
Things do get busted if they get jounced around, Mr. Brett.
Come on, Trigger. Let's get this thing in the plane. You take that end.
Heavy, ain't it? Like lead. Or, gold. Any gold on this island, Mr. Arndt?
There may be, Mr. Brett. I haven't explored all of it.
Why don't you give up, Trigger? All right, up with it now. Okay. Now, easy does it. Let's shove it in behind the cockpit. It'll balance better there. Hold it. Lift your end a little higher there. All right. Higher. A little higher. Now, lower away. Careful. Watch it.
You clumsy fool. You bust. Oh, it just slipped. What's eating on you? And look, it don't be
Okay, Trigger, stow it. No harm done, Mr. Arndt. None at all. And, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, I've done nothing. But can't I offer you some refreshments before you leave? We're a little primitive here, but we do have some comfort.
Thank you. No, we've got a fairly long trip, and I think we'd better get moving.
Perhaps tomorrow. You'll be back then, won't you?
Probably a little earlier than this.
And I'll be on the lookout for you. And I'll have the shipment ready.
That'll be swell. Okay, Trigger. Take him over. someday, Trigger, that curiosity of yours is going to get you into an awful jam. You deliberately dropped that box. Hey, what are you doing now? Leave that box alone.
Hey, Gil, have a look. My hand here.
Sand. Common sea sand. What's odd about that? There's tons of it around here.
Well, that's the point. There are tons of it around here.
What are you getting at?
This sand leaked out of this box. The whole bottom busted open when it slipped.
Hey, wait a minute. Nobody'd use sand for packing.
That's all there is in here. Nice white sand and a few shells.
Is that all? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's all, Gil. Nothing but sand. Let's get back to Penelope and kick that Arndt guy right in the teeth.
I don't think Arndt had anything to do with this.
What do you mean nothing to do with it? He's pulling a fast one.
Look, Trigger. There's something awful sour around here. Something that smells right out loud.
Mr. Arndt.
Not Arndt. Now think back. Think of everything Thompson said this morning. First, he wants to buy us out for a lot of dough. And then when we won't sell, he offers us a job at big pay to work exclusively for him. And he'll pay us a bonus of $75 if we'll make our first trip today.
So it adds up to Arndt. No guy is paying $175 for 2 bits worth of sand.
Wait a minute. We were going to Telesozo today.
We go over there every day, or to some other island in that group.
Yeah, or to some other island in that group. And Penelope is about as far away from those islands as we can get.
You got a hunch, huh?
I got a hunch. For some reason, Mr. Thompson doesn't want us nosing around among the islands on our regular scheduled run.
So we go over and nose around them, huh?
That's right. We go over and we nose around.
There's nothing on this island, Gil. We've buzzed it 3 times from one end to the other, and there ain't anything on it but a few native huts.
May not be, or whatever it is. But before we have a look at the next island, I'd like to be positive about this one. If we could just make a landing...
Without pontoons? Not a chance. There ain't a level spot down there big enough. Even the beach is nothing but rocks.
Yeah. Motu next, then.
We won't be able to see nothing. It'll take us an hour to get there, and it'll be dark before then. Let's hike for home, huh? As the guy says, tomorrow's another day, and we can have a little chat with that bird Thompson. I'll tell Elo Pan we're coming. X5YB calling Elo Pan. X5YB calling Elo Pan.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Oh, it's dead. Something's cockeyed with the radio. I can't send.
Maybe it's the coil. How about receiving? That on the bum, too?
I'll have a try. No. Yeah. No.
Make up your mind.
Well, the receiver's okay.
Anything of interest coming in?
No, just some Navy supply ship close by here, the Libertyville, chilling with a Navy base on Ponsabi. They, over there to the right, Gil.
Huh?
Low in the water. Wait till the sun hits it again. There, you see it?
Yeah, play. Pontoon job, practically all wing. I've seen pictures of those babies, but I never actually saw one before. Maybe the Navy's got some new models out here.
Yeah. Gosh, have a look at that guy come. 400 knots easy.
Look at that climb. Almost straight up. Oh, brother, what I wouldn't give to play around with that crate. But that's no Navy job. No stars on the wings.
Oh, he's coming over here to give us a close-up. Hey, look at those flashes along the edge of his wings.
The guy's shooting at us.
He's crazy. What's the idea?
Watch it. He's coming back. He's making another run.
Oh, the guy's nuts. Gil, pull up. Pull up.
He's too fast. I can't outmaneuver him.
Oh, if we had something to shoot back with, something besides this little Tommy gun.
Oh, there goes our starboard engine. He got us that first.
Oh, we won't get home now. Not even... Hey, Gil, he's coming again. Head on. Gil, did he get you, Gil?
I'm all right, but the controls are mushy. I guess he got the tail assembly.
I don't get it, the dirty so-and-so. What's the idea? What's he jumping us for? We only had a chance to fight back. Just what? Hey, Gil, we're going down.
Not if I can keep her nose up.
You'll never make it, fella. It can't be done. Bail out, Gil. Jump.
We're too low.
Same this is where we checked out. Well, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. Gil,
watch yourself. I'm going to set her down on that beach. Cover up. Watch it. Trigger?
Yeah?
Are you okay?
I guess so. I can move. How about you?
Nothing's busted anyway.
Oh, I guess somebody was watching over us, fella. Somebody who don't think it's time for us to call it a day.
Yeah. How about that guy who shot us down? You see him?
Yeah, wait till I get this stuff off. Now.
I hear he's playing.
Yeah, I see it. He's going to land on the water. I hope you crack
Don't
up.
let him see it, Trigger. Now keep down.
What for? I'm going
Don't be a fool. I'll stay put. He thinks he cooked us. He's coming down to make sure. And when he does.
Yeah, and when he does.
Keep down. What's he doing now? I can't see unless I stand up.
He's wading ashore. Hey, you know who it is?
Thompson?
Thought you couldn't see.
I can't. Just had to be him, that's all.
This I'm looking forward to. Come on, Thompson. Come on up here to Papa. Just let me get
Easy. Keep your voice down. You'll get your chance. But you won't if he hears you. He's got a gun, hasn't he?
Right in his hand. And ain't that nice? Because I'm going to take it away from him and make him eat it.
How far away is he?
50 feet.
Then lay doggo. Play dead duck. Is he still coming?
Yeah. About 20 feet away. And acting cagey. He ain't going to take any chances.
Let him get inside here. And don't move till he does. And don't jump him till I give the word.
You're the boss, but it's going to be tough waiting.
Quiet. I hear him.
He's looking in the window.
Don't move. He thinks we're dead or out cold.
He's trying the door.
Grab his legs, Trigger. Get him!
Get his gun, Gil. Take it out of his hand. That's a boy, Gil. Now. Up to your feet, Thompson. There. How do you like that? That's for shooting down. That's for being dumb enough to think you're conscious.
Hold it, Trigger. Hold it.
Oh, Gil, I haven't even started on
I
him.
said hold it.
Just one more poke, Gil. Just a little
He won't
tiny.
bother us anymore. Will you, Thompson?
Didn't you hear Mr. Perry speaking to you? Oh, Gil, if you don't...
Lay off, Trigger. I want to talk to this guy. I can't if he's unconscious. Now, what's this all about, Thompson? What's going on here?
I'll make him talk, Gil. Just...
No, him again. No, don't let him, Perry.
Then talk, mister. Sing your little song. Where'd you get that plane? How'd you get off Eagle Pan?
A friend came and got me.
Who?
Who? You heard Mr. Perry. Who?
Never mind, Trigger. The name doesn't make any difference. It'd be a phony anyway and wouldn't mean anything. Well, what gives on these islands, Thompson?
I don't know. That's the truth.
Then why did you shoot us down? Why, Thompson?
We picked you up by radar.
Radar? Where's there any radar equipment around here that doesn't belong to the Navy?
It's it. I don't know. I tell you. If you hadn't flown over here, if you'd just gone to Panapee and then back to Wheel of Pan...
And lugged a nice box of sand, eh?
You can't stay out here on these islands, Perry.
Mr. Perry, to you?
Believe me, they won't let you.
Who's they?
I don't know. And that's the truth, too. I just obey orders. They come to me by radio.
What goes on these islands, Thompson? What's going on?
I don't know. I told you I just obey orders, but it's nothing on this island. It's further west. It's on Eros.
He's lying, Gil.
Maybe not. What's with Eros, Thompson?
That I don't know either, Perry. I told you I only obey orders, and my orders were to stop you from flying around these islands, to keep you away from Eros.
He's still lying, Gil. But just the same, I'm for taking a peek at Eros.
We can't do it today. It'll be dark in half an hour. But we can use this bird's plane to fly home in and have a look at Eros first thing in the morning.
We, take this egg home with us, don't we?
We take him.
That I'm gonna like. Me and you, Thompson, and Gil with his hands full of flying the plane.
Now, let's get going, Trigger. We won't make Eagle Pan before dark. On your way, Thompson.
You heard Mr. Perry. He said on your way. Get going.
Take it easy, Trigger. And I mean take it easy. Come on. What else goes on in these islands, Thompson? We've run into a lot of funny stuff, but we haven't found out the answer yet. If you tell us, it'll go a lot easier with you.
I know of nothing. I only obey orders.
All right, that's your story. We'll find out sooner or later anyway. And if Trigger and I don't upset your apple cart, somebody else will. Hey, watch that surf, Trigger. There may be coral underfoot. You can get a nasty cut. Okay, climb aboard, Thompson. Oh, wait. You go first, Trigger. Now you, Thompson. Give me a hand, Trigger. Okay. You stay back there, Thompson, and don't try to get cute. If you behave yourself, we won't tie you up. Trigger.
Yeah?
See if you can contact Eagle Pan on this radio here. Tell them we're on our way home.
This is a kind of funny-looking outfit, but I think I can handle it. There ain't a radio built that I can't. Yeah, I thought I could work it. It's a sort of a...
That's not the sending switch, that's the machine.
Shut up, I'm doing it. Hey, Gil, put these earphones on, listen.
No, that's not...
I told you, shut up! You hear that, Gil?
It's kind of weak. Give me a little more volume.
How's that, better?
Thompson. Answer. Thompson, come in. You recognize that voice?
No, I never heard it before, never.
Thompson, come in. Answer, Thompson. Answer.
You don't know it, huh? Well, he knows you.
Speak to him, Thompson. Answer him. This gun's got a very delicate trigger, and no kidding, Thompson, I'd love to pull it. Speak to him.
This is Thompson.
What happened to you? Where have you been? I've been calling you for 20 minutes. What happened? Speak up. Have you accomplished your mission?
Tell him yes. Tell him you shot us down. Tell him.
My mission was accomplished,
One
but
wrong word, Thompson, and you're a gone goose. Tell him you shot us down. Go on.
the plane was shot down.
Ah, good. Very good. We'll be rewarded for that job. How about the Libertyville? Have you sighted her? We want that ship and the scientific instruments she has aboard. We mustn't lose contact with her.
Libertyville. Hey, isn't it the name of the Navy supply ship you heard talking to the base, Trigger?
Yeah, what goes with that?
Listen.
The fishbowl is due to meet her off Tamara Point within the hour, Thompson. And we have no radio contact with the fishbowl.
Gil, stop it! Get him!
I order you...
Oh, he smashed the radio. You should have shot him, Gil. You should have plugged him. Just hitting is too good for a bird like him.
Yeah, but he wasn't armed.
All right, so now what? What's with this fishbowl business?
I don't know. But it's got something to do with that Navy supply ship.
Yeah, and it ain't good. I knew this Thompson was lying. He just wanted us to get away from this island.
Maybe we can get him to talk, if we can bring him to. Hey, have a look at him.
He's out colder than a mackerel, Gil. He must have hit his head on his armored seat when he fell. There's a lump on his head as big as your fist.
Tie him up. We should have done it before. Here, use my belt. Better use yours, too. Then lay him aft on the deck.
I'd like to tie it around his neck tight. There, that'll hold his apple. Now what?
We take off in this crate. We go out to Tamara Point. And we find out what a fishbowl is. But fast. You see anything, Trigger?
Nah, nothing but water. Do you think that fishbowl could be a mine?
No, he said the fishbowl would meet the Libertyville.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing down below that I can see. And in this moonlight, we ought to be able to spot it. Hey, get ahead.
The supply ship. The Libertyville.
All lighted up like Main Street. She's a cinched target for whatever it is.
Oh, if this radio wasn't smashed, we could at least warn her. Hey, how about a flashlight? Look in that locker there. Here's one. Send them a message. Tell them to keep their eyes peeled for something on the surface. Give them our names and tell them we're ex-Navy.
Okay.
We haven't got time for a long explanation. She'll be off Tamara Point in a couple of minutes. And that's the spot where they're going to try and get her. Did you get that message off?
Yeah, they've acknowledged.
I'm going to lower. There's got to be something down there. How about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
We can't flop on this, Trigger. There must be important instruments on that ship. Besides, a bunch of swell guys will get killed if she's blown up.
But I can't see nothing. There's nothing down there at all.
I'll make the run again. Now watch sharp.
Bank right. Gil, bank to the right. See below there?
That's something. Looks like glass.
It's moving toward the ship. Gil, get down there. Get down there fast.
I know what that thing is. They used them in the Atlantic during the war. It's a couple of torpedoes with a guy riding them in a glass-enclosed cage.
Yeah, he fires them and then jumps. I heard about him.
I've lost it. You see him?
Off to left more. That's it. Oh, yeah. Try it first, Gil. Maybe you can blow up those torpedoes before they hit the ship. You're overshooting. Bank around, Gil. Bank fast. There they go. Right at the ship. You see that wake?
Maybe there's a chance. There's got to be.
You're overshooting. Pull up that nose. Pull it up. Up more, Gil. More quick. Those torpedoes are almost there. You missed again, Gil. You missed. We were too late.
Right on the button. There they go.
Oh, brother, that was shooting and what I mean shooting. You blew up both those torpedoes. Boy, in another 30 seconds, that ship would have been up the spout.
Hold it. Here comes a message from the Libertyville.
Tear, Victor, George. Tear, Victor, George. That's Navy for well done, guy. She's telling us, well done.
Yeah. Makes you feel kind of good, doesn't it? It makes you feel all kind of warm inside to have the Navy giving us the old well done.
Folks, we hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Island Venture. And even though we aren't making Wrigley's spearmint gum yet, we want to remind you of the usefulness of chewing gum.
You know, there are many times when you feel like you want to get your teeth into something. Maybe your nerves are a bit on edge, or you're doing a job that calls for care and concentration. Well, that little piece of gum in your mouth is just what you need. Chewing on it gives you a feeling of comfort and satisfaction. Makes you naturally feel better. Now, any good chewing gum will do it, and there are many on the market, although in limited quantities. And folks, you can be sure the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint want to add their production to the total amount of chewing gum available just as soon as possible.
A little old lady in distress, a sunken ship. Trigger becomes a deep-sea diver and nearly loses his life. When next week, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum bring you Island Venture.
This program has come to you from our Chicago studios in the Wrigley Building. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum invite you to listen to another story in the Island Venture of Gil Perry, modern pioneer, ex-Navy hero, who has gone back to the islands of the Central Pacific to start an air service. Gil and his friend, Trigger Brett, are typical of the men of the Navy who fought through to victory and now are bringing their courage, their dauntless spirit, and their sound Navy training with them into peacetime enterprises. So now, in tribute to our Navy and for your entertainment, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture.
Friends, we realize that there are many things in life that are more important to you than chewing gum. But sometimes even a little thing can be useful and helpful in our daily lives. And as we all know, chewing gum does serve such a purpose. Now on your job, for instance, no matter what your daily work happens to be, it's perfectly natural at times to want to get your teeth into something. Chewing on a good piece of gum helps keep you feeling satisfied. And feeling better, of course, you work better. Your job seems easier and pleasanter. And folks, when we talk about chewing gum, we mean any gum, not just ours. There are a number of good chewing gums in the market now. And we want to add Wrigley's Spearmint to that number just as soon as possible. We haven't brought this good old favorite back yet because we felt that those of you who want Wrigley's Spearmint want enough of it to go around more fairly and equally than is possible at the present time. So, that's what we're waiting for.
I'm going down to meet the Clipper, Trigger. I want to see if we got any mail. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Yeah.
The machinery that Dawn Bus wants us to bring over to Telesoso tomorrow morning's pretty valuable, so maybe you better get it aboard the plane. And it might be a good idea if you moored the plane in the lagoon.
The tropical island of Ilopan. Gray-white clouds tumbling overhead. A soft, gentle breeze that brings with it the clean smell of the sea. And the sun pouring gold under the white coral beaches and flecking the green of the palm leaves with light spots. A long, low, tin-roofed hangar. A young man with a black frown on his face tinkering with the landing gear of a silver-winged plane.
The senor girl is going to meet the Clipper, huh, Trigger?
Yeah.
To get the mail, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Trigger? You sick?
No.
You have a headache? The cat fever?
No, I ain't got a headache and I ain't got cat fever.
You have a big grouch, I think. Hey, you have a fight with my Polly?
Look, Pop, beat it, will you, Scram? Get out of here. Leave me be.
What have you said to my Polly? What you have said to make her get the mads with you?
I didn't say nothing to her. I haven't even seen her. All I do is work. That's all I do, just work. Get the plane ready so we can leave tomorrow for Telezozo, he says. Get it moored in the lagoon, he says. Get the cargo aboard, he says.
And, this he, what does all this saying? That's the Senor Gill, perhaps, huh? Oh, my heart, she bleeds for you, Trigger. That Senor Gill is one big slave driver. One very big one. Why, this morning at 5 or 6 o'clock when I opened my eyes...
And then turned right over again so the sun wouldn't shine on him.
Sure, I turn over. Am I, Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, a little rooster what makes the crows at the sun? Oh, no. But what do I see before I make the turns, huh? I see the Senor Gill out here and his work on this plane. And what do I see last night before I make the turns in bed? So the moon, she don't shine in my eyes, huh? I see the Senor Gill work here in the office.
Okay, he works, but so do I. Nobody ever thinks I get tired.
Maybe it's not the tired you get, my Trigger. Maybe... Hey, you know something? This is a very strange thing. Men, they find gold in many places. They find also the silver in many places. But the lead, it's always in the same place.
You think you're funny, don't you? Well, listen...
I think anyway I have a horse on you.
Pa, Trigger, I want you to meet a guy who just got off the clipper. This is Joe Standish. Joe, Trigger Brett, Pop Mendoza.
Welcome to La Pan, senor.
Standish. Your name's Standish? Any relation to Miles?
Is he from Jersey?
From Massachusetts.
Then he ain't no relation. We always lived in Jersey. But I know a guy in Montclair named Miles. Jake Miles.
Maybe they're brothers.
I don't Say, what is this, a rib?
The Trigger, he just make the fun, senor. He thinks sometimes he's a very funny man.
Yeah, well,
Joe here used to be in the Navy too, Trigger.
Yeah? Where?
I was in a boat.
Hey, boat, look, fella. Lay off, Trigger. In the Navy, anything you can't row is a ship.
How about a pig boat, mister? A sub. I was in one of them boats for 3 years.
I think that's a horse on you, huh, Trigger? The second horses.
Joe here heard about us, about Inter-Island Air Service over on Punsabi. He's a mechanic, Trigger, and he came over here to see if we couldn't put him to work. I told him we'd give him a chance.
Oh, that's good, huh, Trigger? Now you'll not have to work so hard. Practically to the bones, my little Trigger's worked his fingers. It's a very sad case.
Oh, shut up, Pop.
I'm very glad for you, Senor Standish. I'm very happy you have so quick a good job. Perhaps now you wish for a room in my Empire Hotel, huh? I give you one for a very cheap price. I will do more. I will give you the room with running water.
Maybe Joe don't like Indians, Pop.
Oh, Indians is okay by me. Oh. Another rib, huh?
Come on with me, Joe. I'll show you around.
1 second. Look, Mr. Trigger. It's okay about the ribbon, understand? It's okay. But just see you stay gentle, that's all. Just stay gentle.
Hi. Where you been all evening?
Around.
With Polly?
Yeah, she's going to plant a vegetable garden. I was sort of helping her plant
it. Sort of's how I bet on it, too. What do you know about agriculture?
Plenty. If you cut a pea in two and it's red inside, it's a watermelon.
That's about what I thought you knew. Anyway, I'm glad to see you're over the Wimmies, or whatever it was that was eating you this afternoon. Oh, I asked Joe to stay aboard the amphibian tonight. I thought with all that stuff on it for Telezozo, and with it moored out there in the lagoon, that somebody ought to keep an eye on things.
You trust that guy, don't you?
Sure I trust him. How come you don't like him, Trigger?
How come I don't like double pneumonia?
He's a good guy, if you just give yourself a chance to know him.
I'll have plenty of chances. But what's good about him? Just 'cause he's in the Navy? And how do you know he was in the Navy?
I saw his papers.
What's papers mean? Anybody can have papers. I lost mine half a dozen times.
What are you getting at?
Nothing. But a strange guy comes here in the clipper. He hits you for a job. You like his big brown eyes?
He's a good mechanic. I watched him work.
Okay, he's good. But what if he does a little off-the-record tinkering on one of the engines? What if one of them conks on us halfway between here and some other island?
Well, you're a long-distance swimmer, aren't you? Why stew about a little thing like that? No, I'm sure that Joe's okay, Trigger, so quit worrying about it, will you?
No. Yeah. Oh, boy. Me too.
Maybe we ought to look over Dornboss's account. Hey, who said that?
Nobody. Let's hit the sack.
scent of the tropics. A silvery sweep of sky with its clouded froth of stars. The Big Dipper on one hand, the Milky Way on the other. A moon 1/4 gone that turns the sea to hammered silver. And silence, deep and utter and complete. Then suddenly...
Hey, Gil. Gil!
What? What's wrong? What happened?
That's a plane motor, ours, out in the lagoon. What did I tell you about that guy?
Let's get out there. Hey, he's taken off.
I told you that guy was a no-good so-and-so.
He won't get away with it.
No? Well, how are you going to stop him?
Follow him in our other plane.
In this dark, you're nuts. You can't see 100 feet ahead.
Our plane's faster than that, Job. We can follow him by the exhaust flames if we can get close enough. Come on. You see him, Trigger?
I think so. Off to the right. No, it's a star. I told you we couldn't follow him.
Quit beefing and keep looking.
What's the use? It's wacky. We haven't got a chance at... Wait a minute.
You see something?
No, but I thought of something.
What?
I didn't put any gas in that job. I was going to do it in the morning.
How much was in the tanks?
Oh, not more than a half hour flying.
Yeah, he'd notice the gauges and know that he was low. Hey, what's the nearest island? Walgie, isn't it?
Yeah, but he can't get any gas there. There's nothing on that island. Not even natives.
He could set her down in the cove off Walgie. There's a nice little sheltered one there.
Well, what did that get him?
He could get some gas in the morning.
How? Make it out of seaweed?
I don't think that Joe's alone in this, Trigger. He'll use the radio and get help.
You mean he's messed up with that same gang we've been running into out here?
What else? They could use that plane, and they could sure use that shipment aboard it. Now, to me, this whole thing smells like a cooked-up job.
What I've been telling you about that guy. What did I tell you?
Okay, you told me I was wrong and you were right. You satisfied? Now, if you are, let's run over to Walgie and see if we can spot our plane.
You can't land there. Ain't a level stretch on that dump big enough. Except maybe the beach. And you couldn't make that in the dark.
Brother, are you full of encouragement tonight? I just said go over there and have a look. Any objections to that?
Hey, Gil, there's Walgie dead ahead.
I'm going in low. Try and spot our plane.
The big plane swoops low over the island. Thunder of its exhausts and props echoing and re-echoing across the tiny strip of sand and jungle. Below it, on the shawms of a palm-bordered cove, 4 men stand. They raise their heads to look and to listen. One of them speaks.
Put that cigarette out, you fool. You want him to see us?
I got it cupped in my hand.
I said put it out.
All right.
Standish. That's what you call yourself?
That's what I call myself. It's my name.
You said you didn't leave a note for those men.
I didn't leave nothing.
How could he, Grier? You talk like a fool. Ourselves, we did not know where we were going until we saw how little petrol we had.
What would I want to tell him for anyway? You think I want to play around with Perry and his little 2-bit outfit? I came out here to make dough. Lots of dough. How many times do I have to tell you Muggs that?
That name, Muggs, was it? I do not like it, Standish.
It don't mean nothing, Ritter. Back home we call everybody Muggs.
You're not back home, Standish. So do not use that word again when you're speaking to me. As for how many times you must try and convince us as to your worthiness, that is for me to decide.
I let you have the plane, didn't I?
There was 3 of us. You couldn't help yourself.
I could have put up a fight. I could have yelled. If you had Standish, you now would be a dead man. A very cold dead man. Perhaps the shark's eating at you.
Yeah, they're still up there, circling this place. Suppose they stay up there till it gets light, Raider. They'll spot their plane then.
They won't stay. They can't know we're here. They're only guessing.
Gilbert Perry's guesses are too often backed by judgment. He's a dangerous man to us. Very dangerous. Till he is out of the way. Totally out of the way. Our plans for the future cannot move as rapidly as we would wish.
You want him took for a ride, eh?
The language of your country, Standish. Particularly as spoken by you, sometimes I do not understand. But if you mean have Perry eliminated, yes, I would like nothing better.
It's a cinch. You walk away. How soon do you want it done?
I think you are just talking big, Standish. But if you are not...
I don't talk big, mister. How soon? Tomorrow?
I still think you are making big talk. But I will listen to your idea.
Here it is, then. Hot off the stove.
just wasting time, Gil. Maybe he didn't get this far. Maybe he ran out of gas and had to land someplace in a drink.
I'm afraid you're right, Trigger. And it'd be just luck if we spotted the plane on the water. We're licked, for tonight anyway. We'll have a try again in the morning, as soon as it gets light.
Yeah, if we don't get that plane back and that stuff aboard it, we're practically out of business, huh?
Not practically out, Trigger. We're all the way out. We're busted.
Maybe not, Guy. We might be able to... Hey, Gil.
Huh?
Coming up off that island. A rocket. Yeah, and there's another one. They're the same type we had aboard our plane, ain't they?
Yeah.
Well, how do you like that for a prize stinker? The guy steals our plane, he runs out of gas, and when he hears us flies over, he sends up distress rockets.
It could be that he was lugged over here against his will. And it could be he's sending up those rockets to let us know where the plane is. Do you ever think of that?
I'm thinking of it, but it don't add up.
I think it does.
Yeah? Then what happens to Joe when those birds who jumped him, if any birds did jump him, see those rockets?
He's in trouble, unless he can hide from them. And I think he could hide from them until morning. It wouldn't be so tough in the dark.
You got me almost convinced. But just almost.
Well, convinced or not, I'm going back and find out. I want that plane and I want that cargo. I gotta have them.
I'm with you, fella, but you can't land this wagon there. Not at night you can't.
I wasn't going to try. We're going back to Elopan. We're getting Pop in our boat, and we're coming back. If we step on it, we ought to make it back here before sunrise.
I think perhaps the Senor Gill has got the pitch on this thing, Trigger. I think that Joe is a okay guy.
Me, I still say maybe.
You don't like him because he got the horses on you, huh?
I don't like him, period.
You know, it's not good to make snap judgments, Trigger. Once, my own self, I make a snap judgment about a man. I think I don't like him, and...
It couldn't have been yourself.
Hey, pipe down, you two. There's Walgie right ahead. Shut off the engine, Trigger.
You still think there's a gang here, don't you? You still think that Joe was grabbed?
I'll bet on it.
Well, if you're right, they've heard us by now. You can hear this egg beater for a mile.
That's a chance we take. But maybe we'll get in without anybody hearing us. The wind's off the island.
What do we do when we get ashore? Tow our plane out if we find it?
That's one thing.
Look, don't tell me we're going to play Boy Scout and rescue poor old Joe.
What'd you do, leave him here?
Would I? In a second.
No, he's just a big, bad, tough cookie, my Trigger. A very, very hard man.
Yeah, he scares himself sometimes. Give me a hand with these oars, you guys.
Yeah.
We row in from here.
Row? Row this barge?
No, it won't be so bad. Come on, let's get the oars out.
All right, guys.
Grab that one. I got it.
Here, take one here. All right.
We won't go straight in. We'll pull along abreast of the beach. I want to see if we can spot our plane before we go ashore. Okay. Give way. Starboard a little. Pull in a little closer to shore. Try not to make any more noise than you have to.
Mind I take a horse for 11. Mind I...
Hold it. Look in there at the far end. Into that cove. Isn't that our crate?
It looks like it. The shadow is anywhere deeper.
Yeah, that's it, all right, Gil. It's pulled up almost on a beach.
Which proves for my dough that Joe isn't alone here. He couldn't have pulled that plane up by himself. All right, let's head toward it.
What are you stalling for, Pop?
Huh?
You afraid Gil will say stop rowing and you won't hear him? Pull on that oar.
I show you how I pull pretty quick when I grab your nose.
Pipe down.
Okay, way enough. Let her drift.
Well, no reception committee. Little Joe and his pals, if any, must be taking a snooze.
Get ashore. We'll push the plane off. And then...
There will be no then, Terry.
Oh, well...
Easy. There are 4 of us here, and we all have guns. Come ashore. One at a time, with your heads up.
Shall we have a go at jumping him, Gil? In this bum light, he might miss.
No, Trigger.
Good advice, Perry. Come ashore, quickly. Stand right where you are now. You're close enough.
There's the other 3, Trigger. By that bush.
Yeah, little Joe, your pal. Well, if it ain't Miles Standish. Fancy meeting you here.
Go ahead, Brett. Have your fun. It'll be my turn in a minute.
Turn, the gentleman says. Now we get ourselves mixed up with Harvard guys.
I'd take it easy if I was you, Brett.
Yeah, Trigger, don't go sticking your neck out. Are you mixed up with these men, Joe?
What's it look like, Perry? Did you think I'd go for that little job you offered me? I've always played the big time, Perry.
You mean once you played the big time, Joe, when you were in the Navy. If you were.
Perry, you better keep this bird's mouth shut.
Keep still, Trigger.
I like to hear the boy talk, Gil. He fascinates me.
I'm keeping count of every time you open your big mouth, Brett.
Then it'll all be for free when I get over 10, won't it? Or can you count that high?
That's enough out of you.
Hey, Trigger, don't be a big fool.
But for that slap, Senor Joe, I myself, Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, will fix your wagon.
It will not be today, Fat One. Or any day. We have had enough of talk. Tie them up. We have business to do.
This is going to be a pleasure, Ritter. You first, Brett. Down on the ground with you.
Yeah, wait. Not yet, fella. Me, I think you'll be the one on the ground.
No. Give Standish a hand. Move.
There you are, pal. Flat on your back.
Took 3 of you. Remember that, Joe boy. And I'll remind you of it again someday.
That won't be soon, guy. Not soon. How do you like these knots, sailor? They look like Navy to you?
Yeah, took 3 of you.
Now you, Perry. Crier, you tie up the fat bird. He ought to be easy. Just make some barrel swings. Don't try bulging your muscles, Perry. I know that trick.
I can't quite figure you, Joe.
Why try? You ain't very smart, Perry. Not near as smart as I thought you were.
No. I did not think myself that the fast-thinking Gilbert Perry would be taken in by that little scheme of yours, Standish.
Sending up them rockets, Perry. These kind of guys kind of don't like you. They want you out of the way, permanent. So I tells them I'll bring you to where they can get at you. I had you pegged as a sucker. And you was.
And I, Perry, wish to thank you for being such a sucker. Your elimination, which will come later, yours and your friends, will be quite a feather in my cap. I must ask you to excuse me for a short time. I have a little unfinished business to attend to. But I shall return shortly and resume the ceremonies. No, Gaia.
Yeah?
Stay here and watch these men. Standish, come with me.
Dawn is poised on the edge of night now. Black shadows fade to a jaundiced grayness. It is the hour when ghosts go home. A land crab waddles awkwardly across the clearing, halts for a moment, as if to look resentfully at the 3 bound figures on the sand, then scurries on again. Gil Perry moves cautiously and whispers to Trigger Brett.
Trigger, are your ropes tight? Tie her and pull my window, Gil. I can't budge. Yours, Pop?
Tight like a bullfighter's pants, senor. Yours, too?
Mine seem kind of loose. Joe must have been a little tired when he got to me. Can you get loose? I don't know yet. I'm trying. How about it, Gil? I'm getting them, I think. Yeah. I've got my hands free. Nice going. Now, get my legs. Untie 'em. There. I got him, Trigger. I'm loose. You're gonna hop those 2 thugs? That's what I had in mind. Roll over here and get me loose. You can't take those 2 on alone.
Come in and loose me too, senor. With the 3 of us...
There isn't time. Ritter and Joe may be back any minute now. You nuts, guy. You can't do it by yourself.
They have the guns, senor.
Yeah, but one gun's leaning against that tree. If I can get to that... You couldn't make it. Those birds are too close to it. They'll spot you before you move 5 feet. Maybe not. This light's still pretty tricky. Anyway, it's a chance.
It's a chance for you get yourself killed, senor. But if my hands and feet are unloosed...
No, Pop. There isn't time for it. Just wish me luck. Gil, don't be a fool. Don't try. I'm on my way. Keep your fingers crossed.
Slowly, cautiously, Gil Perry moves ahead. Flat against the hard ground, he inches toward the guards and that gun leaning against the tree. A foot. Then stop. 2 feet. Stop again. Pop Mendoza and Trigger watch him. Their eyes strain in the gray darkness, their breath pouring from their nostrils and sounding in the tense silence like the rustle of curtains.
He's not going to make it, Pop. He's got too far to go.
Keep quiet, Trigger.
I say a little prayer. Gil is nearer now. 10 feet from that tree. 10 feet from that gun. One of the guard yawns, stretches and turns his head. Chill speeds along Gil's spine. His mouth goes suddenly dry. And down on the beach, Trigger Brett strains at his bound hands.
Pop, they're going to spot him. Oh, if I can only get loose.
I still say a prayer, Trigger. Maybe.
Somewhere in the jungle, a bird screeches. The eyes of the guards turn lazily toward the sound.
What I tell you, Trigger? I say a prayer, and the bird, she makes a noise. Look!
Gil is on his feet, 3 quick strides, and the gun is in his hands.
Don't move, you birds. I said don't move. Drop that gun, Briar. Drop it, quick.
Hello, boy, Gil. And a kid. Don't take any chances with those lugs. Slug them.
Hit them for me, senor.
Hey, Gil, behind you. Reverend Joe, Gil.
Stand still, Perry. Stand very still. Get his gun, Joe.
With pleasure. Let's have it, Perry. You're not very smart, are you?
We have had enough of this fooling around. It's time now to do away with all of you.
You wouldn't shoot guys tied up on the ground.
And why not? They are much easier to kill that way. But if you feel squeamish about it, Perry, I will shoot you first. I will not have you tied up again, however, if that will make you feel better. You may stand exactly where you are.
You're pretty low, aren't you, Joe? Just about as low as...
Shut up, Perry.
Let him talk. What's the difference what the bird says? You're the guy I don't want to hear no more of you. Drop that gun, Ritter. Fast.
You fool!
Drop it! Now, back over there with your two little boys. Move, Ritter. Easy, Grier. Don't try nothing fancy.
I don't get this.
What's to get about it? It's simple. Here, hold the gun. Hold the gun on these eggs while I untie them two pigeons.
Why, I still don't get it. You mean that...
I don't mean nothing. I'm sorry I had to let it go so far. I'm awful sorry about you, too, Brett. I had to slap you to make it seem real.
You slapped who?
I thought you might wise up, Perry, when I tied them knots on you loose. I figured you would.
I didn't.
The only way I knew how to get you birds over here so you could get your plane back was to sell these apples and let me send up them rockets.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean this whole thing was an act?
I had to do something, Brett. These mugs jumped me in the plane back on Elo Pan. I had to make believe I was playing along with them.
Well, shit, guy. You sure had me fooled. And I mean fooled.
Me, Roland Luis Fernando Tomas Mendoza, for 1 little minute I was not fooled.
Ah, don't give me that stuff, Pop. You didn't know any better than the rest of us what it was all about.
Like always, Trigger, you just don't understand English. I have just said that for 1 little minute I'm not fooled. But for 3 or 4 hours, I'm as dumb as you are.
Folks, we hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Island Venture. And even though Wrigley's Spearmint Gum is not yet back in the market, we want to remind you of the usefulness of chewing gum in general. When you're meeting other people, for example, you naturally want to make a good impression. And if you've chewed a stick of gum beforehand, well, your breath is likely to be sweeter, your teeth cleaner, and you feel that much more sure of yourself. And then, too, offering the other person a stick of gum is a friendly little gesture. Now, we know that there's still a scarcity of good gum, but you can get some at times, and we suggest you do. And to those of you who prefer Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, we'd like you to know that we want to add our production to the total amount of good gum available just as soon as possible.
Trigger's singing voice leads him and Pop Mendoza to the brink of matrimony. Gil is forced to rescue the unwilling bridegrooms. Listen to this amusing story next week, this time, this station, when Wrigley's Spearmint Gum presents Island Venture.
Friends, the job of the trained merchant seaman is not nearly done, and it offers stable employment with great opportunities for a career in years to come. If you know an officer or man with sea experience, urge him, for the sake of his future and the nation's, to write or wire collect Merchant Marine, Washington 25 D.C., giving his name and address, his rating, license, or other qualifications. If you are a trained man, remember that here is a vital job, a good-paying job, which you and you alone can do because you have the experience. Why don't you send that wire right now? Tell the world, I'm going back to my ship, and bring America's fighting men home. This program has come to you from our Chicago studios in the Wrigley Building. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins.
It surely is. After all, how would you feel if someone called your husband a coward and you began to believe it yourself? Yes, it's Gail Collins here, wife of the famous detective. And in a moment, I'll be back to set the stage for our puzzling crime.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins. Now, let me get this straight, Gail. You mean someone actually called Greg a coward?
They surely did, Jack.
And what happened when they picked themselves up off the floor?
When Greg picked himself up off the floor, they were sure he was a coward.
Oh, no, I think you'd better start the story. I'm confused already, and it hasn't even begun.
All right, Jack. Well, you see, we were having a quiet night at home playing Scrabble. You learn a lot about a man's character playing Scrabble.
The trouble with me in this game, is that all the words I can think of have nothing to do with Scrabble.
What do they have to do with?
Girls.
How could a game like this make you think of girls?
Why not? Everything else does.
Nuts.
Okay, if you don't believe me.
Nuts is a word I can use in the game.
So can a monkey. So let's put it to one side. Gosh, here we are with one free night and we waste hours of it playing a game. I mean, a game like this. Now, when I was a lad, two young people didn't sit on the sofa making up words.
I know. You sat on the sofa and made up.
Mm-hmm. You got the idea. Now, all you need is the hand of a master to show you how. There was another game we used to play in my youth called Interruptions. Half the population got infected with it and never recovered.
Greg, it might be customers.
Their problem can wait until tomorrow. Now, mine...
I guess I'd better answer the door. Where would you be without a business wife like me?
I'd be a well-adjusted husband wherever I was.
So I kept saying to myself all the time, there's someone home. Is this the establishment of Mr. Gregory Collins, who investigates murders?
It certainly is.
That's good. I wanted to be sure, because for 10% of the rake-off, I got a murder he should have.
And that's how we met, Mr. Nathan Platter. And for Platter, you can read chatter, because if there's one thing Nathan can do, it was talk. But for Greg and me, it was fascinating chatter.
I know what you're going to say, Mr. Collins, before you even open your mouth. You're going to say, Nathan Platter, what do you want? Am I right? Okay, so I'll tell you why I'm here. My boy, they put him under arrest for murder in handcuffs. For murder. So now you want to know if he's guilty. Well, I'll tell you, and I'll tell the world.
Mr. Platter, I can only follow dialogue that moves at the speed of sound.
How's that again?
Just slow it down. Just answer some questions, huh?
Isn't that what I'm here for?
Mr. Platter, who is supposed to have murdered whom?
My boy.
You mean your son's committed murder?
If he has, his mother's keeping it from me.
Then who is your boy, Mr. Platter?
My boy is Nigel Manderson. I guess you know the name?
Nigel Manderson, the film star?
Sure, the film star. I'm his agent. Now they've arrested him for murder.
Who is he supposed to have murdered?
A writer. Just my luck I don't happen to be this writer's agent, too. Should that happen, I would be in trouble.
Well, just tell us the writer's name, Mr. Platter.
Stephen Novak. He just works on small films. He ain't even done nothing for CinemaScope at all.
And why is Nigel Manderson supposed to have killed him?
Why else but for a dame? Be exactly precise, for his wife.
Whose wife?
The police say Nigel Manderson killed Stephen Novak because Manderson's wife was passing the time of day with Novak in a suspicious fashion.
I get it. Manderson was jealous of Novak.
Maybe. I'm a jealous character, too. But I don't kill nobody for it any more than Manderson did.
What evidence did the police arrest Manderson on?
I never heard such rotten evidence. Manderson confessed.
He confessed?
Can you beat it? That great stiff up and said he killed Novak. I knew right off he was lying.
How did you know?
Pal, how did I know Manderson would make a film star? In the same way, I know he didn't kill Novak. Heck, he's just a nice kid who happens to make a living in the movies.
What about Manderson's wife, the one who seems to have caused all the trouble?
I don't like to speak ill of the living, but... look, you know what Hollywood is. Well, even there they think she's a tramp.
Then why did Manderson confess?
That's what I'm trying you to find out. If less 10%. In this case, I'm your agent, okay?
But we haven't even said we'll take the case yet.
I realize that. I got your seats booked on the plane, so as soon as you say yes, we'll leave. So hurry and say it. The cab's downstairs, and that meter eats money.
So that's why Greg and I flew to Hollywood late that night. All because of a little man's faith in someone he was working for. When we arrived, we found Manderson had been released on bail. before he talked to Madison, Greg interviewed the lieutenant in charge of the case. And when he came back to our hotel, he looked pretty depressed.
Anyone phone for me while I was out, honey?
Only Mr. Platter. He says he's bringing Madison to see you about 8 tonight. Honey, what happened down at the station? You look pretty depressed.
Well, I guess I can't complain. The police were very helpful.
They can afford to be. With Madison's confession, they probably feel they've got a watertight case.
You can say that again. And not only because of Madison's confession, either.
They've got something else?
Well, Madison was heard to threaten Novak at a nightclub. He talked to Novak on the telephone, and apparently he said, "I'll come and see you tonight. I don't think you've learned your lesson. You've earned what's coming to you." So, put that with Madison's confession and see what you get. Anyhow, how's about we phone up for some food? I'm so hungry I could eat an actress.
You keep your eyes off those actresses, Greg Collins.
I get it. Believe me, those dames are only interested in a contract. It's not the contract that interests me. It's the negotiation.
Oh.
You Mr. Collins, Bud?
Yeah, sure I'm Collins.
Mr. Collins, I hear tell you flew in to stick your nose into this Madison business.
Where did you hear that, Mr. What you say your name is?
Mr. Collins, the Madison case is a local affair. Why don't you go back where you come from?
Well, if you'd like to discuss my future plans, why don't you come in and sit down?
Discussion ain't in my line. I just hand out advice. And usually I make it stick. Like this.
Greg!
Stay where you are, lady. When your old man wakes up, tell him to grab the next plane out of here.
Nothing but nothing could persuade Greg to stay more than being knocked down by that hulking man. But if that was any indication, the case was going to be a lot more interesting than we thought. So keep your ears pinned, friends. We'll be back in a moment with more of our story. Greg spent the rest of the evening eating ravioli and holding a damp cloth to an eye that turned rapidly blue. But there was a quiet grin on his face, so I knew he was beginning to enjoy himself. Well, about 8:30, Nathan Platter arrived with his boy, Nigel Madison. And right from the beginning, we could see Madison wasn't interested.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Collins. I'm grateful to you for coming all this way to help me. But I don't need a private detective. I need a good lawyer who'll keep me out of the gas chamber.
Nicky, don't talk like that. They can't send you to a gas chamber.
Where else will they send me? An Academy of Dramatic Art?
No. Rather the gas chamber than that.
Mr. Madison, would you mind if I took you over the story I told to the police? There are some points in it that interest me.
I've told this story so often I can recite it. I had an argument with Novak.
On the telephone?
That's right, on the telephone in a nightclub. And someone overheard the conversation.
Well, apparently you said, "I'll come and see you tonight. I don't think you've learned your lesson. You've learned what's coming to you, right?"
Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah, I'd been drinking a little, and when the waiter told me Novak was on the phone, I lost my head.
Novak phoned you?
Yes, that's right. He phoned me.
Well, then what?
I went to his apartment and shot him. Then I drove away.
What happened to the gun?
I threw it away.
Where?
Well, how do I know? I just killed a man. I didn't pay any attention where I threw it.
Well, why throw it away when you're going to confess anyhow?
Well, I wasn't going to confess then. Well, you see, later on, I began to realize what I'd done. I lost my nerve or something. I got frightened.
And confessed because you were frightened?
Not because I was frightened, but because... Oh, what's the use of hanging around waiting to be arrested? The police would have found me in the end.
But the gun, the one you just tossed away, it's never been found.
Okay, so talk to the police. It's their job now.
Mr. Madison, where's your wife?
She's at home.
You sure?
When I need a private detective to check up on my wife, I'll ask for one. My wife's at home.
But you're out on bail on a murder rap. As far as she knows, she's got about a fortnight left with you. So it seems to me...
Well, as a matter of fact, she's not at home. She had an important appointment tonight with a director, a big director. Maybe very important to her career.
Which career is that, Mr. Madison?
Why, you rotten...
Nicky, don't.
Oh, you asked for that.
Who do you think you are? You can't go around hitting people.
Now you've spoiled everything. This guy's your friend, Nicky.
Would someone leave the debate for a moment and help me up?
Sure, Mr. Collins. I'm sorry. Nicky's just a nice, clean American boy. He doesn't use his head.
If he had any gumption, he'd do something about it. And I'd like him to try.
It's okay, fella. There won't be any more trouble.
This I never thought to see. The only time you never hit back is when they run too fast for you to catch them. Collins, you're getting old.
Oh, come on, Nathan. Let's get out of here.
No, not more trouble.
Well, trouble or not, you've got to admit it's an interesting case.
You sit right where you are, Greg. I'll answer the door this time. I refuse to have people turn my husband into a yo-yo.
Mr. Collins, don't be angry with Niggy, please.
Oh, good evening. If you're looking for Gregory Collins, you'll have to leave your monkey wrench at the door.
I beg your pardon.
Let me handle this, Julie. You're Mrs. Collins?
Yes. But don't stand out there. Come right in.
Nigel. Oh, Nigel. Darling, why didn't you tell me where you were going?
Hello, Julie.
I've been so worried about you. I started to call all over town for you.
Call or crawl? You're Mrs. Manderson, I take it.
Yes, I am. And I'm going to stand by Nigel, whatever happens.
In the gas chamber?
Well, now, we found the boy, Julie, so let's get out of here. We're sorry to have troubled you, Collins.
What was your name again, Buster? I didn't catch it.
I didn't throw it. But if you must know, my name is Howard, Levis Howard. I'm standing by the Mandersons in their time of trouble.
There's so many people standing beside me, I'm beginning to feel a little crowded. I've got about a fortnight left, and I want to spend some of the time with my wife. Julie, let's get out of here, honey. Let's go home, or any place we can be alone for a while.
All right, Nigel. All right.
Haven't I earned the right to be with you for a little while?
Darling, don't. We're going now.
Let me drive you young people home.
You keep away from us. Take up the mortgage when the payments fall due. Come on, Julie.
Niggy, when will...
Call me sometime, Nathan. About a month from now.
You can see how it is, Levis. I'm coming, Nigel. Wait for me. I'm coming.
Poor kids. Those poor little kids. That's the way it goes, I guess. Oh, I'll be running along now, too. I just wish there was something I could do.
Mr. Howard, you brought Julie Manderson here tonight.
That's right.
Somehow that interests me.
Why should it? Nathan told me he was going to get you here, so I assumed this is where we'd find Nigel.
Who else knew I was coming to Hollywood, Nathan?
No one, I guess. I told Levis because he's directing Nigel's new film.
Did you tell anyone about me, Mr. Howard?
I don't gossip about my stars. I told no one. Now I come to think of it, I might have...
Too late, pal. You said it. I owe you this.
I guess I know exactly how Greg felt when he hung one on Levis Howard. After all, people had been hitting him all night. The only thing I didn't know was why he did it. And Howard wondered, too. Only he wanted at the top of his voice.
I'll sue you through every court in the country, Collins, for assault, for battery. I'll throw the book at you.
I can get you a good lawyer.
Mr. Howard, let me get you a drink. The fact is, people have been hitting Greg all night, and, well, I guess he's got a slight touch of concussion. Greg, have you got a slight touch of concussion?
My brain is working at its normal speed. I slugged Howard because he had it coming to him, and he knows why.
Keep talking. This is all going to come out in court.
You're telling me it is. But not the court you think, pal. Howard, you and Nathan here were the only two people who knew I was in Hollywood. And yet a great lug came here earlier this evening, told me to get out of town, and slugged me.
I told you it was just possible. I mentioned the fact to someone at the studio.
That was an afterthought. You told the truth. Then you realized you'd made a mistake.
Pardon me for asking the obvious question, but why should Mr. Howard hire such an egg to slug you?
Pardon me if I give the obvious answer. Mrs. Manderson.
That's libel. I'll sue you.
Every court in the land, I know.
Stu, where does it get you to sue? Collins, I'm sure you're a smart operator, but not in this town. You don't know the natives.
How don't I know the natives?
When a husband and wife go out together 6 times running, there's a divorce on the way. So when you look on the other side of the coin, when a lady like Mrs. Manderson and a director like Mr. Howard go around a little... On the other hand, maybe I don't know the natives.
Nathan, do you know where Mrs. Manderson and her husband would head for?
They got a house in Beverly Hills. Who hasn't?
We're going to pay him a visit.
But you heard what Niggy said. He wants to be alone.
Maybe he does. But right now he can't. Because he's got to answer some more questions.
You looking for another bust in the eye?
Grab your hat, Howard. We're taking a little ride.
I'll be darned if I'm going to take orders
I'm sorry, Buster, but I haven't got the time. You're coming with us if I have to frog march you every step of the way.
I got a car outside. No need to walk.
So you've resorted to kidnap, have you? All right, then, all right, but you'll pay for this, all of you.
By the time this evening ends, it's going to cost someone a pile of dough.
If we don't get out to Manderson's joint in a hurry, we're going to lose more than dough. You and I are both going to lose a client. Now, Howard, start walking.
There it is, the Manderson Mausoleum.
There doesn't seem to be anyone at home, Greg. There's not a light in the house.
What do you do now, Sherlock Holmes? Let's hear you be clever.
Where would Madison and his wife go if they didn't come here, Nathan?
It depends. What did you have in mind that they might want to be alone for, Collins?
For a murder, say?
Oh.
What? A murder? Another murder? Oh, that boy's a monster.
Greg, look.
What is it, honey?
I can see a light. Down there through the trees.
Hey, there is a light down there.
That's where they've gone. That light's from the gardener's cottage.
Mrs. Madison have a yen for the gardener, too?
Possibly. Only there ain't no gardener there. Now, the place is empty.
Well, let's start walking. You too, Howard. I'm going to need you.
Greg,
Save your breath, honey. This is dangerous.
I can't believe it. I can't believe my boy would do such a thing.
There's a lot of things you couldn't believe, Flatter. You don't know how that little girl suffered. Nigel Madison, the greatest romantic gift to American mothers.
Keep walking, Howard. Keep walking.
He deserves everything that's coming to him. I won't cry when they slam the door on him.
No? Well, just so as you know where you stand, Howard.
Oh! That's Mrs. Madison.
He's killing her.
Niggy, don't be a fool. Niggy!
It was like a scene out of one of Levis Howard's pictures. The small, squat cottage. The ray of yellow light between the curtains. And inside, a terrified woman. Well, in just a moment, we'll bring you the climax of the case. When Greg heard Julie Madison start to scream, he let Levis Howard go and started to run. We went through the door like a bullet. And by the time we got there, he and Madison were wrestling on the floor. And Madison was doing his best to blow Greg's brains out with a gun.
Niggy, stop! Is this any way to behave? Howard, do something!
I'm not going near that maniac. He's got a gun.
Well, if you won't do something, I will.
Keep away, Gail. You get hurt. Madison, why don't you come in? There's nothing you can do now.
Yeah, that's a bright boy. Now just take it easy. Let me have the gun. The poor little kid.
He's mad. He brought me here to kill me.
Gail, honey, close the door, will you?
Oh, yes, Greg.
Julie, why did you come here with him?
I didn't know he was so bad. I thought he just wanted to be with me. And
Instead of that, he wanted to kill you, Mrs. Madison.
I was going to kill myself, too. I was going to kill us both.
You don't have to worry about killing her, Mr. Madison. The state will take care of that.
The state?
No, you mustn't say anything.
The state, you see? What goes on here?
He didn't kill Stephen Novak at all. Julie killed him.
No, it's a lie.
It's the truth, Mrs. Madison.
Howard, stop him. Don't let him say such things.
I'd advise you to listen, Mr. Howard. And Mrs. Madison, I'd advise you not to say anything until you get yourself a lawyer.
I don't believe it. Madison killed Novak. He confessed.
Sure, he confessed. He confessed because he's in love with his wife. Heaven help him.
Oh, Collins, please.
I'm sorry, pal. I know what you think of it, but believe me, in a year or two, you'll be glad.
I can't swallow this. The boy's obviously crazy. Didn't he come here tonight to kill Julie?
Sure he did. Because he realized that even though he was taking the rap for her, it didn't mean a thing to her. She was starting to ready you up, Howard, as husband number 2 when Madison went.
That's the most fantastic story I ever heard.
It's not as fantastic as what must have happened in Novak's apartment that night. I can imagine just how it must have been.
But people heard Madison threaten Novak. According to the written evidence, he spoke to him from a nightclub, and he was overheard.
Well, let's start the story from there. First, Novak phoned Madison. Remember that? So let's imagine what happened. Madison gets called to the phone. When he gets there, Novak says to him, "Listen, pal, I'm beginning to feel a heel. Your wife and I have been playing you for a sucker."
Do you have to go through all this?
I think so. Then Novak goes on. "I can't go on with it, Madison. She won't even play it straight with me. She's in my apartment now. You better come and get her. Take her out of my hair. She's causing me too much trouble." Then he must have said something like, "Don't get me wrong. I love her. But I can't take any more of this, so come and get her." And then Madison spoke. According to the written evidence, he said, "I'll come to your apartment. I don't think you've learned your lesson."
That's what I did say.
Why do you keep saying written evidence?
Because I figure what he said was, "I'll come to your apartment. I don't think. You've learned your lesson. You've learned everything that's coming to you. In other words, I've been through this. Now you go through it." Then I figure Madison went home. Later, Julie phoned him and asked him to come to Novak's apartment. When Manderson got there, Novak was dead because Julie had shot him.
You think you're smart. You think you're a detective. You're a dumb ox.
I can make a guess. Novak was the one guy in her life who wouldn't let her walk over him. He told her to beat it, which was a bad mistake.
Greg, I don't see why she'd kill him.
You loved Novak, didn't you, Mrs. Madison? You couldn't play it straight, but you loved him. You don't have much control of any kind, do you, Mrs. Madison?
Oh, leave me alone.
So when Novak told you to beat it, you couldn't take it. He was basically an honest man. You loved him, you wanted to keep him. But he didn't want you anymore, so you killed him.
He asked for it. Called me all kinds of names. He wouldn't believe I loved him. He told me I didn't know what love is. I tried to put my arms around him, but he pushed me away. He said he'd never see me again. Never. So I shot him, because he would have fallen in love with someone else, and I wouldn't have that. He was mine, whatever I did. He was mine, do you hear? Mine!
Greg?
Uh-huh.
You want to know something?
Uh-huh.
I still don't understand how you tumbled to the fact that Julie Manderson was the one who killed Novak.
I didn't actually realize it was Julie, but I knew it wasn't Manderson. Well, figure it out for yourself. Manderson didn't phone Novak. Novak phoned him. Do you suddenly decide to murder someone when he calls you to the phone? And remembering that Novak was supposed to be playing around with Mrs. Manderson, what would he want to phone her husband for anyhow?
It makes you wonder.
Fine, so now you started to wonder. Then you have the business about the gun. In cold blood, Manderson kills Novak. Then, according to him, he loses his nerve and throws the gun away. If he threatened Novak on the phone, then went to Novak's apartment with the purpose of killing him, would he lose his nerve?
No, I guess not.
Oh, yeah. And here's the clincher. Why did Manderson kill Novak?
Because of Novak's association with Mrs. Manderson.
Right. So why does he kill Novak? So he can have his wife back. Well, with Novak dead, he's got her. Would he then go and confess and lose her again? Oh, it doesn't add up.
Gosh, you're right. It doesn't add up. You know, you're really a very clever guy.
Yes, I know. And I know a lot about fellas and dames. That helps, too.
I feel sorry for that girl.
Yeah, me too, but that's the way it goes.
I mean, I don't think I could get to like her, but, well, I feel sorry for her.
Yeah, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Greg, do you think you could fall for a girl like that?
Oh, yeah, sure. I love crazy, mixed-up people.
She was all of that. You know, in my own way, I'm a bit crazy and mixed up, too. I thought you might like to know, because if you like crazy, mixed-up women, well, that's me.
Yeah, the mixed is just right, honey.
Greg. I don't think I'll bother to shoot the man I love. If I did, I'd have no one to play Scrabble with. Don't go away. In just a moment, we'll be back with you.
Well, folks, Ged and I hope you enjoyed our adventure, The Yellow Streak. Be sure to visit us next time for another Puzzle in Murder. For where there is crime and romance, there you'll find Mr.
And Mrs. Collins.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, foreman of this crew of mysterious miscreants who mingle here at this hour. It was King Alfonso X of Spain who modestly remarked, "Had I been present at the creation, I would have given some useful hints for the better ordering of the universe." I'm sure that many of us feel, with all due respect and in all modesty, that we too might have made some helpful suggestions of our own. But since none of us was consulted in the arrangement of the world, we must accept it as it is. Or must we?
Shall I help you upstairs with your luggage? You do have luggage.
Oh, my luggage? It's outside. Somewhere.
In the street?
Somewhere in the United States. I lost it. Well, the fact is, the bus lost it.
Well, how could a bus lose luggage?
I don't know. It was placed on the bus when I got on. It was missing when I got off.
Or perhaps it was removed by mistake at another stop.
The bus made no other stops.
Another passenger might have taken it by mistake.
I was the only passenger. No. The bus lost my luggage. We simply have to accept that.
Our mystery drama, The Cornstarch Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Greyhound Package Express and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The boarding house has become a most familiar literary locale, and it is almost always, presided over by a landlady. Seldom, if ever, do we encounter a landlord, except perhaps as an inferior appendage to a dominating spouse. Since the ladies have, in our time, invaded hitherto basically masculine domains, turnabout is only fair play. Today, we are concerned with a gentleman who happens to be a landlord of a boarding house. Turn with us now to the first page in the Journal of Dennis Truffle.
Have you ever waited for death? Oh, what a rather ridiculous question. We all wait for death, don't we? But in the prime of life, I suppose we wait for death as an eventuality, not as an impending occurrence. But here I am, starting my story at the end instead of at the beginning. The beginning. It was a rather damp, foggy November night. A moment, if you please. Well, good evening.
I rang your bell.
I heard.
It's a most unusual bell for this day and age.
This is a most unusual day and age.
I agree. To begin afresh, I rang your bell because a sign, a rather neatly lettered sign, said rooms.
Do you like the sign, then?
I wonder if I might speak with the landlady.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have one. Will the landlord do?
I'm flexible.
Oh, won't you come in? Mr. Dennis Truffle, at your command.
I am Miss Menhaden. Maud Menhaden.
Menhaden?
It's the Indian name for a fish.
Oh.
Narragansett Indian. The name was given to a convict ancestor of mine.
A convict ancestor?
Yes, a murderer. You see, many of our early settlers here were transported felons. Evidently, my ancestor must have looked like a fish. Hence the name. Now, is that settled?
Well, I was not aware that it was ever an issue.
Concerning the room.
I have an excellent room at the head of the stairs.
I'll take it.
Well, surely you wish to see it
No.
first. Oh, well, the rent is $35 a week.
How much?
25.
No, 35 sounds right.
Oh, well, then shall I help you up with your luggage?
What's that?
There's a police car, I should imagine.
It seems to be coming this way.
Yes, I would assume so.
Why?
Unfortunately, the neighborhood has changed.
Stopped here. Why?
Excuse me.
Hi, Dennis.
Oh, Officer Paderewski. Is something wrong?
Yeah, we had a little contretemps up the street.
That's contretemps. A guy was murdered. Do they have any idea
So
who...
I thought I'd drop in here and check out some of your creeps, Dennis.
Now, see here, Officer Paderewski, that's no way to refer to...
You do have some real ripe avocados in this joint, Dennis.
Now, I will not have my tenants insulted.
Okay, Dennis, okay. Who's around?
Well, unfortunately, we have more vacancies than we... presently, the second floor rear, I have Professor Boniface.
Where is he right now?
Out where? Communing with nature, I suppose. And the second floor front, I have just acquired as a tenant Miss Maud Menhaden here. Miss Menhaden, this is Officer Paderewski.
Please, do not look at me in that way, officer.
In what way?
With lust.
Oh, I wasn't looking with... what I am doing is looking at you closely.
For what reason?
Because that's what a police officer has to do.
Why?
Because there's been a murder.
Are you saying that you suspect me of committing the murder?
Oh, no.
Could I have the key to my room, Mr. Truffle?
Yes, of course.
To answer your unspoken question, Miss Menhaden, am I related to the famous pianist? I am sure of it.
Here's your key, Miss Menhaden.
Now, I say this because I have a little boy who plays the piano.
Thank you, Mr. Truffle. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, of course, he only plays by ear. Yeah. That one is built.
Built?
Constructed. Put together. Ooh, there's a lot of woman there.
She does seem to be of generous proportions.
Hey, what's she doing in a joint like this?
Well, I assume she requires refined surroundings.
Sure. Well, Dennis, keep me posted, huh? Yeah, I gotta hustle around, see if I can't catch that killer.
Who was the victim?
Oh, guy was the manager at the bus depot. Yeah, just up the block. He was on his way home from work.
And it happened a half hour ago, you say?
Uh-huh.
A half hour ago, I was in my sitting room with Chapman's Homer.
Oh, come on, Dennis. You don't need an alibi.
And a fellow human being was being stabbed to death.
Yeah. Hey, hold on, Dennis.
Huh?
All I told you was a guy was murdered. How did you know he was stabbed?
But if it happened just up the block and the killer had used a gun, then I would have heard the shot, I dare say.
Yeah. Good thinking, Dennis. See you around.
How did I know the victim had been stabbed? My quick, glib explanation to Officer Paderewski may have sounded convincing, but the fact is, it wasn't true. It's just that the moment I heard of the killing, instinctively, I knew it had to be a stabbing. Why? Tonight, for the first time, I'm aware of a kind of lightness, a kind of incisive understanding, a sharpness in my brain. I can't analyze it. It seemed to enter my mind when Miss Menhaden entered the house. Oh, Miss Menhaden, that reminds me. She had gone upstairs without her luggage. Miss Menhaden, a rather large woman, but so exquisitely... well, that was neither here nor there. I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Menhaden.
Yes?
Do you require assistance with your luggage?
My luggage?
You do have luggage.
Oh, my luggage.
I didn't see you bring it in. Is it outside?
Yes.
What, you mean you left it in front of the house?
No, I mean it's outside. Somewhere.
Somewhere?
I lost it.
Oh.
Well, The fact is, I didn't lose it. Actually, the bus lost it.
But how could a bus lose luggage?
I don't know. It was placed on the bus when I got on. It was missing when I got off.
But surely the people at the bus company
I
would
don't
not
like the people at the bus company.
But there is some official at the bus depot who could...
There was.
Well, what did he do?
He looked at me in a manner that I cannot tolerate.
Well, what sort of manner is that?
A lewd manner.
Oh, well, surely...
And I shall not return there.
But don't you want to find your luggage?
That which is lost shall not be found again, and that which is missing shall be gone forever.
Yes, but
is there anything else?
No. Except that this man who was murdered a half hour ago happened to be employed at the bus depot.
Indeed.
He was the manager.
Oh.
Was he the one who looked at you in what you considered a lewd manner?
I didn't consider it lewd. It was lewd.
Well, at any rate, the poor fellow is dead now.
He's been punished.
Punished?
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about it.
But what did he do?
Is it possible you haven't been listening to me, Mr. Truffle? I told you what he did. He was also lascivious and salacious. The sin of lust, Mr. Truffle. It must be stamped out.
Well, be that as it may, Miss Menhaden, even if he were sinful, that's hardly the reason he was killed, I would imagine.
Really? Why do you suppose he was killed?
Well, he was coming home from work. This is a Friday evening. He was carrying his pay envelope, I suppose, and some thief...
No, he wasn't robbed. He was struck down for his sins.
You say he was not robbed?
He was not robbed.
Good. How do you know?
I know.
But how?
Retribution, Mr. Truffle. Retribution. The hand of justice cannot be stayed. Whole cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, were expunged from the earth. What difficulty would there be in striking down one Harry Perkins?
Harry Perkins?
The obscene animal who lusted after me in the bus terminal office.
Yeah, but the bus terminal, it's right in the middle of the floor in plain view. What could he have possibly been able to...
I could read his thoughts.
Oh, well,
there's a poem which I shall send to his widow. Perhaps she will see fit to make it his epitaph. Harry Perkins, vulgar of manner, overfed, overdressed and underbred, heartless, godless, hell's delight, rude by day and lewd by night.
Well, I would hardly think she would.
And now there is one less of them.
Them?
It takes all kinds, as they say, and we seem to have a special kind right here in Dennis Truffle's boarding house. Why did Mr. Harry Perkins die? You are probably spinning your own yarn, so why don't we compare designs when we meet again in just a few moments for Act 2. The French, as you know, during the 1930s, constructed a system of fortifications called the Maginot Line. This was considered an impregnable defense against invasion. We mention this because into the boarding house of Mr. Dennis Truffle has come a Miss Maud Menhaden, a lady whose defense of her virtue is also seemingly formidable. We read further from the Journal of Dennis Truffle.
Before I continue, I must digress briefly for a point of personal information. Since I have never actively courted a member of the fair sex, certain coarse and unkind people have seen fit to question, as it were, my inclinations. I shall not dignify this slander by rebuttal. I was taught by Dad and Mother to venerate. Venerate. The verb itself is the Latin root for love. To venerate the feminine sex. And to look at woman as a temple of virtue who contains within herself... well, no matter. It is merely that I have never met until tonight, until Miss Menhaden entered my house and therefore my life... Oh, what am I saying? Well, Miss Menhaden frightens me. What did she say? That Mr. Harry Perkins was not killed by a thief? Is it true? I must find out.
Hey, Dennis, what are you doing out this hour?
What am I doing?
Well, this ain't exactly the kind of neighborhood to take a constitutional.
Well, I thought I was...
Besides, I thought, what with that dame...
Dame?
You're the cagey one, Dennis.
I don't know what you're talking about, Officer Paderewski.
That luscious dame.
That is no way to refer to Miss Menhaden.
Why? Is it a lie?
Well, tell me, Officer Paderewski, this man who was killed up the street, this Mr. Perkins, the manager at the bus depot.
Yeah?
Why was he killed?
Why?
Or was it a robbery?
Why do you think it was a robbery?
Well, it must have been. Friday night, payday.
Let me tell you why it wasn't a robbery, Dennis. Because his wallet was in his pocket, his ring was on his finger, his watch was on his wrist.
Oh. And he was stabbed?
Yes. Stabbed in the back.
The back?
A nice, clean little wound. But it did the job.
And the killer left no clue behind at all?
Not a thing.
Then you're completely in the dark.
There's one little item. Nobody can figure out what it means. The dead man had a kind of white smudge just above his chin.
What kind of smudge?
I told you, a kind of white smudge.
What was the smudge made of?
If I told you, you'd be even more confused than I am. Cornstarch.
Cornstarch?
Figure it out. What was he doing with a cornstarch smudge across his face?
Cornstarch.
Well, what are we going to do, huh? Stand around here all night saying cornstarch? Look, why didn't you go back to the house where it's nice and warm and cozy, and there's this Miss Menhaden?
So, she was right. It wasn't a robbery after all. He was murdered for another reason. What other reason? Who had come up behind him and stabbed poor Mr. Perkins in the back? Is it possible he had been punished? Why had she been so sure? And the cornstarch, what did the cornstarch mean? It was too much. I went back home and brewed myself a nice hot cup of tea.
Mr. Truffle.
You startled me.
I'm sorry.
I was very deep in my thoughts.
I'm sorry to invade the privacy of your kitchen.
Any time, Miss Menhaden. Will you join me in a cup of tea?
You are a very unusual person, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well...
You're a man of the highest sensibilities and finest personal character.
Well,
you have a reverence and a respect for womanhood. You are completely free from sin. As I hope to be one day.
One day?
Yes. I must continue to fight temptation constantly.
But surely, Miss Menhaden, love between men and women
is filled with traps and pitfalls, snares set by Satan, and furthermore this lust, this love, this carnal knowing. I must not bore you with a recital of my innermost feelings.
Oh, no, please, Miss Menhaden, feel free.
Yes, Mr. Truffle, you are a fine human being. One of the very few, perhaps. The only one who deserves to be saved, and I shall do my utmost to save you.
Oh, Well, I would certainly appreciate anything.
I came down here for a purpose. Do you have any cornstarch?
Cornstarch?
Cornstarch. Ordinary, everyday cornstarch. Of course, I realize cornstarch has become old-fashioned in this so-called improved world we are afflicted with.
Well, I have a box right here. Here, take it.
Oh, I just need a little.
Use as much as you like and return the rest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Truffle.
No, don't return it. I rarely, if ever, use it.
Cornstarch has an almost infinite variety of uses. For example, do you know what I use it for?
No.
Well, you may find this somewhat difficult to believe, but at one time...
Hey, Dennis, old pal, old chap, old buddy. Let's have a little drink.
Professor,
Come on, Dennis, baby. You got the bottle underneath the sink.
Now, Professor, you had too much.
Sure, but it's no good if you don't have too much. Ain't that so, baby?
I beg your...
Miss Menhaden, may I present Professor
You
Wilbur?
may not.
Oh, what bit her?
Professor Boniface is your fellow boarder.
This hulk, this carrion, look at yourself. A corrupted container of lust and sin.
Is that bad?
You will be struck down in the midst of your obscene
Professor, you look tired. It's time you got to bed.
That's right, Dennis, old boy. Time for bed. What do you say, sweetie?
You have chosen licentiousness. You have chosen to revel in the depravity of the flesh.
What is she carrying on about?
Now, Professor, you are being rather forward.
So what? A little lovin' never killed anybody.
Take heed. A little loving may very well kill you. Good night, Mr. Truffle.
Good night, Miss Menhaden.
Good night, honey.
Now, really, Professor, she was highly insulted.
What do you know about it, Dennis?
I know that Miss Menhaden is a highly moral...
Miss Menhaden is a woman. And you never insult any woman by praising her.
Must you be so indelicate?
What can I do, Dennis? It's the law of human nature.
From this point on, I must be extremely careful with my facts, lest I inadvertently do someone an injustice. I permitted Professor Boniface to wheedle several drinks of a rather strong spirituous liquor which I keep about the premises, purely for medicinal purposes. The result was he passed out. I then assisted him up to his room, where I deposited him safely onto his bed. On the way back downstairs, I passed by Miss Menhaden's door. I paused for a moment. I was about to knock, to inquire if she was all right, when it seemed to me I heard a rather strange noise. What could it be? And then I remembered where I had heard such a sound before. It was a knife being sharpened on a whetstone, a smooth, marble-like stone. I remember it was the sound made by Dad as he sharpened his razor. The sound one makes when one carefully and patiently puts a fine cutting edge on a delicate steel blade. But, of course, it may have been nothing of the sort. Which brings me to the next evening. Well, Professor, how are you this evening?
Whatever happened to Helen of Troy?
According to Homer, she went home to Sparta with her husband, King Menelaus, where they...
Oh, that ain't the one I'm talking about. I mean the lady upstairs.
Well, why do you call her...
Because she's the best-looking dame I ever seen. That's the angle that I'm going to use on her.
What angle?
You know, feed her all them classics. Chicks really go for the cultured guys.
I don't think Miss Menhaden goes, as you say, for anybody.
Oh, I've seen her in action, Dennis. Oh, that one is mine. All mine.
How can you say that?
Because it's a fact. No woman can resist Wilberforce, the body Boniface. I am now in stage 2 as far as she's concerned.
What is stage 2. I play hard to get. You must understand, he believed every word he said. Poor Professor. He'd been in the boxing ring, you know. He was the junior light heavyweight champion of Stormfield, New Hampshire, and it was said the experience left him intoxicated. No, punch drunk. Well, at any rate, he went out. About a half hour later...
Oh, good evening, Mr. Truffle.
Oh, well, good evening, Miss Menhaden. May I offer you some supper?
No, thank you, Mr. Truffle. The hosts of the Lord must fast before they go into battle.
Battle?
Battle.
Well, that sounds grim.
On the contrary, it's glorious.
You say you're going into battle. But where does this combat, where is it scheduled to take place?
Wherever I find it. Wherever I find some poor, depraved wretch who, blinded by error, is groveling in sin, I open his eyes to the true glory, and thus save his soul.
Oh.
And speaking of depraved wretches, where is Professor Boniface this evening?
Out.
Out. Where?
Well, I'm sure it would distress you to know that he will be going from one low place of entertainment and refreshment to another.
Yes, it is distressing. Oh, Mr. Truffle, if only all men were like you.
Like me?
Pure.
Well, she went out. That was about 8 p.m. She returned, I would say, at about 11. There was absolutely nothing unusual about her appearance or manner. I remember I said, "Good evening, Miss Menhaden."
Good evening, Mr. Truffle.
I wonder, did you save any souls this evening?
I may have.
And with that rather cryptic remark, she went upstairs to her room, and I heard her lock the door behind her. I then put on a record of a 16th century Danish composer and was almost lulled to sleep by the dissonances when there was a loud clanging of my doorbell. All right, I'm coming.
Dennis.
Officer Paderewski.
Oh, Dennis, I got some bad news for you, so get a hold of yourself. Now, I know how fond you was of him, and...
It's Professor Boniface, isn't it?
Yeah, old Boniface.
And he's been murdered.
Yes, Dennis. How did you know?
How did he know? We all knew, didn't we? We knew that Professor Boniface was not long for this world. And we could tell by the way Miss Menhaden was carrying on that she was the one who would dispatch him on his journey to eternity. But is this a fair assumption? After all, whatever happened to that good old American dictum, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty? What actual proof do we have? We may or may not have some when I return with Act 3. A favorite form of thriller is Jack the Ripper murders, the psychotic killer who slaughters women at random because they do not measure up to his standards of purity and virtue. In these days of women's lib, however, we must not be male chauvinists and make all our killers masculine. Is it possible that we are dealing here with a Jacqueline the Ripper? Who knows? With us, anything is possible.
Boniface. Wilberforce Boniface, the professor. Dead?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, I was hoping you might be able to tell me something. You know, after all, he was one of your boarders.
Well, he would sleep all day and go out drinking all night.
Well, think hard, Dennis. Did he know
Harry Perkins? Harry Perkins, the manager at the bus depot who was murdered the other night?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but why?
Well, we got an idea that the same person murdered them both.
The same person? Why?
Cornstarch. The professor also had this smudge of cornstarch across his face. And a knife wound in the back.
Cornstarch?
Yeah, that's what I said. And that's what we're calling the murderer now. The cornstarch killer.
But why would the killer leave cornstarch on the victim's face?
Well, we got nuts in this world like you never dreamed existed. Do you know anyone who would want to kill the professor?
Kill him? No.
Anybody in a house who might have been mad at him.
In the house? Well, at present there's just myself and Miss Menhaden.
Maybe I'd better talk to Miss Menhaden.
Yeah, but she doesn't know anything about Professor Boniface.
Can you be sure of that, Dennis? Tell her I'd like to, interrogate her. If you don't mind.
Miss Menhaden, there's a police officer downstairs.
The relative of the famous musician?
He wishes to talk with you in an official capacity. It seems that there has been another murder.
Another one?
This one, even closer to home, I fear. I actually, at home. Poor Professor Boniface.
The lecturer?
Whatever. The unfortunate fellow is dead. Officer Paderewski will want to know if you know anything about it.
Yes. I know about it.
You do?
Professor Wilberforce Boniface was an abomination. As such, he was removed from this earth.
Removed?
Justice was done. Morality was served.
Yes, but who did the doing and the serving?
I know that he was struck down because his time had come.
Well, yes, I can understand that point of view, but the police might press you for specifics.
Why?
Well, if you say you know who killed poor Professor Boniface, he will automatically ask, who?
Who? I should think anyone knows who. The avenging angel.
The avenging angel?
Yes, and now there's one less of them.
Them? And she wouldn't say another word. I ushered her downstairs to Officer Paderewski. I am ashamed to say that he was merely using the murder as a pretext for having a conversation with her.
Do you go out very much, Miss Menhaden?
Out?
Oh, for a little fun.
Fun?
Laugh.
What is it you're trying to say to me, officer?
Well, I was wondering if some night we could...
Officer, I dislike the way you look at me. And I detest the way you talk to me.
I know a place.
Oh, I dare say.
Oh, I could show you a great time.
Have you any questions to ask me in your line of duty as a police officer? Police officer, indeed. Who shall watch the watchman? Good night.
Now there is a dish. I'm afraid you angered her. Officer Paderewski, there's something you must know.
Oh, what is it, Dennis? Well?
Well, what? What could I tell him? Could I tell him that Mort Menhaden had spoken in a threatening manner about both Harry Perkins and Professor Boniface? Could I tell him that she had been out somewhere when the professor was killed? And about the cornstarch? Why did she want the cornstarch? Wasn't that something that might be of interest to the police? And yet I couldn't say a word.
Hey, Dennis.
Oh, Officer Paderewski. Have you found anything new about the murders?
The cornstarch killer, it's all over the media.
Yes, but has anyone reported seeing anyone who might be a suspect?
Not a rumble. Now, how this guy can manage to sneak up behind his victim and just slip the knife into the back...
You say guy. Why are you so sure?
Hey, are you trying to tell me it could be a dame?
Well,
Dennis, you're not a bad guy, but when it comes to figuring out murder, you're in over your head.
But suppose I were to tell you...
Hold it.
Who there she is? Who? Look, across the street. Miss Menhaden. Look at the walk on her. And at that moment, I saw her. I saw Maud Menhaden for the first time. It was a flash of revelation. I saw her as the most beautiful and desirable woman in the world. How could she be a killer? And even if she is, which is a ridiculous assumption, how can you lose her? I ran home as quickly as I could. I listened. I could hear her upstairs in her room. Oh, my darling Maud. I was about to knock on her door and make my impassioned declaration of love when I heard the sound. Was it my imagination? Was she sharpening a knife? What could I do? I went back to my sitting room to think. I turned on the radio. There was a program of 8th century Albanian folk music. It put me to sleep. I awoke. It must have been hours later. The radio was still on.
And now, the news headline on the hour. The notorious cornstarch killer has struck again.
No.
Another victim. This time, an officer of the law. Patrolman Rutherford Hayes Paderewski, killed while walking his beat, stabbed in the back. And as a signature, a smudge of cornstarch across his cheek. More details as they come in. Now we return to...
I waited for Miss Menhaden to come home. And finally I heard the front door open and close, and her footsteps in the hallway. Miss Menhaden.
Oh, good evening.
Are you all right?
Of course. Why do you ask?
Well, you know there was another murder.
Another murder?
Officer Paderewski. The police say it was by the same person.
Do they?
He was stabbed in the back. And the usual signature, the cornstarch, was smudged on his face.
Well, that's one less of them.
Them?
If you'll excuse me.
Miss Menhaden, you remember you borrowed the cornstarch?
Yes. Oh, shall I return it?
Oh, no. You were about to tell me what you used it for?
Face powder.
Face powder?
Well, of course. At one time, ladies only used cornstarch or rice powder.
Well, why would you want to use anything at all? You're beautiful.
What are you saying?
Desirable.
Mr. Truffle, do not look at me like that. Not you.
Your face, your body.
I see lust in your eyes. Don't look at me.
Dearest Maud.
Oh, lewd, lascivious fool.
She ran upstairs to her room and slammed the door. I knew now how 3 men had died. She did not sneak up behind them. No. She approached them slowly, with her mouth parted in a slow smile, her eyes shining with promise. And she embraced them, which is how the cornstarch powder rubbed off on their faces. And as she kissed them passionately. She deftly inserted the knife into their backs where it quickly found a home in their hearts. I sat in my chair and I listened. Did I hear the sound of the knife being sharpened again? And now, the door is opening upstairs. And I hear steps approaching. Yes. I see her. She's coming down to me. And her hair, her beautiful golden hair has fallen across her shoulders. And her face has a smile. A tender smile of invitation. And there's a light that seems to be smoldering in her eyes. And she's wearing a robe, but cannot conceal, nor does she mean it to conceal, the soft, beautiful curves of her body. As she's coming closer.
Kiss me, Dennis. Kiss me, Dennis, darling.
Shall I let her place her arms around me, or shall I stop her? Shall I demand to see if she holds a knife in the sleeve of her robe?
Kiss me, Dennis, darling, kiss me.
Is this how she approached the others? Is this what she said to each of them before she killed them?
Dennis, I love you.
How do I know she killed anybody?
I want you now, Dennis.
Now? Yes, now, right now. I cannot destroy the magic of this moment. I must take her in my arms now. I can't help myself. I must take her in my arms.
Did he win or lose? What do you think? I regret to say that the cornstarch killer had struck again. Yes, in these emancipated days, we are all equal all the way. Equal pay for equal work is what the ladies quite justly demand, and so it happened with Maud Menhaden. Captured finally by a policewoman, I might add, and she received equal pay for her work. She was sentenced to a fatal visit to the scaffold. I shall return shortly. Our friend Dennis Truffle died in the violence of passion. And yet, he probably died happy in the arms of the woman he loved. It wasn't much of an affair, perhaps, from your perspective or mine, but it was the great love of his life. And if it was of only momentary duration, well, who is to say longevity is always for the best in these matters? After all, you will admit he didn't have time to grow tired of her. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Marion Selders, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hello?
Al?
Oh, I just thought you'd like to know the grand jury handed down indictments against your clients, Dr. Grant and Ms. Stafford. I'm just having warrants issued against them both for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
Now, you know that's going to be a waste of time, Al.
You don't say.
I just did. Ballistics showed that Mrs. Grant was killed with a bullet from a gun other than the one on the scene of the crime. That gun has disappeared, Al. Without it, you have no case.
You wouldn't want to bet on that, would you?
I'm not a betting man.
It's just as well. I've got a nice little surprise to spring on you just for once. See you in court.
Al?
What's he got, J.C.?
Such me. I'm more worried about what I may have got.
What?
Like they say, a bull by the tail.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines and your nearby Goodyear Auto Service Center. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.